Chapter 1, Monkey Village Part 1. Wen Sanjiang. Do not venture into unfamiliar villages at random, for you can never anticipate what quietly thrives beyond the boundaries of civilization. 1. The malady. As night fell, Chunming hurriedly made her way to the hospital, arriving at the tightly shut ICU ward. Chunming is a journalist. A peculiar illness had suddenly afflicted several individuals in the city, with symptoms that were exceedingly bizarre. Some suspected it to be a mysterious contagion, which prompted her to investigate at the hospital. Holding her breath, Chunming approached the bedside, noticing some peculiar spots on the patient's body. As she drew closer, she realized that these strange blotches were, in fact, fluids seeping from the patient's skin. Blood mixed with a yellowish bodily fluid, some of which had already dried, while others remained damp. The metallic odor of blood was further tainted by an unidentifiable stench of decay that even the smell of disinfectant could not mask. Chunming felt a tightening in her throat, nearly retching. She raised her phone to scan the patient's face. The female patient's visage was marred by numerous blisters, which writhed under the harsh light as if they might burst at any moment. Suddenly, the camera captured the patient's tightly shut eyes springing open, revealing her bloodshot gaze fixated intently on Chunming. Startled, Chunming instinctively recoiled, landing abruptly on the floor as her phone slipped from her grasp. Huhu Village, the woman uttered, struggling to form the words, before she began to cough up blood, filling her mask as her upper body convulsed violently. At that moment, an object fell from her bed. The monitor emitted a shrill alarm, jolting Chunming back to reality. Gritting her teeth, she quickly gathered the fallen item from the floor and fled the scene before the medical staff arrived. Once outside the hospital, Chunming spent the entire night awake, editing the video and drafting her report. As soon as the news broke, it soared to the top of the charts, only to be retracted a mere 6 hours later. The hospital had recently admitted several patients suffering from an unknown malignant disease, a topic first mentioned by Xiao Zhao, which piqued Chunming's interest. She had subsequently coordinated with him to infiltrate the hospital and gather material, hoping to secure a timely scoop for the end-of-month awards. To her astonishment, her superior publicly berated her, leading to her reassignment from the fiercely competitive current affairs team to the neglected cultural affairs group. Having swiftly packed her belongings, she sat at her new desk, simmering with frustration, her gaze inadvertently landing on a bracelet beside her. It was the bracelet that had fallen from the woman's bed that night, which she had hastily picked up in her panic. The bracelet was a hand-woven red string, adorned with a small wooden tag featuring a poorly carved image of a curled-up monkey. The craftsmanship was evidently lacking, resulting in a comically disproportionate figure. She recalled the indistinct sounds that emerged from the woman's throat as she struggled. Was it Hu Village or Monkey Village? What was she truly trying to convey? Lost in thought, Chunming was startled when someone tapped her on the shoulder. Turning, she found it was Wu Shaiwen from the Human Resources team, her closest colleague. With a beaming smile, her round almond-shaped eyes twinkled like crescent moons. "What are you thinking about?" she asked, catching sight of the bracelet in Chunming's hand, her expression momentarily frozen in surprise. "How did you come by this? You know about this?" Chunming suddenly perked up, looking at her intently. "This bracelet is a traditional handmade item from my hometown." "Where is that?" "A remote mountain village in Yuewan. I haven't been back in 2 years, but am planning to visit during this May Day holiday." Chunming traced the bracelet with her fingers. "This monkey design is quite peculiar. Is it your village's totem?" "Sort of." Wu Shaiwen nodded with a smile. "The former name of our village was Monkey Village, and there's a legend that monkeys are our ancestors." Chunming's mind raced as she grasped the key word in Wu Shaiwen's statement, her body momentarily stiffening. Monkey Village? Could it be that the woman on the hospital bed was actually referring to Monkey Village rather than the Hu Village she thought she had heard? "By the way, where did you get that bracelet, Chunming?" Wu Shaiwen inquired, turning her attention back to Chunming. Chunming snapped out of her reverie. "It fell from the bed of that woman in the video." "Is she from your village?" Wu Shaiwen shook her head. "No. If someone has that bracelet, they might have visited the village at some point." Chunming nodded thoughtfully, a heavy stone of questions pressing on her chest. She looked up at Wu Shaiwen. "Shaiwen, could you take me with you to your village during the May Day holiday? I'd love to explore it." "Sure. Wait, can I join too?" Before Chun Ming could finish, Zhang Mo from the same team interjected, "Our group is currently working on a cultural feature and am collaborating with Chun Ming to create a segment. This way, we can fulfill our team's task while promoting your village as well. How does that sound?" "Absolutely. Let's make it happen." Wu Shaiwen responded enthusiastically. After a long journey involving various modes of transportation, they finally reached the mountainous region where Monkey Village was located, nearly a day and night later. Chun Ming spotted a crooked wooden sign by the roadside, inscribed with the words Qingshan Village. Following her gaze upward, she beheld the lush, verdant mountains behind. As they entered the mountains, the mobile signal began to waver. The path upwards was a dirt trail worn by footsteps, winding through the dense forest. According to Wu Shaiwen, the southern part of this mountainous area had long been designated as a nature reserve, with a forest park that was separated from their village by a fence. Recently, very few tourists had ventured into the village. Walking at the front, Chun Ming noticed a vibrant green fruit that had rolled onto the ground from somewhere nearby. She scanned the open surroundings before bending down to pick it up, only to hear a rustling sound above her. Looking up, she saw a shadow darting overhead, accompanied by a piercing screech that lunged toward her. Startled, Chun Ming instinctively stepped back, only to stumble over a large stone, twisting her ankle as she fell backward, narrowly avoiding the claws that had lunged at her. Panicked, she landed on the ground to find a small monkey, less than a foot tall, crouching not far away. Its round, adorable body was overshadowed by the fierce glint in its dark, bulging eyes, revealing a mouthful of sharp, white teeth as it screeched menacingly at her. Wu Shaiwen rushed forward, shouting at the monkey to scare it away while waving her arms. The monkey hesitated for a moment before reluctantly retreating, leaping onto a branch and quickly disappearing from sight. Zhang Mo helped Chun Ming to her feet. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Chun Ming replied, shaking her head, though she still felt shaken. She looked at Wu Shaiwen. "Why is that monkey so aggressive?" "They're wild monkeys from the mountains. They're certainly not as tame as those in the zoo," Wu Shaiwen said with a slight smile. "The monkeys here have quite a temper. Most of them only come out to play at dusk, so it's best not to wander around at night. Getting tangled up with them is not a pleasant experience." "What a pity. I was hoping to capture some photos and videos of the monkeys." Zhang Mo expressed his disappointment. "Haven't you thought of training these monkeys?" "In Monkey Village, humans and monkeys have coexisted harmoniously for centuries, respecting one another as part of the natural order," Wu Shaiwen replied calmly. Zhang Mo nodded, glancing down at the vibrant fruit in Chun Ming's hand, curiously asking, "Where did you pick that?" Chun Ming lowered her gaze, recalling the earlier encounter, and suddenly a realization struck her. "That monkey threw it at me." Zhang Mo's eyes widened with excitement. "These monkeys are so clever." "Indeed," Chun Ming murmured, staring intently at the fruit, now infused with deeper meaning. The monkey had initially tossed the fruit to lure her closer, then seized the opportunity to attack, employing a strategy akin to that of a predator, capturing its prey. How astute. Snapping back to reality, Chun Ming handed the fruit to Zhang Mo. "Here, it's yours." Zhang Mo grinned widely, rubbing it on his sleeve before taking a big bite. "Sweet." After walking for nearly another hour, they finally arrived at the village just before sunset. Monkey Village was perched on a flat mountaintop, with quaint houses scattered throughout. As evening descended, lights flickered on, casting a warm glow that illuminated the surroundings. The village chief awaited them at the entrance, his graying hair contrasting with his ruddy complexion and bright, spirited eyes. After exchanging greetings with Chun Ming and the others, he offered a few words of advice to Wu Shaiwen before departing with the group. "I can't believe the village chief came out to greet us. This is quite the reception," Zhang Mo remarked while snapping photos. Wu Shaiwen chuckled. "The village chief heard I was bringing friends back, so of course he wanted to welcome us. Also, your accommodations have been arranged, and I assure you, you'll be satisfied." She led Chun Ming and Zhang Mo through the small village until they reached a tall building at the edge of the village. Chun Ming noted that this structure stood apart from the older, dilapidated homes, boasting an impressive layout. The grand entrance appeared freshly painted, exuding a sense of majesty, with enormous red wooden doors towering over them. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious hall, where a colorful mural of a monkey with a small head and large belly adorned one wall. Beyond that lay a courtyard and pond, with the porch intricately carved with lifelike monkeys, and at the far end of the enclosure was a locked gate leading to a small tower. Zhang Mo exclaimed with delight. This place is beautifully constructed, although it does have a somewhat ancestral hall vibe from the outside. That Wu Sherwin smiled and said, "This place has indeed been transformed from an ancestral hall currently. We only retain the tower for honoring our ancestors. Someone keeps vigil here at night, so it is quite safe. The rooms have been prepared for you, and shortly, someone will bring your meals." The bathing facilities and restrooms are located in the front yard. After a long day, you must be tired, so do rest early. Wu Sherwin reminded them before departing. By the way, it is advisable to stay indoors after 11 o'clock, ensuring that all doors and windows are securely locked. Monkeys may wander into the yard at midnight, and as you know, they can be rather unruly. Chapter 2, Monkey Village 2. Tu Notmid. Chen Ming resided in the spacious East Wing room, which was simply yet immaculately arranged. A large painting of a monkey adorned the northern wall. Its small head and large belly vividly depicted the deep black of its eyes resembled an abyss, glimmering with a greenish sheen, exuding an inexplicable strangeness while simultaneously possessing a deadly allure that ensnared one deeper the longer they gazed. Before long, a meal was delivered, 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish, which appeared relatively sumptuous. Chen Ming took a piece of beef and bit into it, only to find the texture lacking the resilience typical of beef. The fibers were short and somewhat dry. Chen Ming had never been particularly fond of meat, and the heavy seasoning could not mask the fishy odor emanating from the meat, prompting her to spit it out. Subsequently, her appetite vanished, and she merely picked at her rice. After bathing, exhaustion washed over her, and she retired early. In a drowsy haze, she found herself dreaming a dream in which she was encircled by a horde of monkeys, their bared teeth pinning her hands and feet, rendering her immobile. She struggled to scream for help, but her throat produced not a single sound. In her moment of terror, she caught sight of a frail woman approaching, leading a plump monkey that swayed unsteadily. She widened her eyes as the monkeys chattered and parted, allowing the woman and the monkey to stop before her. Chen Ming noticed the woman's bare feet, which were a shade of purple, and her nails were chipped, with inflamed cuticles filled with dark filth, slightly turned outward, revealing raw flesh. Chen Ming could not lift her gaze to see the woman's face, only the monkey she led. The monkey was shackled with an iron chain, its head small and limbs slender, yet its belly was astonishingly large, almost grazing the ground. Its skin appeared nearly translucent, the bluish veins resembling a spider's web, and its swollen belly pulsated as if alive, occasionally distending as though it might burst through the thin layer of skin at any moment. With the monkey so close, its belly nearly pressed against Chen Ming's face. She gritted her teeth and shut her eyes. The foul odor wafting from the monkey assaulted her senses, causing her stomach to churn violently. She struggled fiercely, and her consciousness abruptly yanked her from the nightmare. Upon opening her eyes in an attempt to sit up, she found her entire body rigid, unable to lift even a finger. Chen Ming understood that what she was experiencing was merely sleep paralysis, a consequence of her sleep disorder. Beads of cold sweat dripped from her forehead as she calmed herself and attempted to move her eyes, regaining muscle control, but her gaze suddenly froze on a shadow beside her head. In the darkness, she could not discern the nature of the shadow, and then suddenly it drew near. Chen Ming felt something slick and warm fall onto her face, akin to a coarse, fishy tongue that meticulously licked around her cheek and forehead. Chen Ming's body bristled with goosebumps as her blood seemed to freeze. Her terrified nerves snapped, and she fainted completely. The following day, Chen Ming awoke just before noon. After cautiously surveying her surroundings, she leaped from her bed and rushed to the mirror to inspect her face. Aside from appearing slightly pale, her face was clean, devoid of any oddities, as if the previous day's events had merely been a nightmare. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt as if the foul odor lingered around her, refusing to dissipate. After tidying herself up, Chen Ming opened the door and found Wu Sherwin and Zhang Mo chatting over tea at a stone table in the yard. Wu Sherwin turned upon hearing her, smiling as she waved, "Xiao Ming, you're awake." Did you sleep well? Chunming pressed her lips together and sat on a nearby stone bench, replying, "It was all right, I may still be getting used to the sudden change of environment." She took the tea Wu Sherwin offered, recalling her nightmarish experience, and hesitantly inquired, "Sherwin, could you tell me about your village's totem? The one with the small head and large belly monkey, is it pregnant? Why do you suddenly want to know about this?" Wu Sherwin chuckled lightly, continuing, "That totem depicts our village's ancestral monkey, revered for generations. Its large belly symbolizes legacy and fortune, ensuring health and longevity for the people of Monkey Village. Although our village is small, the average lifespan of its inhabitants exceeds 100 years. Thus, tourists often take home trinkets inscribed with the image of the ancestral monkey, hoping to bring themselves good luck." As soon as Wu Sherwin finished speaking, someone approached, prompting her to rise abruptly. "Feel free to explore the vicinity. Our village is preparing for the ancestral worship event in 2 days, and I must go assist. Do you need our help?" Zhang Mo called out. "No, thank you." Wu Sherwin smiled slightly. "If you go out, don't wander too far, and certainly avoid entering the woods alone. It would be unfortunate if you got lost." "Oh, and I'll have someone bring you lunch shortly. We can skip lunch, we'll just grab some snacks while we're out." Chunming, recalling the potato stew from the previous day, felt queasy but couldn't suppress her curiosity as she asked, "By the way, what kind of meat was that for dinner?" The taste was rather peculiar. Wu Sherwin's smile faltered momentarily, and before she could respond, someone called for her from a distance. She pressed her lips together, refrained from explaining, and hurriedly departed. Chunming turned her gaze back, only to find Zhang Mo yawning widely. She couldn't help but tease, "Did you not sleep well either?" "Who said I didn't sleep well? I fell asleep around 8 last night and didn't wake until dawn," Zhang Mo remarked, suddenly patting his stomach and muttering, "Moreover, I've noticed that since arriving here, my appetite has improved. I just finished breakfast, and now I'm hungry again." Chunming chuckled as she glanced at him. "Your appetite is truly enviable. I can hardly adjust to the local cuisine." "Are you that picky? I think the braised pork and stir-fried pig heart here are delicious, not to mention the tasty fruits for dessert. I never expected the food in such a small place to be so good." Chunming furrowed her brow. "Why does it sound like your meals are far superior to mine? I didn't even get any fruit. Perhaps the meal delivery person simply forgot. Next time, he'll share mine with you," Zhang Mo announced, standing up. "The weather is lovely today. Let's go explore." 3. Ferocity. The sky was a pristine blue without a cloud in sight, the crimson tiles of the roof shimmering under the sunlight. The mountain air was fresh and invigorating, and as she gazed into the distance, the lush greenery filled her vision, bringing a wave of comfort and joy from within. Occasionally disconnecting from the clamor of material desires in the city and escaping the grip of the digital age felt remarkably liberating. Zhang Mo found a prime spot, setting up his camera and diligently recording, while Chunming leisurely perched on a large stone, lost in thought. She inadvertently caught sight of her notebook slipping from her backpack and pulled it out to take a glance, noticing the surface was covered with research materials. As Zhang Mo turned, he saw Chunming engrossed in her reading and laughed, calling out, "The signal here is horrendous. It took me all night to download the last few papers, and I still haven't had the chance to look at them." Chunming smiled silently, glancing at the documents spread before her. They chronicled various incidents in Monkey Village, most of which involved monkeys, including over a dozen fatal attacks on humans in the past 2 decades. However, the victims were mostly those who provoked or trespassed into the monkeys' territory, and no monkeys ever faced consequences for their actions. The locals could only continuously advise tourists against venturing into the mountains alone. After establishing a safer reserve, Monkey Village had fallen from favor in the minds of the general public. Chunming skimmed through the subsequent information, mostly pertaining to long-past events regarding the road access to the mountains. Just as she was about to close her computer, her eyes abruptly halted on an aged black-and-white photograph. Enlarging the unclear image, she focused on an elderly man standing at the edge of the photograph. His head was crowned with white hair, and he stood tall and straight, exuding vitality even among a crowd of younger individuals. It was the village chief she had seen the previous day. Yet the old article documenting the photograph's date was from 1954, over 60 years ago. Such a span of time was more than sufficient for a person to transition from youth to old age, Yet the man before her exhibited no signs of change, as if time had stood still for him. Was this even possible? Just as Chun Ming prepared to share her discovery with Zhang Yimou, she looked up to find him pointing his camera at her, snapping several photos while grinning. "Don't be so serious, smile a little." Her words were interrupted by his antics, and with a sigh, she set her computer aside and offered a reluctant smile. Zhang Yimou paused after taking several shots, and as Chun Ming followed his gaze, she spotted a 4 or 5-year-old girl who had unwittingly wandered into the frame. The girl's wide eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement as she gazed fixedly at the camera. Chun Ming rose from the stone and approached her, gently saying, "Little sister, would you like to take a beautiful picture?" The girl hesitated, stepping back slightly, yet still reluctant to leave, blinking her eyes in a mix of conflict. Chun Ming took 2 steps back, turning to Zhang Yimou and exchanging a knowing glance. Zhang Yimou half-squatted, directing the camera towards the girl, capturing her image, and then approached her to show the photograph he had just taken. "Look how beautiful you are in this picture." The girl gazed intently at the screen, her face lighting up with joy. "Brother, can you take a few more lovely pictures of me?" Zhang Yimou pressed on eagerly. "Sure. Then let us find a beautiful house." As he spoke, Zhang Yimou hoisted the camera onto his shoulder, taking the girl's hand and leading her forward. Chun Ming, having tidied her bag, followed behind, her gaze drawn to the scattered brick houses lining the path. Approaching noon, every door was tightly shut, and as she looked further afield, not even a wisp of smoke was visible. In this village, where one could see to the end at a glance, the absence of crowing roosters or barking dogs, and the lack of bustling activity, left a chilling silence that sent shivers down her spine. The girl led Zhang Yimou to her doorstep, cheerfully exclaiming, "This is my home, I want to be here." "All right, no problem." Zhang Yimou busied himself nearby, while Chun Ming circled the house. Noticing the stillness in the yard, she inquired, "Little sister, where are your parents? Aren't they home?" "They went to the back mountain." Could it be that everyone in the village had headed to the back mountain? Was it for the event Wu Shiwen mentioned that would take place the day after tomorrow? Chun Ming furrowed her brow in suspicion and continued to ask patiently, "What is the ancestral worship event the day after tomorrow? Could you tell me about it?" "There's meat to eat." The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she animatedly replied, "You little glutton." Zhang Yimou couldn't help but burst into laughter, reaching out to ruffle the girl's hair. Then he turned to Chun Ming, saying, "Hey, it seems like there aren't many people in the village. Why don't we join the excitement at the back mountain and capture some footage along the way?" Chun Ming hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. To reach the back mountain, they had to traverse a dense forest. Chun Ming carefully stepped down the sloping hillside, occasionally glancing at Zhang Yimou, who was scouting ahead. "Are you sure this is the right direction? I can't see a path at all." By now, they had been walking for over half an hour. Zhang Yimou, hands on his hips, turned to survey the lush greenery enveloping them and remarked, "That little friend just said our descent was correct, so there shouldn't be too much deviation. However, it is indeed hard to see a path in this overgrown area, but if we follow the slope down, we'll surely reach level ground soon enough." As Chun Ming observed the dwindling signal on her phone, she sighed, "Please don't let me down. Don't worry, I have a good sense of direction." After walking a while longer, both felt fatigued and sought refuge on a gentle slope to rest. Chun Ming absent-mindedly nibbled on the bread in her hand, only to look up and find Zhang Yimou had devoured all the remaining provisions from his bag, still appearing unsatisfied. "Zhang Yimou, don't you find this village a bit strange?" Chun Ming ventured cautiously. "A small village in the mountains would be odd if it weren't strange. The villages I've visited before were even stranger than this one," Zhang Yimou replied dismissively. "But today, in the materials you found, I saw a picture of the village head, and that photo was taken over 60 years ago. He hasn't changed a bit." Chun Ming expressed her doubts. Zhang Yimou paused mid-drink, eyes widening. "A longevity village isn't that surprising. It's all related to the environment, diet, and genetics. Besides, this place is beautiful and unpolluted, so it's normal for the villagers to live long lives. However, hearing you say that gives me an idea we could focus on longevity and interview the village head later." Seeing Zhang Mo's nonchalant demeanor, Chun Ming couldn't help but purse her lips in resignation. Feeling somewhat peckish, Zhang Yimou instinctively rubbed his stomach, glancing around until his gaze landed on a fruit tree not far away. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet. "What are you doing? I'm going to pick some fruit to eat, just wait for me." With that, Zhang Mo made his way towards the tree. The fruit tree towered high, its trunk as thick as two people could wrap their arms around, and the canopy was lush with leaves, adorned with plump, glistening green fruits. Though slightly plump, Zhang Mo was surprisingly agile. He embraced the trunk, climbing with both hands and feet, and soon reached a sturdy branch, settling securely upon it. Grasping a branch, Zhang Mo shook it vigorously, causing the fruits to fall to the ground with each sway. Just as he decided he had gathered enough and was about to descend, he suddenly felt a tremor from the top of the tree. Looking up, he saw several monkeys bursting forth from the thick foliage, screeching as they barreled down the trunk. He must have disturbed the monkeys resting in the tree. Chapter 3, Monkey Village, Part 3. Zhang Mo was taken aback. Hastily scrambling down from the tree that in his flustered state, he lost his grip and plummeted to the ground with a heavy thud. The monkeys, in a frenzy, rushed towards him, tearing at his clothing and clawing at his exposed skin. Their sharp nails scraped away flesh, eliciting anguished cries from him. Hearing the commotion, Chunming seized a nearby camera stand and dashed over. The outer circle of monkeys was sent flying by her swinging iron frame, crashing into the underbrush, their piercing cries painfully assaulting her eardrums. The pack of monkeys, driven wild by the scent of blood, was driven away from Zhang Mo, yet they crouched on the periphery, baring their white teeth and glaring hungrily, as if poised to pounce and rend them to shreds at any moment. "Get away! Clear out!" Chunming yelled, her eyes darting around in vigilance, her grip on the iron stand trembling slightly. After a tense standoff, just as Chunming felt her resolve wavering, the monkeys inexplicably turned and retreated, disappearing into the depths of the forest. It was only then that Chunming, overwhelmed, sank to the ground. Zhang Mo's groans pulled her back to reality. She looked down to see that his face and neck were marred with deep gashes, as if sliced by a blade. Fortunately, no arteries had been severed, but blood still soaked through his collar. In a state of panic, she leaned closer, her voice quivering. Zhang Mo, are you all right? Can you stand?" "No, I think I broke my leg when I fell." "I can't move." Zhang Mo grimaced, his shin bone protruding painfully, his face paling as he turned his gaze towards Chunming. "You must go down the mountain and find help. Can you stay here alone? What if the monkeys return? I'm fine that I've heard that monkeys fear blood." He forced a weak smile that they're still vicious despite fearing blood. Chunming wanted to voice her concerns, but the words caught in her throat. She realized that it was impossible for her to drag Zhang Mo away by herself. Seeking help down the mountain was the only viable option. Clenching her teeth, she handed the iron stand to Zhang Mo and stood up. "Wait for me, that I'll find someone immediately." Point 4. The deep pit. Chunming stumbled down the mountain. Yet the further she ran, the more she felt engulfed by an endless sea of trees. The ground beneath her was a thick carpet of grass and shrubs, while the treetops loomed overhead, blocking out the sun. A profound sense of dread surged within her, as even the slightest rustle of wind sent her into a panic. Exhausted, she inadvertently stepped into a dip, twisting her ankle and tumbling forward, rolling down the steep terrain until she landed in a deep pit. Fortunately, the bottom of the pit was not too hard, yet Chunming's body ached as if it had been shattered. Struggling to sit up, she suddenly felt something sharp beneath her. Reaching down, she pulled out the object and discovered it to be a shattered old flip phone. Her expression turned grave as her gaze swept around the pit. It measured 3 meters square and was filled with discarded clothing and debris, including broken glasses, phones, backpacks, and even a digital camera, all covered in a thick layer of grime. Approaching a corner with the debris piled high, she cautiously nudged it with her foot, causing the grime to cascade down, revealing a mass of gray and white fragments beneath, including a portion of a skull. Beneath that skull lay a darkened student ID. Chunming's mouth fell open in shock, a whimper escaping her throat as tears of fear streamed down her cheeks. Even the most savage monkeys would not comprehend the concept of erasing evidence. Her breath hitched as she recalled the dish of potato and meat from last night. Suddenly, everything clicked. She understood why there were no livestock in the village and why the meat had tasted so foul. Because the rumor was that human flesh was the most pungent. She doubled over, retching uncontrollably, and in her daze, she heard a commotion above. Looking up, she saw that the pit was now surrounded by a throng of monkeys. Their dark eyes fixated on her. Their sharp cries echoed down into the pit, amplifying her headache until her vision darkened, and she fainted. When she awoke again, she found herself in her own bed. Wu Sherwin rushed to her side, concern etched on her face. "Xiao Ming, are you all right?" Instinctively, Qin Ming recoiled, a palpable wariness in her eyes. Her mind foggy, she suddenly remembered the injured Zhang Mo and trembled. Exclaiming, "Zhang Mo! He is still in the woods." "Don't worry. Zhang Mo has been brought back. He's resting in his room." Wu Sherwin reassured her. "I need to see him," ignoring Wu Sherwin's attempts to stop her. Chun Ming leapt from the bed, not even pausing to put on her shoes as she rushed to Zhang Mo's West Wing room. That as she opened the door, a wave of rancid air assaulted her senses. Chun Ming's throat tightened as she quickly covered her mouth and nose, hurrying to the bedside. Zhang Mo lay on the bed, pale as death, his eyes tightly shut. His wounds had ceased to bleed. Yet his exposed skin was grotesquely swollen, the blood and flesh forcing their way through the skin like a burst dumpling. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and despite being covered with a blanket, he trembled incessantly, unable to bear the sight. Chen Ming whipped around to Wu Sherwin. "I must take him down the mountain to the hospital. His injuries are severe. He could be in danger." "Xiao Ming, please don't fret. Monkey attacks happen here occasionally. The village chief has already seen him. Zhang Mo has some infected wounds and a slight fever. He was given medicine and will recover soon, but he needs a doctor." Chun Ming shouted, her emotions spiraling out of control. "Xiao Ming, it's dark now, and descending the mountain is too dangerous. There aren't even any vehicles available. Even if you disregard everything else, you should consider Zhang Mo's condition. It's not advisable to move him right now. Rest assured, the village chief has arranged for him to be taken down first thing in the morning." There won't be any issues. That Wu Sherwin reached out to grasp Chen Ming's hand, but she ruthlessly shrugged her off. The hurt in Wu Sherwin's eyes deepened as she gazed at Chen Ming's wary expression, her brow furrowing with concern. "Do you not trust me?" Chen Ming clenched her jaw, her voice icy as she replied, "Then explain to me what that deep pit I fell into was." 5 At the disappearance, Wu Sherwin lowered her gaze, her demeanor calm as she explained. "That is a garbage pit dug by the village. The waste from the mountain is difficult to transport, and the villagers were concerned about the environmental impact of leaving it in the village. So they excavated several pits in the back mountain. The items in the pit you fell into are things discarded or lost by tourists who visited here before." Chen Ming closed her eyes, her fists tightening at her sides. "Then why were there so many fragments and ashes inside?" Her piercing gaze bore into Wu Sherwin's face as she demanded, "Is it not true that you kill and then dispose of the bodies?" Wu Sherwin recoiled in shock, her eyes wide as she stammered, "Xiao Ming, have you lost your mind? How could you think that? Those bones are not human. They are monkey bones." "What?" Chen Ming's disbelief was palpable. Wu Sherwin sighed, continuing her explanation. "When you asked me about the meat we ate yesterday, I didn't tell you because I was afraid you would find it hard to accept that our village doesn't raise livestock. The meat we consume is from the monkeys in the mountains that is said to be nourishing and longevity-giving, which attracted tourists in the past. Some couldn't handle it, so we modified our cooking methods and even labeled it as pork or beef on the menu. To prevent bacterial growth, the monkey bones are cremated before being disposed of in the pit." Chen Ming stood frozen, her probing gaze scanning Wu Sherwin's face for any sign of deceit, yet she detected none. "If we must admit to any wrongdoing, it is that we did indeed conceal the source of our meat." Wu Sherwin stated candidly that if you choose to expose this in your reports, I have nothing to say. After a moment of silence, Chen Ming's emotions steadied, and she murmured, "I'm sorry that I was too hasty." That Wu Sherwin gently patted Chen Ming's shoulder, offering a slight smile. "That it's all right. After the incident today, you must have been frightened. I'll make you some porridge. Eat a little and rest early that we can discuss everything tomorrow." Chen Ming glanced back at Zhang Mo, still harboring doubts, before Wu Sherwin assured her, "Rest easy. We will take good care of him." Only then did Chen Ming turn to leave. That night, she fell into a deep sleep, plagued by a strange dream. That in it, a faceless woman held a small, rotund monkey by her side, standing before a portrait. Her hoarse voice pleading, "Save me. Take me away." Chen Ming was jolted awake by a sudden warmth on her cheek. Sitting up, she noticed the sunlight streaming through the window. Supporting her heavy head, she approached the mirror, only to realize that her cheeks bore a network of faint red veins. Her fair complexion made the subtle redness strikingly evident. Her face felt neither painful nor itchy, yet when she pressed her finger against her skin, it sank in, and upon releasing it, the skin rebounded slowly, as if thinner than before, with slight swelling. Could it be an allergic reaction to something she ate? Chen Ming's gaze drifted to the bedside, where a green fruit had caught her attention. How odd. When had that fruit been placed there? She distinctly remembered it not being there before she went to bed last night. Had someone entered her room in the middle of the night? However, she had clearly locked the doors and windows. Chen Ming, with a grave expression, picked up the fruit and suddenly remembered Zhang Mo. She hastily donned her clothes and dashed outside. The courtyard was suddenly bustling, as villagers busily decorated the area with wooden plaques and red lanterns, leaving no corner untouched as they extended from the south to the north that a harmonious and festive atmosphere enveloped the scene, resembling a celebration akin to the New Year. Chen Ming concealed her surprise and made her way to Zhang Mo's room, knocking twice before pushing the door open, only to find a room eerily empty. Zhang Mo had inexplicably vanished. She turned around in a panic, colliding with Wu Shiwen at the entrance, and exclaimed anxiously, "Zhang Mo is missing." Chapter 4. Monkey Village, Part 4. Wu Shiwen reached out to grasp Chen Ming, speaking in a calm manner. "Don't worry. The village chief sent someone to take him down the mountain to the hospital this morning that I didn't want to disturb your rest, so I didn't wake you up." Chen Ming was taken aback, her gaze falling on the neatly made bed, her brow furrowing. "But where is his luggage?" "Of course, it was taken as well that he'll probably need to stay in the hospital for a few days. And I worried he might need something, so I had someone take it with them. Then I should go down the mountain too. I can take care of him at the hospital," Chen Ming declared as she attempted to leave, only to be stopped by Wu Shiwen. "Xiaoming, look around. Everyone in the village is busy with their tasks. Who has the time to escort you down the mountain?" Chen Ming shot her a sideways glance, irritation creeping into her voice. "I won't trouble your villagers. I can go down by myself." "Xiaoming, don't be unreasonable. You know how dangerous the monkeys are on this mountain. It's too perilous for you to go down alone." "But Zhang Mo came with me. Are you suggesting that I should just abandon him?" Chen Ming's voice rose in exasperation. "That I'm not saying you can't care for him. I'm just worried about you." Wu Shiwen's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she spoke in a low, somewhat aggrieved tone. "I came here with you too. Why don't you consider my feelings?" Chen Ming, unable to meet her gaze, turned away in silence. "Xiaoming, I promise you, after the ancestral worship ceremony tomorrow evening, we will descend the mountain." Seizing the moment, Wu Shiwen took Chen Ming's hand, adding, "If you're truly concerned about Zhang Mo, you can give him a call." Chen Ming's head snapped up. After being rescued from the deep pit, she discovered her phone was missing. Moreover, with the signal being so weak in Monkey Village, how could she possibly reach Zhang Mo? Wu Shiwen noticed the confusion on Chen Ming's face and smiled gently. "Zhang Mo's phone is broken, and indeed, the signal here is poor. However, the village chief has a landline we can use that I can take you there at noon to call the hospital and check on Zhang Mo's condition." Chen Ming hesitantly nodded. 18 noon. Under Wu Shiwen's guidance, Chen Ming arrived at the village chief's home. After exchanging pleasantries, she headed to a small room in the back that Wu Shiwen approached the cabinet, picked up the phone, dialed the number, and upon connecting, explained the situation before turning to hand the receiver to Chen Ming. Taking the phone, Chen Ming heard a middle-aged man's deep voice on the other end. "Zhang Mo is currently receiving treatment in our hospital." "Are his injuries serious?" Chen Ming inquired with concern. "The wounds are deep, but not life-threatening, though we have treated him and administered a tetanus shot." "How long will he need to stay in the hospital?" "Should we notify his family?" "He'll likely be discharged within 3 days. As for notifying his family, we can address that once he wakes up. You needn't worry about it." The impatience in the man's voice was palpable. Chen Ming's heart sank. Zhang Mo had a fractured tibia, and how could he possibly be released in just 3 days? She cast a furtive glance at Wu Shiwen, who was waiting nearby, and noticing that she was oblivious to her side, she subtly shifted her body and continued, "Can I speak with him?" As she spoke, she took advantage of her position to press the hang-up button. Yet, rather than disconnect, the voice of the man on the other end continued. "He hasn't woken up yet, so it's inconvenient for him to take calls." Chen Ming froze, a chill creeping up her spine as fear washed over her. In an instant, she unraveled the ruse. In her childhood home, they had installed a landline in the bedroom and living room, sharing the same number, that if a call came in and one phone was answered, The other could also hear it. Hanging up one phone wouldn't affect the other. The two landlines remained connected like a speaking tube. She was certain that the person speaking to her was somewhere within the village. Moreover, this landline couldn't be used to make calls. Clenching the receiver tightly, dread surged within her. Where was the severely injured Zhang Mo hidden? Why was Wu Shiwen deceiving her? What secrets was this village concealing? Qinming hung up the phone, and Wu Shiwen's voice pulled her back to reality. So, Xiaoming, are you reassured now? Qinming closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and suppressed her rising panic. Regaining her composure, she turned to face Wu Shiwen and replied, Yes, I'm reassured. Point 6. Secrets. Qinming initially intended to search the village for clues about Zhang Mo. But as soon as she stepped outside her room, she realized she was under the watchful eyes of the villagers in the courtyard that Wu Shiwen had suggested showing her around the village. But after Qinming sensed her concealment of information, she declined, feigning illness, and locked herself in her room for the entire afternoon, with communication cut off and a veiled surveillance in place. Qinming felt utterly trapped in this bizarre village. The dinner brought to her was quietly disposed of, and she subsisted on a few biscuits she had brought along that as night fell and the sounds of the courtyard faded. Qinming, wide awake, sat huddled at the head of her bed, her eyes fixated on the fruit that had inexplicably appeared during the day. As the surroundings fell into silence, she suddenly heard faint sounds emanating from the wall. She looked up at the large painting on the north wall, where the monkey's eyes glowed eerily green, flickering like they were alive in the darkness. Qinming suppressed her rising fear and cautiously approached the painting. The closer she got, the clearer the subtle noises became. Narrowing her eyes, she discerned the source of the sound. The base of the enormous painting was undulating, gently tapping against the wall. The windows and doors of the room were tightly sealed. Where could the wind be coming from? An idea struck Qinming as she bent down to lift the painting, discovering a hole had been gouged out near the bottom, through which the wind was seeping in. The hole was pitch black and exuded a rancid odor, yet there appeared to be a faint light at the end. After a moment of hesitation, Qinming gritted her teeth and dove inside. The tunnel was damp and dark, barely accommodating a small person to crawl through. Qinming held her breath, pinching her nose, and propelled herself forward, just as she felt she could no longer hold her breath. Her face flushed and she lunged toward the faint light, unexpectedly emerging outdoors. Qinming pushed aside the wild grass that had grown outside the hole, gasping for air as she clambered out. Upon looking up, she found herself in an expansive, desolate courtyard. This courtyard was much larger than she had imagined, with a raised stone slab not far from the western wall, and in the center stood an ancient tower flanked by two stone monkey statues. Was this not the tower Wu Shiwen had mentioned, used for ancestral worship in the village? At that moment, ethereal cries intermittently emanated from within the tower, the sounds faint yet strikingly clear in the stillness of the courtyard. Accompanying the sounds from the tower, the deep forest outside echoed with the high-pitched calls of monkeys. As if in response, summoning her courage, Qinming pushed open the tower door and stepped inside. She found a massive statue of a monkey deity reaching toward the tower's pinnacle on the first floor, surrounded by hundreds of memorial tablets, with incense still burning in the censer. The faint cries were emanating from the sealed upper space. Qinming took a red candle from the offering table, lit it for illumination, and, finding no stairs or other spaces, thoroughly searched the room, eventually discovering a hidden door concealed behind the monkey god statue. Pushing the door open, she ascended the stairs and entered a confined space above the statue. The weak candlelight illuminated the interior, and upon seeing the scene before her, Qinming nearly collapsed in shock. The filthy, dilapidated room was strewn with garbage, emanating a nauseating, sticky odor that made one feel faint. In one corner lay a pile of thin straw, where a ragged, emaciated woman curled up, and not far from her squatted a monkey, its belly nearly dragging on the ground, tethered by a chain, its ethereal cries coming from it. Qinming could scarcely believe that in this place, which resembled a decrepit pigsty, dwelled both a woman and a monkey, and that they bore an uncanny resemblance to the figures from her nightmares. Chapter 5. Monkey Village, Part 5. The woman finally stirred, slowly lifting her head, her sparse, greasy hair cascading to the sides. Her face was swollen and blistered, rendering her features nearly unrecognizable. She cracked her parched lips and spoke in a hoarse voice. "You have finally come." Qinming covered her mouth and nose, desperately suppressing the convulsions in her stomach that surged toward her throat. "Who are you, and why are you here?" The woman let out a low, gravelly laugh that sent shivers down Chun Ming's spine, initially unsettling, but soon revealing a depth of sorrow. With reddened eyes, she raised her head and said, "Do you think I want to be here?" Chun Ming's brows knitted tightly. A thought flashed through her mind, and her heart skipped a beat. "Are you imprisoned here by them?" "I am indeed confined here by them," the woman roared, her eyes suddenly glinting with a fierce darkness. Chun Ming noticed a trace of nail polish lingering on her long, dirty nails and tentatively remarked, "You are not from the village." "Indeed, I am an outsider. 3 years ago, I ran away from home to this town, stranded on the streets alone, unwilling to contact my family. Eventually, driven by hunger, I stole a wallet from a middle-aged man, only to be caught. Fortunately, that man had a kind heart. He fed me, bought me clothes, and even found me a place to stay. Later, he suggested taking me back to the village for a change of scenery. And I agreed that as she spoke, she lifted her grimy fingers to scratch her neck, her exceptionally thin skin breaking, oozing a few droplets of blood. The villagers welcomed me warmly, treating me to sumptuous food and drink, making me feel freer and more joyful than I ever did at home. That it was only on the day of their ancestral worship that I realized their kindness was merely a prelude to using me as a sacrificial offering. Chun Ming's breath hitched as she suddenly recalled her missing colleague, Zhang Yamo, her complexion paling. That my colleague went missing after he was injured. They deceived me into believing he was taken to the hospital. Could he also be imprisoned and prepared for sacrifice? The woman chuckled, her swollen eye sockets pushing her eyeballs slightly outwards, her gaze chilling. "Perhaps your colleague is merely a sacrificial beast for the monkeys." "Do you think anyone can be used for ancestral offerings?" There was an unmistakable disdain in the woman's tone, leaving Chun Ming deeply unsettled, yet she had no time to dwell on these details. Merely listening to her words was enough to instill fear. "Sacrificial beast? What do you mean?" "Literally," the woman replied coldly. "Your colleague must have consumed the Qing Shan fruit. Yes, that green fruit. That fruit is a favorite of the monkeys. They use it to lure their prey. So when the villagers target a beast, they mix the fruit into their food, enhancing their appetite, much like raising pigs. They also ensure the sacrificial beasts consume Qing Shan fruit daily. Once ingested, the monkeys can track the scent of their prey, and even if they escape the village, they will not survive the descent from the mountain." Chun Ming recalled the events that had transpired. A chill enveloping her, her lips trembled, and it took her a long moment to articulate a coherent question. "Why do they do this?" "To maintain the balance of nature," the woman replied nonchalantly. "Humans must pay a price for consuming monkeys." Had I not handed the Qing Shan fruit to Zhang Yamo that day, would I have been the one chosen as the sacrificial beast instead of him? Chun Ming's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her vision blurring. "What about me? What do they want from me?" "You were born on the 28th day of the 3rd lunar month, correct?" Chun Ming regarded her with suspicion. "So what?" The woman smirked cryptically. "Then you are to be the next person to take my place. They need to find someone born on the 28th of the 3rd lunar month to bring back to the monkey village, to become the new guardian." Chun Ming furrowed her brow in confusion. "But I came of my own accord. How could they possibly know I am the one they seek?" Though the monkey village is sparsely populated, they send young adults out each year to search. Once a target is identified, they establish a good relationship with them, and when the time is right, they will find a way to bring them back to the village. "Are you certain they do not know you?" A sudden realization struck Chun Ming that Wu Sherwin had joined the company 2 years prior as HR. She held all the information about the employees. Chun Ming vividly recalled their first encounter in the cafeteria when she accidentally knocked over Wu Sherwin's tray. And from that moment, they had become friends. Perhaps from that day forward, she had unwittingly stepped into the trap Wu Sherwin had meticulously set. Had she not fortuitously acquired that bracelet and developed an interest in the monkey village, perhaps she would have readily accepted Wu Sherwin's invitation following the setbacks at work. This thought coursed through her. Chun Ming felt her blood run cold, her hands and feet growing increasingly frigid. "What do you mean by guardian?" The woman beckoned to a monkey, mumbling something inaudibly, and soon the monkey that had been squatting nearby rose and ambled over to stand before her. The ancestral worship ceremony is held every 3 years, and the chosen one must establish a blood bond with the monkey ancestor. Once you become the guardian, you must remain by the monkey ancestor's side, serving as the bridge of communication between it and the villagers, just as I do. The dread swelling within Chen Ming intensified as she growled lowly. I refuse to end up like you. This is not a decision within your control. The woman gently stroked the monkey's head, speaking slowly. The monkey ancestor's birth date is so ancient that it cannot be traced, and IT commands all monkeys in this mountain region and is revered as a deity by the villagers. While the guardian is the only one capable of communicating with it, the chosen one, the one closest to divinity. And it has chosen you. What deity? This is merely the superstitious nonsense fed to you by a group of ignorant fools. The woman chuckled softly. Regardless, my time is running out. Chen Ming's heart raced as she gazed at the woman's grotesquely swollen face, suddenly recalling the woman in the ICU bed. However, their conditions were not entirely alike. No, you are merely ill. You can certainly be cured at a hospital. The woman sighed that in the past 3 years, I have climbed walls, dug tunnels, yet I still cannot escape, that if I do not feign compliance, I would meet the same fate as the previous guardian. Tongue cut, feet severed. Now that you have arrived, I am to be discarded, but I do not wish to die that so you appeared in my room. Hoping I would save you? Yes, I long to return home. Tears welled in the woman's murky eyes. Can you help me? What must I do? After a moment's contemplation, the woman replied, there is a way to save your colleague and assist my escape. But it depends on your courage. Chen Ming's eyes brightened with hope. What is it? Tomorrow evening, the villagers will hold a banquet, followed by a sacrificial offering of the beasts to the monkeys, and only then will the formal ancestral worship commence. To rescue your colleague, you must create chaos before the sacrificial offering. The woman slowly rose to her feet. Chen Ming noticed that her abdomen was as abnormally swollen as the monkey ancestors. Resembling a woman several months into pregnancy, she approached with a rope in hand, articulating each word deliberately. You need to find a way to mix the Qing Shan fruit into their food or water beforehand. This way, when the offering is made, the monkeys will attack the villagers, providing you with the opportunity to rescue your colleague and escape. But won't the villagers be harmed? Do you still concern yourself with them? The woman's searching gaze pierced Chen Ming's eyes, stirring a tempest within her. Their numbers do not guarantee their safety, but if you harbor even a sliver of compassion, after tomorrow, this place will become your tomb. Chen Ming's heart sank heavily, and when she raised her gaze again, only a resolute determination remained in her pupils that I will do it. But where do I find the fruit? The monkeys have already brought it. It is in the courtyard. You can take it once you step outside. Chen Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. You can control the monkeys here? The woman chuckled lightly. The true master of the monkeys is the monkey ancestor. Its powers are beyond your imagination. Even now, I can mostly feel and relay its thoughts, yet it is exceedingly difficult to communicate and control it. Chen Ming frowned. Despite its extraordinary nature, she harbored no fondness for the grotesque monkey. But if I take the fruit, won't the monkeys attack me? The vicious demeanor of that monkey on the way up is still fresh in my mind. Do not worry that on your first night here, the monkey ancestor marked you. The monkeys will only follow you and will not harm you. Suddenly, Chen Ming recalled the coarse tongue that had appeared in her nightmares. Shuddering involuntarily, she could no longer bear to stay and hurriedly turned to leave. Inhaling deeply as she stepped outside. Around the courtyard walls, several monkeys squatted, their eyes glowing eerily green in the night, all fixated on Chen Ming. Feeling their gaze bore into her, Chen Ming hastily scooped up the fruit from the ground and darted back into her room through the hole in the wall. After a sleepless night, when Chen Ming awoke the next day, the swelling on her face seemed even more pronounced than before. She applied a light layer of makeup to conceal her pallor. Shouldering her backpack as she stepped outside. Last night, she had crushed the fruit in a plastic bag, disposing of the remnants back through the wall hole, and filled a water bottle with the juice to stow in her backpack. Today, she had risen early to find an opportunity to sneak into the large kitchen, but from the morning onward, the kitchen was bustling with people, tightly monitored. Chen Ming couldn't even step into the courtyard. She had no choice but to devise another plan. Avoiding the villagers' line of sight, Chen Ming ambled around the courtyard wall, deep in thought, when she unexpectedly collided with a villager drawing water from a well. She swiftly concealed herself in the corner, cautiously peeking out. Upon approaching a shelf snugly positioned against the wall, Chen Ming observed over 20 black clay pots meticulously arranged that a villager was diligently ladling water from a newly drawn bucket into each pot. Suddenly, someone called out from within the house, prompting the man to straighten his neck in response before hastily retreating through the back door. Seizing the moment, Chen Ming, without pausing to deliberate, rushed over and poured 2 bottles of juice into the bucket, stirring it vigorously before making her hurried exit. Just as she concealed herself in the corner by the wall, she noticed the man re-emerging, continuing to fill the pots with water in preparation for soup. Feeling uneasy about lingering in the same spot, Chen Ming quickly departed, only to unexpectedly encounter Wu Shiwen, who had come searching for her as she stepped onto the main road. "What have you been up to?" "I've been looking for you for ages," Wu Shiwen exclaimed, and I noticed the weather was splendid and thought I might take a stroll to gather some scenery and materials. Chen Ming replied with a dry smile, brushing off the inquiry. Upon hearing this, Wu Shiwen eagerly offered to accompany her, and the two strolled from the village's entrance towards its end, chatting and gathering sights along the way. When fatigue set in, they rested on a stone at the village's edge. "That I'm truly glad to see you in good spirits," Wu Shiwen beamed. Yet to Chen Ming, her smile felt as sharp as a blade. Chen Ming merely pursed her lips and nodded in silence. "Xiao Ming, are you enjoying your visit to our village?" Wu Shiwen suddenly turned to ask. Chen Ming was momentarily taken aback, and, avoiding Wu Shiwen's gaze, replied, "It's been all right if it weren't for those ferocious monkeys. Those eerie tales and the deceit. Perhaps she would be genuinely happy." That Wu Shiwen lowered her eyelids, an air of indescribable melancholy surrounding her. "Xiao Ming, I truly hope you can come to love this place. You arrived in such haste that you haven't had the chance to appreciate its beauty. Monkey Village is a wondrous and significant place that must not be lost." Chen Ming was intrigued by her perplexing words. But before she could contemplate further, a sudden movement behind her caught her off guard, that a large hand abruptly covered her mouth and nose, and she gasped in vain, succumbing to unconsciousness. 8 That ancestral worship. When Chen Ming regained consciousness, she found herself bound to a wooden chair, seated alongside the 20-odd villagers at a long table assembled from several smaller ones. The table was laden with sumptuous dishes, and a steaming black clay pot was placed before each person, emitting a peculiar and slightly fishy aroma that made Chen Ming feel somewhat nauseous. After the village chief rose and spoke a few words, the banquet officially commenced. That Wu Shiwen sat beside Chen Ming and immediately began serving her food. Chen Ming shot her a venomous glare and turned her head away. "Xiao Ming, do eat something. You haven't had lunch," Wu Shiwen urged softly. "This soup is exceptionally nourishing. I've never fallen ill after drinking it since childhood. It is renowned for its health benefits and beauty-enhancing properties, something you can't find elsewhere." "Ugh, I refuse. Stop pretending with me. Aren't you tired of it?" Chen Ming retorted with disdain. That Wu Shiwen helplessly set down her chopsticks, her voice low and strained. "It's all right if you hate me. Perhaps one day you will understand. This is a tradition of Monkey Village, a lesson passed down through generations. All of this requires necessary sacrifice." Chen Ming glared at her, witnessing Wu Shiwen consume the contents of the pot with an icy gleam in her eyes. After the banquet concluded, the villagers collectively entered the tower to burn incense and bow their heads in reverence. Moments later, several individuals struggled to carry a large wooden box inside, opening it to reveal a faintly breathing Zhang Yimou, whom they placed on the stone slab. "Zhang Yimou, so it was you who hit him?" Chen Ming glared at Wu Shiwen. Teeth clenched. Wu Shiwen lowered her gaze, a look of regret upon her face. "He was injured by monkeys and wouldn't he survive anyway? It's better to contribute his remains." "You re-spewing nonsense," Chen Ming shouted, her fury igniting. The villagers gathered respectfully, bowing towards the tower. Before long, under the village chief's guidance, a woman led the monkey ancestor out of the tower. The chief solemnly proclaimed, "We may begin." Chapter 6. Monkey Village 6. The woman crouched down, murmuring to the monkey ancestor, which then lifted its head, emitting an ethereal call accompanied by faint clicking sounds that it was summoning the monkeys in the forest. Soon, a chorus of calls resonated as hundreds of monkeys sprang over the courtyard walls, instilling dread. Yet the villagers remained unfazed, standing calmly as the chief raised his arm and called out, "Monkey spirits, please accept our sincere offerings and bless the beings of this land with a lifetime of fortune and peace." Chen Ming struggled fiercely, watching as more and more monkeys leaped onto the stone slab, surrounding Zhang Yimou completely. The monkey ancestor emitted inaudible growls before suddenly raising its head, a shrill, piercing sound reverberating through the air. The woman guiding the monkey ancestor arched her back, a pained expression crossing her face. In that moment, Chen Ming felt as though her ears and head might explode from the noise. She swayed and fell to the ground along with the chair, blood seeping from her ears. Yet the villagers appeared unaffected, though Wu Shiwen noticed the commotion behind her and turned to see Chen Ming's ashen-faced, panic-stricken. She rushed forward. "Xiao Ming, you can hear the monkey ancestor's voice, can't you? How is this possible?" She quickly shouted. "Village chief." She can hear the monkey ancestor's voice. The chief was taken aback, his sharp gaze sweeping towards the woman as he bellowed, "When did you complete the blood sacrifice?" The woman grimaced, forcing a twisted smile, and then the monkey ancestor's shrill cries abruptly ceased. She raised her face, her tone sinister. "You all shall perish." At her command, the monkeys sprang forth with predatory glances. Lunging at the villagers, the screeching ceased. Chen Ming gradually regained her senses. She noticed that the ropes binding her had loosened slightly when the chair fell, allowing her to wriggle free. The courtyard had descended into chaos. Screams echoing all around. Without a moment to ponder, she seized a wooden chair from the ground and charged towards the stone slab, driving the surrounding monkeys away from Zhang Mo. However, Zhang Mo's chest was already a gruesome sight, torn and bloodied, and he lay on the brink of death. Zhang Mo, stay awake. We must escape quickly," she urged, pulling at him, but suddenly found herself yanked to the ground by a powerful grip around her neck. Wu Shiwen, bruised and battered, emerged from nowhere, pinning Chen Ming down. "What have you done, Chen Ming?" She screamed frantically. "That I merely mixed the juice of the Qingshan fruit into your soup, allowing you to experience what it feels like to be prey for the monkeys." Wu Shiwen's pupils dilated in shock. "Who told you to do this?" "It was the Guardian, wasn't he it?" Seizing the moment of Wu Shiwen's distraction, Chen Ming yanked her hair. "Yes, she told me everything. How I was deceived and taken to the mountain. How you imprisoned me. You wanted to kill that woman and make me the new Guardian. Dream on. I will never let you succeed. I will rescue her, and Zhang Mo." Wu Shiwen, clutching her hair, restrained Chen Ming's neck but hesitated to apply pressure, crying out, "It's not like that. Chen Ming, she is an orphan abandoned by her parents. The villagers rescued her. She willingly became the Guardian. If not, we would have locked her away long ago. We never intended to kill her. She was never meant to survive tonight. No Guardian has lived beyond 3 years. She's using you to create this chaos. Stop your explanations. Not a single one of you is innocent. You are all demons with blood on your hands. You will reap what you sow." "No." Wu Shiwen's eyes flared with madness, and she tightened her grip around Chen Ming's neck, exclaiming, "Monkey Village has maintained balance for hundreds of years. Sacrifices are inevitable to protect others, that we haven't done anything wrong. You just don't understand." Chen Ming's face flushed as she neared suffocation. But then the grip around her neck suddenly loosened. Zhang Mo, summoning his last ounce of strength, crawled from the stone slab and tackled Wu Shiwen. Blood poured from his mouth as he gasped. "Quick run!" Before collapsing, lifeless, that Wu Shiwen was pinned down, unable to move, as the monkeys began to converge once more. Tears streamed down her face as she hoarsely shouted, "Chen Ming, no one who has been bitten by the monkeys has ever survived. Consider this our retribution, but I beg you, don't take them away from Monkey Village." Chen Ming's heart skipped a beat, yet she turned away coldly. The courtyard was in disarray, most villagers unable to withstand the monkeys' onslaught, with only a few still resisting. Chen Ming spotted the woman standing in the courtyard and approached her, saying, "We must leave." The woman nodded, taking the monkey ancestor's hand, and followed her towards the exit. A dozen monkeys trailing behind, as they stepped out of the courtyard, a series of gunshots erupted behind them. The village chief, armed with a crude firearm, was firing at the frenzied attacking monkeys that he witnessed Chen Ming fleeing with a woman and hastily pursued them. Gunfire mercilessly rained down upon the two, and several monkeys trailing behind were instantly gunned down. Chen Ming glanced back from a distance, and upon seeing the murderous intent in the village chief's eyes, she could not help but tremble, her blood running cold. Unable to take another step, it was as if she intended to perish along with everyone and every monkey present in that fleeting moment of distraction. The woman suddenly lunged towards her. Chen Ming instinctively caught her, only to feel a warm, damp patch on her back. She had taken the bullet intended for Chen Ming. Nearby, the monkey ancestor emitted a soft whimper. And the frenzied monkeys in the courtyard charged forward, attacking the village chief. Qinming's heart ached, and tears streamed down her face. "Get up. Didn't you say we would go home?" The woman shook her head. Her voice barely a whisper. "I have no home." Qinming was taken aback, suddenly recalling Wu Sherwin's words before her demise. But before she could fully remember, the woman continued. "During the 3 years I was locked in the tower, I often pondered my sacrifices, only to end up with nothing. And no one in this world will remember me. No one will care. But now it's different." She abruptly lifted her head, hope shining in her eyes as she looked at Qinming. "You must escape. You must survive, for you are the gift I have given to this world." After saying this, the woman handed Qinming the rope that bound the monkey ancestor, then closed her eyes, her hands falling limply to her sides. Qinming stumbled through the forest, unsure if it was the rope binding the monkey ancestor that guided her, but she followed the monkeys through a winding path and, to her surprise, soon spotted the road down the mountain. She halted, crouching down to untie the rope from the monkey ancestor's neck. "That I cannot take you down the mountain, but now you are free." The monkey ancestor's dark pupils gleamed with understanding, emitting a low hum from deep within its throat. Qinming gazed into the monkey's eyes, and in that moment, she truly felt that the monkey ancestor comprehended her words and responded. Before she could fully process her astonishment, the monkey ancestor turned and, along with a troop of little monkeys, disappeared into the depths of the forest, heading towards the sanctuary. Qinming pressed her lips together and turned to descend the mountain. Chapter 7, Monkey Village 7. Qinming's facial swelling had subsided somewhat, though the redness in her eyes appeared to have intensified. Fortunately, makeup could still conceal it easily. The events at Monkey Village were attributed to a vicious cult attack, after which she took a 2-day leave of absence, spending her time shopping and trying to cast away the unpleasant memories. Upon returning to the company, she was reassigned to her original team, and her days seemed to grow increasingly pleasant. However, news of a new strain of influenza had recently emerged, and with the warming weather, tourism was once again on the rise. Television news repeatedly reminded citizens to take precautions. On her day off, she invited Xiao Zhao out for lunch. Xiao Zhao arrived looking somewhat anxious, gulping down water before saying, "We need to eat quickly. I have to work overtime this afternoon. The hospital has received a new batch of patients." After ordering, Qinming inquired, "Is it related to the recent flu?" "No, most of the recent patients have localized swelling of the skin accompanied by low fevers and nausea. It doesn't seem serious." Last night, the hospital admitted 3 patients whose symptoms were surprisingly similar to those of a patient who had been in ICU half a month ago. Upon arrival at the hospital, the person was already in critical condition. "We checked their medical history and found they had visited our hospital 5 days prior with symptoms of localized swelling and low fever." Qinming's breath caught, her heart racing for reasons unknown. "Have you confirmed it's the same illness?" Xiao Zhao shook his head, hesitant to say more. As they spoke, dishes began to arrive at their table. Xiao Zhao wolfed down a few bites before looking up again. "Our director is taking this matter very seriously and is preparing a report for submission." Qinming's hands fidgeted under the table, her unease growing inexplicably. "But let me tell you something. This isn't confirmed yet, so don't spread it around." Xiao Zhao whispered conspiratorially that I heard the director mention that the hospital's expert group isolated the virus from half a month ago, and many of the genetic sequences of current deadly viruses show slight homology with it, suggesting it could be an ancient virus that has yet to be discovered. Last week, we admitted a young patient who I heard had traveled with her family to a famous sanctuary near Yuewan. You know, the one that was in the news recently, where overnight, thousands of wild monkeys appeared, delighting environmental protection experts. It's become a popular tourist spot, and you can even feed the monkeys up close. "Monkeys," Qinming murmured, her eyes vacant. "What did you say?" Xiao Zhao's voice gradually faded into the background, her mind racing back to the scenes from Monkey Village, and a terrifying thought took root. The monkeys of Qingshan Village might carry the world's most deadly virus. These monkeys are wild and untamed. Interactions with them could lead to scratches and bites, all potential pathways for infection. This is why the villagers have guarded that place for generations, using the monkey ancestor to control the monkeys, even going so far as to commit murder and sacrifice to keep it confined. Yet, she had set it free. She had unwittingly reintroduced a virus that had lain hidden in the mountains for centuries back into the world, thereby exposing countless more to mortal danger. Chun Ming's vision blurred, and she felt a wave of nausea wash over her, as if something within her were pressing against her stomach. Days. She recalled the woman's final words. You must escape. You must survive, for you are the gift I have given to this world. Chapter 8. The Strange Tales of Hongzong Village. 1. They were both charming and grotesque. Dressed in white mourning attire, they marched in unison, their faces pallid and rigid. The somber sound of the suona pierced the air, resonating deep within my heart. The funeral procession passed before me, a wave of earthy, decaying odor flooding my nostrils. The villagers showed no signs of mourning. No one wept, only expressions of panic and silent terror. They recoiled, covering their mouths and noses, uttering not a word. Suddenly, I recalled that the bearers of the coffin had appeared shorter. As if they were footless. 1. That a landslide had blocked the mountain path, forcing me and several other tourists to seek shelter in the village. After explaining our predicament, the village chief consented to our request and arranged accommodations for us. As I picked up my luggage, a funeral procession approached not far away. Clad in white, the two leading figures moved stiffly, playing the suona with vacant expressions and ashen faces. Behind them, 4 individuals struggled to carry a black coffin. Its paint chipped and revealing several erratic scratches, the lid damaged and caked with dark red earth. It is illogical to bury the deceased in a dilapidated coffin. The village chief, sensing my unease, gravely handed me a yellowing, soft-cover book, the ink on the faded pages slightly worn. I took the book, the cover awkwardly inscribed with the words Village Rules. As I opened it, I discerned some of the text. One rule stating, villagers do not hold funerals during the day. Those who do are not human. Not human. I fixated on this rule, my mind racing with thoughts about the bearers, who had appeared as if they were footless. A fellow tourist, Shin Wenju, had somehow come to stand beside me, reading the book aloud word by word. 1. That villagers do not hold funerals during the day. 2. No one is permitted outside when there is no sun. 3. At sunrise, hang a white cloth on the old locust tree at the village entrance. At sunset, hang red silk before the door. 4. After sunset, no light sources may be used. 5. No marriages are to be held in the village at night. 6. In case of danger, immediately head to the ancestral hall. The ancestors will protect you. 7. After sunset, regardless of any sounds heard, do not step outside. The red silk will safeguard the room. 8. If violated. As she reached this point, Shin Wenju glanced toward the village chief. This village rule has remained unchanged since it was passed down from the last village chief to me. The village chief looked at the last line of ink stains and shook his head slightly. I followed his gaze towards the center of the village, where the funeral procession had vanished. An ancient, massive tree stood tall, adorned with many long white cloths. The white fabric swayed in the wind, resembling hanging corpses dancing in the breeze. Suddenly, I was startled by an unexpected laughter. It was the female tourist, Lin Yin. Dressed in a pink tweed suit, her exquisite features were accentuated by meticulously applied makeup. Her slender neck adorned with expensive jewelry, her hands adorned with precious gems. Lin Yin strode towards the village chief in her elegant high heels. Village chief, what happens if one disobeys the village rules? Will they die? 2. The cold moon hung askew in the sky, casting a dim light through thick clouds. I lay in bed, reflecting on Lin Yan's words, tossing and turning. A faint sound of crying shattered the silence of the night. Whoa! What was that noise? With a sudden jolt, I sat upright in bed, straining my ears to listen intently. The sound of weeping wafted through the air, soft at first, akin to a cat's mewl, but gradually escalating into a mournful wail. Elongated and piercing, as if it were right beside me. A sudden chill brushed against my ear, reminiscent of a fleeting breeze. My body froze, and I mechanically turned my neck to gaze at the tightly shut doors and windows. Where could the wind have come from? I dared not turn my head fully, but stole a glance at the window. Finding nothing there, I exhaled in relief, reassuring myself that perhaps I was merely fatigued from the day and hallucinating. Just as I lay back down, I heard a sound again. Footsteps, soft and shuffling, as if treading on moist earth, echoing from outside my window. First, the sound was faint, requiring concentration to discern, but soon it grew louder. Resembling a throng of people pacing back and forth in my small courtyard, a surge of anxiety gripped me as my breath quickened. Who could possibly be outside at such a late hour? I donned a cotton coat, extricating myself from the warmth of my blankets, and with the moonlight as my guide, peered outside. Suddenly, a sharp clatter resounded. I had inadvertently bumped into the table. The teacup atop the low table shattered on the ground, breaking the stillness of the courtyard that I froze in place, stiffly raising my head to look outside. The earlier noise had ceased, and a procession of figures now loomed in front of my courtyard, halting in unison to fix their gaze upon me. Bathed in the pale light of the moon, I beheld them, standing with their backs to me, their toes pointed forward, yet their heads had twisted a full 180 degrees to stare intently at me. They bore something upon their shoulders, a red bridal sedan, resting steadily before my yard. And no weddings may take place in this village after dark. The faded inscription on the yellowed cloth surfaced in my mind. I instinctively recoiled a few steps. The moonlight revealed the faces of the bearers, deathly pallid, their countenances as white as a wall painted with lead, marred by patches of bluish purple. Their cheeks were adorned with 2 crimson circles. Eyebrows dark and bushy, expressions vacant, limbs rigid, and their pupils were unnaturally large, occupying nearly half their faces, the whites of their eyes a ghostly pale interspersed with tiny black irises. Their features appeared painted on, their bodies resembling mere paper, like figures crafted from paper. Suddenly, a rapid series of knocks echoed unexpectedly at the door. I was jolted awake, my eyes flying open. But there's no time to lose. We must hurry, came the anxious voice of Shun Wins, my mind was a blank canvas as I instinctively sprang to my feet. The sun is rising. Quickly, to the village entrance, Shin Wenju urged, grasping my hand and pulling me along. Chapter 9, Strange Tales of Hongzong Village, Part 2. As we hurried along the path, I endeavored to recollect the events of the previous night. From what I had gathered, the red silk tie to the door indicated temporary safety, and adhering to the rules provided some semblance of security, rules that undeniably existed. When Shin Wenju and I finally reached the village entrance, the village chief and other villagers had already finished hanging white cloth. Lin Yin was among them, standing alongside another tourist, Chun Jiao, while our only male companion, Jiang Suishu, was descending a ladder. What took you so long? You would have missed it if you had come any later. The village chief, glancing anxiously at the brightening sky, thrust the white cloth into our hands. Without time to respond, we accepted the cloth and, under the chief's urgent insistence, climbed the ladder to drape it over the trunk of an ancient tree. As I reached up to hang the white cloth, it suddenly felt heavy, as if it were laden with a leaden weight, nearly slipping from my grasp. With a forceful tug, I stretched the cloth taut, and it hung long in the air, as if someone were pulling it from the other side. Startled by my own thought, I glanced at Shin Wenju, only to find her similarly grave, straining against the cloth as if engaged in a contest with an unseen presence. As the sky grew increasingly bright, the white cloth still refused to settle, and beads of sweat began to form on my forehead. Hurry! We have no time left! The old village chief's sudden shout startled me, causing the cloth to nearly slip from my fingers. Had the cloth lost its weight? When I turned back, I was astonished to find it had returned to its normal heft, without a moment's pause. I deftly secured it to the tree. Having narrowly escaped disaster, I descended the ladder, my legs feeling like jelly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Still reeling from the abrupt shift, the old village chief approached me. You must arrive earlier next time. He glared at us, his expression stern, before turning away without another word that I must adhere stringently to the rules. Failure to do so may lead to unforeseen consequences. I mused inwardly. Unexpectedly, Shin Wenju's face darkened. That we can't leave, she declared, a statement that seemed out of place. That I turned to her, puzzled. Ever since I had glimpsed that bizarre village regulation, I had yearned to flee. According to the rule, at the break of dawn, I had arrived at the village entrance. Shin Wenju's complexion shifted to one of distress. The road leading out of the village has vanished. She repeated the phrase, her tone heavy with urgency, leaving me bewildered. Noticing my confusion, she grasped my hand. You'll understand if you take a look. Her hand was slightly damp, likely from the earlier fright, that I followed her at a brisk pace toward the village's edge. In the distance, I saw that the lush, dense forests were gone, replaced by a cracked asphalt road, and even the muddy paths had vanished. A thick fog enveloped the village, shrouding everything in a ghostly white haze. As I pressed forward, I nearly stumbled into an abyss. Be careful. Shin Wenju's urgent voice rang in my ears. Looking down, I found myself standing at the edge of a pitch-black cliff. The path leading out of the village had indeed disappeared. The surroundings had transformed into a bottomless chasm, and when I tossed a stone into the void, it made no sound. The depth of the chasm was unfathomable, the village perched precariously atop its edge. Much like an isolated island amidst an endless sea, that on either side of the village entrance lay a rusted, broken chain, its severed end buried in the earth. Nearby stood a stone tablet, cloaked in a thick layer of dust. This scene was undeniably eerie, that I didn't see this stone tablet when I arrived this morning. Shin Wenju exclaimed, furrowing her brow at the tablet. Its surface was marred with cracks, weathered by the elements and the passage of time. The base was ensconced in a thick covering of white cobwebs. The tablet stood half my height, and if Shin Wenju was correct in asserting that it hadn't been visible earlier, it seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Such a thick layer of dust could not have formed in a short span that I reached out to brush a handful of dust away, noting its slight dampness. There appeared to be characters on the tablet. Shin Wenju gasped that we began to scrape away the dirt covering the surface, and the letters gradually emerged. They read, Hongzong Village, the characters of vivid crimson. As if the ink were still fresh, dripping slowly from the tablet's edge. Beside it were 8 smaller words. Village of the Living Dead, keep away. Shin Wenju reached out to touch it, her fingers stained with red paint. With such a thick layer of dust, how could the characters possibly be freshly inscribed? I had no answers for Shin Wenju's inquiries. The situation we faced defied all logical explanation. Look at the sky. Shin Wenju suddenly exclaimed, a tremor in her voice. Following her gaze, I noticed the sun had risen high, already hinting at a descent. The passage of time is far too swift, from the old tree to the village entrance. It shouldn't have taken more than an hour. The sun rose before 8. Logically, it should be no later than 10 in the morning. Shin Wenju checked her phone, the clock's numbers lying still on the screen. 13:30. A sudden realization dawned upon me. We must hang the red silk before sunset. Quickly, back to the village. Shin Wenju and I dashed back at a frantic pace, upon returning to the old house. The sun was sinking low, that I checked the weather on my phone, which indicated that sunset would occur at 5:41 p.m. That we exhaled deeply. At the entrance, the village chief had already hung a new piece of red silk, which I promptly affixed to the beam of the room. With the sun fully set, the rules dictated that we could not venture outside in the absence of sunlight. Shin Wenju chose to stay in my room. After sunset, no light sources may be used that we powered down our phones. And Shin Wenju even went so far as to turn hers off and bury it beneath layers of clothing in her suitcase to prevent any accidental illumination. We turned in early, whispering our thoughts to one another. The closer we get to the village entrance, the faster time seems to flow. What does Village of the Living Dead signify? Could it be referring to the villagers? The villagers are undoubtedly living beings. I have touched them, and they possess warmth that it appears that the villagers here have become accustomed to living according to rules that it possible that they, like us, are trapped in the village and cannot escape. Have you noticed that in a typical rural setting, one would encounter chickens, ducks, and dogs, yet here, such creatures are scarcely seen? Hush! I urgently interrupted Shin Wenju, placing my index finger to my lips in a gesture of silence. I heard the cries from last night. Woo! Indeed, once we fell silent, the weeping resumed, echoing as it did yesterday, a mournful lament, accompanied by the red sedan chair outside. The wooden sedan creaked ominously, as if it might collapse at any moment. I held my breath, daring not to exhale, and turned to look at Shin Wenju, who stared wide-eyed, reflecting the pale moonlight, her expression a mix of terror and disbelief. After sunset, no light sources may be used. I observed her eyes, glimmering like reflective bulbs, and promptly covered her head with a blanket, shutting my own eyes in the process. Woo! The sedan chair halted at my door, just as it had the previous night. We huddled under the blanket, not daring to breathe. In the stillness, I could distinctly hear the rapid beating of my heart, taut with tension. Then, I fell asleep. I began to drift into a hazy dream. I transformed into a bride, adorned in a resplendent red wedding gown, opulent and vivid, crowned with a heavy golden tiara, the jewelry on my earlobes pulling painfully. My face was exaggeratedly made up, my complexion stark white. My lips painted a garish crimson, glaringly vibrant, that I could not hear any sounds. only observed the mouths of those around me moving rhythmically, that a throng of people lifted me onto a grand red bridal sedan. Its sides adorned with red silk and white cloth, fashioned into floral shapes dancing in the breeze, that my hands were bound behind me, tightly secured with rough hemp rope, as if they feared my escape. I attempted to cry out in pain, yet no sound emerged, and before I knew it, I had fainted. When I regained consciousness, the bridal sedan was gone, that I found myself enveloped in darkness, my hand reaching out to explore. Brushing against a hard stone slab, I felt around. I suddenly realized I was confined within a coffin. I struck the coffin's sides fiercely with my elbows, but the crowd remained oblivious to my pleas for help. The scene shifted, and I seemed to switch to a third-person perspective, that I recognized the villagers, gathered around a red coffin, suddenly clawing at their own faces. Their sharp nails tore through their skin, as if they felt no pain. Thin streams of blood trickling from their fingertips. The villagers grew increasingly frantic, grasping at their own skin, pulling it outward with great force. Some even violently extracted their eyeballs, blood spurting from the sockets, as if they were attempting to peel away their own faces. Their features gradually faded, replaced by fine, yellowish fuzz that spread across their faces, mingling with blood and fragments of skin. Their mouths elongated and sharpened, resembling beaks, and some even sprouted combs like roosters. They transformed into grotesque creatures with chicken heads and human bodies. Their cacophonous clucking drowned out the light, engulfing me in darkness. Their cries, akin to roosters crowing, overwhelmed my senses, a cacophony of shrill sounds filling my mind, but as the light completely vanished, I struggled to free my wrists from their bindings. My fingers inadvertently brushing against the coffin's surface, grazing a finger bone. Time was up. Seeing no signs of my awakening, Shen Wenju shook me vigorously, that my body swayed as if boneless, my head bobbing uncontrollably. And one might have thought I was partaking in a gravity experiment, occasionally banging against the bed's edge. Wake up! The moment I stirred, I collided painfully with the bedboard due to Shen Wenju's force. My mind went blank, and I thought I heard a few birds chirping. Dazed, I turned to Shen Wenju, who sheepishly scratched her head and pointed to the bright sky, signaling that time was running out. With a throbbing bump on my forehead, I was pulled along by Shen Wenju towards the old tree. With each step, I saw stars, and had it not been for a grip, I would have lost my sense of direction. In that collision, the dream slipped from my memory, though we arrived just in time beneath the old tree, where I climbed unsteadily like a spinning top, securing the white cloth that we tied the cloth promptly. Yet the village elder's expression remained grave, that I sensed something amiss and glanced at Lin Yin. "Where is Chun Jiao?" I inquired. "She's dead," Lin Yin replied flatly. "Dead?" Shen Wenju echoed in astonishment, mirroring my own shock. "Is such a reaction necessary?" Lin Yin chuckled lightly. "How did she die?" I pressed. "She broke the rules," Lin Yin stated nonchalantly. "Adhering to the rules isn't difficult." "How could she have broken them?" I questioned, disbelief creeping in. Then, as if a realization dawned upon me, I turned to Lin Yin and asked, "How do you know?" "How do you know Chun Jiao died for breaking the rules?" I scrutinized Lin Yin. "Unless you led Chun Jiao to violate the rules." Shen Wenju's eyes widened in disbelief. "That IT was the red silk, wasn't it? You took Chun Jiao's red silk. She could adhere to all the other rules, but this one, she could not. You stole her red silk, didn't you?" Faced with my accusation, Lin Yin showed no anger, merely chuckling softly. "Last night, you were lucky. Tonight will not be so easy." After uttering this cryptic statement, she turned to leave. That I lifted my gaze to the sky. Noticing the mist in the air seemed denser than the day before. Lin Yin killed Chun Jiao. I certainly felt sorrow for her, yet there was little I could do. Lin Yin's demeanor suggested she had discovered more than we had. Yesterday, it was Chun Jiao. Today, it could just as easily be Shen Wenju and me. That we must find something of greater value. Chapter 10. The Strange Tales of Red Burial Village, Part 3. Shen Wenju and I decided to venture once more to the village entrance. If the flow of time was similar to yesterday, we should still make it in time, that we dared not linger, rushing outward bang. After running for an unknown distance, I suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Shen Wenju, slightly apologetic, helped me up, thinking it was due to the morning's collision. That I crouched at the spot where I had fallen, my hands sifting through the dry grass. "Something tripped me," I explained, after a few moments of searching. I grasped something round-headed, elongated, and hard. "What?" Shen Wenju queried, watching as I pulled out a straw figure. To be precise, it is a paper effigy. There are more here, Shen Wenju exclaimed, following my previous position and spotting the corners of another paper figure peeking through. The paper effigies were lifelike, with painted eyes resembling those I had seen that night. We uncovered 8 paper figures in total, each adorned with a sinister smile, their mouths stretching wide to the ears, reminiscent of a certain urban legend. Suddenly, I was so startled that I fell back onto the ground. Shen Wenju, feeling awkward, scratched her head, apologizing for not preventing my fall. Trembling, I pointed a finger at her. I'll be more careful next time. Su Mu. You needn't act like a bullied little wife. The paper effigy in your hand. Shen Wenju, you big fool. It's moving. Shen Wenju's smile froze on her face as she stiffly lowered her head to look at the paper figure. To our horror, the tiny green bean-sized eye within its oversized socket spun wildly, as if it might leap out any moment. Those tiny eyes, propelled by immense energy, paired with the grotesque smile, created an indescribably eerie scene. We were both rendered speechless by this sight. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, swirling dust and leaves into the air, drastically reducing visibility. When I could finally see again, the surroundings had transformed entirely. The sky had darkened. Dusk settling in, as the dim light cast shadows of trees that slanted across the ground, that I could barely discern that this tree was indeed the old tree where the white cloth was hung according to the rules. I must have fallen into another space, or rather, into a different flow of time. Shen Wenju? I tentatively voiced my thoughts, the sound carried away by the wind, drifting into the distance. Occasionally, a few withered yellow leaves fell with the breeze, landing softly in the soil. The surroundings were devoid of any presence, save for the sound of my anxious breaths that I rose to my feet and began to move. This ancient tree still flourished, vibrant and full of life. Guided by memory, I made my way towards the house where I resided. In the small courtyard, a bridal sedan was nestled, adorned on either side with white cloth resembling bouquets and red satin. A fleeting image flitted through my mind that I pushed open the door, the wooden panel creaking ominously, emitting a harsh and grating sound, dilapidated and on the verge of collapse. The wooden cabin was in ruins, its walls mottled and cloaked in thick cobwebs. In the place where the bed once lay, a crimson coffin was now placed squarely and steadily. The coffin's surface was a deep blood red, as if it had been smeared with fresh blood. Gazing at this coffin, I felt an inexplicable urge to draw closer, as if summoned by some unseen force. My body moved forward uncontrollably. I strained to push the coffin lid, but it would not budge. Yet, it was as though I had succumbed to some enchantment. Pushing insistently, my eyes were vacant, my hair lifting as if seized by an invisible hand. My scalp was being tugged. Yet I felt no pain, and under this uncontrollable force, my head struck the coffin with a resounding thud, echoing like a heavy axe striking the walls of a dark cavern. Bang! A wave of dizziness washed over me, and I seemed to hear birdsong in my ears. Suddenly, I regained my senses and stumbled back, blood bursting from my scalp, trickling down my face. The instant I lowered my hand, the coffin lid began to move on its own. I nearly screamed, turning to flee from the room. Yet the once decrepit wooden door now stood firm and unyielding. No matter how I pushed, it would not budge. As the coffin opened incrementally, my terror peaked. I seemed to foresee ghostly hands, long and pale with black nails, clawing their way out, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. I exerted all my strength to force the door open, pounding on it as loudly as I could. Yet the reality of the door remaining impassable persisted. The coffin had opened halfway, and tendrils of swirling black mist emerged from the blood-red casket. In a panic, I screamed and pounded on the door. Then, it swung open. I looked down at my hand, pulling the door inward, suddenly realizing that this door opened inward. Strands of hair began to spill out of the coffin, sliding down the coffin's surface towards me. I disregarded everything and fled, legs pumping for dear life. Just as I burst out of the small courtyard, I collided with a funeral procession. My feet halted in place, expressionless musicians playing the Suona. The ominous black coffin and the earthy scent of soil all underscored the grim reality of encountering the very funeral procession I had faced upon entering the village. The Suona's sound was intermittent, a jarring metallic scrape that incessantly drilled into my ears. The volume of their music swelled, and my legs trembled with increasing intensity that I crouched against the wall, trembling, praying to remain hidden from their sight. What was happening? A bridal sedan inside, a coffin outside. The sun was nearing its descent. When the sun sets, hang the red satin from the beams that do not leave the house when the sun is absent. I gazed at the darkening sky, aware that if I did not act soon, I would face unknown consequences that I silently urged myself on. Summoning courage, and turned swiftly back into the courtyard. I stepped inside. I collided head-on with a red-clad female ghost, her hair disheveled, her face smeared with blood. The ghost's visage was grotesquely decayed, oozing with foul blood and festering sores, visible maggots writhing upon her skin. I let out a blood-curdling scream, darting towards the bridal sedan to tear down the red satin that a living person fled ahead, while a soul pursued behind. Without pausing for breath, I hurled the fabric high onto the beams above. I dared not glance back, fearing a glance would meet the ghost's gaze. Just as I secured the red satin, blinding white light surged forth, and I shielded my eyes. After the brilliance faded, I found myself back in the realm of eerie tales. Immediately confronted by a magnified visage of Shun Wenju pressed close to mine, that a heavy sensation weighed upon my chest, my gaze dropping to see Shun Wenju performing Sir on me. Upon noticing my awakening, she exhaled deeply, collapsing beside me. You just suddenly fainted, collapsing to the ground, and no amount of shouting could rouse you. Shun Wenju panted, clearly startled. Once she regained her composure, we dared not linger, hastening back to the small cabin before the sun set. Securing the red satin in place. Chapter 11. Eerie Tales of the Red Burial Village, Part 4. I began to dream again. Clad in a fiery red wedding gown, I entered the sedan. Surrounded by a cacophony of voices I could not hear, that a piercing pain reverberated in my eardrums, as if they had been violently perforated, that I longed to scream, only to discover a searing pain in my lips, preventing me from opening my mouth, and my lips were torn painfully by my unconscious movements. Like a puppet, I was maneuvered into the bridal sedan, then carried to the courtyard, where I was placed into the coffin. As they prepared to close the coffin lid, I attempted to raise my hand to strike, but a sharp pain shot through my wrist, nearly causing me to faint. When I awoke, my forehead was slick with beads of sweat. Without time for words, we sprinted to the old tree to hang the white cloth. However, the sky today was thick with fog, obscuring the sunlight. Rays of light struggled to penetrate the heavy mist, casting only faint shadows upon the ground. It seemed the fog emanated from the village entrance, enveloping the entire area like a shroud that do not leave the house when the sun is absent. Yet how could we hang the white cloth and red satin without stepping outside? Our safe time under the rules was dwindling. Given the speed of the fog's advance, we would face certain doom within 3 days. Just then, the old village chief, his expression grave, informed us that the supply of red satin was insufficient, urging us to find a solution ourselves. Shin Wenju and I seemingly arrived at the same realization. Exchanging solemn glances, that I understood why Chun Jiao had perished. The previous night, the quantity of red satin prepared by the old village chief had been insufficient for each of us to have one. Shin Wenju and I just so happened to reside together. Meanwhile, Lin Yin, in a bid for survival, had taken Chun Jiao's red satin. Similarly, I began to comprehend why the village's poultry was so scarce. With a serious demeanor, I stated, "The red satin." Shin Wenju echoed, equally grave. "The red satin is dyed with blood. We dared not waste time, scouring the village for chickens and ducks. Yet, the village's domestic ducks and geese were likely barely enough for the villagers themselves, let alone any surplus for us. These past days, the village chief had likely exerted every effort to procure red satin for us. The sun was subtly signaling its descent, yet we had yet to find any poultry." Shin Wenju fell unusually silent. The poultry dream rule. A chicken's head and a human's body? I suddenly slapped my thigh, realization dawning upon me. Shin Wenju jumped in surprise at my abrupt outburst. Without time to explain, I grasped her hand, and we resumed our frantic dash. That my heart raced violently, yet I dared not pause. "Stop." We gasped for breath as we reached Lin Yan's house. Lin Yan lay pale and unconscious on the table. Beside her, the nondescript Jiang Suishu. Jiang Suishu had cut her vein, blood flowing down her arm into a small basin. In her quest for survival, Lin Yan had sacrificed Chun Jiao, and now like a mantis catching a cicada. She had become Jiang Suishu's stepping stone for continued existence. Have you lost your mind? I stared in shock at Jiang Suishu. Have you figured it out so quickly? Jiang Suishu grinned nonchalantly. We are all intelligent individuals. It's best we do not interfere with one another, or perhaps we could kill Lin Yin. Her blood would suffice for all of our red satin. With a serious expression, Jiang Suishu continued, as if discussing a mere business matter. I glanced at Shen Wenju, who shook her head gently, indicating that it was futile to save Lin Yin. She had lost too much blood, and there were no blood bags available, nor the means for a transfusion. You did this intentionally. I fixed my gaze on Jiang Suishu. Indeed, she readily admitted. Why? Since you could deduce that those who violate the rules will transform into chickens, you must also realize that per the rules. We could have taken refuge in the ancestral hall for a night, that I inquired. Because I despise her, Jiang Suishu replied. In fact, strictly speaking, I should refer to Lin Yin as Little Mother. Shen Wenju. Our gazes converged intently upon Jiang Suishu, who, feeling somewhat embarrassed, touched his nose and began to recount the tale of his father's unwavering solitude since the passing of his mother. The old gentleman had neither remarried nor fathered an illegitimate child to usurp the family fortune. Thus, I had chosen to turn a blind eye to his affairs with various women. I could have accepted it had their intentions been purely monetary, but it was inconceivable that she would covet my mother-esque relics. At that moment, I recalled my first encounter with Lin Yin, adorned with exquisite jewelry. Her ostentatious and shallow demeanor seemed utterly at odds with the elegant restraint of such adornments, which she mismatched in a manner that appeared discordant. Lin Yin was only aware that the old man had a son to inherit the family business, having never laid eyes on me. When I learned of her impending journey, I followed closely behind her. First, there was a landslide. Then the rules of this world unfolded. Such a splendid opportunity. How could I allow Lin Yin to return unscathed? Observing his countenance, I fell silent, not out of pretentious aloofness, but because Shen Wenju persistently tugged at my sleeve, indicating that the sun was setting. With no time to spare, we sprinted toward the ancestral hall. Fortunately, having tirelessly searched for an exit in the village over the past few days, we easily located the ancestral hall as position. Inside the ancestral hall, the candles burned brightly, their flames flickering, casting shadows upon the windows. Above, ancestral plaques were enshrined, with 3 incense sticks inserted beneath them. The hall radiated warmth, not only dispelling the winter's chill, but also alleviating the exhaustion and sorrow of recent days. After sunset, no light sources may be used. I recalled the village's rule, as Shen Wenju raised her hand to extinguish the candles, only to be stopped by me. The ancestors enshrined within the hall would protect the villagers. The rules were rendered void within these sacred walls. Bored, I lay beside Shen Wenju and soon drifted into slumber. This time, I had not yet entered the bridal sedan, that I found myself bound, my mouth gagged. While voices around me shouted something about joyous marriage and ghostly unions, that a bare-chested youth charged towards me recklessly. But before he could reach me, he was struck down. The figure seated above spoke from a position of authority. While the youth glared fiercely, spitting in anger, the seated figure, incensed, gestured, and servants swiftly surrounded the youth, wielding sticks to beat him mercilessly, until he lay still. For reasons unknown, a wave of despair and fury surged within me. I struggled desperately against my captors, stumbling toward the youth, collapsing on the ground beside him. His face was bloodied, and with the last vestiges of strength, he raised his hand, seemingly wishing to caress my face. Yet, as it hovered in the air, it fell limply, devoid of life. The figure seated above appeared exceedingly enraged by my actions, signaling to the servants to bind me and take me back inside. As I faced yet another forced dressing and crowning for the bridal sedan, I witnessed them hastily burying the youth's body. Once more, I was bound and adorned, but this time, my eyes were wide open. Chapter 12. The Horror Tales of Hongzong Village, Part 5. Upon awakening, I found the sky brightening outside, the dawn perfecting the light. Shen Wenju instinctively pulled me up, intent on hanging a white cloth from the old tree. No need for that, I halted her mid-motion. There will be no more white cloths hung. Let us seek out the village chief. When we arrived at the chief's dwelling, the villagers had gathered, their faces marked by terror and trembling bodies. The old chief feigned calmness, standing before the villagers. "What brings you here?" I sighed softly, aware of the final rule. The eighth rule states that if outsiders enter the ancestral hall, the rules will be invalidated, offering no protection. You are no different from them. You have been ensnared in this world of horror for generations. The old chief did not accept my words, insisting, "It is that vixen who harms the innocent. She has caused the demise of countless souls." His beard trembled with rage to know, "The true perpetrators are you." I replied, "What do you understand? Were it not for a wandering Taoist fortuitously passing by, witnessing the lingering malice here and casting protective spells, we would all have perished at her hands." The old chief spoke with bitterness. Did I ask that so? Upon hearing the chief's words, enlightenment dawned upon me. What exactly was unfolding here? Shin Wenju, sensing my exchange with the chief, inquired anxiously. Following her lead, I began to narrate. The Taoist saw the malevolence gathering here, or was it the overwhelming resentment? He trapped them with spells, crafting rules that formed a protective formation, as long as the rules remain unbroken. One is safe that a century ago, there was a girl named Jiayin. She was inseparable from Erniu, having grown up together, harboring unspoken affections. The wealthy Qiao family coveted Jiayin's beauty and sought to wed her to their deceased son's spirit in a ghostly union. They initially approached with gifts, but upon Jiayin's repeated rejections, they resorted to force. The bride was to don a red wedding gown, yet a red gown signifies a vengeful spirit. The Qiao family feared this. Thus, they heeded the sorcerer's advice, blinding her with needles so she could not discern her murderers' faces. They shattered her eardrums, rendering her unable to recognize their voices, even sewing her lips shut to ensure she could not voice her grievances before Yama, the king of hell. They drove a soul-binding nail into her skull, condemning her to eternal suffering, and nailed her limbs to her coffin, trapping her spirit. They even killed Erniu, who had come to rescue her. Yet their resentment was too potent. The sorcerer's methods were insufficient for peace. By chance, a Taoist encountered this place, crafting paper effigies for their rebirth, hoping they would reincarnate, that he even prepared a coffin and performed funeral rites for Erniu, establishing a protective formation for the villagers. But you feigned compliance, outwardly promising the Taoist, only to reveal your true nature upon his departure. You offered no incense or rites for them, even going so far as to awaken the paper effigies. Consequently, their spirits could inhabit those effigies, unable to move on due to their unrelenting resentment, forced to relive their previous sufferings day and night. The black coffin in daylight, where Erniu suffered the agony of being beaten to death, and the red coffin by midnight, where Jiayin endured her last moments. Yet bound by the rules, they could not retaliate directly. The only variable lies in our arrival. The outsiders, like them, you two have been trapped in this cycle for countless years, repeatedly harboring outsiders who, time and again, trespass into the ancestral hall, causing the formation to fail. However, the soul-binding nails remain, and Jiayin and Erniu are unable to resolve their grudges and depart. Thus, you are condemned to this cycle endlessly. Recalling my dream and the experiences therein, I spoke fervently, leaving Shun Wenju stunned in place. The dwelling I occupied must be the very one where Jiayin was married. This explained why I alone witnessed the bridal sedan and its bearers each night. For the sake of selfish desires, 2 vibrant lives were snuffed out that I end the aftermath. No rites were performed for their passage. The question remains, who is truly malevolent, Jiayin or you? You villagers are but the continuation of their lineage. And chief, you cannot claim ignorance of this matter, yet you persist in your errors, compounding them. It is time for this to conclude, is it not? Jiayin has afforded you opportunities, as has the Taoist. Jiayin-S resentment grows daily, and the Taoist-S formation will not withstand much longer. You must have sensed it. The village's time dilation and the thickening fog. I gazed at the old chief, hoping to discern something in his expression. Yet at this juncture, he remained filled with resentment. What do you know, you little brat? The old chief spat. Jiayin's parents passed away early, and her only support was her grandmother, who later fell gravely ill. Erniu indeed held deep affections for Jiayin. But what of it? Do you have any idea how much the Qiao family offered as a dowry? If Jiayin were truly filial, she would have married into the Qiao family. This would have spared her grandmother from worry and ultimately falling into the river to drown. That sum would have sufficed for her grandmother and Erniu to live comfortably for a lifetime. All it would require is her sacrifice, and the Qiao family would be satisfied, allowing her grandmother and Erniu to avoid the burden of survival. Would that not be a win-win situation? Listening to the old chief's self-righteous rhetoric, I could not suppress my laughter. You have said so much, yet the crux of the matter is that the Qiao family agreed to trade with your village, providing each villager with a bribe. Is it not? For the sake of some trifling benefits, you would forsake your humanity, sending your fellow villagers to hell, denying them even the chance for rebirth. I had previously shown you some leniency, hoping to gauge whether there was any remorse within you. It was you who conspired with the Qiao family to torment Jiayan's life, was it not? Blinding her, deafening her, shattering her eardrums, nailing her skull. This was clearly your guilt manifesting. Fearing that Jiayan would come for revenge after her death, thus inciting the Qiao family to commit these atrocities, I spoke coldly, stepping into Jiayan's perspective. Every action they undertook was clear to me. At this juncture, I had little to say, so I took Shen Wenju and headed towards my small courtyard. No villager came to obstruct us, for they were ensnared by Jiayan's long hair, rendered immobile. Otherwise, how could the furious old village chief merely tremble with his beard, clearly unable to move a muscle? We hastened to the courtyard, and indeed, the palanquin was resting steadily within. I recalled the past. I opened the door, revealing a red coffin lying in the center of the room. Shen Wenju gasped in shock. This time, I effortlessly opened the coffin, revealing Jiayan's remains. After a century of weathering, she had long lost her human semblance. Reduced to nothing more than a skeletal frame, her splendid garments had decayed, and her phoenix crown had endured the ravages of time. Yet, 5 soul-fixing nails remained affixed to her skull and limbs. None missing. Shen Wenju could not contain her tears. How much pain must this have caused? She was merely a young girl in her teens. How could she endure such malevolence and tragedy? I gently cradled the delicate skeleton. It was over. All was finished. No more daily suffering awaited her. Holding Jiayan's remains close, my heart ached unbearably that I saw Jiayan standing in the corner, draped in red, her black hair obscuring her face, her petite frame stunted by malnutrition. I handed Jiayan's skeleton to Shen Wenju, who tenderly embraced it. I approached the corner where Jiayan stood and brushed aside the black hair covering her face. Her eye sockets were hollow, stained with blood, and blood continuously flowed from her ears, her lips tightly sewn together with thread. The sight was profoundly unsettling. Beneath such a terrifying exterior, how vibrant and lovely Jiayan once was. I held her close, seeking to comfort her, feeling the icy chill of her form. Jiayan slowly placed her hand upon my back, then I gently lifted her petite body, so light it seemed almost insubstantial. Together, we made our way to the village chief's house. Upon seeing Jiayan, the village chief and the villagers were struck with horror. "Have you lost your mind? You dare to carry a corpse like that?" I remained silent, methodically removing the soul-fixing nails one by one. The old village chief hurled curses at me. "You little wretch! What you are doing will bring doom upon the entire village. In such a malevolent village, was there any need for its existence?" I paid no heed to the old chief's words, continuing to extract the 5 soul-fixing nails in silence. As the last nail was pulled free, a tempest erupted. The sky turned a murky yellow, devoid of light, that a shroud of darkness enveloped the entire village. The realm of strange tales was collapsing. "Run!" I urged Shen Wenju as we dashed towards the village entrance. The fog had lifted, and the treacherous cliffs had vanished. The path that had previously disappeared re-emerged, a dirt road quietly connecting the village to the outside world. That we dared not linger, stepping past the stone tablet that marked Hongzong Village. Chapter 13. Shedding Skin, Part 1. I first encountered Li Difu and his elderly mother 3 winters ago. On that day, we shared a small tricycle into the village. The journey was bumpy, and the weather frigid. He cradled his mother as one would an infant, allowing her to rest her head upon his legs. Observing this pair, their roles seemingly reversed, I suppressed my unease and lent her my cotton coat for warmth. That Li Difu expressed heartfelt gratitude as I inquired about his origins and his purpose in the village. "From Yiyang, Hunan, here to seek refuge with relatives," he replied with a simple smile. That I glanced at the frail old woman, her head drooping stiffly, her face a pallid hue of decay, while the wrinkled skin of her throat quivered slightly. Her murky eyes half open. That I couldn't help but stare a moment longer. And in that fleeting exchange, I noticed her pupils, vertically slit and patterned with brown, occasionally gleaming with a faint golden light that I was taken aback. But when I looked again, all that remained were her dim, murky eyes. Upon returning to the village, I thought my connection with this mother and son had come to an end. However, the very next morning, the village head, old Zhao, knocked vigorously at my door, dragging me off to the village committee without explanation. Upon entering, I saw Li Defu seated beside his mother, looking dejected. It turned out that the relatives they intended to visit had long since left the village, having moved away before the 1997 return of Hong Kong, as old Zhao informed me. The duo had been out of contact for an extended period and found themselves lost, without sufficient funds. Forced to sleep in a dilapidated corner of a crumbling house, nearly freezing to death. Discovered the following day by the villagers, they could only recall my name, prompting them to seek me out. "What shall we do?" they asked. "Send them to a shelter?" I gazed at the huddled figures of Li Defu and his mother, contemplating before shaking my head in sympathy. Let it be. The old lady is unlikely to endure a shelter's conditions. The school has a few vacant rooms. We can clear out the firewood and desks, and they can stay there. Thus, Li Defu and his mother took residence at the school that I taught at the village's elementary school. We had long needed a small shop. I arranged for Defu to open a little store in one of the earthen rooms by the playground, selling snacks and sodas to the students. Along with 2 other teachers, I smoked, which led to Defu selling cigarettes in his shop, as well that Li Defu was a simple, honest man, perpetually wearing a smile that he was sturdy, with a square face and cropped hair. Although a southerner, he bore the appearance of a northeastern giant, even more so than the men of the village. His disposition was bright and warm-hearted. After opening the shop, as his life improved, he frequently brought various foods and drinks to my home. In winter, he would carry a sickle to the mountains to gather firewood, stacking bundles for every household. And in summer, he would catch fish from the river, delivering them in baskets to others, his mother. However, remained taciturn. As life improved, her health noticeably improved as well. Her skin, once akin to withered wood, took on a hint of color, alleviating my greatest concern, that she would not survive the winter. Whatever ailment she had clearly seemed to have healed. Yet her demeanor remained somber and unsmiling, rarely engaging with others. Clad in an old cotton coat, she hunched over, seated in a corner of the playground, as if she were a gnarled root unearthed from the depths of the earth. Old Zhao remarked that the elderly often appeared this way, in stark contrast to her son. Defu's mother was quite frugal. One night, while I was at the shop for cigarettes, I stumbled upon Defu washing his mother's feet. Having forgotten my money, I noted the bill, repaying him the next day. From that point on, every time Defu's mother saw me, she would fix her murky gaze upon me, saying, "Teacher Jiang, you still owe me 5 yuan for cigarettes." "But I have already repaid, Defu," I would reply, bemused at old age makes one forgetful, was her typical retort. Yet the next encounter would repeat the same inquiry about the cigarette debt. This continued in an endless loop. When I mentioned this to Li Defu, he scratched his head, embarrassed that my mother is a bit meticulous, particularly regarding money. Don't take offense, Teacher Jiang. I'll speak to her. His reassurances seemed ineffectual, for Defu's mother persisted in her reminders. Li Defu was undoubtedly a devoted son, that on fine days, one could often see him carrying his mother on his back, singing lively mountain songs in a dialect we barely understood, wandering about, his mother, with bound feet, found walking difficult. So he endeavored to carry her to quieter, elevated spots, perhaps to let her enjoy the scenery and lift her spirits. Should we attempt to engage him in conversation during these moments, he would not pause, offering only a smile of apology. The elderly villagers, witnessing him carry his mother, were deeply moved that I knew their whispers were filled with admiration for Li Defu's filial piety. What a fortunate mother. I overheard Zhang Wang's mother sighing to old Zhao in the village government's courtyard. When I grow old, if my son could just turn me over, I would be eternally grateful. Indeed, they all wish for us to pass sooner. Was the reply. I found myself at a loss for words, and quietly walked away. Li Defu's filial devotion was truly exceptional in the village, a rarity in an era where traditional values have been nearly obliterated. During a literature class, when discussing the 24 filial exemplars, I asked the students for real-life examples, and they all chimed in unison, Li Defu. In the spring of 2001, a fortune teller arrived in the village, and many gathered around to seek their fortunes. Li Defu, carrying his mother, approached to inquire about her longevity. The fortune teller, tossing coins, scrutinized the results for a long while, eventually revealing with surprise that the old lady's fate was remarkable. Her fortune exceedingly favorable. She was predicted to live for 2 full cycles of 60 years, a staggering total of 120 years that I found this prediction absurd. Most would merely claim a lifespan of 100 years. Yet here was a man claiming 120, but upon hearing this, Li Defu's face lit up with genuine joy. We have a long time yet. Mother de Defu's mother also unfurled her perpetually somber expression, smiling as if a withered tree were blossoming. We, the others, naturally did not wish to dampen the festive spirit, and thus we offered our heartfelt congratulations. Shortly thereafter, Li Defu began to distribute invitations from door to door. Upon receiving the bright red notice, I discovered it was for a birthday celebration for his mother. Defu, how many decades is your mother celebrating this year? I inquired. She is turning 108 this year, he replied upon hearing this. I was utterly taken aback. Your mother is 108 years old? I exclaimed. Indeed, he confirmed that on the day of the birthday celebration, an elaborate banquet was arranged on the playground with over a dozen tables, filled with music and merriment, creating a lively atmosphere. Defu was willing to spend generously, having hired 3 hosts for the occasion. The elderly lady, adorned in a vibrant robe fit for a birthday star, sat at the main table, her face radiating joy as the wine flowed. The guests, emboldened by the spirits, began to cheer for the birthday star to speak. Old Zhao chimed in. We have yet to see a centenarian emerge from our village, let alone someone reaching the remarkable age of 108. Today, you must share your secrets of longevity with us, so we may all share in your blessings. That I could sense the skepticism among the attendees. Defu appeared to be in his 40s, a prime of life, so the notion of his mother being 108 seemed implausible, as if she had given birth at an age well beyond the ordinary. The old lady, in remarkably high spirits that day, obliged our request and began recounting her life story in Mandarin, imbued with a strong southern accent. I was born in the 19th year of Guangxu, 1893. Growing up by the banks of Dongting Lake, in those days, the lake was vast, teeming with fishing boats, enveloped in mist, creating an ethereal ambience reminiscent of a fairyland. In the 25th year of Guangxu, 1899. I was 6 years old when a group of Han people arrived in our village, claiming they would teach us to practice martial arts to fight against the foreigners and missionaries. Our elders insisted that we should focus on fishing, and that the affairs with foreigners were of no concern to us, which resulted in the Han people forcibly taking us. They taught us martial arts, assuring us that through training we would be impervious to bullets. All the men were compelled to train, including my brother, who was taken away and never returned. Later, many more Han people came, some injured, others limping. And they asked us what we believed in. My father replied, we worship the great serpent, the one in the lake. The Han leader was delighted and asked if we could lead them to the great serpent. My father, fearful, declined, but the leader threatened him with a knife, compelling him to take the Han people and me to seek the great serpent. What is this great serpent? Old Zhao whispered to me. I pondered for a moment and speculated. Perhaps it is a legendary creature mentioned in the classic of mountains and seas, known to swallow elephants. Old Zhao clicked his tongue in disbelief, rolling his eyes. As we both shared the sentiment that the old lady's tale had taken a turn into the realm of mythology, my father, accompanied by the Han, rowed a boat to the mountain at the center of the lake. There, we performed rituals for the great serpent, offering a pig or 2 goats each year. When my father presented the goats and blew a whistle, the serpent emerged, a colossal creature, its tail coiling around the mountaintop while its head reached the base. The Han were ordered to shoot arrows, but they proved ineffective against the serpent's hide. When the serpent opened its mouth, it swallowed a whole boat hole. The Han fled, and my father inquired why they sought to kill the serpent. They explained that the serpent was a deity, and its blood could render a person invulnerable to weapons. They returned with reinforcements, this time bringing the Tai Sui soldiers. What are Tai Sui soldiers? Old Zhao asked again in a hushed tone. I shook my head, as this was the first time I had encountered the term. Fortunately, Defu's mother quickly elaborated. Tai Sui soldiers are those fed with Tai Sui and medicinal herbs, continuously nurtured until they become like Tai Sui, softening their bodies and bones, rendering them unable to die or be destroyed, losing their human form and unable to live long. The Han led us back to the mountain, where they burned incense. recited incantations, and honored the various deities, invoking the spirits to bestow their martial prowess upon us. The old lady animatedly recounted her tale, captivating the audience, who leaned in, spellbound, the clinking of glasses fading into silence. The great serpent emerged once more, and the Han released the Tai Sui soldiers, who ensnared the serpent tightly. The serpent thrashed, leaping from the mountain into the lake, as darkness enveloped us, rendering our fingers invisible. A tremendous wind arose, lifting the boat skyward, and as I gazed down from above, I was struck by the sight. The entirety of Dongting Lake lay desolate, an expanse devoid of bottom, swallowed by an abyss of darkness. With only the great serpent swimming within, did I thought to myself, surely, this is the underworld, and the Han have met their fate. I fainted then, losing consciousness that I could not tell how long I was out. But when I awoke, I found myself on the shore of the lake. Looking around, the mountains had vanished, and neither the Han nor my father could be found. Only two souls remained, myself and a small Han soldier. The water was dark and red, resembling congealed blood. I declared it undrinkable. Yet the soldier, parched, could not resist and drank that I too took a sip, finding it foul and repugnant, and dared not drink further. Returning home, I discovered my village had been swept away by the flood, leaving me to seek refuge in another settlement point 2 years later. I dreamed of the great serpent, which conveyed that it had not perished but was in the process of refining its golden form, promising that in a decade it would achieve half of its transformation, vowing to bless me with longevity and prosperous offspring. As Defue's mother reached this point in her narrative, she finally paused. The crowd exhaled in relief, and after a few murmurs of agreement, the clinking of cups and chatter resumed. Of course, no one took her words to heart, that I sat at the main table, close to the old lady, and overheard her softly mumbling. I say, thank you, deities, for your blessings. May I also live for 2 more decades to catch another glimpse of the serpent god. Glancing at Li Defue, I noticed a hint of forced cheerfulness on his face. Earlier, when he had consulted a fortune teller, his expression had radiated genuine delight. The revelry continued late into the night, but Defue eventually escorted his mother back to their quarters, as the elderly lady could not endure the relentless clamor at the table. As the night wore on, I felt the pressing need to relieve myself, so I rose to seek the restroom. Despite the school being a series of red brick, black-tiled buildings, the toilets were separate from the classrooms, necessitating a trek across the playground, past the earthen dwelling of Defue and his mother. As I walked, I noticed Defue's mother, sitting in her usual spot, motionless, her back hunched like a withered tree. I was puzzled. It was her birthday, and how could such a devoted son as Defue leave her here? I approached, calling out, "Defue's mother!" She abruptly turned her head, startling me. Her previously sunken cheeks were now puffed, and the wrinkled skin of her throat quivered. Though the restroom and banquet lights were quite distant, her murky eyes reflected a strange light, glimmering with an intensity reminiscent of a piercing yolk, revealing a richness not typical of an elderly woman. That Defue's mother slowly turned back, spat something onto the ground, and with trembling limbs, approached me. "Teacher Jiang, you still owe me 5 yuan for cigarettes." Defue's mother. "I have already repaid." Defue. "Oh, good. Old folks tend to forget things," she replied, before slowly making her way back inside. A couple of days later, Zhang Wang's daughter, who served as the life committee member in class, approached me, stating that one of the chickens raised by the 5th grade had gone missing. The chicken coop was adjacent to the classroom, and upon inspection, I found no signs of weasels or other predators. Only one chicken was unaccounted for. After searching repeatedly, an unsettling thought crossed my mind. That I hurried to the spot where Defue's mother had sat 2 nights prior and kicked aside some straw. On the ground lay several chicken feathers. That I relocated the chicken coop from beside the classroom to a nearby residence. Defue inquired about the change, to which I explained that the chickens were causing disruptions in the children's studies. I could not fathom why I chose not to disclose my discovery to him. Months later, I spotted Defue conversing animatedly with widow Zhang, who was Zhang Wang's sister. Her husband had passed away early, leaving her childless and living alone. For the past 2 years, Defue had been offering free labor to the villagers, chopping wood and harvesting grain, likely providing her with considerable assistance as well. I hid nearby, observing their exchange for quite some time, and when Defue passed by, I leaped out and playfully punched him. "You sly fox, Defue! You've snagged the village's flower." Defue rubbed his head, grinning sheepishly, his face alight with uncontainable joy. Not long after, Di-Fu and widow Zhang indeed became romantically involved. With few young people in the village, the news was met with widespread congratulations that he introduced widow Zhang to his mother, who, although not entirely pleased, kept her thoughts to herself. Regardless, their relationship was officially established, and old Zhao and I deliberated that it was high time for Di-Fu to build a new house, that he could not continue living in that earthen structure. And widow Zhang's home was equally dilapidated, that I began scouting for a location. A piece of vacant land lay not far north of the school, bordered by a patch of reeds, level and ideally situated. I deemed it a suitable spot, visiting several times, until one day, while measuring the area with my foot, I suddenly heard a voice from within the reeds that it was Di-Fu's mother's voice, that I stealthily crept into the thicket, discovering her seated by the stream, speaking to the shimmering water. "I thought you promised to care for me until I turned 120. Why have you gone back on your word?" she queried. Di-Fu replied, "Mother, I will care for you. How could I not? But you are married now. You will care for your son instead of me. Indeed, the serpent deity is utterly unreliable, being half Han. He is inherently flawed. A considerable portion of his progeny is also Han, and thus equally untrustworthy. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself to survive. That I stealthily withdrew from the reeds, and for reasons unknown, I did not disclose the events of that day to Di-Fu. After some time, one evening, Di-Fu approached me in a state of acute anxiety, inquiring if I had seen his mother. "Isn't she sitting on the playground?" I replied, "No, she is simply not there. My mother has frequently expressed her desire to take solitary walks, and I could not persuade her otherwise, allowing her to go. However, she is yet to return today, and in this desolate wilderness. What if she encounters a wolf? What shall I do?" I endeavored to calm Di-Fu's agitation and called old Zhao, requesting that the villagers assist in the search, that we scoured the area for most of the night without any success. Just as despair began to envelop us, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated my mind. I hastily gathered Di-Fu, old Zhao, and a few others, and we rushed toward the reed marsh. After combing through the reeds several times, we discovered the elderly woman lying in shallow water, her face a ghastly shade of bluish-black. "Mother, oh mother!" Di-Fu cried out as he rushed over, performing chest compressions and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. After a prolonged struggle, his mother finally showed signs of life. She opened her mouth, which widened grotesquely, as if her jaws had unhinged, stretching to an extreme angle, contorting her entire face at a right angle. The skin on her throat writhed violently, and a bulge the size of a bowl emerged, expelling its contents through her throat. When old Zhao and I cautiously approached, we were horrified to discover a drenched, lifeless rabbit. Di-Fu did not linger with us. Swiftly lifting his mother and returning home, that a doctor, summoned to examine Di-Fu's mother, shook his head, stating that the duration of her suffocation had severely damaged her brain, and given her frail constitution, she was likely to be left paralyzed. Thus, Di-Fu's mother became bedridden, with only her neck able to move, and her speech became increasingly slurred. Di-Fu wept, blaming himself for his mother's condition, and old Zhao and I could only offer him comfort, asserting that it was a miracle she had survived. As long as there was life, there remained hope. Gradually, he regained his spirits and began to diligently care for his mother, while widow Zhang assisted him by running the shop. Yet it was evident to me that widow Zhang was reluctant at heart. Chapter 15. Molting Part 3. Time flowed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed, ushering in the winter break once more. Suddenly, I realized that I had not seen Di-Fu for quite some time. I approached the small shop and roused widow Zhang, who was dozing off, inquiring about Di-Fu. With a weary expression, she gestured towards the inner room that I approached, before my hand could touch the door. Di-Fu emerged, one hand bearing a bowl of food, the other holding a waste bucket, half filled with foul refuse, exuding an unbearable stench. Widow Zhang pinched her nose and exited the room, and I instinctively recoiled. Di-Fu, his head bowed in embarrassment, chuckled awkwardly. "Teacher Jiang, I apologize. I'm just taking care of my mother." "Oh, are you well? Do you need any money?" I asked. I'm fine, really, quite well. Not in need of money," he replied. He had lost considerable weight. His square face had nearly transformed into a V shape, and his complexion lacked luster. "How is your mother? Is she well? Should I call a doctor?" Defu abruptly blocked the doorway, insisting, "No, no, no need, Teacher Jiang, please go back. My mother is sleeping, and I'm looking after her. She's doing quite well." His eyes, sunken due to malnutrition, darted anxiously, as if harboring unspoken troubles that I had no choice but to retreat and exit the small shop. From that moment until the winter break, I did not encounter Defu again. Although his mother remained paralyzed and her speech was slurred, her voice had not diminished. I could not see her, yet I frequently heard her from the earthen house. Initially, her voice was relatively calm, merely a vague murmur calling for her son or intermittent sighs and low moans. But gradually it escalated into piercing and shrill cries that as winter deepened, her wails became increasingly unbearable, transforming into a series of shrieks and lamentations, at times intermingled with Defu's pleas and shouts, driving one to the brink of madness. Unable to endure the horrific cacophony that pierced my very soul, and concerned for the return of the children to school, I repeatedly sought out Defu, urging him to find a solution. Each time, he promised to consider it, yet the screams showed no sign of abating. Frustrated, I insisted that we needed to consult a doctor for his mother, but once again, that familiar panic washed over his face, and his eyes darted wildly as he insisted there was no need for medical assistance. "What exactly is wrong with your mother? Be honest with me," I pressed. He replied, "It's nothing. My mother is fine. She will be okay after winter." "Defu, do you know that your mother has stolen chickens from the coop, consuming them while they were still alive?" His eyes, which had been darting about, suddenly froze, and he stared at me blankly for a long moment before abruptly turning and shutting the door. Before the Lunar New Year that year, I witnessed Widow Zhang hastily exiting the earthen house with a bag in hand, realizing that she could no longer endure the situation. Defu chased after her, attempting to catch her, but failed to hold on, collapsing on the threshold, clutching his head and weeping softly. After a moment's hesitation, I approached Widow Zhang to inquire, but she shook her head in panic, unwilling to speak, and hurried away as winter faded into spring. I brought the returning students to the village government office, clearing out a few vacant rooms on the first floor and relocating desks and such, allowing them to temporarily hold classes there. The children, moving from the dilapidated house to the bright village government building, were naturally delighted, and old Zhao concurred that I continued to reside at the school, daily subjected to the haunting wails emanating from the earthen house. The cries became increasingly inhuman. One morning, as I stepped outside to stretch my limbs, an overwhelming silence struck me, prompting me to realize that the cheerful songs of warblers and swallows, which typically heralded the arrival of spring, were conspicuously absent. Surveying the branches, I found not a single bird in sight. Not only birds, but even the chickens, ducks, cats, and dogs around the school seemed to have vanished. In the spring of 2002, a fortune teller arrived in the village once more, attracting a crowd eager to discern their fortunes. Wealth, longevity, romantic prospects. Anything could be foretold. Even the students in class craned their necks, curiously peering, prompting me to wield my ruler and send them back to their seats one by one. Shortly thereafter, I spotted a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure approaching the fortune teller's stall. It was Defu. I hurried over to him. He appeared to have aged 10 years, with unkempt hair and disheveled clothing, his posture slightly hunched. His eye sockets were horrifyingly sunken, resembling two dark, bottomless pits, and he emanated a foul odor. The crowd parted for him, as if he were a plague. He spotted Widow Zhang in the throng and attempted a smile, but she turned her face away in disgust, silently walking past. Witnessing the despondency and anguish on Defu's face, I could not help but pat his shoulder. "Defu, are you all right?" I'm fine, Teacher Jiang," he replied, forcing a smile. "I came to see the fortune teller, to inquire about my mother." He provided his mother's birth date and time to the fortune teller, who cast his coins and scrutinized the divination patterns for an extended period, before looking up in astonishment. "The old lady has an excellent fate. Despite a life filled with tribulations and calamities, she will invariably turn misfortune into fortune and emerge unscathed, at least ensuring a lifespan of 20 years. Upon hearing this, Defu's shoulders slumped, and he sat dazed on a bench. I called out to him again, and he slowly turned to face me. 20 years. Is it truly 20 years? Yes, didn't we just calculate 20 years last time? His face adopted an expression so peculiar that I found myself at a loss for words to describe it. 20 years. 120 years, he murmured, then suddenly looked at me. There's still a long way to go. Teacher Jiang. My finger trembled. Defu. He stood up and unsteadily walked away. Days dragged on, and Defu's mother's piercing wails continued to haunt the air, while Defu's pleas and shouts grew ever louder. One day, as I stepped outside to gather firewood, I encountered Defu, who bore a conspicuous and ghastly gash across his face. He seemed to notice my gaze and quickly wiped the blood away, smiling as he said, "It's nothing. Nothing. It's not my blood." "What?" His face once again bore that absurd expression, as if some unspeakable matter had been exposed. He turned abruptly and hurried away. As spring gave way to summer, the temperature gradually rose. One day, I saw Defu carrying his mother out of the house for the first time since last winter. I quickly approached to greet them. The Defu's mother was enveloped in a large autumn coat, revealing only half her head and face. Her complexion was dark and waxy, reminiscent of my first encounter with her. Her eye sockets deepening in shadow, yet the depths of her eyes glimmered with an unsettling light. That light was faintly golden, and I was certain it was not merely a trick of the sunlight. She stared intently at me, producing a series of indistinct gurgling sounds from the depths of her throat, with saliva trickling down to Defu's shoulder. Though I could not discern her murmurs, an odd thought crossed my mind. She seemed to be saying, "Teacher Jiang, you still owe me 5 yuan for the cigarettes." That I inquired of Defu regarding their destination, to which he replied that he intended to take his mother to town for a medical consultation. I reminded him of my prior counsel to seek a doctor, to which he had vehemently objected. What had led to this change of heart? Defu offered a dry smile in response, remaining silent. After a moment's reflection, I called out to him, cautioning, "Be careful. There are many wolves in the mountains." Defu acknowledged my warning with a non-committal grunt. That day, well into the night, I anxiously awaited the return of Defu and his mother. Tossing and turning in bed, a sense of unease gnawing at my heart. Rising from my bed, I took a flashlight and stepped outside, first directing the beam into the small shop, before inexplicably making my way toward the village entrance. The only path from the village to town was a winding dirt road, flanked by sheer cliffs on one side and steep slopes on the other, that I stood at the road's mouth for several minutes, until the flashlight's battery died, slowly beginning to feel that my paranoia was somewhat absurd. Just as I was about to turn back, I suddenly spotted a dark figure swiftly traversing the hillside. "Defu!" I shouted. The figure abruptly looked down at me, silhouetted against the moonlight, obscuring their face. The figure descended the slope and ran into the village. The following day, I was awakened by cries of despair. Upon dressing and rushing outside, I saw Defu kneeling in the middle of the road, weeping. "Oh, mother, my poor mother!" he cried out, banging his head against the ground, while those around him offered quiet words of comfort. I quickly pulled the onlookers, old Zhao, aside and asked, "What happened?" "Yesterday, he took his mother to see a doctor, but on their way back, she stopped by the roadside to relieve herself. And then she vanished," old Zhao sighed. "She probably tumbled down the slope, or perhaps a wolf snatched her away." I turned my gaze to the wailing Defu, who caught sight of me and instantly averted his eyes. "Oh, my poor mother. I should never have left you alone, to be taken by a wolf," he lamented. Before long, a voice called out from the crowd, "Defu, Defu, it's all right, it's all right. Your mother is safe." Oh, what good fortune. We turned to see Zhang Wang, riding a tricycle. That he was a delivery driver who frequently traveled between town and the village. He leapt off the tricycle, cradling Defu's mother, her face smeared with blood. From the rear seat, the Defu's cries abruptly ceased. When I returned last night, I saw 2 dark figures rolling down the slope. That I gathered my courage and shone my flashlight over. And guess what? Zhang Wang pulled a bloodied, lifeless wolf from the back seat, its throat nearly severed. "Your mother killed it, what?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. "That Defu's mother is remarkable," Zhang Wang exclaimed animatedly. "When I saw her, she was fiercely gripping the wolf's throat. I could hardly believe it. She could only move her neck and mouth, right? Truly incredible. Absolutely incredible. An old lady of 108 years, the crowd murmured in disbelief. She is indeed blessed, or perhaps a celestial being descended from the heavens." Zhang Wang continued, his excitement palpable. That I glanced at Defu, who stood as still as a statue amidst the awe and chatter, his face as pale as parchment. "Defu," I called softly, but he remained unresponsive. That I nudged his calf with my foot, and it seemed he finally regained his senses, rushing toward his mother. "Mother, thank goodness! Oh, mother!" he cried, his voice trembling. That Defu's mother did not stir. Not even a muscle twitched upon her face, still clad in her autumn coat. Stained with blood, her mouth hung partially open, revealing jagged, decayed teeth, remnants of wolf fur and dried blood lodged within. Her deeply sunken eyes fixated on me, those golden orbs seemingly possessing the power to pierce through one's very soul, leaving me chilled to the bone as I turned my gaze away. For I realized that the moment Zhang Wang appeared, disappointment flooded my heart that in the weeks that followed, Di Fu and his mother vanished from sight. Their earthen abode became a dark void in my mind, one I could scarcely bear to glance at. Since her rescue, Di Fu's mother's piercing cries had ceased entirely, casting an eerie silence over the school. What did this signify? What transpired within that darkened little house? I dared not ponder it further, and had lost all desire to investigate. Perhaps it was best to move away, I mused, considering that the students were now attending classes at the village government offices. I reasoned that old Zhao would have no objections to my relocating to a different dwelling. As I began to pack my belongings, I noted that Di Fu's shop had remained closed since the students had been dismissed. And I shook my head, pondering how the mother and son would manage to survive. This, however, was no longer my concern, for I felt I had done all I could that I resolved to bid them farewell before departing. So on the eve of my move, I mustered the courage to approach their earthen dwelling, knocking on the door. Di Fu, are you home? No response. The wooden window for selling goods remained tightly shut, that I hesitated at the door for half a minute before pushing it open and stepping inside. The interior was shrouded in darkness, the shelves of snacks and instant noodles covered in a layer of dust. Di Fu? I called again, but still no answer, that a faint, hissing sound seemed to emanate from the rear room. Standing at the threshold, I wrestled internally for another half-minute before steeling myself to enter. The air inside was stifling, suffused with the pungent odor of urine and feces that Di Fu's mother sat propped against the bed, swathed in a thick blanket with only her head exposed. The blanket was tightly bound around her, as if she were entangled in a web. Her golden eyes bore into me, and I was certain they were indeed golden. For the Skara had transformed into a mottled, dark golden hue, while her pupils were mere black orbs. She emitted a hissing breath, her gaze unblinking, that a primal fear seized me. My fingers trembled, and an icy chill coursed down my spine. Had she not been wrapped in blankets, I would have undoubtedly fled. Di Fu? I called as I circled the bed, heading toward the back door, desperately avoiding looking at Di Fu's mother. I was acutely aware that she was watching me. The coldness behind me palpable. Di Fu was not in the room, and for some inexplicable reason, I felt a sense of relief wash over me that I thought to myself, I must leave quickly, distancing myself from this mother and son. Severing all ties that I reached for the doorknob when suddenly, Di Fu's mother emitted a guttural sound, nearly causing me to collapse that I spun around in panic. She remained on the bed, still fixated on me, mumbling incoherently, her mouth devoid of teeth, leaving only decayed gums, saliva dripping from the corners of her mouth. That I have returned the money for the cigarettes to Di Fu, I stammered. She seemed not to hear me. Continuing her muffled murmurs, attempting to free her head from the blankets, that I found her pitiable yet comical, wondering how I could be frightened by an elderly woman unable to care for herself. But as I stared, an unsettling realization dawned on me. How was she still facing me? When I entered the room, she had faced me directly, and as I circled the bed, she continued to do so. Her body was clearly immobile, tightly bound by the blankets, which meant a cold sweat broke out as I gazed at her head enveloped in the blankets that meant she had turned her head 180 degrees. Leaning against the doorframe, I struggled to support my trembling legs, my shaking hand frantically groping for the doorknob. Upon noticing my movements, Di Fu's mother twisted her head even more, successfully pulling her neck free from the blankets. The wrinkled skin of her throat quivered, sliding against the fabric, resembling the withered bark of an ancient tree. That description fell short. Her skin had cracked into finer, smaller, uniformly arranged circles, resembling scales, what had her body transformed into underneath. She persistently extended her neck from the blankets, raising her head higher and higher, that I burst through the back door, tumbling and scrambling away from the house that I ran for dozens of meters before collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Looking up, I found Di Fu standing there, holding a bucket of water, staring at me in bewilderment. Teacher Jiang, how could you just enter someone's home? He murmured. Di Fu, your mother. How could you just enter someone's home? he repeated, his expression devoid of emotion as he bypassed me and re-entered the house that I moved away from the school, taking residence at the village government offices, never to return. The school became a desolate wasteland. Avoided even by birds and beasts, occasionally passing by, I would see Defu, hunched over, gathering firewood. As summer faded and autumn deepened, I ventured to the provincial capital to apply for funds, intending to construct a new school for the village. For remaining cramped within the government building was not a sustainable solution that I also purchased a batch of rat poison to take home, as the rodent problem in the village is quite severe. If left untreated for a year, they scurry about freely that I distributed the poison to several families that were particularly troubled by the infestation. Just as I was about to return to my house, I suddenly spotted a figure in the distance. It was Defu, hiding beneath the fence by the roadside, seemingly too afraid to approach, yet unwilling to leave. After contemplating for a moment, I walked over to him. Defu appeared emaciated, his cheeks hollowed out, and his back hunched like an old man, that he had once been a robust man, standing at 6 feet tall, but at that moment, he seemed as if a mere gust of wind could whisk him away. Defu, is there something you need? I inquired that he managed a dry smile. I heard you bought rat poison, Teacher Jiang. Ditto, you must have rats over there too. I'll get you a couple of packets, I replied. Turning to head back, I took a few steps. A sudden tremor coursed through my calves, prompting me to halt. That I turned back to Defu, who was staring blankly at the ground, his eyes darting back and forth. Too frightened to lift his gaze, that I returned to my room, fixating on the rat poison, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, I picked up 2 packets and stepped outside to hand them to Defu. He clutched the poison in his palm, still unable to raise his head. How do I use this? A sudden flutter of my eyelid caught my attention, and I snapped back. How the hell would I know? Can't you read the instructions? Defu remained rooted to the spot, examining the packaging repeatedly. That I rubbed my twitching eyelid and leaned in closer. Mix it with the food, I heard myself murmur softly. And he turned and hurriedly walked away. That a few days later, Defu's mother passed away. This time, it was for real. She lay in a coffin, swathed in heavy burial garments, her face obscured by darkness. Defu was in the mourning hall, prostrating himself, wailing in agony, overwhelmed by grief. Those who witnessed him could not help but feel a sense of sorrow. That I stood at a distance, hesitant to approach. That I feared making eye contact with him. It was her time to go. Old Zhao sighed beside me. I asked, there any reason for the elderly to live forever, right, Teacher Jiang? As he spoke, he cast a deep glance at Defu. Someone has to make way for the young ones to live. However, Defu's life did not return to normal after his mother's death, but he continued to dwell in that earthen house, wandering the village like a specter, instead of reverting to his former cheerful and earnest self. He grew increasingly sinister, peculiar, and taciturn. That I encountered him on the road a few times, noticing that his back was more hunched each time, his frame resembling that of an elderly man. On one occasion, I even mistook his silhouette for that of his deceased mother, nearly collapsing from fright. The villagers began to avoid him like a plague, and unsettling rumors circulated throughout the village, most concerning Defu's mother's death and his strange transformation. One day, I encountered him again on the road and quickly averted my gaze, intending to change my path, but he grasped my arm, pulling me back. His head was now lower than mine, and his face, emaciated to the point of being merely skin stretched over bones, had only his eyes gleaming unnaturally. Teacher Jiang, have you dreamed of my mother? He asked, sending a shiver down my spine. That I eruptedly Defu. What nonsense are you spouting? Why would I dream of your mother? I haven't done anything wrong. What do I have to do with you two? He did not counter my words but continued to stare at me, saying, I keep dreaming of my mother every day. She is covered in blood, trying to crawl into my mouth. She is inside me. Teacher Jiang, she must not be dead. I must have given her too little. I broke free from his grip and fled without looking back. Animals in the village began to mysteriously vanish. First, it was the rats. Initially, we thought the poison was effective, but old Zhao argued otherwise. Dead rats should leave behind carcasses. After searching extensively, he returned with some sticky clumps of fur. What is this? I asked. Not from the poison. These are remnants of what snakes have eaten. Snakes regurgitate undigested remains, like feathers and fur, he explained, sending a chill down my spine as I recalled the few chicken feathers in the feed pile. Before long, chickens began to disappear as well. One household lost a bird today, another the next day, forcing families to keep a vigilant watch over their coops. Soon, the missing animals escalated to lambs and cats and dogs. Terrifying rumors spread through the village. Some parents retrieved their children from school and locked them indoors. And I couldn't stop them, as lambs and pets resembled small children in size. This cannot continue, Old Zhao urged. Whatever it is, we must find a way to capture it, perhaps set a trap. I cautioned, nothing too lethal. Old Zhao turned to me, his gaze bewildered. Within days, a trap indeed ensnared something. When we arrived at the sheep pen, we found Defu curled up within the net, his belly swollen. Struggling in a frenzy, he muttered incoherently, but his voice bore no semblance to human speech, resembling the murmurs of his mother. Noticing my lack of response, Defu shifted backward, adopting a grotesque posture within the net, and opened his mouth wide. The gaping maw exceeded the limits of human anatomy, contorting his facial features grotesquely. Inside his mouth, the upper and lower jaws, gums, and tongue had become entirely dislocated, resembling a grotesque bloom of flesh. Its petals writhing, his distended belly pushed upwards, forcing a bulge at his throat, where a grotesque shape began to emerge. From the writhing depths, a bloodied, twitching cat-ass head was expelled. When snakes encounter danger, they regurgitate their prey to lighten their load and escape. That a phrase I had read long ago resurfaced in my mind. Chapter 18. Shedding Skin, Part 6. Defu was confined. His legs were bound with a rope meant for cattle, and he was locked in an empty classroom that had once been used for teaching. The windows were tightly sealed, draped in dark curtains, and we could only hear his continuous shrieks and howls from within. What should we do? Old Zhao asked, his expression filled with trepidation. Should we call a doctor or the police? My eyelid twitched violently as I replied, No, this is not a matter for a doctor or the police. Then what do we do? He pressed. Let us hire a Taoist priest, perhaps one from Maoshan. They're quite adept. Upon hearing this, Old Zhao regarded me with astonishment that I was acutely aware of his disbelief. I, an educated intellectual, would resort to such superstitious measures that I was uncertain if he realized my true fear. Fear of the police arriving, that I feared that Li Defu's now voiceless mouth would expose the truth about his mother's death and the poison. The Taoist priest arrived, donned in a yellow robe with a black headscarf, holding a peachwood sword and a divination mirror. Exuding an air of mystique, he lifted the dark curtain to glance inside, then requested to see the cat that Defu had regurgitated. Squinting, he stroked his beard, muttering to himself before declaring, This entity has come from the southeast, a serpent spirit of substantial power. It escaped to the mountains, and thus avoided calamity. This being is perilous and unpredictable. If not exorcised promptly, it may seize the man's soul and claim his body. That he set up a ritual altar, plastering talismans around the classroom, and began to burn incense and perform rites. The ceremony continued late into the night, until a thunderous clap echoed across the sky, and torrential rain extinguished the flames and candles. That blood-red lightning rolled within the accumulated clouds, bursting forth, etching eerie crimson patterns across the night sky. The Taoist priest brandished his peachwood sword, kicked open the classroom door, and entered. Old Zhao and I trembled in the howling wind and rain for several minutes, until we heard the priest's powerful shout from within the darkness, followed by screams and Defu's piercing wails. Ignoring Old Zhao's attempts to restrain me, I dashed into the classroom. The priest lay on the ground, bloodied and battered. That a humanoid creature crouched at the intersection of darkness and light, writhing in torment. Its body was ensconced in a milky, translucent membrane, resembling a sack of hemp. I stood frozen for several seconds, only to realize that its struggles were an attempt to break free from that layer. Summoning my courage, I cautiously approached the creature and crouched down. Defu? Li Defu? A bolt of lightning illuminated the night, briefly dispelling the darkness within the room, revealing a peculiar creature filling the space. They possessed enormous, flat heads, with golden eyes positioned on either side, their elongated, smooth bodies cloaked in gray-green scales. I collapsed to the ground, and beside me, Defu leapt up, tackling me down. He too bore a massive, flat head, golden eyes with slit pupils, and even through the membrane, I could see the freshly sprouted green scales covering his sleek body. He opened his jaws to the utmost limit, but the membrane covering his head prevented him from using his sharp teeth and venomous fangs to harm me. Just then, from deep within his gaping throat, a decayed human face surged forth. The face collided with the membrane, shrieking while clawing at it, drawing closer to me. The visage was one I had encountered countless times in my deepest nightmares. Defu's mother. I let out a piercing scream. No, no, it's not me. As I cried out, I lost consciousness. When I awoke in a daze, I found myself lying unscathed on the ground, that Li Defu knelt beside me. A pale, thin membrane lying at his feet. He remained unclothed. Yet in my blurred vision, he seemed to possess a human form. With utmost reverence, he bowed 3 times towards the darkness at the back of the classroom, murmuring, "The child is unworthy. The child is unworthy. The child wishes to live. The child wishes to live." Maintaining his posture, he began to sob intermittently, that I turned my gaze towards the depths of the classroom, where the darkness was slowly receding. Dawn was breaking, and sunlight streamed in from the southeast. When I regained consciousness once more, I found myself in a hospital. Lao Zhao came to visit, and I hurriedly inquired about Defu and the Taoist priest. Lao Zhao reassured me that both were not seriously injured. One had merely sustained superficial wounds, while the other was suffering from emotional distress due to the loss of his mother, which had led to his bizarre behavior. After taking medication a few times, he was gradually stabilizing. I could hardly believe it. Emotional distress? I felt both relieved and somewhat apprehensive at the doctor's attribution of everything to psychological issues. Relieved that the matter concerning pesticides would likely not come to light. Yet concerned about the bizarre incident of Defu vomiting a dead cat. Something we had all witnessed that could hardly be explained by mere psychological issues the doctor mentioned that it was merely a form of pica, a rare condition of eating non-food items. Although exceedingly uncommon, there have been other cases that it seems Defu and his mother are afflicted by this strange ailment. Pica? I shook my head in bemusement. But what about the layer of skin he shed? Lao Zhao, looking puzzled, asked, "What skin?" I replied, "That layer of snake skin. When I rushed into the classroom, I only saw the 3 of you lying on the ground. I didn't see any skin." "Didn't see any skin?" I was momentarily struck dumb. "Teacher Jiang, you of all people, a scholar, how could you be ensnared by those superstitious rumors circulating in the village? It seems you too must have seen some hallucination." I was left speechless. Could it be that everything was indeed merely a figment of my fear and guilt? I could not ascertain that Defu's health improved rapidly under the hospital's care, and by the time he was discharged, his back was no longer hunched and color had returned to his face. His family brought firewood and fish to apologize for the repercussions of his strange behavior. The villagers, who had previously whispered amongst themselves, were silenced by his sincere demeanor. One day, I encountered him on the road, and he immediately broke into a smile, greeting me boisterously that I hesitated for half a second before responding with a smile of my own. The loan application for the new school campus was denied, so I had no choice but to move the students back to the old school. Defu continued to sell snacks at the convenience store, his face always adorned with a cheerful smile. The following spring, I noticed Widow Zhang carrying a bag as she moved back into her adobe house that I said to Defu, "It's high time to repair the house." He chuckled, scratching his head. "Let us wait a bit longer. According to tradition, I need to observe a 3-year mourning period for my mother." "Haven't you dreamed of your mother?" I inquired tentatively. "Of course. I dream of her every day. She blesses me, as." He handed me a cigarette. He added, "Now I live with her life alongside my own. Teacher Jiang, my life is now worth 2. Upon hearing this, I stood in stunned silence for a long while before giving his shoulder a firm pat. Good, Defu, well said. Let us live well. There is still a long way to go, a long way to go." Indeed, he smiled innocently, handing me the cigarette that I offered him 10 yuan, which he tucked into the drawer. After waiting several seconds without receiving change, I prompted, "Defu?" "No need for change, Teacher Jiang," he replied, his head bowed as he counted the money. He slowly raised his head, his eyes glinting with a faint golden hue, the pupils briefly narrowing into 2 slits. "Aren't you still 5 yuan short for the cigarettes?" Chapter 19. Capturing a Bride, Part 1. Many years ago, I filmed a documentary in Misty Village every July. The tradition of capturing brides flourished. Upon reaching the age of 18, young women could be taken away by the families of men as brides. Each year, mothers would repeatedly admonish their daughters to remain hidden. Little Dai's mother had been taken in such a manner, and her sister was also abducted. That year, she assured me with a smile that she would never be taken away. Yet what resonated in my memory was her desperate cry that day, "Sister, save me!" Her parents stood by, watching silently. 13 years later, I finally resolved to return to that fog-laden village. Misty Village lies in the southwestern part of Wai Province, several thousand kilometers from my city. Nestled deep within the mountains, it is perpetually shrouded in mist. From a distance, it resembles a peach blossom land atop a celestial mountain. But upon closer inspection, it is merely enveloped in layers of fog, a distinctive trait of Misty Village. I contacted a local resident to reach the village chief, who, as fate would have it, was still the same man from 13 years ago. His dark complexion bore deeper wrinkles, and his slender frame hunched as if burdened by some weight. When he listened to conversation, his expression was apathetic, as if he could not comprehend, yet his sharp gaze scrutinized me. His son, lurking behind him, exuded an unbearable gaze, a dark face wearing an unabashed look of lust. As if I were a lamb awaiting slaughter. Upon hearing my intentions, the village chief turned with a scowl and walked away. Despite the intermediary's attempts to reason with him, the chief waved his hand dismissively. The tradition of capturing brides had long since vanished from the village, and outsiders were not welcomed. That it appeared the chief did not recognize me. After all, it had been 13 years ago. I had just graduated, naively plunging into this mountain hollow, eager to create something that would validate my existence. Alas, everything had unraveled. The village had changed, and so had I. Even if I could not complete this interview, I still yearned to uncover Little Dai's whereabouts. However, the chief did not wait for us to speak before departing. His son trailed behind, glancing back at me repeatedly, his gaze fixed like a hyena eyeing its prey. Licking his lips, I smiled at him. That evening, the intermediary informed me that the village chief had consented, but I could enter the village only alone. He pocketed my money and, in a parting gesture of goodwill, warned me that as a solitary woman, it would be best not to go. It was July, the very season when Misty Village engaged in its annual bride-capturing festivities. Young women who had reached 18 could be abducted into marriage. Little Dai's mother had been taken in such a way, and her sister, too. That year, she had confidently smiled at me, assuring me she would not be captured. In Misty Village, the burden of agricultural labor fell primarily on women. When I inquired about her greatest wish, I expected to hear something about avoiding work or being able to rest. Instead, she smiled at me while pounding rice, saying, "I want to take my mother and sister to the city to see the outside world." She wished to work quickly and earn a great deal of money. In the darkness, I lay awake, Little Dai's alternating cries and laughter replaying in my mind, gradually morphing into a blurry and eerie visage. To enter the village, one must navigate a treacherous mountain path. This route is shrouded in mist, winding through the mountains. It requires a familiar guide at the forefront. Any misstep could lead to a bottomless abyss. The village chief laughed heartily. "This is our village's path to heaven. For outsiders, it's harder than ascending to the heavens." He took great pride in it, while I felt a chill run down my spine. After all these years, this road remained unmaintained. I glanced towards the entrance. It felt as though something was missing. The chief arranged for me to stay at his home. The festive atmosphere of bride capturing had already permeated the village. A few young girls played games in the fields, encircling one girl while others tugged and pulled, laughing and jostling to carry her off as a bride. I was engulfed in memories. That year, Little Dai had played in the same manner with her companions. Before long, her laughter transformed into profound terror. Several older adults, both men and women, surrounded her, forcibly trying to take her home. Her parents stood by, watching quietly. Little Dai searched desperately, finally turning to me, her voice breaking with despair. "Sister, save me! Help me!" Her mother's eyes brimmed with tears as she watched Little Dai being dragged away, her hands nearly twisting together in anguish. Her father, having just finished toasting with the in-laws, drunkenly shouted at me, "This is our family matter. Outsiders have no business here." As a documentarian, I knew I could not interfere in Little Dai's life. I told myself this, time and again. Despite the fact that Xiao Dai had only just come of age and was utterly unwilling, it was the village chief's family who abducted her. The chief's son had taken a fancy to Xiao Dai and lured her away on the night of her capture. Subsequently, his family bound her and brought her back home. However, upon my arrival at the chief's residence, I found no trace of Xiao Dai. When I inquired about her, the chief's eyes suddenly fixed upon me, his gaze heavy with scrutiny and hostility, instilling a sense of dread within me. After what felt like an eternity, he stiffly replied, "Xiao Dai is dead." That I stood there, frozen, struggling to ask, "What do you mean dead?" The chief's murky eyes slowly turned away, and he recounted how Xiao Dai had succumbed during childbirth due to complications that I could hardly believe. I probed further, villagers, aware of my status as an outsider, particularly upon learning I was there to conduct interviews, exchanged peculiar glances. Upon hearing Xiaodia's name, they fell silent, cautioning the curious children nearby to refrain from speaking out of turn. Undeterred, I pressed on. How did Xiao Dai truly die? It cannot be, as the chief claims. I continued my inquiries. I unknowingly found myself near Xiaodia's home, which had long since changed ownership. A young girl answered the door, her skin dark like most in the village, yet her eyes shone with a vibrant spark. She introduced herself as Asai, revealing that her grandmother, Huapa, had been acquainted with Xiaodia's parents. Xiaodia's father, a heavy drinker, had suffered a stroke at a young age, while her mother, stricken by the loss of her two married daughters and burdened by years of toil, fell ill and passed away several years prior. I fell silent for a long while. What about Xiaodia's sister? I asked. I recalled that girl, Xiao Kuei, who was bright and studious. She was the only girl from this village to have entered university in many years. Yet, despite all precautions, she too was captured as a bride in July following the end of her college entrance examinations. These were tales Xiao Dai had shared with me by the time I arrived. A year had already passed since her abduction. Xiao Kuei had fought fiercely to continue her studies, but life at her husband's home was unbearable. On multiple occasions when she returned to visit Xiao Dai, her face bore the marks of abuse. I remembered her eyes, dark and bright, and when she smiled, it was like a clear spring. Knowing I was filming a documentary, she often spoke to me about movies. Having nurtured an interest in the field since childhood, yearning to study it occasionally, her excitement would cause her to inadvertently reopen her facial wounds, yet she would swiftly compose herself, resembling a flourishing sunflower. Her sister attempted to escape with Xiao Dai, but they were unsuccessful. A sigh softly disclosed that a buzzing filled my ears, and suddenly my vision blurred. The two sisters had plotted their escape under the cover of darkness. Fully aware of the perils that lay on the treacherous path to freedom, on my way back, a thought struck me. 13 years ago, when I first visited, there was a gatekeeper at the village entrance, a role assumed by an elder from the community. Reflecting on that time, I realized that the gatekeeper was likely Asai's grandmother, Huapa. Did Xiao Dai and her sister truly fail to escape because they fell from a cliff? Upon learning this news, I found myself disheartened, unable to focus on my interviews. My intended subjects were no longer alive, and I could not articulate my emotions. If only I had been there when she cried out for help. Could I have intervened? Would that flower of youth have escaped the fog-laden village, found a job to support herself, and taken her sister and mother to explore a broader world? A heavy burden of guilt threatened to crush me. What was more terrifying was the persistent illusion that I could still see Xiao Dai frolicking in the fields with her friends. They laughed and played, but as she was bound, her smile gradually faded. They looked at me, then turned in unison. "Sister, why didn't you save me?" That night, I approached the village chief to express my desire to end the interviews. However, this time, the chief refused. He stated that the bride abduction ceremony had commenced, and no one was allowed to enter or leave the village during this period. His eyes seemed to penetrate my fears, and a gentle smile spread across his face, reassuring me that we could discuss it the following day after the evening's festivities. As the mountain paths were treacherous at night, the chief's son began to leer at me shamelessly, his greedy eyes roving over my pale complexion. Unable to endure it any longer, I admonished him to cease his gaze. The chief laughed heartily, praising my fair skin, claiming that the village girls were generally darker, and thus his son found me to be a rarity. His son joined in the laughter, his lascivious eyes fixated on me, as if something grotesque had burst forth from a human facade, oozing putrid blood. Finally, night fell, and nearly the entire village congregated, drinking merrily. Men and women alike, though predominantly men. They drank to excess, as if anticipating some grand festivity. The chief offered me a cup of alcohol, explaining that according to village custom, everyone must partake. Once inebriated, they could proceed with the bride abduction. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, I accepted the cup and forced myself to drink. my neck stiff as I swallowed the contents. The alcohol was not particularly potent at first, but I sensed it would have a lingering effect that I sought an opportunity to leave, but the festive atmosphere was abruptly shattered when several men rushed over to the chief, murmuring something in their dialect that I could not comprehend. However, upon hearing it, the chief's expression darkened, and the laughter of the crowd froze. The men frowned, while the women remained silent. Without hesitation, the chief led the men outside. That night, I returned to my room and locked the door. Ever since learning of Xiaodia's tragic fate, I had been in a daze. The fluorescent light above flickered ominously, and the silence of the mountain night was unnerving. I dared not turn off the light. Suddenly, the lamp extinguished and I curled up in bed, my gaze fixed on the door. The footsteps outside were slow and deliberate, echoing with a rhythmic thud against the floor. A faint light from outside illuminated a pair of feet blocking the door's threshold that in the next moment, the door was pushed open. Realizing I had locked it, the person outside lingered, refusing to leave. I recognized the voice cursing. It was the chief's son. With the chief having stepped out, there were only two of us left in this place. Knowing it was a man outside, I could not discern whether I felt anxious or relieved. My gaze remained glued to the sliver of light beneath the door, acutely aware of the shadow cast by the figure outside. This eerie stillness persisted for what felt like an eternity. And slowly, my vision began to double. The effects of the alcohol began to take hold, and in a state of haze, I thought I glimpsed a red figure. Was there someone else in the room? Before I could process this, I fell into a deep slumber. The next day, the chief returned. From the villagers, I learned that during the bride abduction ceremony the night before, one bride had managed to escape. None other than Asai, Huapa's granddaughter. When Asai was taken by her prospective in-laws, she had claimed she needed to change into her wedding attire. Seizing the moment, she fled through the back door that a group of men alerted the chief and ventured toward the perilous mountain path behind the village in search of her. After searching all night, they found nothing. It was widely believed that Asai was likely lost to them. The chief consoled the men from the other family, yet his expression bore little sorrow. Asai had no parents and no kin in the village. With the bride missing, there was no one to hold him accountable. Faced with the men's dissatisfaction, the chief grew impatient. A girl is lost. So be it if she chose to run away. Who can be blamed? However, the situation did not end there. Soon, the chief discovered that his son was also missing. That night, only the chief's son and I remained in the chief's house. That I informed him that I had locked my door securely while sleeping and had no knowledge of his son's whereabouts. I recounted the strange occurrences from the previous night, that I harbored suspicions that something unusual was afoot within the chief's household. For a fleeting moment, his expression turned frantic, and he harshly silenced me, his eyes flashing with rage, as if he were gazing through me at something unseen, sending chills down my spine. This time, he dispatched search parties throughout the village, yet once again, they found nothing. The calmness from earlier in the day, when they had failed to locate Asai, began to unravel. Those around the chief urged him to maintain composure, but he began to shout frantically. Strangely, the chief discovered his son curled up inside my wardrobe. Seemingly unconscious in an unsettling twist, he was draped with a red veil. Upon awakening to find his father shouting in terror, he seemed to have encountered something horrifically alarming. The chief's fierce gaze pierced through me. "Did you do this?" I too was taken aback, recalling the red figure I thought I had seen before succumbing to sleep. While I do not believe in the supernatural, since arriving in Wu village, an unsettling sense of unease had lingered within me. As if something awaited my arrival, that I asked the chief questioned my involvement. I suggested contacting the authorities. To my surprise, the chief's expression shifted dramatically, and he vehemently refused, appearing deeply averse to the idea of police intervention. Why? The village chief did not mention the matter again, yet an unsettling feeling lingered within me. That very night, his son encountered a grave incident. He erupted into a blood-curdling scream from his room, startling the chief. The young man cowered in the corner, his gaze fixed on the window, his face pale and horrified. Despite the chief's persistent inquiries, the son trembled, unable to utter a single word, in a fit of frustration and urgency. The chief struck him across the face. Gradually, the young man regained some clarity, clutching his father's pant leg and wailing, "Father, I saw Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai has returned. Father, you must save me." The chief was taken aback. A fleeting shadow of fear crossing his darkened visage, and he slapped his son once more, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting?" My scalp prickled. Could it be that what he saw was indeed that crimson figure? Was it truly Xiao Dai? Chapter 21. The Bride Capture, Part 3. Yet a sense of discord lingered within me. That figure did not resemble a mere child. Observing his son, now driven to madness by fear. The chief scolded him, but could not suppress his growing unease that in remote villages, tales of spirits and ghosts proliferate, and the demons that haunted his heart were beyond comprehension. That night, the chief sought out a shaman named Uncle Huang. Having spent his life in this line of work, Uncle Huang's expression grew grave upon glancing at the chief's son. They conversed in dialect, and the chief began to sweat profusely. Perhaps the restless spirit of Xiao Dai had truly come to their doorstep. The chief divulged nothing to me, unaware that I had already learned the truth of Xiao Dai's demise from Akai. That night, he sent his son, accompanied by incense and the ominous red veil, to the back mountain. The chief, filled with apprehension, wished to accompany him, but Uncle Huang restrained him, asserting that this matter was instigated by his son, and that the presence of others might only provoke the vengeful spirit. However, as the night wore on, his son did not return until dawn. The chief, unable to remain still, wandered through the dense morning fog that enveloped the layered mountains like the sleeves of a celestial maiden. Yet upon parting the mist, one would encounter the stench of rotting flesh. The chief called out his son's name along the winding mountain path, his frail, stooped body swallowed and spat out by the fog. Layer upon layer of flesh and blood swirling around him, his silhouette growing increasingly frail and aged. Finally, as he gazed ahead, his strength sapped, his knees buckled. Before him, a bride in red appeared, flickering in and out of sight. The bride seemed to glide above the ground, as if walking upon the fog, and no one dared to approach. Uncle Huang, gathering his courage, took a few steps forward, only to be struck with terror. The bride swayed unsteadily. It was not a graceful apparition, but rather a coarse rope hanging from a tree branch. As the wind blew, the mist dissipated, unveiling the pale visage of the chief's son beneath the veil. A heart-wrenching wail erupted from the chief behind me, that he believed that I, as an outsider, was the harbinger of misfortune, drawing forth the vengeful spirit and endangering his son, that I regarded the chief's eyes, filled with venomous hatred, and coldly retorted, "Chief, you have stated that it is a vengeful spirit, that if so, surely the grievance has an origin, and debts have their rightful owners." That his agitation intensified. I proposed once more to alert the authorities to clear my name. Yet the others were evidently more agitated than he, blocking my path. Why were they so terrified of calling for help? Uncle Huang, having witnessed the tragic demise of the chief's son, wore a particularly grim expression. Although the cause of death was asphyxiation, there were numerous bruises and scratches on his body, as if he had been pursued and had fled for his life. The crowd looked horrified. Uncle Huang addressed the chief, saying, "What the girl said holds truth. Grievances have their origins. This source may be problematic. Are you certain this deceased is your daughter-in-law?" The chief's eyes flickered. Finally, he sighed deeply. "There is another. I inherently knew whom he referred to." My gaze growing colder as the candle flames extinguished. One calamity after another had befallen the village, and the bride capture was forced to cease. That night, the chief approached me, his previously furious demeanor replaced with an unexpected willingness to converse. Although his son's fate was not my doing, the events had unfolded since my arrival. According to village customs, I was to accompany him to the back mountain at night to pay homage and seek forgiveness. Appeasing the mountain spirits, what sort of custom was this? I cast a glance at Uncle Huang beside me, understanding their ulterior motives. Yet, I was already ensnared in their web, with no option to decline. In the dead of night, the chief and I ascended the mountain, that he walked ahead of me, the mist still thick, and the chilling winds howled, that a sudden gust swept over my neck, causing me to shiver. The chief chuckled coldly. "You girls are truly fearless, coming here one after another, that if you intend to accompany that wretched Xiao Dai, then go down and die with her." However, unbeknownst to me, the shadows behind had long vanished. A chill crept down the spine of the man. As the path grew deeper and the fog denser, retreat was no longer an option. I clutched Xiao Dai's hand tightly, my steps unyielding, that I could hear the labored breathing of the two behind me, growing increasingly heavy. Where could we find respite? The fog enveloped us entirely, that if we could thwart the chief's family's wedding today, What of tomorrow? If we could not escape this place, the fate of all the girls would be the same. I was acutely aware of this, that we were all anxious. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed, followed by a cry of pain. Through the mist, I heard her pained moan. Xiao Dai, you all must hurry and leave. Do not mind me that I remained silent, and Xiao Dai and I worked together to help the fallen figure. Thus, 3 slowly moving silhouettes gradually emerged along the mountain path, only to be consumed by the fog once more. Having lived nearly 70 years, one would expect an elder's perception of danger to be sharper than that of youth. Yet he was blinded by hatred that it is just a young girl, he thought. But now, the dread and fear gnawed at him like maggots, creeping from his heels to envelop his entire being. He had erred. No. He wished to flee, but a sharp pain struck the back of his head. Something heavy had fallen upon him. Upon awakening once more, he felt a suffocating weight upon his face, something covering him. Someone lifted the red veil from his head. The elder nearly suffered a heart attack. He was clad in the bride's resplendent red wedding gown, his hands and feet bound, that I gazed at the terrified elder, whose throat emitted raspy gasps and motioned for silence. Chief, do not be afraid. Who are you? I ceased my silence, my tone hauntingly soft. Do you not remember me, Chief? 13 years ago, you were the one who pushed me down from here, that I in the night's shadows, my face danced between light and dark, appearing eerily spectral. Gazing at the chief's expression of sheer terror, I smiled coldly. When one's heart is guilty, everything appears as a ghost. It has been 13 years, and you truly do not recall who I am? I would never forget that night. That night, when a sister, only a few years my senior, had inadvertently twisted her ankle, our pace slowed. The chief and his son quickly caught up, along with my abusive husband. I knew well that if I were caught and dragged back, I would surely be killed. Yet, I still held no regrets about my escape. Xiao Dai's life was just beginning, while these men were already eager to feast upon her. The sister filming intervened, blocking the chief's son from abducting Xiao Dai. The intoxicated man leered, asking, "Can I kidnap you?" Haha, is that all right? We were not the only ones ensnared in the fog. She resolved to lead us to safety. Yet ultimately, they caught up with us. The furious roar of the man clung to us like a devil's shadow. My heart raced. The 3 of us, it seemed, could not traverse this narrow mountain path meant for but one. The sister emerged from the darkness, limping, revealing her delicate and fair visage. She handed me the interview material she had brought. Xiao Ke, you take Xiao Dai and go ahead. No. I refused to take it. But she forcefully shoved it into my hands. Her voice trembled. If we do not leave now, none of us will escape. I am an outsider. The villagers will not dare lay a hand on me. I believed her, and thus began my lifelong nightmare. Chapter 22. The Bride Capture, Part 4. I had barely pulled Xiao Dai a short distance away when a cry erupted behind us. What you are doing is illegal. I have already called the police. When they arrive, I will expose all the interview content. She was bluffing, thinking that the beast would be deterred. Yet fear was overshadowed by rage. And the chief's son forcefully shoved her aside. Sister! Xiao Dai attempted to rush forward, but I quickly restrained her. Tears streamed uncontrollably down my face, yet my mind remained eerily calm, as if another neural system had taken over. I tugged at Xiao Dai, disregarding everything, and ran forward, pleading for divine intervention. But none came. That a sudden pull from behind nearly sent me tumbling off the cliff. Looking back, I saw the chief's son had somehow pursued us. Viciously gripping Xiao Dai's hair, she screamed in pain, and I instinctively loosened my grip, allowing that beast to drag her away. Xiao Dai cried out, "Sister, run. Don't worry about me." The chief's son, seeing me approach, grinned maliciously, threatening to push Xiao Dai off the mountain. "You filthy wench, why not die together?" No, he had just killed someone. I dared not draw near. Damn it, once I catch you, I will make you regret it. Upon hearing the voice of the abusive husband from behind, I tasted the metallic tang of blood in my mouth. Fear rendered my legs almost immobile, that I slapped myself sharply, resolutely turning away. That I'm sorry. Mitsai, wait, sister. You must wait for me to rescue you. The abusive man drew ever closer, and I could feel the heavy footsteps and his labored breathing behind me. The metallic taste in my throat intensified. All of this was because of him. He needed a bride, and despite my hard-won admission to university, I was forced to abandon my cherished dreams and academic pursuits that I gradually came to a halt, my mind teetering on the brink of calmness and madness. The man behind me, believing I had given up, wore a triumphant and piercing grin, hurling insults and threats my way. His body, propelled by inertia, drew closer that I suddenly turned and extended my hand. His terrified scream, drowned by curses and blows, faded into the mist. Everything fell silent. Numb, I ran forward, unsure how long I had been fleeing, until I finally reached the village's entrance. Where there was always a guard, there sat Granny Hua. Having lost my incredibly kind sister and younger sister Mitsai, I felt something within me begin to break free, spiraling out of control. That I quietly approached Granny Hua, who did not stop me. In her long numbed eyes, I even detected a flicker of envy. She did not look at me, but instead urged, "Run." Quickly, it was unclear to whom she was speaking amidst the endless fog. After that night, I survived. Xiaokuei perished. The next day, I reported to the police, who informed me that they had found no trace of the woman filming the documentary or of Mitsai. They questioned the villagers, who merely claimed to have seen them head towards the back mountain and then vanish. That my emotions spiraled out of control as I clutched the officer's shirt, shouting, "They are lying! Lying! I saw them push someone off the mountain with my own eyes. And my sister, she must have been harmed by them as well." Ultimately, I collapsed from fear and dehydration and was taken to the hospital. Upon waking, the police reiterated that there was indeed no sign of the two individuals, and they could only be classified as missing. Even if they were found at the cliff's edge, my testimony alone without other solid evidence could not secure a conviction. Later, the police informed me that they had discovered my sister's corpse. But Mitsai remained elusive. "Where have you hidden Mitsai?" I asked him in my dialect. The village chief stared at me, his eyes trembling as he finally recognized who I was. You're the girl who escaped?" He spat contemptuously. That little wretch, that I had intended to spare her, yet she returned only to hang herself at home. How unfortunate. We dug a hole for her right away. He then laughed maliciously. "If you let me go, I will tell you." Without hesitation, I untied his hands and feet. That a fleeting look of malice crossed his face as a cold blade pressed against his throat. That I took the knife from his hands and tapped the now rigid old man. "Did you think I was alone?" From the mist emerged several red figures, clad in bridal attire, all once captured brides. The village chief crumpled to the ground, and then in a fit of madness, he cackled, "You want to find your sister's body, right? Let me tell you, they're everywhere. Go ahead, search." I stared at him, trying to comprehend the meaning behind his words. Everywhere. I slowly closed my eyes, a chill running down my spine. I tightened my grip on the knife and rebound his hands. "Do you know how your son died?" In his terrified and enraged gaze, I smirked, looking down at him as if he were already dead. "Did you not enjoy capturing brides? Did you never consider that you too might one day become a bride, subject to slaughter?" I stepped back, and the red figures silently approached. Some were empty-handed, some wielded brooms, while others brandished cleavers, axes, and hoes. You see, they were never merely victims, nor were they lambs awaiting slaughter. The village chief stumbled backward, but in this dense fog, where could there be an escape? At least not for the brides. His screams were short-lived, quickly swallowed by the mist that I repeated a year, gaining admission to my desired major. Yet, throughout these years, I had ceased to live for myself, that I lived for the sister who saved us from despair. For my sister Mitsai. For 13 years, I had rooted myself in the damp, dark depths, hatred fueling my energy. Long past the blooming of sunlit flowers that a month ago, I returned to the foggy village, setting everything in order. In my memories, Asai was still a child, her eyes reminiscent of mine from the past. This year, she too was accepted into university, yearning to escape or find destruction. To my surprise, the village chief had told them that Mitsai and I had both fallen to our deaths while trying to escape. Thus, for over a decade, no one dared to flee again. That on the night Asai went missing, I hid her beneath the bed. The first target was the village chief's son. After all these years, he had become a spineless coward. Once fierce during bride captures, but now trembling in fear when surrounded by a group of brides that I knew the village chief would not dare to report to the authorities. He had committed too many sins and did not believe in justice or the law's protection. Those who reveled in capturing brides never considered that they too might one day be hunted down by brides. "Sister Mitsai, I apologize for keeping you waiting." After organizing and releasing all the documentary footage regarding bride captures, I handed Asai an envelope containing the remnants of my savings from these years. Remember, focus on your studies from now on. You know nothing of what transpired here. Sister Xiaokua, where are you going? I gently brushed her hand aside. I am not your sister, and you do not know me. You are the one who escaped from the foggy village. You still have a long life ahead of you. I continued to watch Asai until her eyes reddened and she nodded that I no longer looked at her, turning away to hail a cab. Driver, take me to the police station. The sunlight filtered through the glass, gradually becoming intense. How wonderful. The sun was rising. Chapter 23, New Life Village, Part 1. One missing after drifting on the ferry for 2 days and nights, we finally arrived at Green Island, surrounded by the sea. This paradise is a hidden Eden, far from the hustle and bustle, boasting breathtaking views. Due to its remote location, it remains largely unknown to the public, with groups only forming once a year, departing only when enough people have gathered. I arrived before the boat's departure, handed over my black ticket, and hastily signed a detailed travel insurance document before being allowed to board. Once the boat steadied, the guide, Guoming, raised a small flag, his slender figure weaving through the crowd like a fish, calling out, "Stay close, everyone!" Sleep-deprived, I felt slightly dizzy as I disembarked. Crowded to the edge, I lost my footing and was about to tumble off the wooden plank when a strong hand yanked me back. I looked up, startled, to see a man wearing a black mask standing before me. Before I could utter my thanks, he turned and walked away as I gazed into the distance where the sea met the sky. A pristine blue. The ferry docked at the harbor, and the vast ocean reflected the lush greenery of the island, a stunning tableau that captivated my eyes that I raised my phone. The scene before me mirrored the photos in my album perfectly. This was the place. And Jia Shu had been missing for an entire year, and this photograph was his only clue. Initially, I found no leads online, but months later, I received a private message from a user named Jia Mu on an obscure question-and-answer forum, guiding me through a rigorous screening process to join a forum called Your Wish is My Command. The dark theme exuded mystery, with the homepage background featuring that very photograph. Each individual heading to Green Island harbored urgent wishes or fantasies. Guoming's urging grew more insistent, and I gathered my wits, dragging my suitcase off the boat. Accommodation was at the island's only small inn, a 3-story building perpetually soaked in sea breezes, its walls exuding a salty dampness. After unpacking, I stepped outside and spotted Guoming leaning against the end of the corridor, smoking. "Gua, could you help me check if this person traveled to Green Island last year?" Gua glanced at the photo on my phone. "Who is this to you?" "My brother. His name is Jia Shu." Gua leisurely exhaled a plume of smoke. "It's been a year. How could I possibly remember?" "Why do you ask? He is missing. The last message he sent me was this photo from Green Island." I swiped through my phone to show him. Gua furrowed his brow slightly, indifferent that it's just a photo. How can it prove he was here? "This picture is available online. ISNT it." I lowered my arms, disappointment swelling within me. "Listen to my advice. Since you've gone through the trouble to come here, why not pray to the gods of Green Island? They might just hear you." He extinguished his cigarette and tossed it out the door. "Turn to walk inside, that you'll see soon enough." Half an hour later, the tour group, led by Guoming, set off. Green Island has a small population. Aside from the inn, there were only a few makeshift shops along the main street, which could be seen in its entirety at a glance. That moment, the shops were all locked up, giving off a rather desolate vibe. However, this place is abundant with natural beauty, exuding a unique charm. During the daytime, the island remains deserted, and my phone, devoid of signal, serves merely as a camera that I direct the lens towards a weathered little boat stranded on the rocky shore, yet my attention is captivated by the incessant chatter of Guoming beside me. It is said that over 500 years ago, a merchant ship was plundered by pirates and subsequently caught in a storm. After the ship sank, the survivors drifted on the sea for several days before fortuitously sighting this small island. They discovered that the island was isolated from the world, rich in resources, and decided to settle there, establishing a new village. What are the pirates? Are they still alive? Can you focus on the main points? Guoming disregarded the raucous tourists nearby and continued, stating that in recent years, Green Island has gradually established connections with the outside world. The islanders are warm and hospitable, welcoming newcomers to settle here. And over time, The place has evolved into its current form that my gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of a small figure flitting through the trees behind Guoming, that a little girl peeked out from behind a tree. Her round, dark eyes resembling bottomless caverns, faintly glimmering with curiosity as she stared motionlessly at me, that I turned my head to see that the crowd had already moved on, and instinctively wished to inquire whose child she was. However, when I looked back, the girl hiding behind the tree had vanished without a trace. Guoming led the group on foot up the mountainside. This area lies on the edge of the island, flanked by lush trees and shrubs. The sea breeze rustled the trees, creating a soothing sound, providing a shaded refuge. Gazing into the distance, I could vaguely discern a black spire atop the mountain, that I noticed a few clusters of wild grass growing sporadically outside the bushes, adorned with beautiful blue flowers that emitted a faint fragrance. Just as I reached out to pluck one, I suddenly heard a rustling in the grass, and a dark shadow burst through the underbrush at an astonishing speed. Startled, I instinctively darted aside, only to witness that shadow lunging directly towards the tourist group. Point two, and the madwoman panic ensued as everyone screamed and scattered at a disheveled woman, with hair unkempt and clothes tattered, collided with a middle-aged man from the group, knocking him to the ground. She straddled him, shaking her head wildly, her hoarse voice garbled as she chanted, tooth fall, drive, drive. What are you doing, you lunatic? Get away!" the man shouted, struggling to break free. Guoming and others rushed to assist. But the woman lashed out like a wild beast, her sharp nails scraping anyone who dared to approach. They struggled in vain to pry her off the middle-aged man. "You crazy woman," Guoming cursed, then reached toward her. To my astonishment, the madwoman suddenly changed her demeanor, rolling off the man and grappling with Guoming in terror, crying out, give it back, baby." It was then that I noticed she was clutching a small swaddled bundle, which was now precariously dangling in the air as Guoming tried to pull it away. The woman lunged at Guoming, biting down on his wrist. That in pain, Guoming released his grip, angrily slapping her, causing her to stumble back and fall, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She scrambled to her feet and fled down the hill, but unexpectedly tripped, sending the swaddled bundle flying from her grasp. I was closest and instinctively lunged towards the direction of the bundle, managing to catch the child just before it hit the ground. That my elbow dug painfully into the rough terrain, but I paid no heed as I quickly sat up to check on the child. The filthy swaddling was loosely wrapped, and my fingers slipped through the fabric, encountering something wet and soft. That a potent stench assaulted my senses, more pungent than mustard, burning its way through my nostrils and searing my brain. As if my entire head had been submerged in a sealed, foul-smelling vat of brine, that a wave of strange emotions washed over me as I held my breath and unveiled the swaddling, only to be struck with horror. Before I could fully comprehend, the bundle was snatched from my hands. The woman, rolling and scrambling, fled down the hill with the swaddling, glancing back at me with a silly grin every few steps. "What are you doing?" Guoming helped me to my feet, handing me a tissue. "Hurry and wipe that off." I took the tissue, carefully wiping the dark, sticky filth from my fingers as I inquired, "What was that? What else could it be?" "Excrement." My stomach churned violently, and I dashed to a nearby tree, retching until my belly was empty, tears of nausea spilling from my eyes as I turned to Guoming. "What kind of lunatic carries that around? She's just a mad woman. She came to the island years ago, then gave birth to a stillborn child, and afterward, she lost her mind, running wild on the island without anyone able to catch her. Next time you see her, keep your distance." Guoming patted my back in a comforting gesture. "Take your time. I'll check over there." Chapter 24, The New Village, Part 2. After a brief respite, Guoming raised a small flag to signal the group to continue ascending the mountain. As we drew closer to the summit, the black spire became increasingly distinct until the entire structure came into full view. It was a building of stone, entirely black, imposing and yet emanating a cold, eerie presence, perched at the edge of a high cliff, starkly contrasting with the fresh backdrop of sea and sky, as if a celestial rock from another world had fallen into a realm that was not its own. I had previously encountered descriptions of this place in forum posts, where people claimed it to be a site where dreams could come true. What you see now is the iconic New Life Church of Green Island. Guoming proclaimed from a high point, his voice resonating with excitement. The crowd could hardly contain their exhilaration, their eyes sparkling with longing and anticipation. Moments later, a man dressed in a black hemp robe emerged from the church. After a brief exchange with Guoming, he beckoned everyone to gather again. In a place as isolated as Green Island, the villagers of New Life Village owe their ability to thrive through generations to the blessings of the gods. Thus, they constructed this church to worship the sea god that I know that many of you come here with heartfelt wishes, hoping for the sea goddess favor. The elder will guide us inside to make our wishes. This period is the season of prayer, and the villagers will be fasting and praying within the church. So please cooperate by refraining from taking pictures and making noise, lest you provoke the deities. As we entered the church, the heavy doors severed the last remnant of warmth, and a chill enveloped us, as if we had traversed into a frozen wasteland. And I exhaled a breath and followed at the back of the line through the long corridor, scrutinizing the interior under the dim yellow light. The rough stone walls were devoid of any adornment, and no matter where my gaze wandered, it ultimately succumbed to the depths of impenetrable darkness. In the shadows, I caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure ahead, seemingly peering at something against the wall. He sensed my gaze and suddenly turned, revealing a pair of vigilant eyes. It was the masked man who had assisted me when I disembarked. Our eyes met momentarily before he pivoted and departed. I hurried forward, noticing a narrow crack in the wall. Leaning in, I strained to see through the narrow opening. Inside, the space was expansive, filled with individuals in black robes seated on the ground, their heads bobbing rhythmically amidst the swirling smoke, murmuring incantations in a bizarre manner. Ahead lay a set of steps leading up to a raised platform, where wisps of white smoke curled around hollow stone pillars, revealing a figure seated at the center of the platform. Unfortunately, the limited perspective offered by the crack prevented me from discerning the person's features. As I pondered this, I realized that the tour group had moved on, prompting me to hasten my pace to catch up. Point 3. The sea god. All right, everyone. We are now preparing to enter the prayer hall to worship the sea god. August 18th is the legendary day of the sea god's descent upon Green Island, and it is just 5 days away. Guoming cheerfully continued, as long as you hold a sincere heart, the chances of being favored by the sea god are quite high. He smiled as he instructed us to purchase wish-making wooden slips from the elder. No sooner had he finished speaking than the crowd surged forward, clamoring to make their purchases. I found myself pushed to the outskirts, unable to get close, and I couldn't help but murmur, "Is it really that effective?" Of course it is. Otherwise, who would travel such a long distance to this remote place? A girl beside me responded, glancing my way. I have a senior who nearly failed his studies, but after coming to Green Island to make a wish, he not only graduated smoothly, but also landed a position at a fantastic foreign company. He never mentioned it to anyone. I only heard about it when he drunkenly spilled it at a gathering. The sea god of Green Island can fulfill any wish. She paused for a moment, but not everyone's wishes will come true. Only those chosen by the sea god will. I pondered this, lowering my gaze. If the sea god truly possessed such power, could he assist me in finding the long-lost Jiashu? The throng of people in front has dispersed, and I stepped forward, spending 88 to acquire a thin, rough wooden stick before following the crowd into the wish hall behind the stone door. The wish hall is remarkably spacious, with countless lit candles embedded in the recesses of the stone walls, illuminating the enclosed inner chamber. Deep within the hall stands a colossal stone deity, towering to the ceiling, its head adorned with long, conical goat horns and legs resembling hooves, its eyes gleaming like brass bells, casting a fierce glare upon the multitude beneath. One enormous hand grips an ugly, ghostly-faced man, nearly twisting his waist in two, while the other hand holds aloft a head with a sharp, monkey-like visage, its feet trampling a multitude of grotesque creatures and scattered treasures of gold and silver. 2 Enchanting mermaids cling to the severed limbs, gazing up at the statue's thigh in adoration. The entire figure emanates an intense, frigid aura, compressing the air above, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. This is the sea god worshipped by the villagers of Xinxiang, who protects the inhabitants of Green Island from calamities and grants them rebirth, a being of boundless power. Devout worshippers, please deposit your offerings into the merit box, showcasing your piety to the divine. The sea god will fulfill the desires of the most devoted among you, as the elder in black concluded his proclamation. The crowd surged forward eagerly to pay their respects, tossing wads of cash into the black box at the feet of the sea god. I followed closely behind a gaunt man, observing as he retrieved a brick-like envelope from his bag, trembling as he dropped it into the merit box before bowing deeply. Hesitating for a moment, just before placing my money into the box, I pulled out a small stack of cash from my pocket and stuffed it in, then turned to return to my original position. Once everyone had completed their offerings, the elder urged us to pray sincerely, to confide our innermost thoughts to the sea god, allowing him to hear our wishes. I listened to the elder's impassioned declaration, and when I regained my senses, I realized that, unbeknownst to me, everyone had knelt down, leaving me standing alone in the center like an outcast. The incense altar before the statue of the sea god ignited, and the smoke seemed to flow like a living entity, flooding the entire wish hall like water. The figures kneeling in supplication appeared to float among the clouds, flickering in and out of visibility within the swirling mist. The elder recited a prayer, intricate and obscure as if it were a spell, his deep, ethereal voice extending like tendrils from all directions, firmly enveloping everyone. The rich fragrance of incense seeped into my lungs, relaxing my tense body, making me feel as though I were adrift upon the ocean, free and unburdened. For a fleeting moment, I found myself in a daze, closing my eyes to suddenly envision the face of Njashu. His eyes were red, tears streaming down his face as he desperately implored, "Sister, why wasn't it me who died?" Tears welled in my eyes, and I reached out to embrace him tightly, yet he dissipated like countless drifting feathers at a mere touch. A strange stench invaded my nostrils, as if a jolt of electricity coursed through my body, that I jolted awake, my gaze meeting the imposing statue of the sea god, and for some inexplicable reason, the silent stone eyes seemed to glimmer with malevolence, sending a shiver down my spine that I averted my gaze, only to find myself kneeling on the ground, my arms still wrapped in an embrace. The foul odor emanating from my hands. Frowning in disgust, I looked up, glancing around to see that everyone else remained in a state of closed-eye prayer amidst the mist. Beside me, a low, muffled sob caught my attention, and I turned to see a man in a mask with his eyes shut, his shoulders trembling slightly, as though trapped in a nightmare. That I reached out to shake him, but when he did not awaken, I brought my fingers close to him, that he sneezed involuntarily, jolting awake, his wary gaze locking onto mine. Embarrassed, I withdrew my hand. "I thought you were caught in a trance, so thank you." He rubbed his face, still somewhat dazed, murmuring, "I just dreamt of my mother." That my heart stirred. I dreamt of my brother. I had come to Green Island specifically to find him. "What about you? Are you here for your mother?" He silently shook his head. I refrained from pressing further and spoke to myself. "I've heard that the sea god is quite powerful. I wonder if he can grant my wish." "He will," came his reply as he gazed in the direction of the sea god. You must believe. Chapter 25. Xinxing Village, Part 3. For making wishes. As the incense altar burned down and the smoke dissipated, the crowd gradually concluded their prayers, following Guoming to the rear of the statue. Behind the statue lay a hidden world, revealing an open stone chamber, at the center of which stood a flourishing tree. Astonishingly, this was a stone tree. Its color and texture matched the entire structure, the roots seamlessly merging with the ground, as if it had sprouted from the earth itself. Every branch, and even the veins of its leaves, appeared vividly lifelike, leaving one in awe. Countless slender wooden sticks hung from the branches, their colors deepened by time, but reflecting a hazy glow in the candlelight. Each stick bore the wishes granted by the sea god, and shortly, everyone would write their wishes and names on the sticks to hang them on the branches. In the subsequent days, we would return daily to pay our respects. Those sticks remaining on the tree when the sea god descended would be the ones chosen by him, and he would surely fulfill our wishes. Guoming explained that I gazed at the sticks hanging from the tree in a daze. If Njashu had come here, would one of those sticks bear his name? What wish would he have made? Regaining my focus, I wrote on a stick, "I hope to find Njashu and bring him home. An Shu Shao." Then I tiptoed to hang the stick on a higher branch, tying it with a secure knot. Stepping out of the church, the warm breeze enveloped my chilled body, and the brilliant sunlight caused my eyes, adjusted to the dimness, to sting slightly. That I turned to look towards the mountaintop, overlooking a village below, which I presumed to be the Xinxing village Guoming had mentioned. The village was enclosed by a fence, with low houses arranged in a charming disorder, and the winding paths within the village extended into the unseen woods. As I pondered the possibility of Njashu having visited the village, I suddenly heard a scream from the crowd ahead. The gaunt man I had seen earlier was pale, clutching his chest fiercely, coughing violently, until, in no time, he collapsed to the ground, blood escaping his lips, barely clinging to life. What illness could afflict him so terrifyingly? He must have come here because he was beyond cure. Surely it can't be an infectious disease. The onlookers retreated in panic, murmuring among themselves, yet no one extended a helping hand that I could not bear to watch any longer. I pushed through the crowd to kneel beside the man and inquired. But he could only wheeze and gasp, unable to articulate a word. Just as I was at a loss, I caught a glimpse of a shadow falling nearby. The man in the black mask approached, flipping the afflicted man's body onto its side, searching him thoroughly before stating gravely, "It may be due to the smoke he inhaled earlier. He has no medication. What shall we do? Should we take him to the hospital?" "There is no hospital on the island." "Then we must take him off the island." "Off the island? You speak so lightly of it." Guoming chuckled lightly in response. "Not to mention the tour group's boat won't arrive for 5 days. Even if there were a boat, the day of blessing before the sea god's arrival is a closed period for Green Island, and no one is permitted to leave the island without permission. It is a rule. Otherwise, we would anger the sea god, and the wishes of the entire group would remain unfulfilled. Can you bear that responsibility?" "No, we cannot let him leave." As soon as Guoming's words fell, someone immediately shouted in indignation. "Yes, I waited over a year to come to the island. We absolutely cannot let our efforts be in vain because of him." The voices of opposition grew louder within the crowd. "Are you really going to stand by and watch him die?" I rose, unwilling to accept the situation, my voice ringing out. "What does his life or death matter to us? If you come here, you must take responsibility for yourself." A sharp female voice pierced through the crowd from the back. "Are you going to ignore him too? You must take responsibility for what you accepted." I turned to Guoming in desperation. Guoming stepped forward, casting a glance at the man on the ground before returning his gaze, his expression impassive as he stated, "I only take responsibility for bringing you here. The contract clearly outlines the precautions. Pre-existing conditions are not our liability." I looked at the impenetrable wall of people before me, who resembled a pack of cold, bloodthirsty wolves, not concealing the malice in their eyes, glaring at us as if ready to pounce and devour us whole. In that moment, I suddenly understood the despair Jia Shu must have once felt. Clenching my fists, I spoke slowly and deliberately. "If he dies, each of you will be a murderer." Just then, the heavy doors of the church swung open, the tremendous sound cutting through the chaos that a group of individuals clad in black robes emerged in single file, the foremost among them hunched over, leaning on a cane. As they stepped forward with slow, deliberate movements, he lifted his hood, revealing a face with skin as dark as tree bark, lined with deep wrinkles, and a head full of silver hair tousled by the mountain winds, giving him a remarkably aged appearance. His murky eyes were hollow and indifferent, reminiscent of a corpse devoid of the depth of pupils, instilling fear in those who gazed upon him. "That, oh dear, village chief. Why have you come out? Did we disturb you just now?" The elder hurriedly approached with a sycophantic demeanor. "What has happened?" the village chief inquired, his voice a low, broken rasp, echoing the fragility of his years. Guoming quickly explained, "Village chief, someone in the group has had a recurrence of an old ailment. We sincerely apologize for disturbing your seclusion. I will take them away at once. Wait." The village chief cast a glance at the afflicted individual, retrieving a small black vial from his pocket. He handed it to the elder before him, instructing, "Make him drink this." Yes, yes, the elder replied hurriedly, accepting it with both hands and approaching the M.A.N.A.T. that moment. The man had ceased to cough up blood, yet his body remained racked with convulsions. I raised my hand to stop the elder, questioning, "What are you planning to give him when the cause of his illness is still uncertain?" "What do you know?" the elder retorted sharply. "This is the divine elixir blessed by the sea god, infinitely precious. The village chief has shown great mercy by allowing him to drink it, and you dare to obstruct him. Do you wish for his death? Step aside." He roughly shoved me aside. I stumbled back a couple of steps, steadied only by the masked man beside me, and then saw the elder pouring the contents of the vial into the man's mouth. The residual yellow-green liquid trickled from the man's lips, but the elder swiftly wiped it away, not wasting a drop as he ensured it entered the man's mouth. Silence enveloped the surroundings, everyone holding their breath in anticipation. Minutes later, a miracle unfolded. The man's expression of agony vanished as he opened his eyes. He sat up from the ground, gazing around in confusion, What happened? You fell ill earlier, and it was thanks to the village chief allowing you to drink the divine elixir that you have awakened. The elder proclaimed, then turned and knelt with a thud on the ground, bowing reverently towards the church as he shouted, "The sea god is manifested. Blessings of the sea god." The villagers in black robes followed suit, kneeling in unison, even those from within the group imitating the villager's actions. Regaining his composure, the man hurriedly expressed his gratitude, bowing low as he hoarsely exclaimed, "Thank you, village chief. Thank you, sea god. I am forever indebted for this life-saving grace." As we descended the mountain, I pretended to stroll casually beside the man. Despite his pallor, he appeared significantly revitalized. "How are you feeling now? Are you really certain you don't need to go to the hospital?" I inquired. He shook his head with a smile. "I am in the late stages of lung cancer. It cannot be cured. Even if I were to undergo a lung transplant, it would require a substantial sum of money. I merely forgot to bring my medication when I rushed out this morning, never anticipating a sudden onset. However, after consuming the divine elixir, I feel an unprecedented lightness in my body. Therefore, I absolutely cannot leave. The sea god is my only hope for survival." Turning to me, he sincerely added, "Thank you for your concern." That I stood frozen, watching the man's frail figure depart. The masked man brushed past me, snapping me back to reality as I hurriedly followed him. "Thank you for your help earlier," I said with a slight smile, meeting his gaze. "That my name isn't Xu Xiao. And you, Song Liao," he replied tersely, "No need for thanks. I didn't really assist much. That I am grateful that you stood up for me. I never expected the people here to be so indifferent, capable of watching someone die without flinching. People are inherently selfish. It is their nature to prioritize their own interests above all," he remarked suddenly, turning to meet my gaze intensely. "That aren't you afraid that by escorting him off the island, you may never find your brother again?" Lowering my eyes, I admitted, "I am afraid, but I fear even more the thought of someone dying because of me. I cannot plunge into the abyss that Jiaxu experienced. That do you believe in the sea god?" Song Liao asked. That my mind momentarily faltered. Had I still harbored doubts before arriving on the island? The recent events had compelled me to acknowledge the sea god's existence to some degree. But could the sea god help me find in Jiaxu someone the police had been unable to locate? Chapter 26. The Village of New Life, Part 4. Perhaps it was due to the change in environment, but despite feeling fatigued and having consumed double the medicine, I still found my sleep restless. The sound of the surging sea filtered through the cracks of the window, and besides that, I seemed to hear rustling noises in the darkness, a damp sensation creeping over my face, reminiscent of underwater seaweed. Mingled with a salty yet fragrant aroma, that I attempted to open my eyes, but found my eyelids too heavy to lift. That I in a hazy stupor, I dreamed of the statue of the sea god in the prayer hall. A familiar voice echoed from afar, "Sister, sister, save me." I lifted my head to see the sea god's enormous hand grasping someone, and Jiaxu struggled desperately, unable to free himself, calling out to me for help. I stumbled through the throng of worshippers, but before I could reach him, I witnessed the sea god grip in Jiaxu's head, as if crushing an ant, and twist it off. That no, I screamed, jolting upright in panic. Breathless and trembling, I suddenly felt a cool breeze sweep past me. That I looked up to find the window, which I had closed before sleeping, inexplicably ajar, offering a view of the New Life Church standing atop the hill. Dust seemed to scatter on the windowsill. Furrowing my brow, I rummaged through my backpack, relieved to find my notebook still intact, along with everything else. Perhaps the strong winds of the night had blown the window open. Having thought of this, I got up to close the window. After breakfast, the tour group set off. Before heading to the church, Guoming led us to a shop on the street. The shop was small, with several incandescent bulbs hanging from the ceiling. Inside, 3 wooden racks displayed an array of stone crafts, and the walls were adorned with various decorations. The craftsmanship varied, yet they all bore angular shapes, reminiscent of the ram's horns atop the sea god's head in the prayer hall. Ladies and gentlemen, these crafts have been handmade by the villagers of New Life using materials from the island and blessed in the temple. The double horn design symbolizes the sea god's supreme power, capable of connecting with the sea god's energy, making them highly spiritual. Their quantity is limited, so I encourage you to seize this opportunity to purchase some. Guoming introduced as soon as he finished speaking. The members of the group eagerly competed to buy them, and in the blink of an eye, half of the shelves had been cleared. These stone carvings appeared rough and peculiar, their prices exorbitant and lacking an aesthetic appeal that I had little desire to purchase anything and instead strolled leisurely along the outer shelves, examining the few remaining sculptures that my gaze fell to a stone carving in the corner of the bottom shelf, which caught my attention. That it was a stone sculpture of Mickey Mouse's head, devoid of the bizarre ram's horns, setting it apart from the other crafts in the shop. That I bent down to pick up the sculpture. Examining it closely, as I ran my fingers over it, I suddenly felt a depression in one area. Flipping it over, I discovered a small pattern carved into the bottom, resembling a simple tree shape, but actually a combination of the letters J and S. My eyes widened, and my breath quickened. It was in Jiashu. This was his signature mark. If he had carved this stone sculpture, did it mean he was in New Life Village? Without further contemplation, I dashed to the counter. Holding the sculpture up to the owner, "Can I meet the person who made this sculpture?" "What do you want to see him for?" the owner asked, his brow furrowing in suspicion. That I wish to purchase this stone sculpture in bulk. I fabricated a response that, "Oh, how many do you want to buy?" The owner's tone softened slightly. That I would like to meet this person first, and then I'll decide how many to buy. I am the workshop owner. Just tell me how many you want to buy. He seemed to lose patience. The village does not allow outsiders in. Are you buying or not? If not, hand it over to me. I'll buy it. After completing the payment, I sought out Guoming. "Director Gua, I wish to enter the village." "What do you want to enter the village for?" "I want to find my brother. I believe he is in the village." "This stone sculpture bears his mark," that I said, showing him the sculpture. That's just a coincidence. Guoming rolled his eyes, exasperated. "Besides, why would your brother stay in the village for so long without contacting you?" I was momentarily at a loss for words, my mind racing as I blurted, "What if he is trapped here?" Guoming's expression darkened, his face clouding with anger. "You must be responsible for what you say. Are you implying that we kidnapped him? Do you have any evidence?" I realized I had misspoken, hurriedly rectifying. "I apologize, Director Guo. It was my mistake. I was just a bit anxious. Regardless, forget about entering the village," Guoming declared before turning on his heel and leaving. Chapter 6. Infiltration. I spent the entire day distracted, and after enduring until evening, I returned to my room to rest early, tossing and turning into the late hours. I finally sat up in bed. That I cannot delay any longer. I must enter the village. To avoid drawing attention, I opened the window and quietly jumped out onto the first floor, following the coastline forward, steering clear of the path leading to the New Life Church, circumventing it from behind. The forest at night seemed even darker, and the sea breeze whistled through the gaps in the trees, creating a rustling sound. With my phone illuminating the way, I cautiously surveyed my surroundings. From deep within the woods, a faint, stuttering sound suddenly reached my ears, mingling with the wind in a ghostly manner. I dimmed my phone's light and crept forward, crouching behind a thicket, carefully peeking out to glimpse the scene illuminated by the weak light. That a couple's silhouettes intertwined, their intimate sounds clearly piercing the air. It was none other than a member of the tour group and the elder who had led us in prayer during the day. "Elder, you promised to help me. You must ensure that I am chosen by the sea god." "Hee. It all depends on your performance. The slots chosen by the sea god are limited, and thus there will always be those who, in pursuit of their goals, resort to unscrupulous means." That I averted my gaze and quietly departed. After wandering for over half an hour, I finally glimpsed the glimmering lights of the village below the mountain. Outside the picket fence, vigilant villagers were patrolling. That I struggled through the thicket, maneuvering to the opposite side of the village where I scaled the fence, cautiously searching along the walls of the houses. Most of the dwellings here were constructed of stone, and at this midnight hour, an eerie silence engulfed the surroundings, enhancing the chilling desolation of the closely arranged stone houses. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the stillness of the night, growing louder as it approached. That I cautiously peered out, witnessing a burly man gripping a woman's hair, dragging her across the ground as if she were a mere sack. A patrolling villager, upon seeing this, let out a mocking laugh. "How long has it been?" "Still running." "No memory at all." The man grunted. "Next time, I'll choose a more obedient one." He dragged the woman into a stone house, and the moment the door closed, it muffled much of her agonized cries. Nervously, I pressed against the wall, groping my way to a window, tiptoeing to glimpse inside. There, in the dim light of the room, the man relentlessly whipped the woman, cursing, "Damn you, your belly ain't cooperating, and you dare to run." I'll make sure you regret it." The woman curled up in a corner, her tattered clothing revealing numerous wounds, her voice gradually fading. After a while, she lay completely still, prompting the man to cease his assault and approach her, delivering a kick that she dead. "Hey." Noticing a faint sound from the woman, he leisurely strolled to the table to pour himself a glass of water, saying, "If you're not dead, get up quickly. We've got work to do tomorrow." Conflicted emotions coursed through me as I shrank back, leaning against the wall, taking several deep breaths to suppress the impulse to assist the woman. My foremost priority was to locate Angie Ashu. I could not expose myself. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside that I hastily concealed myself behind the stone house, then heard the creaking of the door opening, followed by a conversation between two individuals. "What is going on at this late hour?" Guoming got word that someone slipped out of the inn. "We need to send someone from the village to search. They must not escape to the back mountains." Understood. How could Guoming know that I had escaped? Was he monitoring me? I abruptly recalled the inexplicably opened window from the morning. The sound of footsteps and barking dogs pulled my thoughts back to the present. I surveyed my surroundings, hid in a pile of debris behind the yard, and waited until the searching sounds faded before turning to flee in the opposite direction. Point 7. A slave, I cautiously evaded the villagers. Advancing like a headless fly, I lost track of time as I meandered through the village until I turned a corner and discovered a winding path leading into the woods that I had seen this path from above the New Life Church. Situated at the edge of the village. Oddly enough, I had not encountered the stone carving workshop along the way. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the woods, holding a lantern, prompting me to quickly retreat, inadvertently stepping on something that made a noise. "Who is there?" The person, hearing the sound, approached with the lantern that I pressed against the wall and circled to the back, only to find my path forward blocked. In a moment of desperation, I leapt into the yard of the adjacent stone house, landing amidst a flourishing vegetable garden, successfully evading the inquisitive individual. Once they departed, I struggled to rise from the ground, only to have the stone carving I had tucked in my pocket fall out. The ear of the sculpture hitting the stone ground with a dull thud that I hurried to retrieve it, but a small hand snatched it first that I looked up abruptly, meeting a pair of large, dark eyes. Chapter 27. New Life Village 5. Before I could react, faint shouts drifted from the front of the house. "Shine? Shine? Where has this child run off to again?" Startled, I quickly gestured for the girl to be silent. She blinked, remaining unresponsive to the calls ahead. Only when the voices faded into the distance did I breathe a sigh of relief and say, "Thank you." Upon closer inspection, I recalled the girl I had seen from afar on the beach was indeed her. "So your name is Xiaoyin?" I smiled, noticing her engrossed in playing with the stone carving, feeling reluctant to ask for it back. Instead, I seized the opportunity to inquire, "Xiaoyin, do you know where this stone carving is made?" She nodded. "Can you take me to that place? If you do, this stone carving will be yours." Xiaoyin hesitated for a moment before standing and walking toward a nearby fence. Just as I began to wonder what she was up to, she parted the thick foliage and revealed a small hole, nimbly squeezing through that a surge of joy filled my heart as I hurried after her. Xiaoyin led me into the woods from the other side. Although the dense underbrush appeared daunting, she navigated it with ease. Observing her petite figure ahead, I couldn't help but ask, "Xiaoyin, do you often sneak out to play? But it's quite dangerous at night. Your family will worry about you. You could come out to play during the day instead. During the day, we must pray to the gods. If we come out, we'll get punished," she replied, her voice trailing off, tinged with fear, suggesting that she had been caught sneaking out before. "That you are so young, yet you have to pray like an adult." As soon as I finished speaking, Xiaoyin suddenly stopped, pointing ahead. "We're here." I followed her finger to see two clearings in the woods, surrounded by stone walls, the interior obscured from view. "Did I ask this the stone carving workshop?" "The left one is," Xiaoyin replied. "And what about the right one?" "The spice workshop." "Spice workshop? Is it the kind of spices used in the temple?" Xiaoyin nodded. "All right, you can leave me here, that I'll thank you, and you should head home." Watching Xiaoyin's figure disappear into the woods, I turned toward the stone carving workshop. As I approached the workshop's walls, the sounds of clanging grew louder. Despite it being the dead of night, the workshop was as bright as day, bustling with activity. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, I slipped inside through the door, discovering that the left side was a stone drying area, while the right was partitioned with stone, forming densely packed semi-open workspaces resembling a beehive. At that moment, shouts erupted from the left partition. "Hurry up, you useless fool! If you can't finish the carvings, how am I supposed to make money? If you don't get it done today. You want to eat. I cautiously made my way around to the right side, carefully searching until I reached the corner workspace, where a person clad in coarse hemp cloth sat with their back to the door on a small stool. Their thin frame slightly hunched as they focused on the stone in their hands. My heart jolted, my eyes stinging with tears. An overwhelming surge of emotion lodged in my throat that I opened my mouth. And after a moment, I managed to choke out Jiashu. He remained oblivious, continuing to hammer at the stone. Jiashu. And Jiashu, please turn around and look at me. I reached out and shook his shoulder vigorously, prompting him to finally turn his head. His hair had grown long, his skin dark and rough, his chin covered in stubble, and his eyes appeared vacant, like a stagnant pool of water, if he were not my brother with whom I had lived for over 20 years. I would scarcely be able to connect the person before me with the handsome, sunny boy from my memories that a sharp pain shot through my heart as I crouched down, tenderly cradling his face. Jiashu, it's me. Don't you recognize me? I'm your sister. Sister, a glimmer of light sparked in his eyes, and a hoarse sound escaped his throat, out of the corner of my eye. I caught sight of his hands hanging limply in front of him. Those hands bore numerous unhealed wounds and calluses, resembling dried tree bark. Tears streamed down my face as I pulled him into an embrace. I'll take you home. No, I vaguely heard his muffled voice beside my ear, so I lifted my head. What did you say? Quick, run. No sooner had he spoken than a furious roar echoed from a distance. Hey, who are you? Startled, I grasped in Jiashu and fled outside, the workshop owner and his men hot on our heels. Just as we were about to reach the door, several villagers wielding clubs suddenly appeared, closing in on us and forcing us back a few steps. And Jiashu let out a muffled gasp, dropping to one knee. I turned to see that the pursuers had already caught up. And taking advantage of the moment, one of them swung a club, striking his knee. I stepped in front of him, glaring angrily at the assailants. Stop. What do you want? Of course, to take back my slave, the owner declared, striding forward. He is my brother. Anyone working for me is my slave. He asserted forcefully that I knew that confronting him head-on would not bode well for Jiashu and me. So I pleaded, I'll pay you. Please let him go. The owner smirked mockingly. Even if I let him go, you still can't take him away. I furrowed my brows, and before I could delve deeper into its meaning, I felt a jolt at the nape of my neck, after which I lost consciousness. 8. The fantasies when I opened my eyes. The first thing that caught my gaze was a stone ceiling, oppressive and stifling, as if it had fallen upon my chest. White smoke wafted through the dim room, and I felt disoriented, my limbs somewhat weak, struggling to recall what had transpired at your awake. Guoming leaned in. Are you feeling better? I struggled to sit up, a wave of soreness coursing through my neck as fragmented images flashed across my mind. But I've told you countless times, outsiders are not permitted in the village. Yet you refuse to listen. If I hadn't arrived in time, someone like you who trespasses would have been treated as a thief and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Guoming chided that I found my brother. I found him. He.s. in the stone carving workshop, I exclaimed eagerly, attempting to get out of bed, but a sudden wave of dizziness overwhelmed me, and he pressed me back down by the shoulder. What brother? That is not your brother at all. Last night you barged into the workshop and inexplicably dragged someone away. The workshop owner had to stop you. You're talking nonsense. That is my brother. I would never mistake him. I shouted back. Calm down. Stop being so obstinate. Didn't your brother commit suicide? My body stiffened involuntarily. What did you say? Have you forgotten? Guoming said, pulling out a black notebook from his pocket. My pupils constricted, and I snatched it from his hands. This notebook had been hidden in the compartment of my backpack. How did you get this? Did you rummage through my bag? Chapter 28, The Village of Renewal, Part 6. It was you who trespassed into the village first. We merely wanted to confirm your identity to assess any potential threats to the villagers, Guoming explained with a hint of exasperation. Take a good look at this diary. Your brother has attempted suicide multiple times, yearning for death. That if he were still alive, how could he possibly be missing? Thus, you must accept reality. Guoming's words lingered in the air like a haunting echo. I flipped through the notebook. It was a diary left by Jiashu. I paused at one page where it read, Living is worse than dying. The desperate handwriting began to distort in my blurred vision, conjuring vivid images that dragged me back into my memories. During the summer break of our third year, and Jiasu had, as usual, joined the university's travel club for an overseas trip. That MY car broke down while driving him to the airport, and ultimately, he missed that flight, but he spent the entire day sulking at me until we saw the news that night about a plane crash in a remote mountain area. Rescue efforts lasted for more than half a month. But unfortunately, none of the passengers aboard that plane, filled with club members, survived. The media flooded the airwaves with reports about the air disaster, and soon, attention turned to the fortunate in Jiasu. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that this fortune became the calamity that shattered his life. Haunted by nightmares and engulfed in sorrow and guilt, he developed severe depression, absenting himself from the memorial service held for his deceased classmates, thus facing countless accusations and insults. He was forced to take a leave of absence. Isolating himself in his room, and even attempted suicide multiple times. Each time I managed to pull him back from the brink. During his last wrist-cutting attempt, as I stood vigil by his bedside, he opened his eyes and, upon seeing me, uttered the first words that escaped his lips. "Sister, why wasn't it me who died?" I quit my job to stay by his side, not daring to leave him for even a moment. And Jiasu underwent extensive psychological treatment, and his condition improved significantly that I thought life was gradually returning to normal, and I had re-entered the workforce, only to discover that he had quietly left home, leaving behind a photograph of Green Island, disappearing without a trace. That I had considered the possibility that he had committed suicide, yet I was unwilling to accept it. That I opened my eyes, as if awakening from a dream. I see tears streaming down my cheeks, the air heavy with a fragrant scent. Oh, you remember now. Guoming pulled my dazed thoughts back to reality. That I tucked the notebook away, wiped my tears, and looked up at him. I want to go back to the workshop. The workshop was bustling with activity. The once empty courtyard now bore numerous completed stone carvings. That I walked straight through the work area, heading to a corner. In the workshop, a slender figure was working with his back to the door. Upon hearing the noise, he turned around. His skin was dark, and his eyes were vacant. Yet he was not the Jiasu I was searching for. Guoming gestured with his open palm, and the man placed the stone carving he was holding into his hand. "This stone carving is done by him. See, doesn't it bear the same mark?" Guoming handed me the piece. That I grasped the stone carving tightly, still unwilling to believe, and continued to inspect the various workstations, yet found nothing. "Why are you back again? Haven't you caused enough trouble last night?" The workshop owner approached, his demeanor aggressive, but Guoming managed to calm him down before taking a thick ledger from him and handing it to me. "This is the daily work record of the workshop. Feel free to check for yourself." I accepted the logbook and carefully flipped through it several times. The pages at the front were worn and creased, clearly not fabricated. That I tried to recall the scene from last night when I saw Jiasu. Yet for some reason, his face began to blur in my memory, and the more I focused, the sharper the pain in my head became. "Now do you believe me? You saw wrong last night." Guoming took the logbook from my hands. "Oh, right, I also found a bottle of sleeping pills in your backpack. You have insomnia, don't you? You haven't slept well these past few days. Have you?" I averted my gaze in disappointment. That I developed a sleep disorder after Jiasu went missing, and since boarding the ship, I had scarcely slept. Guoming patted my shoulder. "That you're too exhausted. You re-seeing illusions. It's time to let go. Otherwise, one day, you may just lose your mind. 9. Brainwashing not finding Jiasu only deepened my despair. I felt like a soulless shell, aimlessly following the tour group into the Wish Temple, kneeling before the statue of the sea god alongside the others. Amidst the swirling smoke, I gazed up at the towering figure of the sea god, suddenly feeling like an insignificant ant beneath his feet. In that moment, I relinquished my struggle, sinking into the depths of despair. As the prayers concluded, people routinely approached the stone house to check the wooden tags left on the tree. That I walked to the spot where I had hung my wooden tag, only to find it missing. Perhaps it was because this was a wish even the sea god could not fulfill. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the crowd, laced with gasping sobs, echoing eerily within the stone house. I moved around to the other side of the tree and saw a man, terminally ill with lung cancer, kneeling on the ground. His frail shoulders shook incessantly, and it was only when he lifted his tear-streaked face that I realized he was not laughing but crying. "I've given so much, yet the sea god still abandoned me," he said softly, coughing up a large clot of blood. That in that moment, his expression was unnaturally calm, amidst the murmurs of the crowd. He wiped the blood from his lips with his sleeve, stood up, and walked straight out of the stone house. That I pressed my lips together, realizing that today I was not the only one to be cast aside. I withdrew my gaze, my eyes landing on Song Liao, who stood not far from me, gazing intently at a wooden tag hanging above that I approached and saw that the tag bore the words "Go home," but lacked a signature. "Is this your wish?" "Yes," he nodded. "Does your wish still exist?" "It no longer does," I replied with a bitter smile that in truth, I should have accepted reality long ago. "I cannot bring my brother back." "Why do you say that?" He turned to me. "That my brother has attempted suicide multiple times due to depression. He left home, leaving me only a photograph of Green Island. Given how long he has been missing, he may have already passed away. Have you ever considered why he would come to Green Island?" I paused, and he continued, "Death is merely the simplest act in life. Those who come here do so with their most fervent wishes." "What do you think he would wish for?" Song Liao's words illuminated a light in my muddled mind. Indeed, if Jiasu wished to end his life, there were countless ways to do so. There would be no need to endure great hardships to reach Green Island that don't give up easily. If you abandon him, who else in this world will remember him? His words struck a deep chord within me. And as I gazed at the wooden tags on the tree, my hand instinctively rubbed the small stone carving tucked in my pocket. Suddenly, I felt a sharp edge graze my fingertip, and as I withdrew my hand, I found a thin line of blood on my index finger. Flipping the stone carving over, I noticed a small chip missing from its once smooth ear that a vivid image of it falling to the ground flashed through my mind. And suddenly, my memories became much clearer. This was indeed the stone carving I had given to Xiao Yin last night. Guoming had overlooked this damaged corner, mistaking it for a new stone carving to present to me. Why did he deceive me? As the realization dawned upon me, the frustration and anger I had suppressed surged within me, and I was about to confront him when Song Liao noticed my agitation and pulled me back. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to confront Guoming," I retorted, filled with fury. "Don't act impulsively." "What happened?" I hesitated for a moment before recounting the events of last night in detail. After listening, Song Liao fell silent for a brief while and then remarked, "In light of this, you must exercise even greater caution. They are numerous and powerful. If they dare to deceive you so brazenly, there is no telling what desperate measures they might resort to in order to silence you. That if you wish to rescue your brother safely, it is best to deliberate carefully." "You are right," I replied, regaining my composure. "However, I intend to return to the village tonight. Given that you infiltrated the village last night, it is likely that security will be even tighter today. It is too dangerous for you to go alone. It would be wise for me to accompany you, as two can provide mutual support." That I nodded, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over me as I smiled faintly. "Thank you, Song Liao." After the prayers concluded, I followed the group out of the church. The sunlight outside was somewhat blinding, prompting me to shield my eyes instinctively. Suddenly, I heard someone shouting ahead, "Someone has jumped off the cliff." I hurried forward, peering down to see a figure lying at the bottom of the precipice, blood vividly staining the scattered stones. Surrounding wild grasses swayed in abundance, adorned with blue flowers that created a striking visual contrast. Both tragic and eerie. The man suffering from lung cancer had leapt to his death, the sea god having stripped him of his last glimmer of hope. "Don't look." Someone exclaimed, "That it's too high. He surely cannot be saved." If I were eliminated, I would likely choose to end my own life as well. The crowd gathered at the edge of the cliff buzzed with conversation, their voices tinged with relief, focused solely on whether they would be chosen by the sea god. Indifferent to the life that had just vanished before their eyes, that a sudden realization washed over me. I felt as though I had stumbled upon a cannibalistic island, that I wrapped my arms around myself. The sun shining brightly above, yet I felt an unsettling chill. Chapter 29, New Life Village, Part 7. As night fell, I lay in bed, hearing a faint noise from the door lock. The door creaked open, and someone entered the room. That I tightly closed my eyes, maintaining a steady breath, hearing footsteps pause at the foot of the bed before moving to the window, where they fumbled briefly before exiting the room. Once the footsteps faded into the distance, I opened my eyes and sat up, noticing incense sticks burning on the windowsill, the scent identical to what I had inhaled in the prayer hall. No wonder Guoming knew I had sneaked out at midnight. They must infiltrate the room nightly to light incense, which justified my waiting for him until now. But what was their true purpose for lighting the incense? At that moment, the aroma grew more heady, inducing a slight dizziness that I hurriedly covered my mouth and nose. rapidly dressing myself before leaping out the window and closing it behind me, that I concealed myself in the dark corner behind the building. As previously discussed with Song Liao, after a tense few minutes, I suddenly heard a thud ahead, and I peeked out to see Song Liao rising from the ground, that I looked up to see the second-floor window ajar. Astonished. "Did you jump down?" "It's fine. The house isn't very tall, but let's move quickly." Upon reaching New Life Village, we discovered that security had indeed been heightened. After a prolonged wait, we managed to scale the fence just as the guards were changing shifts. However, we had scarcely walked far when several villagers approached, leading dogs. Panic surged within me, but Song Liao swiftly pulled me into a dark, foul-smelling outhouse that a wave of stench assaulted my senses, churning my stomach violently. I fought to suppress the urge to retch, waiting until the outside noise faded before rushing out, leaning against the wall to dry heave for several moments. Song Liao gently rubbed my back. And once I regained my composure, he said, "Let's go." Tend at the dungeon, I guided Song Liao through the woods, retracing my steps to the stone carving workshop. The entrance was heavily guarded, but with Song Liao's assistance, I climbed over the wall at the back of the workshop. The partition wall was lower than the surrounding wall, allowing me a clear view into the workspace. Unfortunately, after scanning the area twice, I could not find Jia Shu. Suddenly, I heard voices nearby. The workshop owner and an assistant were approaching from around the corner, that I quickly ducked down, relieved to see their attention focused solely on the booklet in the owner's hands. Oblivious to my presence, he counted the individuals before closing the ledger. I caught a glimpse of the booklet's cover, and my breath hitched. It was true. The ledger Guoming had given me was indeed genuine, but it merely recorded the daytime workers. The nighttime ledger was another book, which the workshop owner now held, that I was certain Jia Shu's name was listed within. Song Liao helped me down from the wall. "Did you find anything?" "My brother isn't here. He may have been moved elsewhere, that I want to search other locations." My gaze fell on the adjacent wall of the stone carving workshop, that I heard Xiaoyin say that next to the stone carving workshop is the spice workshop. "Let's check there." Song Liao's pupils flickered. "You mean the spice workshop?" "Yes, the one associated with the incense in the chapel." Guoming sneaked into the house in the dead of night to light this type of incense. We climbed over the back wall of the spice workshop, moving along the wall while concealed by a stack of hay that I in the courtyard. Several women sat in a circle, their mouths and noses wrapped in thick cloth, as they picked the small blue flowers from the heaps of wild grasses and placed them in nearby baskets, which were then taken into the back room for the process of grinding into incense. The remaining leaves were tossed into a pot to boil, producing a yellow-green broth. The air was thick with a rich fragrance. Initially, it was refreshing, but prolonged exposure dulled my senses, that I covered my mouth and nose. Following closely behind Song Liao, as we carefully examined each room through the back window, but I found no sign of Jia Shu. Just as I was about to speak, I suddenly felt my consciousness fading, and through a haze, I saw a disappointment etched on his face as he murmured, "Not here." Before I lost control of my body, I managed to reach for his shoulder, "But we need to leave. I can't hold on much longer." When I regained consciousness, I found myself slumped against a tree far from the spice workshop, that I took a deep breath to steady myself and looked up to see Song Liao wearing a half-permanent black mask. I forced a smile. "You truly have foresight. The mask can only cover so much. It won't last long," he admitted candidly, that I rubbed my temples, that I had seen these flowers when I hiked up the mountain. "But I never imagined they were used for incense, that I wonder what kind of plant it is. Too much of it makes my head spin." "Yingco," Song Liao replied quietly. "The incense made from Yingco has anesthetic and hallucinogenic properties." "Ah, I see," I said, pondering. "But what is their purpose in lighting incense in the chapel?" "To manipulate people's minds. They utilize the incense's hallucinatory effects to instill a sense of reverence." That I frowned and nodded. Back then, Guoming had ulterior motives in trying to lead me to believe that Jia Shu was dead, employing this very incense, that I pulled my thoughts back and inadvertently focused on Song Liao's mask, tentatively asking, "Did you know about the incense's effects beforehand, which is why you wore the mask?" Under my probing gaze, Song Liao lowered his eyes, neither confirming nor denying, that a ripple of curiosity stirred within me. "How did you come to know?" After a moment of silence, he finally replied, "Because I have been to Green Island." I was taken aback, momentarily speechless, before regaining my composure. "Did the sea god grant your wish?" "No." His dark eyes resembled a bottomless pool, devoid of ripples. "So, You returned to this place hoping to fulfill your wish. His gaze flickered briefly, affirming my suspicion that I chose not to press further, and an awkward silence enveloped us. Rising from the ground, I said we should move. Time is of the essence, and I cannot predict where they might have relocated in Jiashu. Did I know a place? I can take you there to search. I followed Song Liao as he led me to the other end of the woods. Leaping over the fence before stopping in the forest not far from the village, he rummaged on the ground, clearing the grass to reveal a large stone slab, which he pushed aside with effort, revealing a dark passageway below. What is this place? I inquired hesitantly. That a cellar, is in Jiashu hidden in here. Seeing Song Liao nod, I gritted my teeth and jumped in without hesitation. The entrance was only about a meter high. After bending forward for a short distance, the space opened up. This cellar was larger than I had anticipated, with several intersecting passages resembling a tangled underground maze. The temperature inside was considerably cooler than outside, and small rooms occasionally appeared at the junctions, some filled with various everyday items, their openings sealed with stone slabs. Is this a cellar belonging to the villagers? Yes, all the cellars in New Life Village are interconnected. We are currently beneath the village. But the village is so vast. Should we split up to search? I suggested. No need. This connects to the prison. We will arrive shortly. Prison? Before I could voice my confusion, a foul stench hit me. The dimly lit passageway was lined with numerous wooden cages, shining my flashlight inside. I saw people crammed into the small cages, resembling tortured quails, curled up and barely clinging to life. At the end of the passage, I found in Jiashu. He was banging his head against the bars in a frenzy, growling like a wild beast, entirely unrecognizing me. Suddenly, I heard commotion from outside as someone descended into the dungeon. Song Liao quickly pulled me into the narrow gap between a cage and the earthen wall. And then we heard the sound of someone striking the wooden cages. Keep it down. It's the middle of the night. As soon as the words were spoken, a plume of white smoke began to creep along the ground, gradually filling the entire space. The dungeon slowly descended into silence, and only then did the figure depart. That I could not hold my breath and inadvertently inhaled a mouthful of smoke, feeling my limbs grow weak as Song Liao carried me out of the cell. Once outside the cellar, I fell onto the grass, and it took a while for my strength to return. That I attempted to rise and go back, but Song Liao seized me firmly. That I must bring in Jiashu out. Bring him out. You were knocked down by the smoke as soon as you entered, and you still wish to save your brother. What should I do? Should I allow him to endure torment inside? My eyes filled with tears uncontrollably. Why are they imprisoning him? I've never seen in Jiashu like that before. His frenzied state fills me with both sorrow and fear. They made him drink lamb's grass juice. That substance is far more potent than any drug, capable of inducing addiction. During an episode, incense can briefly suppress the effects, thus achieving control over a person. Song Liao's tone grew heavy. Without finding the antidote. You cannot take your brother away. I had once researched information about lamb's grass, but found very little. However, it was certain that lamb's grass only grows on Green Island, and its antidote exists solely there. The villagers utilized this antidote to become immune to the narcotic and hallucinogenic properties of lamb's grass, but I had no idea what it was. That I had not found anything when I visited the spice shop earlier. You mentioned you had been to Green Island, but only as a transient visitor. How is it that you know so much about the secrets of Newborn Village, including the location of the cellar and the prison? I locked eyes with Song Liao and instinctively distanced myself from him. Who exactly are you? Chapter 30, Newborn Village, Part 8, 11. The antidote. The reason I know so much is because I was once imprisoned in the cell myself. His voice lowered. Do you remember what I told you? I had come to Green Island before that time. My mother was gravely ill, and in desperation, I sought the gods on the island, but unfortunately, I was not chosen by the sea god, for they knew my mother could not be saved. What do you mean? Who are they? I asked, puzzled. Do you truly believe that the wish slips left behind are genuinely chosen by the sea god? He curled his lips in a sardonic smile. Those who wish to come to Green Island have all been filtered by them. Only those who meet their criteria can form a group. As for the so-called lucky few chosen by the sea god, they were selected long before they set foot on the island, in the days leading up to the sea god's descent. They brainwash and manipulate people into becoming followers, exploiting their intense desires to drain their wealth, imprisoning women and able-bodied individuals for their own use, until every last bit of value is extracted from them. I had become of no use to them, and eventually they released me. But when I returned home, my mother had already passed away. I did not even have the chance to say goodbye. His voice thickened with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes, filled with rage. Then why did you return? Because I have also become addicted to lamb's grass. That he forced a bitter smile. After leaving the island, they only provided me with a small amount of spices to suppress the cravings. I want to break free from their control. So I returned to seek the antidote. That weren't you supposed to be screened before going to the island? They allowed you to return here, fearing no consequences? Under normal circumstances, it should not be possible. However, as long as my addiction persists, I will remain under their influence. Moreover, to return to Green Island, I must complete an additional task. What task? Song Liao averted his gaze, saying, to bring someone to the island. That my heart skipped a beat as I suddenly recalled the online friend named Jiamu who had guided me here. Jiamu, with the character for wood placed under the roof of home. Does that not spell song? Is that person me? Yes, that he lowered his head in shame, unable to meet my gaze. That I am sorry, that I do not blame you, that I interrupted him. That if it were not for you, I would not have found my brother. However, recalling how he had helped me twice before while being aware of my identity, I felt an indescribable disappointment. Right now, the most important thing is to find the antidote and rescue my brother. I composed myself and stated, if we can gain the support of others in the group, the chances of success will be greater. That it will not be easy. Now that the schedule for going to the island is halfway through. Most of the group members have been brainwashed and will not easily believe us. That on the contrary, we may risk exposure. That we can only act according to circumstances. Nonetheless, I will definitely help you. Song Liao looked up at the distance. It is almost dawn. We must hurry back. Tomorrow we will seek an opportunity to find the antidote. When I returned to the room, the incense was nearly burnt out. That I covered my nose and returned to my bed. Just as I lay down, I heard commotion at the door. Someone walked past the foot of my bed and opened the window a crack, allowing the smoke that had accumulated inside to be gradually blown away by the wind outside. Only after that person left the room did I open my eyes and let out a deep sigh of relief. That in the morning, we went to the wish hall, as usual. After praying, we entered the stone house. This time, Song Liao's wish slip was also missing. It seems you remain unblessed by the sea god, I remarked, turning to him. That he chuckled lightly, his expression calm. That I had already guessed as much. Just as we stepped out of the stone house, we saw the village chief waiting inside with others. There are 2 days left until the sea god's descent. You are all devout believers of the sea god and will be blessed by him. I will distribute the divine elixir granted by the sea god, which can enhance your health and vitality. The village chief spoke solemnly and then began to distribute the elixir. What divine elixir? It is nothing more than the addictive lamb's grass juice. I watched as the people around me eagerly consumed it, but I did not move. That a middle-aged woman suddenly squeezed in front of me, pleading with the elder distributing the elixir. Could you give me another bottle? My daughter is ill, and I want to take it back for her to drink. 0.1 bottle per person. Hurry up and move aside. Don't block others, the elder snapped. Please. The woman fell to her knees, her head striking the ground and drawing blood, but the elder ignored her. I could not bear to watch any longer and extended my bottle toward her. Take mine. Thank you. Thank you. She turned back with gratitude, just as Guoming stopped her. Big sister, don't rush. Your situation is special. That I'll speak to the village chief and see if I can get you another bottle. But we cannot take other shares. After all, this is the blessing from the sea god. Stealing someone else's fortune will have repercussions. The middle-aged woman trembled, and with Guoming's support, she stood up, nodding repeatedly, her voice trembling with fear. Yes, what you say is right, Director Gua. I will listen to you. After Guoming finished speaking, he turned to me with a penetrating gaze. Hurry and drink it. Once you do, the sea god will protect you. Under his watchful gaze, I had no choice but to steel myself and drink the lamb's grass juice. As soon as the door to the wish hall opened, I dashed out of the church, seeking a corner to vomit it out. However, before my fingers could reach my throat, I hesitated. That I felt the blood within my limbs surging, my heart pounding vigorously, and the exhaustion from the sleepless night was instantly swept away. My body felt full of energy, and I was as light as a bird, soaring in the sky, my mood unprecedentedly relaxed and joyful. That I seemed to finally understand why that man with cancer appeared to be cured after drinking the divine elixir. This substance was 100 times more potent than any painkiller. IT acted like a spiritual drug, granting a fleeting yet extreme happiness. As we descended the mountain, I remained in an unusually euphoric state, my steps somewhat unsteady as I trailed behind the group. Suddenly, commotion arose ahead, and I squeezed to the front to watch. My blurry vision focused on a group of villagers beating a madwoman, shouting, "You wretch! How dare you come and steal people? Today, we will beat you to death." A foul odor emanated from the woman, causing the onlookers to recoil in disgust. My gaze fell upon the scattered swaddles in her arms. And a flash of insight struck me, suddenly awakening my consciousness. I stepped back from the front, found Song Liao, and leaned closer to whisper, "I think I know where to find the antidote," seeing him still somewhat dazed. I pinched his waist firmly. Song Liao jolted, his eyes clearing slightly as he regained focus. "Where is it?" I pointed ahead. The sticks and fists fell upon the madwoman like a torrential downpour, causing her to cry out in pain. Yet she clutched the swaddle tightly with one arm, while her other arm reached desperately forward. Following the direction of her outstretched arm, I spotted Xiao Yin standing outside the circle, her black, hollow eyes fixed unwaveringly on the brutal beating. "If we do not stop this, she will be beaten to death." Song Liao rushed forward to intervene, but was shoved aside by the villagers. Then, several people lifted the nearly lifeless madwoman. I stepped in front of them. "Where are you taking her?" "To bury her on the back mountain, of course." "She is not dead yet," I shouted. "Not dead yet, but she will be soon." One man sneered. "You had better behave. Otherwise, you will end up like her." "All right, everyone hurry back for a midday rest. The villagers are merely following the rules. We should not get involved." Guoming bid farewell to the crowd as I stood rooted to the spot. Pulled away by Song Liao, I turned back to gaze in the direction where the villagers had vanished, my heart weighed down with an unbearable heaviness. The island sheep seemed to be under the control of the newborn sect, as all members of the tour group had accepted the sheep grass juice. Guoming's vigilance over the group had noticeably relaxed. In the afternoon, the tour group was granted free time, and most members strolled near the shore. Seizing the opportunity, Song Liao and I traversed the beach and ventured into the woods, heading toward the back mountain. "How can you be certain the antidote is in that woman's possession?" Song Liao inquired. "I cannot be entirely sure," I replied, "but I inadvertently brushed against something in her bag. After the first day in the wish hall, I was awakened by the lingering foul odor, and since then, I have not succumbed to the illusions. Perhaps that madwoman knows what the antidote is." The back mountain was vast, and I worried whether we would arrive in time to save her. After more than 2 hours of walking, we finally reached the edge of the woods. Gazing out, we beheld an expansive meadow at the foot of the back mountain, reminiscent of a new world. The entire expanse of sheep grass swayed in the breeze, resembling a verdant ocean. Blue flowers adorned the tips of the grass, akin to stars that had fallen into the sea, a sight both breathtaking and enchanting. At the end of the meadow stood a stone structure, surrounded by a spacious courtyard, also enclosed by stone. To avoid inhaling too much of the fragrant air, Song Liao and I circumvented the meadow to the side of the building. Approaching closely, we then noticed a wooden shed behind the house, where a dozen sheep were being raised. These sheep possessed a peculiar appearance. Their sparse fleece barely concealed their pink skin, and they were larger than ordinary sheep, nearly the size of a small pony. Each bore long, straight, and thick horns that resembled those of the sea god statue. Under the sunlight, the golden eyes of the sheep glinted with a chilling sharpness, appearing both cold and sinister. We concealed ourselves outside the fence and cautiously peeked inside. Observing 2 villagers laboring within the shed, one of them tossed a large bundle of sheep grass into the feeding trough and kicked the sheep standing nearby. This creature is truly hideous. The more I look, the uglier it becomes. The other, busy collecting sheep droppings, called out as he saw the kick. "Be careful. There are only a few island sheep left. If you injure one, just wait until the village chief gets hold of you." "What's the point?" The first man scoffed. "What if all the island sheep die out? What will we do then?" "That's not our concern. Hurry up and feed the sheep, then we'll deal with that madwoman in the front yard." Song Liao and I exchanged a knowing glance, and without a word, we turned around and climbed over the wall into the front yard, where we indeed discovered the madwoman lying in a corner. Her body was icy, her complexion ashen, and her breath barely perceptible. Were it not for the faint pulse at her neck, I might have believed her to be dead at this moment. The swaddling she held had completely unraveled, releasing a noxious odor. Yet the contents that had once been wrapped within were now missing. Perhaps they had fallen out when the villagers dragged her, leaving only some sticky residue behind that I attempted to call out to her. And after a long moment, she trembled and opened her eyes slightly. "Are you awake?" I asked. The woman fixated on the swaddling in her arms, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, that I placed my hand gently on her wrist. "Can you tell me what the antidote for the sheep grass is?" Dahlia, she rasped. "What is Dahlia?" I pressed on, but suddenly she tightened her embrace, her gaze fixed vacantly upon the sky. Shaoyin. Her voice weakened until it faded completely. Chapter 31. Newborn Village 9. A sense of suffocation gripped my heart as I helped her close her eyes. The sound of footsteps approached from behind the house, prompting Song Liao to hastily pull me aside as voices emerged from the courtyard. "She is already dead," one exclaimed. "Where should we bury her?" "Right beneath that patch of sheep grass," another replied. "Lend a hand." I leaned against the cold wall, shutting my eyes, yet I could not suppress the tears of sympathy that welled up within me. Xian-Ti revealed what the antidote was. Song Liao, disheartened, supported his forehead. "Perhaps we shouldn't have pinned our hopes on this woman. After all, she has lost her mind. She is not insane." That I wiped my tears. Suddenly struck by a thought, my eyes widening. Dahlia, what she meant was the island sheep. I leaped over the fence and dashed into the sheep shed, searching the ground until I finally discovered a small piece of sheep dung in the corner. Squatting down, I pinched a bit between my fingers and brought it to my nose, standing up to declare, "This is the scent." The contents of her swaddling were this, before Song Liao could react. I thrust my finger, tainted with excrement, toward him. He recoiled, even through his mask, from the overwhelming stench. "What is that smell? It's horrendous." As he spoke, I grabbed a handful of sheep grass from the feeding trough and presented it to him. "Now smell this. Do you still feel dizzy?" He shook his head in astonishment. That I wiped my fingers on the sheep grass and tossed it back into the trough, then said thoughtfully, "I suspect this sheep grass is toxic. But the island sheep can digest it. Through their digestive process, the sheep grass transforms into the antidote, which is why the villagers raise the island sheep and periodically collect their droppings. Are we really expected to consume dung to detoxify?" Song Liao's expression soured. "Unless you wish to become an addicted lunatic, yes, that's so. We are to wait for the sheep to defecate." I cast him a resigned glance. "Didn't you see them collect the dung just now? We can simply steal some." Peering around the corner of the house, I noticed the two villagers still digging a pit in the distance, so I seized the chance to slip inside the building. The interior was quite rudimentary. It resembled more of a workshop than a living space. The collected sheep dung was placed in stone jars, positioned beneath a skylight. Near the inner side stood a wooden shelf, upon which sat a wooden box. That I opened one, discovering 3 round, black pills inside. That a surge of joy filled me as I picked up a pill and sniffed it. It bore no foul odor and even hinted at a subtle fragrance. I handed the pill to Song Liao. "Look, they've processed the sheep dung, and now it no longer smells. But knowing it's dung, I still find it hard to swallow that we care about such things now." I shot him an exasperated glance, pocketing the remaining pills. "Let South leave this place quickly." Chapter 13. Carnage on the 5th day on the island, with only 1 day remaining until the sea god's descent. The addictive properties of the sheep grass juice had taken hold. Those who had been vibrant the previous day now appeared listless and agitated. They surged into the wish hall, pleading for the sea god to bestow further blessings upon them. Song Liao and I sat apart at the back, eyes closed amidst the white mist. Yet our consciousness was remarkably clear. The antidote we had ingested earlier was proving effective. The prayers concluded. The crowd gradually entered the stone house. This time, many wore expressions devoid of laughter. Most of the wooden tokens had vanished from the tree, leading many to weep bitterly, wail in despair, or even pound their fists against the walls in rage, filling the stone house with a cacophony of chaos. Amidst the turmoil, a middle-aged woman approached the tree, gazing up at the suspended wooden tokens while murmuring, "Why was I eliminated? Was my sincerity insufficient?" Her lamentations caught the attention of a flamboyantly dressed young woman nearby. With a smirk revealing her crimson lips, retorted, "Perhaps your wish simply didn't meet the sea goddess standards." "Why not?" The middle-aged woman stammered, "My daughter is only 18. Doesn't she deserve to be saved?" Her lips trembled as she struggled to maintain her composure. "That I don't have the authority to decide." This is the will of the sea god. Perhaps your daughter, simply Isanti, fated for it. The young woman replied nonchalantly, turning to leave. Yet the middle-aged woman, fueled by despair, picked up a stone from the ground and, without warning, brought it crashing down on the young woman's head. Once, twice, 3 times. Her eyes reddened with fury as blood mixed with brain matter pooled around her. The onlookers stood frozen in shock at the scene before them. The silence shattered by the middle-aged woman's enraged screams. Wretched girl! Don't think I'm unaware of your seduction of the elder. You're nothing but a whore selling your beauty. What makes you more deserving than my daughter? She gasped for breath, discarding the stone and rising, her bloodied hands yanking the young woman's token from the tree with force. Now let us see if your wish can still come true. As she spoke, a chilling laughter escaped her lips, her eyes gleaming with madness as she surveyed the crowd, declaring, "No one is more worthy than my daughter. No one." With that, she leapt into the air, tearing down all the tokens hanging from the branches. The crowd gasped in horror and rushed forward to intervene. Chaos erupted as some fought to protect their own tokens while others vented their frustration and anger at being eliminated, grappling with anything at hand as a weapon. Wu Ming attempted to intervene, but was struck by a stone, collapsing to the ground. The already volatile crowd ignited like a powder keg, relentless in their turmoil. Their struggle reminiscent of the demons and devils writhing beneath the sea goddess statue. That I end the frenzy. A man blinded by rage brandishing a stone approached me threateningly, only to be knocked unconscious by Song Liao. Afterward, he pulled me into a corner, steering clear of the fray's epicenter. Some individuals, attempting to evade the chaos, climbed the stone tree, but inadvertently snapped a branch, causing countless wooden stakes to tumble down in an instant, scattering across the ground. Time seemed to blur, and eventually, the violence subsided, leaving behind a gruesome scene littered with corpses and disorder. Alongside the bare stone tree, I remained in a state of shock, unable to recover from the horror I had witnessed. The pungent scent of blood assaulting my nostrils, inducing a wave of nausea and rendering my legs weak. Song Liao supported me as we attempted to leave the stone house, but our path was obstructed by villagers approaching us. The village chief and others entered the stone house, surveying the bloody and brutal aftermath within, their expressions eerily calm. What a pity, the village chief lamented. There were still 2 promising candidates. His gaze swept over me before settling on Song Liao. A knowing smile gracing his lips that I never expected it would ultimately lead to your success, that I recall the last time you survived by taking her brother's place. And now, you are using her to gain entry to the island. Nevertheless, congratulations on your selection. The sea god shall fulfill your wish. That I gasped, incredulous as I turned to Song Liao, who remained silent, his head bowed. Song Liao, what does he mean? Tell me. I grasped his collar, but in the next moment, several villagers seized me, twisting my arms behind my back, prying my mouth open to forcefully pour sheep grass juice down my throat. Lock her up? The village chief commanded. That I was thrown into a wooden cage in the dungeon, desperately trying to struggle but finding my limbs restricted. The door to the cellar slammed shut, plunging me into darkness. That it took a while for my eyes to adjust, and I soon heard heavy breathing nearby. Turning my head, I spotted a dark figure resting against the bars, revealing half of a grimy face. That it was in Jiashu. Jiashu. I knelt, twisting my body to get closer, calling out to him. After a long moment, he lifted his head, his eyes clouded. Recalling that I still had an antidote in my pocket, I squeezed my hand through the narrow slats of the wooden bars, the rough splinters digging into my skin. But I ignored the pain as I brought the pill to his lips. He instinctively opened his mouth and swallowed it. That I caressed his cheek, speaking in a soothing tone, I will definitely bring you home. With that, I withdrew my hand and, summoning all my strength, slammed against the wooden cage. Pain coursed through my body, yet the cage remained unmoved. Exhausted, I curled up in a corner, seeking a semblance of comfort, and eventually succumbed to sleep. I was vaguely aware of someone calling my name after what felt like an eternity. Sister, sister. Startled awake, I looked up to see Jiashu gazing at me through the bars, sweat beading on his forehead, but he appeared to have regained some lucidity. With a face full of joy, I propped myself up. Are you feeling better? He pursed his cracked lips and nodded, hoarsely asking, Why are you also locked up? I told you to run. Before I could respond, an unusual noise echoed from the depths of the darkness. Alert, I focused on the sound, and suddenly, a familiar figure emerged before me. "I am here to rescue you." Song Liao crouched down, wielding a tool to strike the lock of the cage. Furious, I glared at him. "What are you doing here? Aren't you one of them? What did the village chief mean when he said you took my brother's place? How much have you been hiding from me? I know you're angry, but I didn't intend to keep anything from you. I simply didn't know how to explain that he broke the lock. Remove the chain and open the cage, then turned to smash the cage holding in Jia Shu while continuing. I was indeed part of the same group as your brother. I was forced into slavery in the workshop because I lacked value. I begged them to let me return to see my mother, but they imprisoned me. Your brother saved me. He forfeited his chance to be chosen by the sea god to grant me passage off the island." "Why should I believe you?" I retorted, but in Jia Shu's voice interjected from beside me. "Sister, he is not lying that I gave him my place. He needed it more than I did, and I have no regrets." We both turned to him in shock, memories of the pain I endured during his year-long absence flooding my mind. Yet when I met his steadfast, dark gaze, the words of reproach died on my lips. Perhaps for Jia Shu, being unable to save his companions lost in the disaster, rescuing Song Liao was a means of redeeming his own lonely, guilt-ridden heart that I squeezed through the cage, my muscles and bones aching. "What did the village chief mean when he said you were chosen?" The stone house had suffered heavy casualties, yet the ceremony must proceed. For them, selecting me posed less risk. They assured me they would provide the antidote, fulfill my wish, and release me from the island. "Did you agree to their terms?" I asked, my guard immediately up, that I only agreed as a temporary measure, and my purpose for coming to Green Island wasn't solely to find the antidote. I also sought to rescue your brother. He opened the cage, freeing Jia Shu. I set fire to the sheep grass field to draw them away. So most of the villagers should be preoccupied with extinguishing the flames that we need to leave now. Chapter 32. The New Village 10:14. That wishes clouds obscured the moonlight, and the wind began to stir in the mountains. The three of us trudged through the forest, struggling to advance as villagers swarmed in search of our whereabouts. Moving faster than we anticipated. Having gone a day without food or water, our strength was severely depleted, prompting us to find a concealed spot to hide that we huddled closely together, enduring the night until dawn. Song Liao roused me from slumber. My throat burned painfully as I propped myself up. "Have they left? It seems quiet, but we must depart quickly." With Jia Shu supporting me, we followed Song Liao for a while, until I could no longer contain myself. "This island ain't large. Hiding like this is futile, and we will be discovered eventually." "Then we must leave the island," Song Liao replied. "How do we leave?" "The travel group's boat won't arrive until tomorrow, and we can't go back. Have you forgotten? There's a small boat on the Pebble Beach." His words reminded me of the small boat I had seen on the first day by the seaside. Yet that boat had been stranded for so long. I was uncertain if it was still seaworthy. "Having it is better than not," Song Liao said, just as sounds rustled from the nearby bushes that I cautiously raised my head, readying a stone from the ground, only to see a small figure emerge from the underbrush. "Xiaoyin, what are you doing here?" I dropped the stone and approached her, squatting down. "Did you sneak out to play again?" Xiaoyin tilted her head, her large eyes fixated on Song Liao and the others. Suddenly recalling the madwoman's final words, I gently placed my hand on her shoulder and spoke softly. "Sister is leaving this place, but I promise I will take you with me. Once outside, there will be many fun things and friends for you." As I spoke, I pulled a small stone carving from my pocket and placed it in her palm. "This is for you. Keep it safe and don't let anyone take it from you." With that, I waved goodbye and turned to leave. That we finally reached the Pebble Beach. The small boat, though aged, appeared intact at the bottom and should still hold weight. Our only challenge was to push the boat from the beach into the water. With so many stones beneath, we struggled together for quite some time, managing to move the boat only a few inches. Just then, voices echoed from afar. I turned to see villagers armed with sticks charging down the hillside towards the beach. In that moment, whether it was instinct for survival or some surge of adrenaline, I felt an unfamiliar strength coursing through me as I pushed the small boat with all my might, and it surprisingly moved faster, nearing the water's edge, only to find two villagers had already caught up to us. Song Liao turned to confront them, felling two with swift strikes, but was inevitably struck himself, stumbling towards the boat. "Get on the boat!" he shouted at me. At this point, the boat was half submerged in the sea, and then Jia Shu leaped in, pulling me aboard. Song Liao continued to push the boat, the veins in his forehead bulging as the villagers closed in. The boat finally lifted from the ground, gently rocking with the waves. "Hurry, get on." I reached out to Song Liao, but he remained calm, lowering his arms. Tears brimmed in my eyes as I leaned over the edge of the boat, calling out, "What are you doing? Hurry up." He removed his mask, revealing his full face for the first time, grinning as he shook his head. "That my mother has passed away, so I have no ties left. You may not realize it, but in Jiashu's initial wish upon coming here was to return home. He sought to forget the past for your sake and live on. If it weren't for me, you both wouldn't have endured these trials. I made the same wish as him. And this time, I return my wish to you." A vivid image of his wish wooden tablet, inscribed with the word home yet lacking a signature, hung suspended from the branches of a tree in my mind. Scalding tears cascaded from my eyes, searing my cheeks. My gaze fell upon Song Liao as he picked up stones and valiantly charged towards the pursuing villagers in the midst of the struggle. He suddenly stiffened, his body swaying slightly, before he was engulfed by a flurry of clubs and sticks. The small boat drifted away from the shore, and I called out to Jiashu to find a paddle. But after a long pause, I heard no sound behind me. Turning around, I beheld the light in his pupils fade, followed by violent convulsions as he struck his own head, howling in madness. What on earth is happening? Hadn't I already administered the antidote? I reached out to grasp his hand, but he violently shook me off, then leaped into the sea. I followed suit and jumped in after him, only to be knocked unconscious by a wave that crashed over me. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying in the wish hall, my hands and feet bound. Beside me was the dazed Jiashu. A thunderous sound erupted as the large door swung open, and a throng of villagers clad in black robes poured into the hall, holding candlesticks, forming neat rows on either side. In the front stood children I had never seen before in the village. Soon, the village chief entered, flanked by several elders, with his arm draped around Xiaoyin, stopping in front of the statue of the sea god. Today marks the grand occasion of the sea god's descent. In the coming year, we shall live under the sea god's protection, enjoying abundance and happiness. The chief's tone abruptly shifted, sharp and fierce. However, these vile scoundrels seek to destroy all that we possess. "Kill them, kill them, kill them," the villagers echoed in unison, the entire hall vibrating with their fervor. With a gesture, the village chief silenced the crowd. "Thanks to Xiaoyin, we were able to promptly capture these miscreants," he said, patting the top of Xiaoyin's head. Although she is young, she embodies the principles of devotion to the deity, serving as a role model for all the children in the new village. Therefore, the initiation ceremony for the sea god's arrival will be entrusted to Xiaoyin. As soon as the words left his mouth, the villagers brought forth a wooden box, spilling out a heap of wooden tablets, presumably the ones they had plucked and discarded. Xiaoyin took the candlestick and, at the chief's nod, stepped forward, casting the candlestick down. Immediately, the pile of wooden tablets was engulfed in flames. I observed her cast the stone sculpture I had gifted her into the fire. The flames danced in her pupils, failing to illuminate the darkness within her eyes. Until the flames had burned low, Xiaoyin returned to the ranks, and two villagers dragged the battered Song Liao to kneel before the statue of the sea god. I struggled to rise, but the bindings confined me, causing me to fall back to the ground. To desecrate the sea god is sinful. Those who once received the sea goddess grace, yet chose to betray him, are even less forgivable. I shall pave the way for the sea god with the blood of the sinners. The village chief brandished a sharp dagger, seized Song Liao's head, and before he could utter a sound, slit his throat. No. My scream was drowned out by the villagers' clamorous cries. Song Liao collapsed onto the incense altar, his convulsing body stilled, blood gushing from his neck into the altar. Surrounding smoke rose, and the people fervently knelt, losing themselves in ecstatic celebration. I completely relinquished my struggle. Through the flickering candlelight, I seemed to glimpse my future. Even if they did not kill me, I would be imprisoned in a dark, lightless dungeon, curled up in a cage where I could not stretch my limbs, or perhaps I would become a slave subjected to relentless beatings. Such a fate was far more terrifying than death. In despair, I gazed up at the towering statue of the sea god, shrouded in mist. That moment, I felt akin to a victim struggling in the waves, grasping for a lifeline. Unconsciously, I began to recite the prayers in unison with those around me. Gradually sinking into the ritual, that I do not know how long it lasted, but as the smoke cleared, the ceremony neared its conclusion that an elder stepped forward to consult the village chief on how to handle us. The ceremony is not yet complete. We must consult the divine tree for the tablets, the chief declared. But there are no tablets left on the tree, the elder protested. The chief's piercing gaze fixed on the elder, sternly stating, regardless, the ceremony must proceed in accordance with protocol. It is the rule. Otherwise, it is a disrespect to the sea god. The elder hastily nodded and turned to enter the stone chamber, only to emerge shortly, exclaiming in disbelief, "A ghost!" "Oh no!" He slapped himself in shock, casting a frightened glance at me, then handed over a wooden tablet. "I just checked this morning, and there were no tablets left on the tree. Yet this one is hanging there now." The chief strode to stand before me, tossing the tablet at my feet that I grasped the wooden tablet, and as my gaze fell upon it, my eyes widened in astonishment. It bore the inscription of my wish. I could not fathom who else could have hung the tablet back on the divine tree before the ceremony concluded, aside from the sea god himself. He heard my prayer that do you believe in the sea god? The chief inquired softly that I felt countless piercing gazes upon me and struggled to lift my face, urgently and earnestly responding, "Yes, I believe. I believe in the sea god." "Are you willing to dedicate your life to the sea god and become a faithful follower?" Blood from Song Liao had already spilled over the edge of the incense altar, flowing coldly across the stone slab to pool before me. I glanced at Jiashu beside me, trembling in fear, and nodded, "I am willing." The chief's figure merged with the imposing statue of the sea god behind him, his abyss-like gaze scrutinizing me from above. He slowly spoke, his voice drifting lightly into my ears. "Congratulations, you have been chosen. The sea god will grant your wish." That I end conclusion. The sea god fulfilled my wish, but I too must pay the price. I replaced Guoming as the new guide of Green Island. The villagers of the new village are unafraid that I will betray them, for even Song Liao is unaware that someone like Jiashu, who has long been dependent on the drug derived from sheepgrass, cannot be cured with just one dose of antidote. That Jiashu is deeply poisoned, unable to escape their antidote, and the island sheep that produce the antidote can only be found on Green Island. I waved the small flag in my hand, signaling the tour group to draw near, reciting my lines fluently. It is said that over 300 years ago, a merchant ship was raided by pirates and met with a storm. After the ship sank, the survivors drifted for several days at sea until they stumbled upon a small island. They discovered that this island was isolated from the world and rich in resources. So they decided to settle there, becoming the ancestors of the island's residents. "And what about the pirates? What happened to the pirates?" a young man in the group shouted, but his companion interrupted that I feigned ignorance and continued with my narrative. Observing the lively and cheerful atmosphere within the group, my mood somewhat heavy that no one ever delved deeper into this tale. Even if they did, they would find no answers. The truth has been buried in the depths of the sea. For among the survivors who reached the island after the storm, only the pirates remained. Chapter 33, Inseparable Shadows 1. Last weekend, during an exploration of a desolate mountain, I encountered a dilapidated statue. When the serpentine tide surged, it saved my life. To express my gratitude, I bowed 3 times in reverence, unaware that this was merely the beginning of a nightmare. Monsters, begone! Oh my, what is wrong with you? Host, don't scare me. I'm easily frightened. Is anyone calling the police? Should we call the police? My phone buzzed incessantly as I scrambled to my feet, retrieving my phone that had flown several meters away. Reappearing on screen, I forced a smile through the pain. "Dear fans, don't panic. Your host merely had a little tumble." The barrage of comments quieted somewhat. That I knew it. Our host is a professional. How could a few snakes possibly defeat her? Upvote for the one who remembers how Zhuojie tore apart a viper last year. What? That is so thrilling. Please tell me more. And so, a crowd of viewers flocked to previous streams, and the comment section returned to its usual tranquility. My name is Zhui, a somewhat well-known outdoor exploration streamer on a certain platform. The more secluded and eerie the location, the more I am drawn to it. That a month ago, a fan left me a message stating that his brother had gone missing in a mountain called Songling. The police had tirelessly searched for several days, scouring the entire mountain without finding any clues, and several officers nearly lost their lives in the process. After the search concluded, they strictly forbade villagers from entering the mountain again. It was rumored that Song Ling Mountain was haunted, and the fan asked if I dared to hike there. Upon checking the location, it was just a small village on the outskirts of my city. A mere few dozen kilometers away, that I gladly accepted the challenge and promised to live stream the entire hike. There are no ghosts in this world. The most likely scenario is that there are many wild beasts in that mountain, and I just happen to have ample experience in dealing with them. Today marks the day of the anticipated hike up Song Ling Mountain. Due to its remoteness, the already secluded path was further overrun with moss. And after encountering a large nest of vividly colored snakes, I inadvertently tripped and fell. The ascent was remarkably smooth. Apart from snakes, ants, and rodents, I encountered no other wild beasts. Instead, the journey was filled with the sweet songs of birds and fragrant flowers, prompting my livestream fans to tease me for being more of a travel blogger than an adventure one. Dutch would yeah. Quick, what do you see in the northwest? In the barrage of comments, someone alerted me. I turned my gaze northwest, where a gray, pointed corner stood out conspicuously amidst a cluster of vern plants. Clearing a path with my trekking pole, I approached to reveal the full visage of the apex. It was a dilapidated temple. The floor was cracked, the roof had collapsed, and the few remaining walls were overrun with weeds. The deities enshrined within were in a state of disrepair, their dull forms either seated or standing, some consumed by creeping vines and adorned with clusters of unknown white wildflowers, exuding a melancholic beauty. How eerie. I thought that, oh dear, don't shake, streamer. Your tremors make me tremble too, that I inquired. What is that sound on your end? It's rustling. Straining my ears, I indeed heard a sound reminiscent of footsteps crunching on a thick bed of pine needles, growing louder and more numerous, approaching from all directions. That my initial instinct was to suspect a beast. Yet predators do not make noise before an attack. That my second impulse was to flee. But it was too late. The surrounding underbrush began to thrash violently, and the noise was now alarmingly close. I readied myself, swiftly retrieving the dagger secured to my hiking boot, retreating beside a statue. Snakes! Oh heavens, so many snakes! I cried out, help me, my limbs are going numb. Swajia run! The streameress acting was commendable. The props remarkably lifelike, much praise was given. Stop with the theatrics, there are so many snakes. Someone's life is in peril, and you're cracking jokes. The live chat erupted like boiling water. Yet I had no time to spare. Surrounded by a writhing mass of serpents, as thick as an infant's wrist, a cold sweat broke over me, causing my hand gripping the dagger to tremble. That in my years of outdoor streaming, I had encountered snakes. But never had I seen such a multitude, at least tens of thousands, so many that the very air was saturated with their acrid scent. What should I do now? My mind raced as beads of cold sweat cascaded down my forehead. I pulled out a pouch of realgar powder from my backpack and smeared it onto my trekking pole, swinging it toward the nearest snake. Meanwhile, my other hand swiftly produced a wad of cotton, gasoline, and a lighter. The snake hissed and dodged my attack with remarkable agility. That my heart leaped with joy. It seemed the sulfur powder was effective against them. But in the next instant, it unhesitatingly sank its fangs into my trekking pole. As if stimulated, the other snakes began to twist and slither forward, their incessant hissing and countless piercing gazes locking onto me. That my face paled. My heart raced like a drum. Trembling hands hastily fashioned a makeshift torch, which I thrust forward. The acrid smell of gasoline and the searing heat of the flame indeed caused the snakes to hesitate. That I exhaled in relief, vigorously waving the torch in circles, striving to carve out an escape route. The serpents finally ceased their fixation on me and turned their attention to the torch. Suddenly, a snake lunged from my left, aiming for my arm. I quickly swung the torch in that direction, narrowly avoiding the strike. Yet almost immediately, a powerful force wrenched the torch from my grasp, sending it tumbling to the ground a few paces away. That I realized that while I was focused on the snake to my left, another had coiled around the unlit end of my trekking pole. These snakes were employing tactics. Their intelligence was alarmingly high. In that moment, my complexion drained of color and a chill enveloped me. Without a torch at my side, the encircling serpents surged forward. That I swung my dagger with all my might, blood spraying across my face and body. Waves of snakes pressed on, and I gradually became exhausted, panting heavily as my hands weakened, losing grip on the dagger. Severed snake bodies lay in a circle around me, while I had become a wretched figure, drenched in the thick, foul blood of the serpents. The live chat had descended into chaos, with fans screaming, the last image freezing on my face, eyes wide with terror, as countless cold snakes coiled around my body, beginning with my limbs, slowly creeping up to my face, sealing my ears, mouth, and nose, and finally my eyes. Hey, wake up. A familiar voice pierced through that. I gritted my teeth against the pain that felt as if a truck had run over me, and opened my eyes to meet the concerned gaze of Officer Bai. Realizing I was saved, the sight of the familiar, reassuring uniform and face made me burst into tears. Please stop crying. Quickly reassure your fans that you are safe. Officer Bai glanced at me. It turned out that my fans had called for help. Wiping my tears hastily, I recorded a video to let everyone know I was all right, urging them not to recklessly explore desolate mountains like I did. The police were involved, and a lecture was inevitable. Fortunately, since I was acquainted with Officer Bai, I escaped a thorough scolding that in truth, we weren't that close. During a previous exploration of another desolate mountain, I had inadvertently discovered a corpse, and after reporting it, I assisted him in solving a difficult case, which established a bit of rapport. Yet, I never imagined he would be the one to rescue me. But why was he the only one to come up the mountain to save me in such a perilous situation? Oddly enough, I noticed he said, "You don't have a single mark from a snake bite. When I arrived, you were lying there peacefully, and the snakes had vanished." My attention shifted as I rolled up my sleeves and pants, gasping softly upon discovering that there were indeed no bite marks. How curious! Officer Bai chuckled, pointing to a nearby stone statue, joking, "You were lying next to that statue. Perhaps it saved you." Following his gaze, I was astonished to see that the once dim and gray statue had transformed into a vivid yellow, shimmering faintly in the sunlight as if freshly painted. And it was only that particular statue that appeared so. The surrounding ones remained in their dilapidated state. But how could this be? Could it truly be that the statue had aided me? Chapter 34, Inseparable Shadows, Part 2. Even as an atheist, I could not help but feel moved by the inexplicable series of events that I took out my lighter, picked up a half-burned incense stick nearby, lit it, and then bowed 3 times with reverence. May the heavenly officials bless me, free from all taboos. Little did I know, this act would herald the beginning of a nightmare. Officer Bai laughed at my words. That is not a heavenly official. It is one of the 5 deities worshipped by the locals. The one you just prayed to is Huang Xian, commonly known as the Yellow Weasel. That I looked up, scrutinizing the statue, and indeed, I could vaguely discern the resemblance to a yellow weasel. I then bowed 3 more times, expressing my hopes for blessings from Huang Xian. After descending the mountain and completing my statement, Officer Bai handed me a new phone number. "Didn't he already give me your number when you assisted with the case?" I asked in confusion. "Change of number. Please delete the old one," he replied, pausing for effect before adding, "No matter what happens in the future, you can call this number to reach me." I nodded in gratitude. Though I felt bewildered, after a long day of turmoil, I returned home, where my grandmother had just finished cooking. She was carrying my favorite tomato and rib soup to the dining table. "Nuan is back. Go wash your hands." Before she could finish her sentence, a loud crash startled her, and disregarding the soup spilled on the floor, she rushed toward me, her eyes wide with fear. "When did that red mole appear on your forehead?" "Huh. What red mole?" I was taken aback, and upon glancing at the mirror by the entrance, I discovered a faint red mole, the size of a sesame seed, had formed between my brows without my noticing. How strange! I didn't have it when I left this morning after applying sunscreen. My grandmother gripped my shoulders tightly, her expression grave. "Nuan, did you encounter something today?" Fearing she might have seen something alarming in the news, I recounted my harrowing experience in detail. After finishing, I noticed my usually bold grandmother trembling, appearing genuinely frightened. "What is coming?" I asked. "Grandma, don't scare me. Should we go to the hospital?" I was startled by her to the point of nearly calling for emergency assistance. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure, nimbly tidying up the spilled tomato and rib soup, and beckoned me to the table for dinner. However, no matter how persistently I inquired, she remained tight-lipped about the earlier topic, merely stating that she would be returning to her hometown early the next morning and forbidding me from driving her. That night, I lay in my soft, spacious bed, tossing and turning for most of the night before finally drifting into a rather bizarre dream. In my dream, I returned to my hometown on a night illuminated only by a sparse moon, its cold light casting a frosty sheen upon the ground. The village, which should have been tranquil and harmonious, was suddenly pierced by the horrifying cries of a rooster. Following the sound cautiously, I gingerly parted the grass that obstructed my view, and what I beheld sent shivers down my spine. That a weasel. Its fur, a fiery red, stood upright like a human, its front paws clutching a rooster several times its size. With a mouth full of sharp fangs, it sank its teeth into the rooster's chest, causing blood to spurt forth as the rooster flailed desperately, emitting a series of piercing cries. The rooster's distress appeared to amuse the weasel, which grinned widely, its jagged teeth clashing together, producing a chilling sound. The scene before me was so shocking that I involuntarily took a step back, only to step on a dry twig hidden in the grass, which snapped loudly. The weasel turned its head, and our eyes met. Its gaze glowed with an eerie green light. Then it curled its lips into a sinister arc, revealing blood-stained fangs, as if to say, "Hee gotcha." I jolted awake, sitting up abruptly, my heart racing from the terror I had just experienced. Where am I? I wondered, noticing a crowd gathered around me. The area was filled with small stalls brimming with vegetables, fruits, and meats, while a circle of elderly men and women in aprons surrounded me. A seemingly kind woman spoke first. "Young lady, you're awake. It's time to compensate us." I SMT it. "Compensate for what?" I replied, utterly bewildered. "Wasn't I at home sleeping?" "You've killed several of our chickens." A burly man interjected, his tone menacing. "That you're talking nonsense. I was sound asleep at home. How could I kill chickens?" The man pointed at me. "Look at the ground. It's littered with your victims. You even holding one. With so many witnesses, how can you deny it?" I glanced down, and my head spun as I saw a dead chicken in my hands, its body still twitching faintly. Blood and entrails smeared across my palms. Around me lay many more chickens, each with a similarly gruesome fate. Precisely as I had dreamt. Pale-faced, I struggled to comprehend the reality of my actions. Trembling, I stammered, "What evidence do you have that I did this?" The man, losing his patience, declared, "I can't be bothered with you. I'm calling the police." The kind woman then showed me a video she had recorded on her phone. In the footage, a girl clad in pajamas with her eyes closed approached a stall selling live chickens, swiftly grabbing one. Her face contorted with savagery as she bit into it, oblivious to the horrified gasps of those around her. She exhibited astonishing strength, overpowering several grown men, and continued her rampage, slaughtering chicken after chicken before collapsing on the ground, twitching for a moment before finally awakening. Was that feral figure truly me? The police arrived swiftly, their sirens wailing in the distance. "Officer," I called out as he patted my head. "Indeed, it's you." That I stared at him in confusion, slowly coming to my senses. "Under Officer by S mediation. I compensated for the market price of the chickens I had allegedly killed." Noticing my dazed demeanor, he kindly took leave to escort me and the several chickens I had purchased back home. "I've told you before, no matter what happens next, you can always come to me," he said, his words holding a deeper meaning. That I nodded thoughtfully, grateful for his assistance. Upon entering my home, I was met with an unsettling silence. Recalling my grandmother's words about returning to her hometown early in the morning, I inadvertently glanced at the mirror near the entrance and noticed that the red mole on my forehead appeared much brighter than the previous day. In the following days, as chaos ensued and my grandmother was away, I lacked the motivation to cook. After finishing my work, I retired to bed early. Since returning from Songling Mountain, my mind had felt foggy, akin to the onset of a cold, leaving me uncertain if it was merely exhaustion or the lingering effects of shock. "Nan, Nan, Nan, Nan," I vaguely heard my grandmother calling me in a half-dream state. Worried that she might have fallen, I groggily rolled over and turned on the light in her room, only to find it empty, the bedclothes still maintaining their neat shape, devoid of any sign of occupancy. It then dawned on me that she had indeed gone back to her hometown and likely had not yet returned, that I must visit the hospital tomorrow. "I'm hearing things," I muttered, rubbing my temples before lying back down. The voice returned, "Nan, Nan, Nan, Nan." Suddenly, I was wide awake, my heart racing with fear. Who was calling me? I was an orphan, taken in by my grandmother. No one else would call me Nan, Nan, though the voice fluctuated in volume. Its enunciation was unmistakably my grandmother's. Quickly regaining my composure, I listened intently and discerned the voice was emanating from beneath my bed. Having spent years as an adventure blogger, I had encountered numerous extraordinary situations. Yet my courage surpassed that of most girls, Perhaps it's just a prank, I reasoned, inhaling deeply and mentally preparing myself before kneeling on the ground to peek beneath the bed. Suddenly, my palm encountered something wet, and a crimson liquid began to seep from underneath the bed, filling the air with a heavy metallic scent. That my heart raced, palms slick with sweat. After a brief hesitation, I clenched my fists and looked again beneath the bed. In an instant, I felt the blood drain from my face, my scalp tingling with horror. The gruesome sight of the chickens I had purchased from the market lay sprawled beneath, their disemboweled bodies soaked in blood. Necks grotesquely contorted, staring at me with unblinking eyes. Anyone who has killed a chicken knows that their eyelids close upon death, yet these chickens' eyes were wide open, their cloudy, white irises tracking my movements as if they were about to peck at me. The entire scene exuded an indescribable eeriness that I fought against the impulse to scream, leaping onto the bed and reaching for my phone to call for help. However, my phone was lost somewhere in the chaos. And after a frantic search, I finally found it, only to inadvertently touch something furry, sending a jolt of pain through my fingertips that I could no longer contain myself, letting out a scream that a fire-red weasel erupted from my blankets. The very same creature from my dream. It licked the blood from its lips, appearing thoroughly satisfied, its eyes glowing with malice as they locked onto me. The weasel from the mountains, the one from my dream. And the chickens beneath my bed. Suddenly, it clicked in my mind. Could it be that all of this was its doing? If I could drive it away, would the strange occurrences cease? Resolutely, I suppressed my fear, swiftly retrieving my hiking staff from behind the door. Yet when I glanced back at the bed, there was no trace of the weasel, as if everything had been a figment of my imagination. I turned on every light in the house, scouring every corner, but still found no sign of it. Breathless, I collapsed onto the sofa, questioning my sanity, yet the blood pooling beneath the bed confirmed the reality of the situation. Suddenly, I tensed up, gripping the hiking staff tightly as I focused on the living room entrance. The weasel had appeared there, standing tall, baring its teeth as it said, "He gotcha." Then it sauntered out the door, even turning back to close it behind itself with a loud bang, jolting me from my stupor. The chilling events of the past moments sent a shiver down my spine as I slumped onto the sofa, feeling utterly drained. After returning from the mountains, my grandmother had been unusually strange. And the very next day, she mentioned needing to return to her hometown. She must know something that I hurriedly dialed my grandmother's number, recounting the bizarre events of the past few days. She fell silent for a moment before sighing. "I'll be back tomorrow. Find someone to keep you company tonight," that I then called Officer Bai, my instincts urging me that he could provide me with some protection, that he arrived promptly, and as I greeted him at the door, I said, "I'm sorry to trouble you so late. Could you do me one more favor?" "Always at your service." He replied that he gently tousled my hair, his eyes devoid of any impatience, that I led him to the bedroom and pointed beneath the bed, where a horrifying scene lingered in my memory, one I wished never to witness again in this lifetime. As I lifted the bed curtain, I found the space beneath spotless. Even the once pervasive stench of blood had vanished into thin air. My eyes widened in terror, and I hurried to the kitchen, where dozens of chickens lay peacefully in the freezer, indistinguishable from those purchased at the market. The white officer also entered the kitchen, glanced at the chickens, and offered a reassuring smile. "Gee, I believe everything you said is true." The following day, my grandmother returned early, carrying a large black package whose contents were unknown to me. The white officer, who had been sleeping in the living room, was roused and was about to discreetly leave when my grandmother interrupted him with a wave of her hand. "Young man, as a member of the Shinmen, there's no need for further concealment, that I am deeply grateful for your assistance with my granddaughter. I wonder if you would be willing to continue helping her." The officer glanced at me and nodded without hesitation. Of course, caught in the middle, I was utterly bewildered. What did it mean to be a member of the Shinmen? How could my grandmother, always smiling and fond of shopping for groceries, belong to such a realm? "Nuan, time is of the essence," my grandmother remarked, her gaze settling on the crimson mark that had inexplicably appeared on my forehead. With a sigh, she continued, "You must listen carefully to the story I am about to share." As someone who had received over 20 years of scientific education, the matters she spoke of were far beyond my comprehension. Yet, with all that had transpired in recent days, was there anything that seemed truly absurd? In her youth, my grandmother had been a renowned practitioner of metaphysics, adept at subduing malevolent spirits. However, meddling with the natural order would invite retribution, and after adopting me, she gradually withdrew from the world. One year, she encountered a fiery red weasel. Many have heard the legend of the weasel seeking a title. When they reach a certain level of cultivation, they will ask the first person they meet, "What do I resemble?" Whatever the response, they would transform accordingly, that if the person failed to respond, it would disrupt their cultivation. This particular fiery red weasel approached my grandmother, unlike others, as it possessed great wisdom and directly asked her, "Do I resemble your granddaughter?" If she had answered affirmatively, it would have replaced me, causing my demise. Thus, my grandmother did not acquiesce to its request, disrupting its cultivation, which fueled its resentment and led to several attempts on my life. Ultimately, she succeeded in suppressing it within our ancestral home, but at a great cost. She was injured, her powers diminished. Fearing retaliation from its companions, she relocated us to the city, blending into the crowd to ensure our safety over the years. However, Nuan, the seal on the ancestral home has been broken, and that creature has come seeking vengeance, my grandmother said, worry etched across her weathered face, making her appear a decade older. Overwhelmed by disbelief, I embraced her tightly, realizing the extent of her sacrifices for me. "But why would it seek to replace me?" I voiced my confusion. "Because you were abandoned by your biological parents at birth and survived by absorbing the essence of nature. This is why you have a profound affinity for the natural world and attract small creatures," she explained, then shifted her tone. "But with your constitution, you are particularly appealing to spirits, making you prone to attracting unclean entities." The white officer nodded in agreement. Thus, after saving you from Mount Songling, I anticipated further troubles ahead. Indeed, my grandmother continued, when I sealed that creature away, it was grievously injured and could not quickly regain its powers. Which is why it has only dared to harass you thus far, that I have prepared some items to see if we can persuade it to leave. If that fails, we shall proceed with further measures. "Young man, do you think my approach is correct?" My grandmother asked the white officer. "You are right to give it an opportunity. Rest assured, I will assist you," he replied, and my grandmother nodded in satisfaction as she unveiled the mysterious black package she had brought from our hometown. With everything in place, we awaited the arrival of nightfall that my grandmother instructed me. Not only should we treat people with respect, but we must also extend the same courtesy to spirits. First we offer, then we constrain. And only as a last resort do we resort to violence, lest we unwittingly entangle ourselves in karma. For different spirits, we must select appropriate offerings. She and the white officer used a specially crafted red thread to connect the doors of my bedroom and the living room, forming a pathway. They then drew symbols with red cinnabar, sealing all doors and windows in the house except for my bedroom and the front door to prevent the weasel from wandering. They scattered half-cooked glutinous rice along the red line to entice the gluttonous spirit, placing a hen at the entrance, an Ean chicken, which was the weasel's favorite, that if the spirit accepted the chicken, it would indicate its willingness to depart. Finally, they adorned the front door with fragrant plants such as mugwort, calamus, and pepper branches to confuse the weasel's sense of smell, ensuring that even if it reconsidered, it would not dare to re-enter. "Nuan, you will lie on the bed and no matter what you hear or see, do not make a sound or move. Understood?" I nodded vigorously. From childhood, I had always felt secure with my grandmother around. It was as if no challenge could ever thwart her that as the last rays of daylight faded, I lay in bed, promptly closing my eyes and pretending to sleep. "Nuan, a ghostly voice echoed. "The spirit has arrived." My heart raced as I held my breath, feeling it climb onto the bed, lifting the covers with surprising force. Just as I felt I could no longer endure, a clear ringing sound diverted its attention. The white officer held a small, ancient bell, shaking it gently, and the crystalline chime instantly eased my tension and anxiety. He chanted, "Oh, spirit of the weasel, glutinous rice as your guide, Ean chicken as your respect. Depart from the mundane, return to your essence. We graciously send you forth." The fiery-furred weasel stood upright like a human, its small eyes narrowing as it fixed its gaze on the white officer. My heart leaped to my throat. I could distinctly sense its displeasure. The officer, undaunted, met its gaze with determination, shaking the bell more vigorously as he proclaimed, "We graciously send you forth." 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 10 minutes. Just when I thought we were doomed to fail, the weasel slowly began to walk along the path formed by the red thread, where my grandmother awaited at the end, holding the Ean chicken. Only when the spirit took the chicken and vanished into the dark corridor did my heart finally settle. Was it over at last? I leaped into my grandmother's arms, giving her a huge hug, then turned and embraced the white officer with equal fervor. Only after the fact did I realize what I had done, and my face flushed crimson, that I stole a glance at the white officer, who remained composed and unruffled. That my grandmother's inquisitive gaze flitted between us. "Little Bai, you've worked hard all night. Stay and share a late-night meal with us." After a satisfying meal, with our worries resolved, perhaps it was the sudden relaxation of my previously taut nerves that rendered me utterly fatigued. The moment I touched the bed, I fell into a deep slumber, dreaming sweetly. Unbeknownst to me, the crimson mark on my forehead glimmered faintly in the darkness. Chapter 36. Inseparable Shadows, Part 4. The next morning, I was awakened by my grandmother's urgent knocking. "Nuan Nuan, something has happened." As I opened the bedroom door and beheld the scene before me, all remnants of sleep vanished. Despite it being early summer, I felt as though I had plunged into an ice cellar. A mass of dead mice lay scattered throughout the living room, forming a veritable mountain of rodent corpses on the sofa and dining table. The air conditioning wafted a foul stench, prompting me to gag uncontrollably. "Grandma, what should we do? If that creature wishes to suffer, then let it be." My grandmother's eyes flashed with a hint of severity before she sighed. "Call Little Bai. We need his assistance." Observing my grandmother's frail form and gray hair, I recalled how sealing that weasel had exhausted much of her strength years ago, and concern washed over me. "Grandma, can your body handle this? Let's think of another way. I can't bear the thought of you being harmed." "Silly child, if I could seal that creature once, I can do it again, especially with Little Bai here to help." She reassured me. Though a sense of unease lingered, I had no other options, so I reluctantly nodded and called for reinforcements. Sealing the weasel is far more complicated than coaxing it away, but thankfully, my grandmother had prepared well for this. We were only missing one item: the spiritual turtle from the temple. The turtle, resembling the divine beast Xuanwu, not only serves the purpose of warding off evil, but is also an excellent tool for suppressing malevolent forces. A turtle that has thrived in the temple's incense would likely awaken its intelligence. Placing it within the sealing array would significantly enhance its power. That my grandmother led me to a temple atop a mountain, where she was well acquainted with the abbot and effortlessly borrowed a purportedly century-old spiritual turtle. The abbot whispered something to her, but my grandmother merely shook her head and sighed, glancing at me from time to time. As we reached the temple entrance, the abbot imparted a meaningful saying: "All things suffer. Ties arise and dissolve. May the benefactor depart well." That I inquired about its meaning, but my grandmother simply smiled and patted my head. "The master said we share a profound bond. You and I in the next life and the lives to come, eternally. My dear child shall always be your granddaughter." I, too, wish to cling to grandmother's hand and act spoiled as I did in my childhood. The matter of this sealing is of utmost importance. Thus, grandmother and officer selected a site of excellent feng shui in the outskirts, intending to utilize the natural landscape to ensure absolute success. They constructed a complex array of spells using red ropes, yellow talismans, copper bells, and other materials, which from a distance resembled a blooming lotus flower. Beneath the lotus's stem lay the spiritual turtle borrowed from the temple. Moreover, to entice the yellow immortal, they fashioned numerous pieces of furniture from white paper around the spell array, arranging them in a layout identical to that of my home. This created an illusion, leading the yellow immortal to believe it was indeed my residence. With everything prepared, as night descended, I lay upon a white paper inscribed with the word bed, closing my eyes. Before long, a rustling sound emerged from the grass, and a flash of crimson sped past, moving with astonishing swiftness. Before I could comprehend the situation, the bait, a shadowy chicken, let out a mournful cry, followed by a gush of blood, and then all was still. The yellow immortal had arrived. I hastily sprang to my feet and retreated outside the array. Grandmother and officer simultaneously positioned themselves at different points, forming hand seals and chanting incantations. The copper bells tied to the red ropes jingled of their own accord, creating an eerie sound in the stillness of the countryside. The yellow immortal, trapped at the center of the array and ready to seize the shadowy chicken, realized it was ensnared. Its small, bean-sized eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, fixating intensely on grandmother and officer Bai. Beast, 20 years ago, I sealed you once. Since you wish to emerge once more to wreak havoc, do not blame me for sealing you a second time. Grandmother pinched a yellow talisman between her fingers and tossed it to the ground. Miraculously, the array ignited, with orange-yellow flames forming a circle that gradually closed in on the yellow immortal. The encirclement of flames shrank further until it was no larger than a hula hoop. The yellow immortal, seeing no escape, dropped the shadowy chicken in a panic. That IT stood upright like a human and performed a bow to grandmother, then spoke with human words. Old lady, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Please grant me a chance at life. Grandmother, maintaining a stern expression, altered her gestures and declared, cultivation is arduous. I once spared you, yet you chose the path of destruction. As the fiery circle constricted, the flames intensified, consuming the yellow immortal in an instant, filling the air with a foul, charred odor. After a moment, as the flame subsided, I craned my neck to glimpse the center of the array. Had the yellow immortal perished? Ha ha ha, old woman, you've burned my chicken, so let your granddaughter serve as my midnight snack. The shrill voice shattered the night as silence. The yellow immortal stood unscathed at the edge of the array, cackling maliciously before suddenly lunging towards me with its gaping maw. The red ropes surrounding the array were torn and distorted, the bells clanging in a cacophony of sharp sounds as it appeared poised to breach the formation. Grandmother's expression shifted, and with remarkable speed, she produced a compass, biting her finger to press it firmly upon the device. The compass spun several times, emitting a faint green glow. The red ropes, previously stretched and deformed, instantly snapped taut, remaining immovable despite the yellow immortal's frantic assaults. Simultaneously, flames erupted from around the spiritual turtle within the array, and unlike the previous orange flames, these blazed a vivid green, even from a distance. I felt the scorching heat wash over me. The yellow immortal seemed highly apprehensive of this fire, cautiously retreating to a corner, its tone filled with resentment. Old woman, I did not expect you could force me to reveal my true form. If so, let me ensure your demise. Grandmother's expression turned grave as she bit her wrist with her small knife, allowing a stream of blood to flow, which the compass absorbed entirely, due to the excessive blood loss. Her complexion grew increasingly pale, and she gasped for breath. I felt as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, powerless to intervene, merely observing from a distance to avoid burdening her, an officer by. The green flames surged higher, and the yellow immortal howled in agony as I distinctly witnessed its fiery red fur consumed by the green blaze, the air once more filled with the scent of charred flesh. Suddenly, a shadowy figure shot from the green flames, darting directly towards grandmother. This figure was shapeless, merely a vague blur, enveloping her head entirely. With a splutter, a torrent of blood erupted from her mouth, and the compass shattered into two pieces. Grandmother collapsed to the ground. Grandmother, do not harm my grandmother. I screamed in a frenzy, rushing towards her, but was abruptly seized by Officer Bai, who held me firmly to do not approach. It's dangerous. Grandmother turned her head towards me, murky tears streaming from the corners of her eyes as she summoned every ounce of strength to implore us. Xiao Bai, quickly take my dear child away. Take good care of her. This beast is not the yellow immortal. It is a shadow, masquerading as the yellow immortal to confuse us. Hurry. In her final moments, grandmother's eyes widened in terror as she fixed her gaze on Officer Bai, her mouth agape, yet only indistinct sounds escaped her lips. Shadow, 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 never parting. Grandmother was gone, her remains obliterated by that monster. The human psyche possesses a self-protective mechanism, dulling the edges of traumatic experiences. I could scarcely recall the events of that day, yet I vividly remembered that the one who loved me most in this world, my grandmother, had departed from me forever. The thought alone would cause me such anguish that I would faint, and my emotions spiraled out of control, leading to frequent bouts of inconsolable weeping and even self-harm. My physical condition deteriorated. A simple bath would leave me drenched in sweat, and even the sunlight felt painfully piercing. Officer Bai took a few days off to accompany me, and whenever I awoke from nightmares in a state of hysteria at midnight, he would bring me a cup of warm milk, gently patting my back, that I understood his intentions well. However, how can one who has lost the ability to love oneself extend love to others? Yet he remained unfazed, simply gazing at the red mark between my brows, smiling as he said, I only wish to stay by your side, sharing in your burdensome emotions. Thus, a week passed in tranquil monotony, during which the monster made no further appearances. Officer Bai had stayed at my home for several days, and with no clean clothes left, he prepared to return for a change before coming back. I spent my days and a days, mostly confined to my bed. Fearing that if he arrived while I was asleep, I decided to hide the key beneath the doormat outside, allowing him to let himself in. When I retrieved my phone to inform him, I discovered 2 of his numbers. Without giving it much thought, I randomly selected one to dial. "Hello, Ms. E," came the voice on the other end. That I frowned. Since when had Officer Bai become so formal with me? "Xiao Bai, the key is beneath the doormat outside. Come in and let yourself in. I want to sleep." I yawned. Officer Bai's tone was filled with confusion. Julie, what are you talking about?" I do not understand. That I too was perplexed. Was my expression so difficult to comprehend? Just as I was about to explain, a gentle knock resonated. 5 distinct taps, characteristic of Officer Bai's manner. Peering through the peephole, my hair stood on end. It was indeed him. Yet he was not holding the phone. My phone indicated that the call was still connected, that if the person outside was Officer Bai. Then who was conversing with me? I recalled Officer Bai stating during my rescue on Songling Mountain that he had changed his phone number, and that the old number was no longer in use. It was possible that I dialed the previous number, which had now been reassigned by the carrier. Knock, 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 knock. Again came the 5 measured knocks. But why did the voice on the phone know my name? And why did it sound exactly like Officer Bai's? The knocking continued, each tap echoing like a death knell, striking at my heart. That my heart raced as I realized my phone had hung up without my noticing. Gritting my teeth, I bravely peered through the peephole once more, only to be met with a bloodshot eye filling my entire field of vision. The person outside was also peering through the peephole at me. My head spun, and I stumbled back several steps, hurriedly retreating to my bedroom, locking the door, and leaning against it, gasping for breath. That a terrifying thought took shape in my mind. But if Officer Bai intended to harm me, why would he go to such lengths to approach and care for me? With a sudden clang, the front door swung open, sending a shiver down my spine, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps drawing nearer. Stopping just outside my bedroom door, that a few more knocks followed, slow and deliberate, yet akin to the tolling of a death knell, each strike resonating within me. "I'm back. Why did you lock the door?" The doorknob rattled as he attempted to open it. "Answer me. I'm worried about you." The doorknob shook violently, and with a deafening crash, the entire bedroom trembled as he began to batter the door. "Julie." Another resounding thud echoed. At this rate, the door would surely splinter. That I inhaled deeply, forcing myself to regain composure and adjust my expression, striving to conquer the fear within me. Just before the door could be shattered, I stepped out, claiming I had merely been changing clothes. Chapter 37. Never Parting, Part 5. The figure outside appeared haggard, with deep-set eyes and dark circles beneath them, looking even more fragile than I. The patient, it dawned on me that for the past few days, he had scarcely left my side. Officer Bai gazed at me with deep concern. That "I'm sorry. I merely wished to ask what you would like for dinner. You locked the door, and I was worried about you. That I hope I did not frighten you." That yes, I gazed at the person before me, alongside the fresh vegetables and meat adorning the coffee table. A wave of warmth surged within my eyes, and guilt nearly brought me to tears. "Xiaoyang, oh Xiaoyang, how could you harbor doubts when someone cares for you so deeply? Xiao Bai has been working hard lately. Tonight, you shall savor the culinary prowess of Chef in the tranquil village." The blood-red full moon hung ominously overhead. That a weasel, previously tearing apart a bloodied corpse, turned to me, baring its fangs and cackling maliciously. I've got you now." The grotesque and horrifying corpse was none other than my grandmother's. With a scream, I jolted upright, cold sweat soaking my nightgown. The living room lights flickered on, and a steaming cup of milk was offered to me. Officer Bai, his face etched with concern, inquired, "Another nightmare?" "Yes, the same one for several days now." Officer Bai hesitated before speaking. That I took a sip of the milk, feeling my taut nerves begin to relax. "Speak freely," I encouraged him. He sighed. "That monster has not been vanquished. Once it heals, it will surely return." That I delved into the notes left by our ancestors and discovered that your grandmother was right. It is not a Huangxian, but a creature known as Ingd. I have found a way to subdue it. We must act while it is still weak. That at his words, my eyes lit up. That my hatred for that monster burned fiercely. The thought of my grandmother sacrificing herself to save me twisted my heart in agony. Only by slaying that creature could I find peace. According to Officer Bai's ancestral records, Ing derives its name from being a mere shadow. Adept at mimicry and deception. Given the right circumstances, it can occupy the body of any living being. However, such a creature rarely exists in solitude. The appearance of Ing indicates the presence of another entity known as Xing, commonly referred to as inseparable shadows. Thus, my grandmother's final words about inseparable shadows took on a new meaning. But why had I not encountered Xing? A thought struck me. Could that fiery weasel be Xing, seeking revenge by being manipulated by Ing after my grandmother's suppression? Officer Bai concurred with my speculation, stating that regardless of what Xing was, it posed no immediate threat. We must first deal with Ing. I nodded in agreement, determined to avenge my grandmother before concerning myself with Xing. To subdue Ing, we needed a crucial artifact. A mirror. If it is indeed formless and shadowy, then a mirror would render it traceable. However, this mirror must be consecrated that I ventured to the temple where I had previously borrowed the sacred tortoise, now reduced to ashes by green flames. After apologizing to the abbot, I donated a substantial sum to alleviate my guilt. The abbot, with a look of sorrow, did not impose any hardships on me. Not only did he consecrate my mirror, but he also bestowed upon me a talisman for safety, remarking that a dark aura lingered around me, suggesting I might be plagued by malevolent spirits. That I expressed my heartfelt gratitude, thanking the abbot for the mirror, which would be instrumental in subduing that creature. That he simply smiled in silence, watching as I left the temple. Officer Bai waited for me outside the temple, explaining that he had a prior disagreement with the abbot and could not accompany me inside. Holding the mirror with joy, I felt a surge of hope. Soon, this ordeal would come to an end, and I would avenge my grandmother. Quickly wrap it in red cloth. This mirror must not be used carelessly, he urged, hastily pushing the mirror away from him and covering it with a large piece of red fabric. Watching him bustle about, a ripple of emotion stirred within me. Such a thoughtful and caring man. Being with him must bring great happiness. Perhaps, once all is settled, I could consider accepting him. Ing had not troubled me for several days. Since it desired my body, I would create an opportunity for it to the moment the blade sliced into my wrist. I even contemplated ending it all, but the sacrifices made by Officer Bai and my grandmother echoed in my mind. I merely inflicted a small cut upon my wrist before retreating into the sticky warmth of my blanket. I lay quietly in bed, listening to the rhythmic thumping of my heart, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from my wrist, jolting me awake. As I threw off the covers, I was met with a pair of glowing green eyes, provocatively licking the bloodstains on my wrist, and my heart raced as I sprang from the bed. Using the blanket smeared with black dog-s blood to cover Ing, then leaping to the floor, retrieving the red thread hidden beneath my pillow. Following Officer Bai's guidance, I traced a pentagram on the ground. And just as I was about to complete the final point, a ripping sound echoed as Ing tore through the blanket, poised to escape. Panic surged within me, yet I maintained my focus, though the formation appeared simple. Each corner required a unique binding technique, consuming precious time. The shadow of the Huangxian turned, revealing a sinister grin, its razor-sharp teeth clashing as it emitted a chilling cackle. The hole in the blanket widened, and it was moments away from breaking free. Just then, a clear chime rang out as Officer Bai shook a bell, handing me a red string, completing the pentagram. Thankfully, while all my attention was fixed on Ing, he had secured the last point. That I gave him a grateful smile and quickly placed the consecrated mirror at one corner of the pentagram. The reflection revealed not the Huangxian, but a formless mass of darkness. The previously thrashing Ing gradually became immobilized, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of fear in its eyes. The room filled with its furious growls. Officer Bai handed me a lighter, urging this formation cannot hold it for long. Light the candles. The candles were arranged at each point of the pentagram, and with each flame I ignited, Ying's howls grew more agonizing, intertwining with the cries of those it had tormented. Voices of despair from men, women, and children alike, echoing in a heart-wrenching chorus that threatened to overwhelm me. Another chime resonated, breaking through my sorrowful trance as Officer Bai reminded me, these are the voices of its victims. They can ensnare the mind. I steeled myself against the temptation and reached for the last candle. Nan, ignite the candle. Grandmother seeks to end this beast. Suddenly, All sounds vanished, leaving only a familiar, gentle voice. Tears streamed down my face as I recognized my grandmother's presence, urging me to light the candle. Hurry! Her voice was filled with urgency and pain. At some point, the visage of the Huangxian morphed into that of my grandmother, her gaze filled with longing as tears streamed down her weathered face. Grandmother, I gasped, heart-wrenched, throwing aside the lighter and lunging towards her at the center of the formation. That a cacophony of clanging bells erupted, a piercing sound that sent a jolt of pain through my head. When I opened my eyes again, my grandmother, her eyes streaming blood, reached out with darkened hands, her voice a raspy croak. My dear granddaughter, why won't you save me? Officer Bai wiped the tears from my face, grasping my hand and guiding it towards the last candle. Ji, do not be deceived. Ying's voice, mimicking my grandmother, was rife with pleas and curses. Under Officer Bai's guidance, I fought against the anguish in my heart, refusing to waver. The final candle ignited, and the pentagram erupted in a brilliant golden light. Sensing the moment had arrived, I summoned all my strength and shattered the mirrored eye. In an instant, the glass splintered, and a swirling cloud of black mist surged forth, slowly dissipating into the air. Amidst this, a long, sorrowful call echoed. Nan Nan, it was all over. Tears streamed down my face as I felt utterly drained, collapsing to the ground, lost in thought as I stared at the spot where the black mist had vanished. Officer Bai enveloped me in his arms, gently patting my back in comfort. After what felt like an eternity, I regained my composure. Ying had been vanquished. My grandmother's vengeance was fulfilled, and I needed to find the strength to carry on with my life. That my body had been worn down over this period. I appeared as frail as a dying person, that I resolved to eat well, exercise, and live fully to honor my grandmother's sacrifices. The midnight neighborhood was eerily quiet, the sounds of croaking frogs and chirping crickets weaving a tranquil melody from outside. We nestled together, akin to lovers bound by fate. Suddenly, the sound of chewing emerged from the blankets, sending chills down my spine as I stared in horror at the source of the noise. My heart racing, that hadn't I just killed Ying with my own hands? Why was there still movement under the covers? Chapter 38, Inseparable Shadows, Part 6. Officer Bai gripped the bell tightly, his gaze beckoning me to approach and take a look. Uncertain where this sudden courage stemmed from, I trembled as I flung back the covers, only to be met with a pair of eyes glowing with an eerie green light. The unscathed Huangxian cradled a bloodied, severed hand, gnawing on it with delight, the sound of crushed flesh and bone echoing in the air. Noticing my movement, it glared menacingly, its sharp claws extended, lunging towards me with a horrifying ferocity that I screamed and stumbled backwards, accidentally knocking over a burning candle, my body collapsing to the ground as I instinctively shut my eyes. The anticipated pain, however, did not arrive. When I opened my eyes, Officer Bai was smiling warmly, stroking the fiery red fur of Ying. His tone affectionate. Have you played enough? You've frightened the poor soul quite badly. Ying nuzzled affectionately against his shoulder. The surreal scene before me overwhelmed my already fragile mind, as flashes of past memories invaded my thoughts at the most inopportune moments. Him single-handedly rescuing me on the desolate mountain, his unexpected appearance at the market to save me, his passive assistance in sealing the spirit with my grandmother, her terrified expression before her demise, his uncanny ability to detect my emotional collapse. The misdialed number from the past, my fear of facing the temple's abbot, my dread of being reflected in a consecrated mirror. Everything pointed to one conclusion: inseparable shadows. Ha Xing, you are indeed Xing. Ha ha. My heart swelled with despair and terror, tears of laughter mingling with cries of sorrow, as I lamented my tragic fate and mocked my own foolishness for mistaking a wolf for a savior, foolishly yearning to offer my life in exchange. Not only had I caused the death of my dearest ones, but I was also willing to sacrifice my own life. Officer Bai smirked. Now that you've guessed it, you're not entirely foolish, as he groomed Ying. He advanced towards me, finding amusement in this game with humanity. Though your trust and love are far less delectable than despair, fear, sadness, and weakness, they will suffice. With that, he extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips, a look of insatiable hunger on his face. The notes he brought indicated that these two monsters, Xing and Ying, were partners in consuming negative emotions, thriving together and suffering together. But he approached me with a sinister grin. my eyes widening in terror as I scrambled backwards, feeling cornered. Just then, a flash of yellow caught my eye. It was the peace talisman given by the abbot, which had fallen from my pocket during my struggle. My eyes lit up as I hurriedly grasped this last lifeline, holding it defensively before me that don't come any closer. Xing seemed to sense something terrifying, its body trembling slightly, the fiery red fur bristling as it arched its back in a defensive stance. A glimmer of hope ignited within me. It seemed they feared this talisman. Please do not use this talisman to kill me. Ing appeared utterly terrified, its hands clasped in supplication that we will spare you. Will you spare us in return? My heart soared with joy, and before I could voice my thoughts on preserving my life, Xing burst into uproarious laughter, tears streaming from its eyes, doubling over in mirth. The quiet space was filled with its exaggerated cackles. Silly little thing, are you satisfied with our performance? It held a yellow talisman between its fingers, identical to the one in my grasp, except that this one was missing a corner, clearly rendered ineffective. You little scatterbrain, you didn't take care of the life-saving talisman the master gave you, so it falls to me. What a pity that your vitality is already waning. Otherwise, I could have entertained you a while longer. My face drained of color as despair engulfed me once again. The flicker of hope extinguished a torrent of negative emotions. Helplessness, despair, fear, fatigue washed over me as the overturned candle ignited the sheets, transforming the bedroom into a fiery inferno. Unable to move, I lay amidst the blazing light, reluctantly closing my eyes, faintly hearing the final words of Xing and Ing. Go leave a message in the next live stream of an explorer. This time, remember to find someone in better health, so we can play longer. Chapter 39. The Disappearing Buddha Altar Village, Part 1. Wen Qinghuan, Young Master. What blood and tears lie hidden behind the double-headed Buddha altar? Why do a group of reclusive elders in the mountains hold mysterious rituals? Wan Yirue was genuinely troubled this time, that essay photographer. She had worked tirelessly for years and could not afford to miss this once-in-a-lifetime international photography competition. Yet, as the deadline approached, her once-flowing thoughts felt muddled, as if glued with paste, leaving her utterly at a loss. With less than a month remaining until the competition deadline, she reluctantly decided to request a week of annual leave from her company. Shouldering her long-neglected hiking backpack to venture towards Kiz County. There lay a legendary ancient forest, where the oldest tree species were said to date back over 1,000 years. Many art students and enthusiasts frequented this place in search of inspiration for their creations. In 2008, the year of the rat, 1 week before the National Day holiday, Yirue boarded the bus bound for Kiz County after submitting her leave request to BY her calculations. She had a full 2 weeks available. And if all went well, she could accomplish much within a week. This winter arrived particularly early. The city where Yirue lived typically enjoyed mild weather year-round, but as she traveled westward beyond the city, the chill began to seep in. Fortunately, her gear was sufficient to withstand most unforeseen circumstances. Little girl, judging by your attire, you must be from the city, a gruff voice interrupted her thoughts on the bus. The diesel engine hummed, and an elderly man clad in a blue Zhongshan suit suddenly turned to shout at her, a strong odor of snuff wafting towards her. She scrunched her nose in distaste but remained silent. Yirue was somewhat timid, not at all resembling someone who had toiled in the photography world for years. That it was often said that an exceptional photographer must venture to places where few others have set foot. For only there can they encounter unique landscapes and discover novel inspirations. Yet, Yirue was an anomaly among the majority. She cherished photography, yet suffered from social anxiety. Not only had she rarely traveled, but she had also only attended one team-organized outing in the past 6 years, earning her the nickname show-off girl among her colleagues. That don't be afraid, little one. We often get tourists here, so I could tell at a glance that you're not a local. The old man smiled broadly, repeatedly tapping his snuff stick, scattering dark powder everywhere, while no one around seemed inclined to intervene. How disgusting. Yirue scoffed, casting a disdainful glance before turning away. Next stop, Buddha Altar Village. Passengers disembarking at the next stop, please prepare. The cold announcement caught Yirue off guard. She recalled that the route information she had seen at the bus station did not include this stop. Was it a newly added stop that had yet to be updated on the route map? Pondering this, she leaned her head out of the window, only to find the glass coated in a layer of grime, obscuring her view of the outside world. Point 2. Upon arrival at Buddha Altar Village, Aside from the old man who disembarked, no one else reacted. The middle-aged man making a phone call, the elderly woman knitting, the youth engrossed in a game, and two little girls in the third row playfully entwining strings. All seemed to render this bus stop non-existent. The Wai Hui sat in the last row, nestled in the corner. Once the vehicle resumed its journey, a black slip of paper caught her attention. The paper lay beneath the seat of the old man in front of her, only a corner visible. Without a closer inspection, it would have gone unnoticed. After a moment's hesitation, Yui bent down to retrieve it, only to discover it was an envelope. The surface of the black craft paper bore a few large white characters to the faded one. Puzzled, Yui opened the envelope to find an invitation card, devoid of any additional text, save for a red circular seal resembling a tightly closed Buddhist figure, with the address of the recently passed Fuguang village inscribed below. Suddenly, the old man's words from just before he disembarked echoed in her ears, igniting her curiosity and prompting her to explore the village. As night fell, the moonlight appeared pallid. Unbeknownst to her, the bus had been traveling for over 4 hours. By the time Yihui arrived at Kiz County, it was already afternoon. With only one bus connecting Kiz County to the ancient forest, her entire journey had culminated at this hour. That why Yihui alighted at Haishan, the stop before Fuguang village. The rural, remote mountain roads were riddled with potholes and mud, while bizarrely shaped locust trees lined the path, their dense canopies casting an eerie shadow. After an hour's walk along the mountain road, Yihui finally reached the village entrance. The entire village lay shrouded in darkness, silent and still, resembling a monstrous being with a gaping maw awaiting sustenance, its depths indistinguishable. Thanks to her flashlight, she spotted a dilapidated stone sign standing at the roadside. One corner caved in and riddled with cracks, barely revealing the characters for Fuguang village. Fatigue washed over her, and she yawned, intending to enter the village and find a place to rest before making plans for the morrow. However, upon entering the village, she found every household dark, as though uninhabited. The adobe houses, weathered and dilapidated, huddled together in disarray, appearing even more ancient under the faint moonlight. That an inexplicable sense of eeriness enveloped Yihui, prompting her to take a deep breath to clear her mind. Just then, a low chant drifted from a distance. That a distant red lantern flickered to life, illuminating a swaying black plaque boldly inscribed with the word Ancestral Hall. The melodic voices emanated from that very place. She stealthily approached the Ancestral Hall and peered through a crack in the door, witnessing an astonishing scene. Village elders circled around, each holding a white candle, chanting incantations as if performing some arcane ritual. Yihui's heart raced with excitement. She knew she could not miss this rare opportunity to capture the moment. Seizing her camera, she prepared to document the mysterious ceremony. However, just as she pressed the shutter, an elderly woman suddenly turned around and spotted her. The old woman's face was ashen, her cheeks painted with rouge, her eyes murky, and her gaze chilling. Instantly, Yihui found herself the center of attention. As the surrounding elders turned to her, their hollow, lifeless eyes fixated upon her, sending shivers down her spine. They rose to encircle her, an overpowering stench of decay nearly overwhelming her senses, suppressing her nausea. Yihui attempted to explain herself, but the villagers seemed unable to comprehend her words, shouting and chattering as if accusing her of deliberately interrupting their right point. One short old woman leaned in close, her eyes glinting with an eerie red light, the corners of her mouth curling into a sinister smile. "Welcome, distant guest, to Fuguang village. That if you do not mind, join our ceremony. We promise you an unparalleled experience." The sound of her laughter echoed like crow's caws, grating and uninviting. That why Yihui cautiously glanced back at the site of the ceremony, her heart tightening and cold sweat trickling down her spine. That in the center of the circle knelt a young girl, her head tilted back, eyes wide open with rage, her face contorted with resentment, mouth agape as if to scream. Alas, before her voice could emerge, life had fled. That a fist-sized black hole in her chest leaked blood, steaming and fresh. Yet her heart was conspicuously absent. That moment, the old woman clutched the missing heart in her hands. That Yihui's mind reeled in shock. In a moment of desperation, she bolted from the crowd. But the villagers pursued her relentlessly, these elderly folk surprisingly swift. As she ran, she glanced back to see the old woman in her tattered, dark red cotton coat, her embroidered shoes bright and new. glaring at Yi Hui with a malevolent gleam in her eyes. Yi Hui sprinted into a small grove, and as her pace quickened, the cacophony of voices faded away, ultimately vanishing. Finally, she had escaped, wiping the sweat from her brow. The terror on her face had yet to subside. Ahead stood a sprawling locust tree, beneath which lay a lowly earth temple. The statue of the deity, eroded by rain and sun, had lost its original form. The shrine stood half a person high, with couplets on either side of the entrance. The first read, "The temple is small, no one worships," and the second, "Hidden amidst the forest in rural areas, earth temples are not uncommon. Villagers depend on the land for sustenance, venerating the earth god to pray for favorable weather and well-being through the generations." Yet, why did the statue in this shrine possess two heads? This curious detail puzzled her. Suddenly, a large black dog sprang forth, its coat dull and its bones protruding. It barked not, but charged directly at the statue, colliding with it. Before Yi Hui could react, the sound of a crack resounded as one of the heads toppled off, shattering on the ground to reveal a white slip of paper inside. "The shrine is the guardian of the village. You may choose to trust them, but beware of discerning the true from the false. Only a two-headed shrine is genuine. Please treat the black dog kindly. Any villagers who abuse or mistreat it should be swiftly dispersed. The old dog knows the way." Was this a bizarre tale or a game? A bold thought surged through Yi Hui's mind. With no time to ponder, the black dog dashed off in another direction. Remembering the note's words, "The old dog knows the way," she followed closely in the midnight forest. Mist hung heavily in the Yi Hui trailed behind the old dog, unaware of how many twists and turns they took, until they finally emerged. The heart of the village lay atop the mountain. The higher she ascended, the steeper the incline became. The path beneath her feet led directly to the summit, where the black dog struggled up the slope, panting heavily. The village below remained shrouded in darkness. While a few lights flickered at the summit, Yi Hui's feet had blistered, yet she dared not pause to rest. Losing sight of the black dog would mean her doom in this night. What purpose did the invitation serve? She had not spotted the old man from the bus among the villagers. Had he not entered Fuguang village? A cascade of questions loomed in her mind as her pace quickened. At last, she reached the mountain top, but in an instant, the black dog vanished from sight. The mountain was not tall, and surveying her surroundings, she beheld several sparse, rudimentary houses. The entire village consisted of about 10 families, their architectural style mirroring that of the homes below, save for one prominent red brick house, standing tall in the center, exuding an aura of strangeness. Chen's family estate. Yi Hui murmured to herself as she found herself before the grand entrance. A short, toothy old man called out to her, "Young lady, are you here for the memorial ceremony?" Memorial ceremony. Yi Hui pondered, rummaging through her bag until she unearthed the black invitation card. Was this what he meant? She waved the envelope in her hand. The old man nodded and turned to her, saying, "Tomorrow, the memorial event will officially commence. You may rest in the village for now. Please follow me. I will arrange accommodations for you." As Yi Hui stepped into the Chun family estate, she was taken aback. What she initially perceived as merely a grand entrance revealed an entirely different world within. The estate faced south and rose 3 stories high. While most houses were square or rectangular, Chen's estate was uniquely divided into 9 sections, each filled with rooms, and a massive well stood in the central courtyard, tightly sealed with an iron cover, all bound with iron chains. The winding corridors of the estate were steeped in silence, causing a chill to creep over Yi Hui as she followed the old man. Suddenly, a clap of thunder echoed, accompanied by a flash of lightning, as a fierce wind surged, as if enraging the spirits. The old man led Yi Hui to the second floor of the central courtyard. His deep-set eyes glimmered with an unsettling red hue, his sparse hair dry and brittle, and when he spoke, only a few teeth remained. He gestured with his cane toward one of the rooms, saying, "You will stay here tonight. Conditions in the countryside are poor compared to your big city, so I hope you can adapt." The term habit was uttered somewhat ambiguously, and Yi Rui nearly failed to catch it. The weariness enveloping her rendered her indifferent to her surroundings. At this moment, all she longed for was to recline upon her bed and enjoy a well-deserved rest. The room, as anticipated, bore a certain simplicity. The roof was thatched with yellow straw, the walls unpainted, merely coated with a layer of lime. Yet, the furnishings were complete, and overall, It appeared relatively tidy. Outside, the patter of rain intensified, and the wooden door creaked ominously in the wind, as though someone were attempting to force their way in, without uttering a word. Yi Rui collapsed onto the bed and succumbed to sleep in the midst of the night, in a haze of half-consciousness. She felt the wooden door swing open, and a shadow approached, halting beside her bed. An immense, invisible force subsequently pressed down upon the bed, rendering her immobile. When she next opened her eyes, the dawn was breaking, but she had not awakened of her own accord. Rather, she was roused by a peculiar sound, sharp and jarring, reminiscent of nails scraping against metal, evoking thoughts of the well downstairs. The strange occurrences of the previous night, along with that intangible force, dissipated with the rising sun. Yi Rui felt her body aching, as if she had spent the entire night scaling mountains. The darkness had obscured her view of the room's details. In the corner, there were some mottled black stains that resembled long-dried blood. The bed was constructed from 2 wooden planks joined together. Exhausted from the previous night, she had not noticed its precariousness until now. Most striking was the bedside table, upon which she had failed to notice a shrine. Covered with a red cloth, she wondered if it was a dual-headed shrine. With that thought, Yi Rui gently lifted the red cloth with her trekking pole, revealing a serene Buddha statue. It was difficult to discern which Buddha it represented, but her focus was on the head. The rest was inconsequential. Yet, this statue bore only a head, beneath which lay a note, seemingly placed there in advance. Please do not refuse to participate in the memorial ceremony. The villagers there are quite amiable. Do not attempt to uncover the secrets of the Grand Estate. Remaining in the village is your wisest choice. After reading this, Yi Rui let out a derisive snort. Fortunately, the black dog had helped her discover the first rule, or she might have truly fallen into a trap. According to the guidance of the first note, the message from the single-headed statue could not be trusted. Untrustworthiness implied error. Thus, the correct interpretation must be its opposite. This meant she ought to refuse participation in the memorial ceremony and seek a way to uncover the secrets of the Grand Estate to escape the Shrine Village. These 2 pieces of information were crucial, at least providing her with a means to depart from the Shrine Village. As for the estate's secrets, she felt an inextricable connection to the well downstairs. That moment, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Miss, today is the preparation for the memorial. We are all heading over. You may explore the village, but remember, do not enter the ancestral hall indiscriminately. I will return this evening to escort you to the ceremony. With that, silence fell outside. Yi Rui collected her thoughts and retraced her experiences from the previous night to the present. She suspected that her encounter with the old man, followed by receiving the invitation, and subsequently stepping into the Shrine Village, might not have been mere coincidence. Perhaps that old man had deliberately led her here. She penned her considerations on a piece of paper. There was no place to charge her phone, and it had only 1 bar of battery left, so she decided to turn it off for crucial moments. She took stock of her supplies: 2 portable flashlights, both outdoor models with low energy consumption and long usage times. In addition, there were 2 boxes of self-heating rice, 3 military-grade compressed biscuits, and 2 cans of luncheon meat, a windbreaker, a military sleeping bag, a climbing rope, and a folding knife. The most pressing issue was drinking water. She had carried 2 bottles, one of which had already been consumed, leaving her with just 1. Barely enough to last through the day. Yi Rui wasted no time, quickly unpacking a box of self-heating rice. Scooping some water from the tub in the room, though she was hesitant to drink it, the heated rice should pose no significant risk. After her breakfast, she shouldered her backpack and stepped out the door. The Grand Estate was eerily quiet. She encountered not a single soul along her path. This profound silence evoked a sense of dread, reminiscent of scenes she had only witnessed in films. The old man had explicitly warned her against entering the ancestral hall, and she understood why. The events of last night would have raised suspicions in anyone. Yet, it is often in the most troubling places that immense secrets lie concealed. To uncover the estate's mysteries and escape the Shrine Village was her goal. After approximately half an hour, Yi Rui had thoroughly explored the Chun family estate. The 2nd and 3rd floors were guest rooms, while the 1st floor was the family's living quarters. Several courtyard gates were tightly locked, and through the gaps, it was evident that they had remained uninhabited for quite some time, the ground strewn with a layer of dried leaves. The Chun family possessed 2 ancestral halls. One was located deep within the estate, its doors securely locked. Dust indicated frequent visits, and the interior layout was spacious and well-proportioned, facing south. Indeed, a feng shui treasure. The second hall was rather peculiar. Had Yirui not slipped on the moss by chance, she might have entirely overlooked it. This was near the well, which was secured, but beneath the moss-covered stone slab lay a hollow space. After knocking a few times, she confirmed it. Clearing the moss revealed two characters carved into the stone. Written in small seal script, Ancestral Hall. The true Ancestral Hall must be beneath the well, while the rear hall was likely built to mislead outsiders. With this realization, Yirui understood that the secret lay below, and to access it, she would need a key. The old woman who had clutched the heart had two copper keys hanging from her person, one of which was quite peculiar, that Yirui had always possessed a remarkable memory. With just a glance, she could confidently assert that the key to the well's lock was in the possession of that old woman. Her expression grew serious. Woof, woof, a sudden chorus of barking erupted from the front gate. Yirui looked up to see the very black dog from the previous night, that a surge of joy coursed through her. Yet the old dog seemed not to be seeking her out. Rushing past her and directly toward the rear courtyard, that Yirui had no time to ponder and hurried after the old dog. The black dog finally halted before the ancestral hall in the rear courtyard. Barking incessantly at the door, that Yirui gazed at the hall, pondering for a moment. The black dog's appearance had led her to the correct clue last night and guided her through the fog. Its current fervent barking surely bore special significance. She rummaged through her bag for a piece of iron wire. As a child, she had learned a few tricks for pilfering chickens and dogs in the countryside, which now proved useful that in less than a minute, the lock yielded to her efforts. Such old-fashioned copper locks were common in rural areas, and she had often practiced on them with her cousin. With a gentle push, the door creaked open, and before she could fully process the situation, the black dog dashed inside, halting before a cabinet and scratching the wooden door with its front paws. Emitting distressed whines, that Yirui hurried over and opened the cabinet, discovering a small black puppy inside, gazing up at her with pitiful eyes that appeared to be the offspring of the old black dog. Seeing the old dog calm down, Yirui shifted her focus to the ancestral hall. She quickly surveyed her surroundings and noticed that a shrine occupied the center of the hall, draped in black cloth. Through the fabric's indentations, it appeared to be a dual-headed Buddha. At first glance, the arrangements within the hall seemed ordinary, yet numerous details hinted at something amiss. The central altar contained only the shrine, whereas one would expect to see ancestral tablets as well. The incense burner before it. 3 broken incense sticks stood, a foreboding omen. Burning broken incense could lead to family discord and ruin. As she entered, the incense spontaneously ignited, and black ash continued to fall. Yirui's expression grew grim. The hall did not honor ancestors. The broken incense ignited on its own, and the falling black ash signified dire misfortune. With trembling hands, she lifted the black cloth, revealing indeed a dual-headed Buddha. The old dog nudged the offering table, causing one of the heads to tumble to the ground, along with a white note that sprang forth. In this ancestral hall dwells a black dog. Treat it kindly, that if unnecessary, do not abandon it. Please distinguish the dog's color. Only the black dog is benevolent. The ancestral hall is a sacred place, accessible only to villagers. If one accidentally enters, please light the 2 red candles on the offering table and bow 3 times in apology to seek the ancestors' forgiveness. Reading these 2 rules reminded her of the initial contents. The black dog indeed represented the correct path. Upon seeing the 2 emaciated black dogs, her heart ached. She retrieved a can of luncheon meat from her backpack and opened it, placing it before them. To her surprise, both dogs merely sniffed at it without eating, and the old dog seized the can and bolted outside. Yirui quickly picked up the puppy and followed suit. The old dog ran for about 10 minutes, exiting the Chun family estate and ascending a muddy mountain path, ultimately halting before a dilapidated thatched cottage. After barking twice, it strode inside. Yirui was taken aback before she could fully grasp the situation. A fit of harsh coughing echoed from within, sounding like a young boy. Wong, did you find the pup? Woof, woof. Is that kin for me? You've worked hard, woof. Are you saying we have a guest? Woof, woof. Yirui stood at the entrance, somewhat taken aback by the conversation unfolding within. A boy, no older than 10, emerged with a beaming smile directed at her. Hello, my name is Aji. Wong told me it was you who helped him find his pups. Please come I in, that as a token of gratitude. I shall share some clues on how to leave this place. That it turned out that this boy was blind, abandoned by his family on the mountainside at the tender age of 5. He was rescued by a black dog that led him to this location. His existence here remained a secret to the villagers, for this hillside was shrouded in mist most of the time, deterring the locals from ascending. The old black dog would venture out in search of food, and the villagers mistook it for a stray, often resorting to cruel methods to drive it away whenever they caught sight of it. "Why do you not leave this place?" Yi Rue inquired, perplexed as she sat in the dilapidated hut, barely 20 square meters in size. That he gestured towards his eyes. "Though my sight is lost, my spirit remains intact. I must bear witness to the events here. They must face justice." Aji spoke with fervor. "I have heard there will be a sacrificial ceremony today." "What kind of event is it?" "They have invited me." "Should I attend?" "How do you enter Futong village?" The boy furrowed his brow, skepticism evident in his tone, as if questioning Yi Rue's identity. An invitation. An invitation. "Well, regardless, it has been over a decade since any living soul has set foot here. More accurately, any free soul. Since you have arrived, it must be fate. Take this, cherish it, and take care of the pup. It shall assist you." With that, the boy retrieved a jade pendant and a letter from beneath his pillow. Thrusting them into Yi Rue's hands, she opened the letter. It read, "Within the true shrine lies an exit to the outside world. Please search diligently for it and use the Buddha head jade pendant to unlock it. Before you depart, if you encounter a black dog, release it. It will find its way home. After exiting, please deliver the contents of this envelope to the police. This simple act will bring you boundless blessings. Along the path leading to the outside world, mist will arise. Should you hear someone calling you or witness anything peculiar, please ignore it that moment." Yi Rue held the key to freedom in her hands. Yet entering the true shrine would likely require considerable effort. Suddenly, the fog began to swirl, and the house before her vanished, the frantic barking of the old black dog fading into the mist. Clutching the little black dog, she felt it lick her hand before it gently barked in another direction. Without a trace of doubt, she strode directly into the fog. Along the way, she encountered a spring, its crystal-clear waters bubbling forth from the earth. Tempted by the pristine source, she extended her hands to taste, only for the little dog to suddenly become agitated. Its frantic barking snapped Yi Rue back to reality. When she looked again, the spring had transformed, the water now of vivid crimson, emanating a strong, repugnant stench that deterred her. Quickly retracting her hands, she narrowly avoided staining herself with that unclean blood. After walking a few more minutes, the mist began to dissipate, revealing a clear path that led directly to the back courtyard of the Chun family's estate. There, an old man awaited her, his expression grim. In a low voice, he inquired, "Did you enter the shrine today?" Yi Rue could not admit it, vigorously shaking her head. She had already concealed the little dog in her backpack, which was spacious enough not to suffocate it. The pup seemed to cooperate, remaining silent upon encountering the old man. Lacking evidence, the old man had no choice but to relent. "Let us go," he said, bending slightly as he walked ahead, disregarding Yi Rue. Throughout the journey, she remained silent, her mind preoccupied with Aji's tale. According to the story, this village was once a tourist destination, a prosperous locale among the surrounding hamlets. Flourishing thanks to the shrine, the village had existed for over a century. Discovered in a state of ruin, yet curiously, it housed numerous shrines, nearly one every 100 paces, each containing a two-headed Buddha, shrouded in mystery and divinity. Thus, the first settlers named it Futong Village. However, as the years passed, societal development and a growing population led to its prosperity, attracting tourists and becoming renowned. Tragically, this golden era was fleeting. One fateful night, the villagers mysteriously vanished, and the roadside shrines were all but destroyed. More villagers departed, leaving the village increasingly desolate. The skies soon darkened. The sacrificial ceremony was scheduled for nightfall, and they soon arrived at an open area, the village square, adjacent to last night's shrine, already filled with villagers. The red lanterns that once adorned the shrine had inexplicably transformed into white paper lanterns, swaying eerily in the cold wind. The old woman spotted Yi Rue, her gaze filled with malice, yet constrained by the ceremony. She refrained from acting out. Guided by the old man to her seat, Yi Rue found herself surrounded by men of all ages, save for the absence of women. Her presence evidently drew attention, making her feel as though she were being scrutinized. The stares were laden with ill intent, sending chills down her spine. At precisely 8 o'clock, the crowd swelled, with the village's elders arriving from all directions. While the younger generation and children were conspicuously missing, rendering the village akin to an extensive retirement home that as per the sacrificial tradition, all villagers were to share a meal before the official proceedings commenced. The men gathered around a large circular table, and Yi Rui chose a spot near the elderly woman. As the dishes were presented, a green vegetable porridge topped with chunks of red meat appeared, resembling undercooked fare, devoid of any appeal. Additionally, each table bore a platter of braised meat, ribs, and braised intestines. As the dishes arrived, the surrounding men eagerly reached for their chopsticks, clearing the platters in no time. Yi Rui felt no desire to partake. For reasons unknown, the sight of the meat stirred a wave of revulsion within her. Images of a girl being vivisected haunted her thoughts. The elderly woman paid Yi Rui no mind, allowing her to discreetly unzip her backpack just enough for the puppy's head to peek out. Intentionally dropping her chopsticks, she bent down to retrieve them, while the old woman remained engrossed in her meal. Completely oblivious to the pup swiftly snatching the Yi Rui feigned a stomachache, promptly excusing herself to the restroom as she made her escape. Good child, finish your meal before leaving. Wasting food is a bad habit. A hobbled old man with a white beard approached, grasping her arm. That he wore a tattered black coat, exuding a putrid odor. His loud voice drew everyone's attention once more. She looked up at the old man, noting the deep-set eyes glimmering with a strange red light amid a face lined with wrinkles. It's a trap. She stole the key to the shrine. Seize her, deliver her to the deity, the elderly woman exclaimed. The old man's lips curled into a sinister grin, revealing a jagged array of yellowed teeth as he directed his gaze at Su Qingyu. Don't run. Hand over the key. Go to hell. Yi Rui cursed under her breath, witnessing the villagers rise en masse, preparing to pounce upon her. In that moment, she cradled the little dog and pleaded urgently, "Tell me how to escape." With all her might, she forcefully pushed the old man away and sprinted towards the direction of the barking puppy, which was precisely towards the small grove. This grove seemed to be a taboo among the villagers. Yi Rui felt that she had never run such a distance in her entire life, her heart pounding as though it might leap from her chest. Behind her, a group of villagers, their eyes gleaming with an eerie red light, brandished sticks and shouted as they pursued her. Upon finally reaching the grove, Yi Rui noticed that no villagers followed her anymore, and she believed the ordeal had come to an end. Just then, several indistinct figures emerged from the mist. As they drew closer, Yi Rui discerned that they were large wolfhounds, their crimson fur bristling as they growled menacingly, advancing step by step towards her. The puppy trembled in her arms, clearly terrified of the red dogs. Yi Rui recalled a warning she had seen earlier. Distinguish the color of the dogs, for only the black ones were benevolent. It was evident that these red dogs had been unleashed by the villagers, and it seemed this night was destined to be sleepless. Gripping a sharp blade, her military folding knife from her backpack, she felt the weight of its inadequacy against the impending threat. The pack of wolfhounds approached her in turns, and fatigue began to take its toll. The thought of having come this far without uncovering the secrets of this place, without opening the ancestral hall, stirred a sense of unwillingness within her. She threw her head back and, in a frenzy, roared into the air. That a shadow darted in, the very black dog that had appeared earlier. Without hesitation, the black dog lunged at two of the red wolfhounds, instantly shifting the balance of power. After a prolonged standoff, several of the red wolfhounds turned tail and retreated. Yi Rui had triumphed once more. Gratefully, she presented a tin of food to the black dog, gently patting its head before dashing towards the Chun family estate. Upon emerging from the mist, she realized that the villagers had not dispersed. They had encircled the grove, continuously releasing more red wolfhounds. A chill ran down her spine. It seemed the villagers were still unaware of her escape, and should the black dog falter, it would be disastrous. Hastening her pace, she quietly slipped through the back door of the Chun estate, which remained eerily silent. She hurried to the well, unlocking the chains with a key, but the heavy iron cover was immovable for her slender arms, and with no tools at hand, she faced a dilemma. Time ticked away, and beads of sweat formed on her brow. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she spotted a water wheel nearby and devised a plan to why Yi Hui retrieved a climbing rope, securing one end to the iron cover and the other to the water wheel. As the wheel turned, the cover might shift. With a sense of trepidation, she set it in motion. The water wheel had a switch. A gentle press set it spinning. As it accelerated, the rope tightened, and the iron cover began to budge. Outside, she could hear footsteps approaching. They would breach the estate in less than 3 minutes. Finally, it worked. Though the well cover did not fully lift, the gaps were just wide enough for Yi Hui to squeeze through. She detached the rope from the water wheel, cast it into the well, and switched on her flashlight, carefully descending along the wall. The well was pitch black, but it was a dry one, devoid of water. As she groped along the stone surface, she discovered a protrusion. Pressing it with all her strength, a rumbling sound echoed as a hidden stone door gradually opened. Yi Hui quickly crouched and slipped inside. Finding herself in a small room, approximately 30 square meters, furnished only with an altar cluttered with various items. Prominently placed in the center were 3 wooden plaques inscribed with names: Qinjiagong, Chunrui, Qindong. Behind the plaque stood a Buddha shrine, veiled in black cloth. Cautiously, Yi Hui lifted the cloth and glimpsed 2 Buddha heads. She reached out and snapped off one, revealing a white paper inside that read, "Pay attention to the bottom of the shrine." This was a clue, likely related to activating a mechanism. Yi Hui examined the shrine and discovered it was embedded in the table, the statues fixed in place. Suddenly, the puppy began to bark frantically at the door. A wave of unease washed over her as she realized something was amiss. Listening intently, she detected faint rustling sounds from the well opening. Her pursuers were descending. She hastened her search, repeating to herself, "The bottom of the shrine." The bottom of the shrine. Yi Hui rifled through everything beneath the shrine, but where could it be? Her mind cleared, and she swiftly recalled the rules she had learned. The ancestral hall is a sacred place. Only villagers may enter. If one inadvertently trespasses, light the 2 red candles on the altar and bow 3 times to express contrition, seeking forgiveness from the ancestors. She had overlooked this detail. The ancestral hall had lacked the Chun family's ancestral plaque, rendering that rule ineffective. However, this place was different. The plaques were present, and thus, Yi Hui had to adhere to the rules. She quickly lit the 2 red candles flanking the altar, prostrated herself on the ground, and fervently prayed, "Please ensure my safe departure from here." Indeed, upon rising, she noticed a shift in the position of the Buddha shrine. It seemed to have moved slightly to the right. To her astonishment, a distinct imprint of a Buddha head had emerged in its place, perfectly sized to accommodate her jade pendant. That moment, the stone door swung open, revealing the lead figure, an elderly woman with short legs. Grinning maliciously, "You ought to obediently return with me. Your heart must be quite delectable." A shiver of dread coursed through Yi Hui. She quickly inserted the jade pendant into the indentation, yet nothing happened. She stared in horror as the old woman advanced, flanked by several others, their eyes glowing red, gazing at her like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Without warning, the black dog leaped at the old woman, fiercely gripping her pant leg to impede her progress. Yi Hui's heart raced, leaving her momentarily paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, a chill breeze brushed against her side, a sensation of wind. Whirling around, she followed the current and finally discovered a hidden door behind a painting, already ajar, concealed by the artwork. Overjoyed, she turned to witness the man behind the old woman seize the puppy and slam it to the ground. Alarmed, she hesitated only a second, drawing her military knife from her pocket. She hurled it with precision towards the man. A scream echoed as the puppy broke free and scurried to Yi Hui's feet. The old woman's wrinkled visage twisted in rage as she bared her teeth and shrieked. Grasping a candlestick from the altar, ready to strike Yi Hui, cradling the puppy, Yi Hui nimbly dodged the blow and dashed towards the door. The passage was engulfed in darkness, as if she were submerged in an ethereal void, with nothing around her but the occasional gust of cold air. Clutching the puppy in one arm and gripping her flashlight in the other, she was baffled when the light refused to illuminate, and the puppy remained unresponsive. Before departing, "If a black dog is nearby, please set it free. It will find its way home." Yi Hui paused, gently stroking the puppy before placing it on the ground. The moment the puppy touched the earth, it sprang to life, swirling around her feet before darting off into the shadows. "Thank you." That instant, the flashlight flickered back to life, and the surroundings transformed. Yihui glanced around to find herself flanked by flourishing locust trees. Just as she prepared to step forward, she heard Aji's voice behind her. "Wait for me. Don't leave me behind. The black dog died protecting you. Don't you want to see it one last time? I can't see the path. Come help me." Yihui heard various tones of Aji's voice. Pleading, joyful, sorrowful. Yet she recognized these were mere illusions. The real Aji would only refer to the black dog as a Wang. Not the black dog. She recalled the last rule Aji had imparted. On the path to the outside world, a fog will appear. If you hear someone call your name or witness something strange, please ignore it. 3 days later, at the Kiz County Police Station. "Miss Yi, thank you for your evidence that we have been monitoring Buddha Shrine Village for quite some time, but lack proof. The unique terrain, often shrouded in mist, has greatly hindered our pursuit of the criminals. Have you apprehended them so quickly? Did you see a little boy accompanied by 2 black dogs?" The police officer looked puzzled. That a little boy? Not at all. It was a gang disguised as elderly people. However, he pondered for a moment, muttering to himself with a hint of doubt. "We stumbled upon a long-abandoned thatched cottage on a remote hillside, and beneath the Kong, we discovered 2 skeletons that appeared to be of a teenager embracing a small dog." Yi Rui's heart skipped a beat. Her brow furrowed as she turned and left the police station. This time, she did not leave empty-handed. The only photograph she managed to capture was from the first night she intruded upon the ancestral hall. It served as evidence and was also her award-winning piece. 10 days later, a news bulletin reported. Through the relentless pursuit by the police of Kizil County, the human trafficking gang based in Foken Village was ultimately apprehended. In the cellar of the Chun family ancestral hall, authorities uncovered the remains of 82 young female victims, the majority of whom had already had their organs sold. Such heinous acts have inflicted severe psychological trauma on the public. And this case has been classified as a significant criminal incident in Kizil, warranting nationwide notification. Chapter 44. When Springtown, Part 1. When Xia's Little Prayer. During the holiday, my boyfriend proposed a trip for relaxation, and we ventured to his hometown, a quaint hot spring town. To my surprise, I discovered that there was not a single woman in sight. Even more peculiar was a certain area that was strictly off-limits. I avoided the crowds and stealthily infiltrated, only to find that everything was surprisingly simple. That Eugene felt an overwhelming warmth and relaxation, as if her body were a piece of chocolate melting, gradually softening and dissolving in the rising mist. In the same foggy haze, Chungu leisurely leaned against the edge of the pool, his eyes closed in tranquil repose. The wind could not penetrate the surrounding trees. The dense leaves swayed gently, whispering softly like a delicate murmur. "What a splendid place! How did you discover it?" Su Jin interrupted the tree's murmurs, her languid voice akin to half-melted sugar, wafting through the steam to Chun Ji's ears. "I did some research," he replied. "I looked it up but didn't see anything mentioning hot springs here. Only a diligent man like me who meticulously plans could find it. Eugene smiled, choosing to remain silent, contentedly closing her eyes. This hot spring pool felt distinctly different from the one she had visited during the day. The spring water emanated a unique fragrance that was not unpleasant, but rather soothing to the spirit. After about half an hour, Su Jin felt it was time to rise. She stood from the water, propped herself up with her hands, and perched on the edge of the stone, lifting her slender feet from the water as her long arms reached for the towel on the shore. She aimed to dry off quickly while her body still radiated the warmth of the hot spring before getting dressed. Chungu squinted at his girlfriend, feeling a bit dazed as he watched her. Once Su Jin had dressed, Chungu averted his gaze and stood up as well. He hesitated for a moment, but as a cold breeze swept in, causing the pores on his skin to contract. He shook off his wandering thoughts and hurriedly dried himself and put on his clothes. Upon returning to their inn, Su Jin did not hesitate. She willingly wrapped her arms around Chun Ji's neck. Raising her smiling face, her eyes shimmering like gentle waves upon a lake, stirring something within Chungu. Yet, Su Jin suddenly noticed something and curiously gazed at the broad chest of the man before her, extending her slender fingers to gently caress it. "Your allergy seems to have cleared up?" Chungu glanced down. "Oh, how remarkable. Let me see your back." Chungu was not inclined to analyze whether his persistent allergy had indeed resolved. He merely wished to shift the conversation to more pressing matters. Yet, Su Jin was utterly captivated by this topic, propping herself up to investigate further. "It truly is gone. I've heard that some natural hot springs have miraculous effects, especially on the skin. That's wonderful. We should return tomorrow." All right. She suddenly felt weary, but hesitated to interrupt Chungu's enthusiasm. As for what transpired afterward, Su Jin could not recall. Perhaps her drowsy state prompted Chungu to abandon the endeavor. When she next opened her eyes, it was already the following morning. The spot where Chungu had lain had grown cold, and the light filtering through the curtains cast the room in a dim, hazy glow. Su Jin rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up. She had slept so soundly that not a single dream had visited her. Normally a light sleeper, she was completely unaware of when Chungu had left. After freshening up, Su Jin donned a pair of wide-legged trousers and a thick knitted coat before making her way downstairs. The young proprietor at the front desk was engrossed in a book, and upon seeing her, he offered a warm and charming smile. Indeed, Su Jin found this young man to be quite endearing. His small, oval face was complemented by deep-set features, yet his youthful demeanor was still quite pronounced. Having inquired yesterday, she confirmed that he was indeed the owner of the inn, only 20 years old, and his name was Yang Shire. Upon hearing this name, Su Jin found it intriguing and artistic. But she questioned, why is your inn called October and not December? The young proprietor appeared a bit flustered as he earnestly explained, Yang Shire is my real name, not something I concocted, as for the inn's name. It's because I was born in October, and the most picturesque season in this Muxi hot spring town occurs during that month. It was Chungu's idea to visit Muxi town. And such an off-the-beaten-path destination suited Su Jin's taste perfectly. However, she had not anticipated that the journey would be so remote, requiring several vehicle transfers after landing, and ultimately, a 10-mile ride from the town to reach their destination, as there were no public buses available. Nevertheless, after spending over half a year with Chungu, his attentiveness continued to be one of Su Jin's most admired traits. Thus, despite the minor inconveniences of their journey, she could still accept it given his meticulous arrangements. Have you seen my boyfriend? Su Jin inquired at the wooden front desk. Mr. Chin? No, I haven't. I've been here since 7, and I haven't seen anyone come or go. You re the earliest to rise. Su Jin nodded. Aside from herself and Chungu, the only other guests at the small inn were an elderly couple. Even when considering the entire town, it seemed there were not many visitors. With only 3 inns available. May I borrow your phone? Su Jin asked, glancing at the landline on the desk, hoping to call Chungu's mobile. Sure, but typically there's no cell signal here unless he's at a higher elevation in the back mountain. I'll give it ATR. Why? Su Jin found it hard to accept that the entire town seemed devoid of mobile signal. The locals relied on a landline to communicate. However, Chungu mentioned that this was a good thing, as it allowed Su Jin to entirely cast aside her work phone for an uninterrupted escape from reality. As anticipated, the call failed to connect, but he might be back soon. Yang Shire reassured her with a smile. But anyone coming down from upstairs must pass by here. It's already past 8. Could he have left before 7? Yang Shire was at a loss for how to answer Su Jin's query. As time passed, Su Jin grew increasingly restless. The town was not large, and she resolved to search for Chungu. Yang Shire, contemplating, offered to accompany her, being a local who was more familiar with the area. Yang Shire retrieved his small electric scooter. The townsfolk favored riding electric scooters for convenience, and the 3 inns in the area also had their own battery-powered vehicles to transport guests to the hot spring locations. October had 2 scooters. Either he or another staff member operated them. However, the town had almost no cars. It was said that strict regulations were in place regarding automobiles to reduce emissions and create a pleasant, comfortable tourist retreat. Su Jin sat behind Yang Shire as they rode through the streets. First arriving at the hot spring bathhouse they had visited the previous day, it was the largest in the town, boasting dozens of pools of various sizes, many adorned with whimsical names like Youthful Rose Pool, Silky Milk Pool, and Health-Enhancing Angelica Pool. These are just gimmicks, Yang Shire informed Su Jin. Yet despite thoroughly searching the entire bathhouse, they still could not find Chungu. Yang Shire had no choice but to take Su Jin back to the town. The streets were not wide, and townsfolk and tourists alike rode their electric scooters back and forth. Whether day or night, a light mist seemed to envelop the town, as if the steam from the hot springs had drifted to the town center, perfectly befitting the title of Hot Spring Town. Su Jin observed that the shops along the street were mostly open, with the town's buildings generally no taller than 4 or 5 stories. The first floors were all commercial spaces. Since yesterday, a question had lingered in Su Jin's mind. Where were all the women in this town? From yesterday until now, every local she had encountered had been male. As she walked down the street, men dominated her view, and the few women she glimpsed were tourists. Why does it seem like there are only men in your town? Not quite. The women managing the changing rooms in the bathhouse are all female. And the proprietress of the dry cleaning shop next door is also a woman. Yang Shire's words jogged Su Jin's memory. She recalled those two women, both advanced in age, with faces hardened as if set in concrete. Rough and weathered, to be precise. There seemed to be no young girls here. Where have they gone? They're at school. S. Eugene wanted to press further, but Yang Shire interrupted. We haven't had breakfast yet. Let us eat something first and then continue our search. Perhaps Mr. Chen has gone to another bathhouse. Chapter 45, The Hot Spring Town, Part 2. The two of them casually selected a bakery and stepped inside. Several tables and chairs were positioned by the window, facing the street. They sat down, indulging in bread and yogurt. Yang Shire deftly opened the cap of the yogurt bottle for Su Jin. Inserting a straw before sliding it towards her, as Eugene gazed at Shire's long, slender fingers, reminiscent of Chen Ge, whose fingers were also long and skilled at playing the piano. It was in such a manner that Chen Ge had captivated the hearts of the young women in the audience during a company annual meeting, Su Jin included. Miss Su, you need not worry too much. The security here is quite good. Please do not call me Miss Su. I refer to you as Shire. Although I am older than you, you may call me Xiao Jin instead. Girls prefer to be addressed as younger. That's so. Very well. Xiao Jin, at this moment. Su Jin lifted her gaze to survey the bakery. The establishment was not particularly large. Yet behind the glass case where the bread was displayed, a door led to the back, where a few bustling figures flitted by, likely the bakery's own kitchen, where the bread was freshly baked and delectably fragrant. Simultaneously, a young girl emerged from that very door, marking the first youthful face Su Jin had encountered in the town. The girl appeared to be around 16 or 17, her hair styled into two loose braids that were becomingly quaint. A rarity to behold. Her fair complexion was tinged with a rosy hue, likely a result of the warmth emanating from the bakery. She carried a large tray in both hands, placing the freshly baked bread into the display case one by one. The girl's large eyes briefly met Su Jin's, only to quickly avert as if avoiding something. She lowered her head, diligently attending to her tasks, her taut expression betraying a hint of aloofness that Eugene continued to watch her until the girl vanished behind the door once more. After a few bites of bread, Yang Shire paused, his expression seemingly contemplative. When he looked up to meet Su Jin's gaze, she sensed he had something to convey. Xiao Jin, do you work at the magazine? Yes, how did you know? Yesterday, I inadvertently overheard your conversation with Mr. Chen. I did not mean to eavesdrop, it's nothing that I work at Dongfang Weekly. And what about Qinglu? You heard that too? Yes, I used to work at Qinglu magazine. It was a pure literary journal, but it has become increasingly difficult to thrive in pure literature nowadays. That a glimmer flickered in Yang Shire's eyes, akin to lightning illuminating the night sky, but it quickly faded into stillness. He nodded. I used to really enjoy that magazine. Before Yang Shire could finish his thought, Su Jin appeared to recall something. She abruptly set down the remaining bread, seized Shire's hand, and headed for the exit. By the way, Chen Ge likely went there, the hot spring from last night. Yang Shire, bewildered, mounted the electric scooter. What hot spring? Where? Su Jin settled into the back seat, explaining all the while about the forest hot spring they had visited the previous night. Revealing that it had miraculously cured Chun Ji's allergy. Perhaps he had returned there. Yang Shire's expression grew grave, his brows knitting together, the depths of his eyes seemingly shrouded in shadow. However, Su Jin, seated behind him, remained unaware of his turmoil. She merely felt a sense of relief at the prospect of possibly locating her boyfriend. The two parked the electric scooter halfway up the mountain, the remainder of the journey requiring them to walk. It was then that Su Jin realized the daytime forest was even more beautiful, yet also disorienting. She could scarcely fathom how Chen Ge had navigated to that hot spring. Upon arriving at the hot spring, the steam rising from the water's surface revealed it to be utterly deserted, save for a few fallen leaves drifting by the edge of the pool. That Eugene felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Had Chen Ge already left? After all, the hour was growing late. Yang Shire stood behind Su Jin, his gaze fixed contemplatively on the spring, his own perplexity surpassing hers, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Yet he could not voice his concerns to Su Jin. The immediate priority was to escort her back to the inn, hoping that Chingu had already returned on his own. The two searched diligently throughout the day, scouring every nook and cranny of the small town. Yet Chingu remained elusive. As night fell, a weary Su Jin finally acquiesced to Yang Shire's suggestion and retreated to her room for rest. She had previously proposed contacting the police, yet Yang Shire informed her that there had been instances in the past where tourists had gone missing in the forest, and it had taken the local police a day to respond. Ultimately, it was the town mayor who organized a search to retrieve the lost tourist. As Su Jin gazed out at the now brightly lit streets, her unease deepened. She could not simply sit idly by. The October inn was eerily quiet, as though devoid of life. She pushed open her room door and traversed the corridor adorned with fish mint and star flowers. Making her way downstairs, upon reaching the front desk, she found Yang Shire absent. She picked up the nearby phone and dialed several digits that Su Jin believed it prudent to report to the authorities. After all, she had been taught since childhood that in times of trouble, one should seek the assistance of the police. However, the line only produced a busy signal. She hung up the receiver, picked it up again, and repeated the process 3 or 4 times, but to no avail. It seemed the landline was utterly inoperable. Standing there, Su Jin pondered her current predicament. She felt an unsettling sensation that this town was peculiar, as if some ancient, decrepit force lurked in the shadows, silently exuding a cold and damp aura, hidden within the steam of the hot spring. Determined, Su Jin resolved to return upstairs to retrieve her mobile phone and seek a location with signal to make the emergency call. If Chingu was not found by the next day and the police had not arrived, she would leave early the following morning to seek help in the neighboring town. With her phone in hand, Su Jin dashed towards the street. Yang Shire had mentioned that higher ground near the back mountain would provide better reception. The tallest structure there was the Mushi Hot Spring Resort and Tourism Company building. Though it stood only 8 stories tall, it was nonetheless the highest building in the small town. As Su Jin approached the tourism company building and gazed upward, she noted the aging concrete exterior was marred by cracks, and the neon sign for Mushi Hot Spring Resort had long since ceased to illuminate. Curiously, however, 80% of the windows in the building were aglow, indicating that the staff must have been exceedingly busy. Noticing the absence of personnel at the security booth by the entrance, Su Jin hurried inside. Even if she encountered someone, she intended to be forthright about her purpose, seeking a tall building to make a phone call. If she could borrow a landline, that would be even better. There were telephones in the small shops surrounding the inn, but Su Jin was reluctant to go there. She felt an inexplicable discomfort from the strange looks cast upon her by the male shopkeepers, which left her feeling quite repulsed. The strangeness of this town lay in its dichotomy. Some residents were exceedingly warm and normal, much like Yang Shire, while others wore expressions akin to that of the dead. Their eyes regarding her as if she were mere livestock. Su Jin successfully entered the building without incident. Lacking the courage to boldly enter through the front door, she opted for the rear staircase. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she found the stairwell obstructed by debris, prompting her to mutter to herself about the poor fire safety standards. With no other option, she stepped out into the hallway, steeling herself to venture further into the 3rd floor's interior. The layout was straightforward, with a central open space housing a few sickly plants, flanked by rooms and corridors, each lined with more rooms. It resembled an old-fashioned school building rather than an office structure. Peering through the grimy windows, Su Jin was taken aback by the sight within. Students occupied the rooms, reciting something in unison, yet each was reading independently, creating a collective hum. Upon closer examination, she noted that each girl's desk bore identical books. That moment, a stern-faced man strode from the back of the room to the podium. He raised his hands, pressing down gently as if casting a spell, causing all the girls to fall silent. The classroom engulfed in tranquility. The man's voice resonated as he commanded, "Begin your dictation. For every mistake made, you shall not be permitted to return home for the night." The girls hastily packed away their books and retrieved paper and pens from the drawers, immersing themselves in writing. Although Su Jin felt a sense of curiosity, she knew it was best not to linger and continued her ascent up the stairs. If the 3rd floor resembled a girls' school, then the 4th floor resembled a girls' factory, where the young women busied themselves with handicrafts, seemingly creating the trinkets found in the town's souvenir shops. The 5th floor, however, left Su Jin bewildered. It felt as though she had stumbled into a women's prison. The girls inside were shackled, sporting bruises on their foreheads or around their eyes. kneeling with vacant expressions that a menacing man wielded a long stick. Pacing back and forth. Whenever someone faltered in their kneeling, he would strike them with his weapon while muttering, "This is the punishment of the Holy Spring." That S. Eugene covered her mouth in fear of being discovered and quickly crouched down. Scurrying to the stairway. She yearned to escape this eerie place and repeatedly assured herself she was not dreaming. Leaving immediately did not seem prudent. Perhaps it was better to persist and make her way to the rooftop to call for help. Upon reaching the top floor, a brisk breeze swept across the spacious rooftop, which was cooler than below, and the humidity in the air lessened. That S. Eugene raised her phone, finally spotting a faint signal. After taking a couple of steps toward the edge of the rooftop, the signal improved to 2 bars. Just as she dialed the number, before she could utter a word, a strong hand clamped a damp handkerchief over her mouth. At the same time, someone behind her tightly embraced her waist, their strength overwhelming, rendering her struggles futile. That a wave of dizziness washed over her, and her last thought was one of dread. This was the end. Chapter 46. Hot Spring Town, Part 3. The Mysterious Man. Noticing Su Jin had ceased her struggles, released his grip over her mouth and hoisted her unconscious form over his shoulder, descending the stairs. Meanwhile, Yang Shire stood in a room on the 8th floor of the travel agency building, facing a middle-aged man who lounged on a sofa, casting sidelong glances at him. That I have a male guest named Chen Ge who went missing early this morning. He may have encountered one of the medicinal springs. That I thought the mayor might know his whereabouts. So I came to inquire, Yang Shire said, sounding somewhat anxious as he carefully chose his words. The man on the sofa was quite straightforward, waving his hand dismissively. That he ran away. Ran away? I merely wanted to caution him against returning there and to keep the location to himself, but he was quite formidable, injuring our people and leaving. If he hasn't returned to the hotel, he is likely no longer in town. That a sly glimmer danced in the man's eyes, reminiscent of a snake coiling around Yang Shire's neck. He swallowed hard, eager to extricate himself from the room. Understood. That I'll have his girlfriend leave first thing tomorrow morning. The man known as the mayor wore a mischievous smile. You know our situation here. She might as well stay. Yang Shire hesitated, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes. That Mr. Mayor, if there's nothing else, I should take my leave. That he bowed slightly to the man and hurried toward the exit, the mayor's voice trailing behind him. Shire, remember, I do this for everyone's good. As Eugene awoke in a dim, damp room, the stench of decay invading her nostrils, prompting her to gag involuntarily. That as her surroundings came into focus, she screamed in shock, stumbling backward until her hands met the cold, cement wall behind her. Before her crouched a figure, hair matted and filthy, with an eye peering out from the tangled strands, fixated on her. The woman's cracked, darkened lips and wretched teeth painted a grim picture. The foul odor emanated from her. Gasping for breath, the woman slowly turned, remaining seated, her head tilted back as she continued to observe Su Jin. Tattered, dirty clothing concealed her form, yet it was evident she was a woman. The room was roughly 20 square meters, with yellow-stained windows obscuring the view outside, but Su Jin discerned they were several floors up. She surmised she was still within the travel agency building. Ignoring the strange woman, she approached the door, shaking the iron handle, but the door remained immovable. That S. Eugene contemplated her predicament. She could not fathom why she had been kidnapped. Was it for money? That seemed unlikely. Did it have anything to do with Chen Ge? Perhaps he too had been imprisoned. Reflecting on her experiences in this building, she braced herself for the worst. This was a perverse place that relished in tormenting others. Who are you? Where is this? Su Jin stifled her nausea, edging closer to the bizarre woman. The woman did not respond. Instead, she crawled onto the other side of a makeshift bed, if one could call it that, rocking her scarred legs and emitting nonsensical sounds interspersed with eerie laughter. That S. Eugene frowned. Indeed, this woman was mad. Searching for a cleaner spot, she despondently sat down to rest. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Su Jin could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere. Observing that the deranged woman posed no immediate threat, she began to speak. Hoping to extract some information, S. Eugene recounted her experiences in Hot Spring Town over the past 2 days. Upon mentioning Chen Ge, the woman's body froze, her previously swaying form becoming utterly still. When Su Jin invoked Chi's name for the 3rd time, the woman sprang from the bed and lunged at her. To S. Eugene, caught off guard, reacted instinctively. The filthy hands clamped around her throat, and she struggled against the pain and suffocation. In desperation, she kicked the woman away. The injured woman collapsed, wailing mournfully that Eugene, regaining her breath, dared not utter another word. Her eyes fixed warily on the crazed figure, fearful of further attack. That moment, she noticed the dilapidated wooden bed. One of the slats had broken. Cautiously, she rose and pried the wooden piece free, gripping it tightly in her hand. Soon, footsteps echoed outside the iron door as Eugene hastened to the opposite side, glancing at the madwoman, who remained indifferent to the sounds. Yet Eugene could not relax. A strong intuition told her this was an opportune moment to escape. Indeed, the sound of a key turning echoed, and a short man entered, carrying a plastic bag filled with food. He scanned the room, seemingly puzzled by Eugene absence. Before he could turn around, Eugene sprang from her hiding place, wielding the wooden slat with its nails aimed at his head, striking down with force. The short man fell, a nail embedding itself in his skull, causing him to roll on the ground in agony. Seizing the chance, Eugene darted through the door. As the man struggled to rise and give chase, the deranged woman suddenly leaped onto him, pinning him down with an unexpected strength, rendering him unable to escape. Eugene, witnessing the chaotic entanglement on the floor, had no time to be astonished and turned to flee. Before she could venture too far from the building, 3 pursuers emerged. Eugene summoned every ounce of speed she possessed, racing through the desolate streets of the town, weaving into a labyrinth of alleyways. Unfortunately, her pursuers were more familiar with the town. Just as they were closing in, Eugene spotted a rear entrance to a hot spring establishment and rushed inside. The early morning bathhouse was deserted. Several pools scattered about, but there were few places to hide. Knowing that retreating to the changing room would be the height of folly, she leapt into a hot spring pool near the entrance. The warm water enveloped her body, and she suppressed her discomfort, submerging herself. The men soon arrived, first searching the changing room. Taking advantage of the moment, Eugene surfaced for air, but could not make it to the edge. The men emerged, scanning the bathhouse. Where could she have gone? Perhaps she turned around the corner. Eugene was quickly running out of breath, her panic mounting. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from the entrance. "Hey, what are you doing? I just saw a flustered woman run past here. Are you looking for her?" The 3 men hurried toward the door, vanishing down the path beside the bathhouse, as Eugene wasted no time surfacing. Coughing violently, through the mist, she saw the tall, slender figure of Yang Shire crouched at the pool's edge, extending a hand toward her. Once in the changing room, Eugene found a towel to dry herself. Casting a cold, suspicious glare at Yang Shire, "I don't believe Chenggu would abandon me and run. I think he really did. You must be in cahoots with them. What kind of twisted place is this? What do you perverts intend to do?" Yang Shire bowed his head, resembling a child who had misbehaved. "It's not like that." "Then don't follow me. Give me your electric bike. I'll change into dry clothes at the inn and leave." Chapter 47. The Hot Spring Town, Part 4. Yang Shire understood that at this juncture, no words of his could alter the situation. Resigned, he handed the electric scooter key to Eugene. Just as Eugene was a mere 50 or 60 meters away from the inn, she spotted the 3 men who were pursuing her arriving at the lodge ahead of her. This scene was witnessed by a girl crouching behind the bakery, the very same girl who had assisted in transferring bread from the back to the counter the previous day. She waved at Eugene, who, feeling cornered, followed the girl into the bakery. The large oven on one side was baking bread, filling the air with a delightful aroma. Still damp, Eugene leaned closer to the warm oven, her eyes reflecting gratitude towards the girl. The girl, with a half-smile, pursed her lips and crouched down as well. As Eugene suddenly felt this was an opportunity to glean some understanding of the situation. She inched closer to the little girl. "Little sister, could you possibly enlighten me about what is happening here? I have no idea why they want to capture me." The spark in the girl's eyes flickered momentarily before dimming. After a brief pause, she spoke slowly, her voice sweet yet tinged with confusion and repression. "I'm not entirely sure either, but I can share a secret known only to the locals." Eugene listened intently, her astonishment betraying the turmoil within her. Although the girl did not explain why Eugene was being pursued, she did reveal the grim fate that awaited girls born in the small town. Though she appeared young, the girl was already 16. Named Chen Shirlu, many inhabitants of this place were named numerically, as their fathers had too many children and grew weary of naming them properly, simply opting for numbers which indicated their birth order. The more children one had, the greater the pride it garnered within this small community. Moreover, the mothers of these children were often different. most residing in the building of the travel agency, and some girls might not step outside until they were in their 40s or 50s. The travel agency building was merely a fade. It had once served as the town's elementary school, but a calamity decades ago transformed it into a collective dormitory for the town's girls. A veritable hell. Approximately 50 years ago, the men of the town suddenly fell victim to a horrific ailment, causing their skin to transition from itching to ulceration within 2 weeks, ultimately leading to death from high fever and organ failure as toxic pus entered their bloodstream. Meanwhile, the birth rate of female infants plummeted. Statistics indicated a gender ratio of roughly 1:10. As panic enveloped the town, and doctors sent from the city found themselves powerless. A few discovered several wild hot springs hidden in the mountains. The afflicted men, upon soaking in these springs, would begin to recover within 2 days. However, this healing was not permanent. At least every fortnight, they needed to return to the medicinal springs, a secret unknown to outsiders. This hereditary malady afflicted only males, leading to a situation where the town's men could no longer leave, while the number of girls dwindled. The town's lackluster tourism industry failed to yield substantial wealth, and outsiders were reluctant to marry into such a desolate locale. At some point, the town's men organized a quasi-religious group known as the Holy Spring Society, aiming to prevent the dwindling number of girls from leaving. They gathered all newborn girls to raise them, indoctrinating them with the so-called doctrines of the Holy Spring Society, instilling in them the belief that they could never leave Mushi Town without facing dire consequences. Consequently, most girls, upon reaching adulthood, found themselves confined to the community, bearing children for the men. Naturally, if a girl was born, she would enter the same cyclical existence as her mother. Only a select few exceptionally obedient and devout girls were permitted to work outside the town when manpower was insufficient. Chen Shirlu was one such girl. They were forbidden from revealing a single secret of the town to outsiders. Those like Chen Shirlu who dared to do so would be condemned to a lifetime in a small, dark room. Sister, I know that girls outside don't live like we do. Can you take me with you? Su Jin gritted her teeth, feeling a surge of anger overshadowing her astonishment. She resolutely nodded. Yes, I will take you with me. Can my good friend Huahua come too? Of course, where is she? She's still in the building. I can't be sure to know. She works with me in the bakery. She'll be here soon. That all right? As Su Jin's blood boiled with urgency. She momentarily forgot whether it would be too cramped for 3 people on a small electric scooter, and by the time she remembered, it was too late to refuse. Originally, Su Jin had intended to return to the inn to change clothes and retrieve her other work phone, hoping to call for help as soon as she had signaled. However, with her clothes now dried and fetching her phone too risky, she resolved to flee immediately with Shirlu and Huahua. Huahua was a slightly plump girl of 15. After hearing Shirlu's suggestion, she hesitated for a moment, aware that girls outside lived vastly different lives. Yet she insisted on gathering some belongings before leaving, to which Su Jin agreed. When Huahua returned, the 3 of them mounted the electric scooter. Fortunately, Shirlu was petite enough for the scooter to still function. They plunged into the forest, navigating along the widest path available that Su Jin dared not take a shortcut, fearing that getting lost would worsen their plight. However, the drawbacks of the main road soon became evident, as several men on electric scooters appeared in pursuit behind them. Frustration flooded Su Jin's mind. How could they catch up so quickly? Was it possible Yang Shire had betrayed her? Shirlu quickly pointed towards the adjacent woods, indicating they should turn, which Su Jin complied with, navigating the uneven terrain as they bumped along, nearly losing balance several times. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the thicket ahead, blocking their path. That Su Jin slammed on the brakes, and the 3 of them nearly toppled over. When she looked up to see who it was, she found it was Yang Shire. This scooter is nearly out of power. Follow me. Su Jin braced herself against the ground, as the 2 girls behind her peered over curiously at Yang Shire. No need, if you genuinely wish to help me. Divert them. Su Jin's mistrust of Yang Shire lingered. Her mind raced with thoughts. If he insisted on obstructing her, she would simply drive through him. At worst, all 4 of them would end up on the ground. But at least she could deal with Yang Shire. Unexpectedly, Yang Shire considered her words and agreed, turning to run towards the men who were chasing them. Su Jin blinked, wondering if she had misjudged him. But now was not the time for such thoughts. She steadied the electric scooter and pressed forward. Just as they were on the verge of shaking off their pursuers, the scooter jolted and fell over. pinning Shirlu beneath it, causing her to cry out in pain. Hua, what are you doing? Get up quickly. The scooter might run out of power. Let us run instead. They should have lost our trail by now. Su Jin scrambled to her feet, brushing off her legs as she pulled Shirlu and Hua up. Hua bit her lip. Ignoring Su Jin, she stood up and rubbed her backside, then dashed a few steps ahead. Su Jin and Shirlu exchanged bewildered glances. Suddenly, Hua shouted, "Here!" "She is here." By the time Su Jin registered what was happening, she rushed to cover Hua's mouth, but it was too late. She had no choice but to grab the astonished Shirlu and flee. Chapter 48. The Hot Spring Town, Part 5. However, the sound of Hua's voice quickly summoned the men, and as they approached, Su Jin frantically searched for a place to hide. Bang, bang. The two deafening gunshots shattered the tranquility of the woods, causing Su Jin's nerves to fray. The only thought racing through her mind was that the people here had gone mad. Were they wielding firearms? At that moment, Shirlu appeared more composed, leading Su Jin down a dirt slope. Where they crouched at the bottom, not daring to breathe, that Su Jin cautiously peered up, only to see familiar shoes. Yang Shire's white sneakers. "Kid, don't block the path." Su Jin didn't hear Yang Shire's response. But through the tangled branches and leaves above, she witnessed a fierce conflict unfold, followed by another gunshot, and someone fell. Su Jin realized that the fallen individual was Yang Shire, and tears welled up in her eyes. "We must go." Su Jin's voice trembled like never before. Shirlu also wept, wiping her tears as she rose to follow Su Jin onward. By evening, Su Jin and Shirlu finally reached the neighboring town. Weary and famished, they stumbled into a convenience store by the roadside. The store was sparsely populated, and the owner behind the counter looked at them with a perplexed expression, noting their disheveled appearance. "Sir, we would like to borrow a phone," Su Jin implored, her earnest gaze difficult to refuse. The owner nodded. Just as Su Jin reached for the receiver, a hand landed on her shoulder. Turning, she was met with the delighted face of Chen Ge. Su Jin stood frozen, caught between shock and joy, momentarily paralyzed. Chen Ge, however, opened his arms and embraced her tightly, nearly stealing her breath away. Chen Ge explained to Su Jin that he had inadvertently discovered the town's medicinal springs, resulting in his abduction, and they threatened to silence him, but he had to escape with all his might. Initially, there was a desire to return to find Su Jin, yet the thought of the overwhelming numbers on the other side instilled a dread that if both were captured, all hope would be extinguished. Thus, he resolved to seek assistance first before returning to rescue Su Jin. After enduring the events of the past 2 days, Su Jin had been in a state of heightened anxiety. Now that she realized she was finally saved, a sigh of relief escaped her, and tears cascaded uncontrollably from her eyes. Beside her, Shirlu gazed at Chen Ge with a look of complex emotions. "Do not weep, fear not. With me by your side, you are safe. Over the past 2 days, I have procured a vehicle. Reporting here will be futile. We must first make our way to the city." Chen Ge reassured Su Jin, seemingly indifferent to Shirlu's presence and refraining from further inquiries. Once they settled into the car that Chen Ge had acquired, dust rose from the sides of the road, staining the air with a yellow hue. The town appeared somewhat more modern, albeit only slightly, to that moment. Su Jin began to worry about Yang Shire, uncertain of the severity of his injuries and whether those individuals would abandon him. She voiced her concerns to Chen Ge, who offered only a few vague words of comfort as Su Jin glanced at Shirlu in the back seat, asserting, "Do not worry. Your sister will ensure your safety. The life you once knew will not return." Trust glimmered in Shirlu's eyes as she nodded in affirmation. As Chen Ge drove further away, Su Jin spotted a stone tablet with a number inscribed upon it, presumably the code for the road. She recalled having seen the stone previously, noting that the upper right corner was chipped. As the scenery became increasingly familiar, an unsettling feeling gripped her, prompting her to inquire whether Chen Ge had taken a wrong turn. He remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead, gripping the steering wheel with an expression so grave it was as if he had transformed into a different person. "Xiao Jin, would you consider marrying me?" Chen Ji's sudden question caught Su Jin off guard. A proposal at such a time felt utterly bizarre. "What are you saying?" She replied, "Xiao Jin, if we wed, you will accompany me back to my hometown." "Yes?" Su Jin offered no response to my hometown is Windspring Town. The car fell into a deathly silence as Su Jin's right hand gently rested on the car door, testing it only to find it locked. Chen Ge continued to speak with an unsettling calmness, recounting, "You may have encountered my mother. She has lost her mind. She is not from Windspring Town. Rather, my father acquired her from a trafficker many years ago. She endured much suffering due to her constant attempts to escape. Consequently, she bore few children. Before her madness, she gave birth to my sister and me. Fortunately, I did not inherit that dreadful affliction, only experiencing mild allergic reactions. My father believed that the genes from outsiders cured this hereditary illness, hence his hope to marry someone from outside. Yet, Windspring Town is so impoverished and remote that who would willingly come?" He added, "Oh, by the way, my father is the mayor of Windspring Town," that a chill swept through Su Jin, rendering her limbs stiff as she recalled the past 6 months with Chen Ge. Everyone had praised her fortune in finding such a paragon of warmth. Little did she know, behind this warmth lay a sinister plot. That I in the back seat. Shirley gripped the cushion tightly, tears welling in her eyes as her recently kindled hope was swiftly extinguished. If they returned to Windspring Town, a far darker world awaited her. In a sudden surge of desperation, she lunged at Chen Ge, aiming for his head, that he yelped as blood marred his face. Yet Shirley refused to relent. Clawing ferociously to AT that moment, the car lost control, veering off the road and crashing into a large tree. All three sustained injuries, with Su Jin being the least affected, seizing the opportunity while Chen Ge was momentarily dazed. She endured the pain in her forehead and maneuvered to unlock the car door. Upon exiting, she quickly opened the back door, intending to pull Shirley out, just as Chen Ge emerged from the vehicle. Swaying as he stood and staggered towards Su Jin, she released Shirley's hand, retreating a couple of steps as Chen Ge, despite his injuries, was still in a position of strength, making a direct confrontation unwise. "Chen Ge, I will go back with you, but Shirley is still young. You must spare her." Chen Ge halted, unaware of Shirley's condition in the car, yet confident he could handle Su Jin alone. "That is not possible," that Su Jin's body tensed, an amalgamation of fear and rage surging within her. She would never surrender without a fight. However, hope flickered as a figure emerged behind Chen Ge. Yang Shi-er. Wielding a stick that had evidently been removed from an electric bike. Yang Shi-er's steps were unsteady, a patch of crimson staining his lower abdomen. Chen Ge, fixated on subduing Su Jin, failed to notice the impending danger. By the time he did, the sharp end of the stick had already pierced his side. Chen Ge fell to the ground, howling in pain as Yang Shi-er seized his legs and dragged him away. The blow was devastating. Chen Ge was rendered incapable of resistance, reduced to a mere wail of anguish. Su Jin assessed the car's condition. The front was deformed but still operable. She hopped into the driver's seat, maneuvering the vehicle away from the tree and beckoning Shirley to hurry inside. Seeing this, Yang Shi-er abandoned Chen Ge and slipped in the passenger seat. As the door shut, Su Jin pressed the accelerator, and the car sped forward. Yang Shi-er glanced back at Shirley, noting her injuries were likely not life-threatening. The tension among the three gradually eased, though the pain in Yang Shi-er's lower abdomen became increasingly pronounced, causing him to gasp and lean back in his seat, silently enduring the agony. Su Jin, noticing his distress, expressed concern. "We must head to the hospital. Do not worry. They use birdshot. The wounds are not deep." Yang Shi-er reassured her. Ultimately, Su Jin found solace in his words, for he appeared to be in stable condition, engaging her in casual conversation. You remember the Qing Lu magazine I mentioned? That day, I barely shared half of what I wanted to say. I used to adore that magazine, particularly the column where one could write letters to their favorite editors, even though people had long ceased writing letters. Through that column, I connected with the first person outside Windspring Town. Although replies took weeks or even months, each letter brought me immense joy. Su Jin inhaled deeply, refraining from looking at Yang Shi-er, as an unusual feeling began to unfurl within her. Are you Liang Yu? During her 2 years as an editor for a literary magazine, she had maintained a correspondence with a distant boy who went by the pen name Liang Yu. Initially a work obligation, his genuine and heartfelt words had touched her, and they gradually became close friends despite never having met. However, due to various circumstances, their correspondence had ceased when she changed jobs. Yang Shi-er recognized her, not only from the magazine name mentioned in their conversation, but also due to Su Jin's real name being her pen name. Tears welled in her eyes. Perhaps fate had intertwined their paths in a way that was inexplicable. What shall we do now? You must return to Winspring Town, Su Jin queried Yang Shi'er. Perhaps it is better to perish outside than to continue enduring that life back home. He replied with a faint smile that I will not allow you to suffer so. Upon returning to the city, Su Jin promptly reported the situation to the authorities and contacted friends in mainstream media to expose Winspring Town. In no time, the incident shocked the public, capturing the interest of not only the police, but also the medical community. They conducted extensive research into the hereditary illness and the components of the medicinal spring. Although the sudden emergence of the hereditary ailment and its resulting gender imbalance in births remained unclear, the effective substances from the medicinal spring were successfully extracted and refined into portable oral medication. 6 months later, Su Jin returned to Winspring Town once more. The mist still lingered in the air, yet the streets were now filled with vibrantly dressed young women. Some tourists, others locals. The doors of the October Inn remained wide open. Su Jin trod along the path lined with flowers and greenery, making her way into Yang Shi'er's heart. Looking up, she saw a tall, slender figure beneath a trellis draped in ivy.as he turned. He still bore the visage of youth that you've come, he greeted. After being urged day in and day out for 6 months, I suppose I shall accompany you. Once you arrive, you are not permitted to leave. That is not for you to decide. Xiao Jin, no shirking. You promised me in writing, he teased, that I am older than you by 6 years. Address me as sister. Why the sudden concession? Because this signifies that from now on, you must heed my words. I am the elder. Yang Shi'er chuckled, lifting Su Jin into his arms and spinning her around joyfully, like a child, proclaiming, this signifies that from now on, the October Inn has a proprietress. The End, Chapter 49. The Strange Affairs of the Desolate Village, Part 1. By Wen Chunluo, on the first day of the Lunar New Year, Widow Li from the village at the edge of my hometown was found hanged at the village entrance, dressed entirely in red. Over the years, a peculiar belief has circulated among the nearby villages. Any woman who hangs herself while donned in red signifies her unwillingness to be reincarnated, her spirit destined to linger on earth as a vengeful ghost. Widow Li lost her husband in her youth and bore no children. Despite her beauty, she was hastily buried after the villagers collectively purchased a coffin for her. Little did they know, strange occurrences began to unfold from that year onward. One Meng Wan returned to her hometown as the years advanced. As her vehicle crossed into the village, a thin mist enveloped the area, obscuring visibility beyond a few meters, leaving only a hazy white in the distance. Meng Wan reduced her speed. The road at the village entrance was riddled with potholes and uneven. 2 years prior, the village chief had collected money from every household, claiming it was for road repairs. Though the money was handed over, the construction had yet to commence. Whispers of discontent regarding the village chief's integrity circulated among the villagers. Accusations of greed were murmured behind closed doors as time passed. Villagers merely grumbled in private, gradually forgetting the issue. Yet, each time her grandmother called, she would lament about it to Meng Wan. With this thought in mind, Meng Wan sighed, for her purpose today was to take her grandmother to the city for a while. Having grown up relying on her grandmother, Meng Wan had secured a job in the city and could only return infrequently to visit her. She could not bear to leave her grandmother alone in the village and planned to help her transition to city life. Driving slowly, Meng Wan felt an increasing sense of unease as she ventured deeper into the village. Today was the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, and ordinarily, one would expect to see a throng of neighbors gathered in the streets, with cheerful aunts standing idly about, peering curiously at passers-by. Such scenes always made Meng Wan anxious. However, to her astonishment, the streets were completely deserted. Suddenly, a solitary figure materialized through the dense fog. Meng Wan squinted, recognizing a middle-aged woman swathed in a gray headscarf, clutching a picture frame, her expression blank as she walked forward. Was that not Aunt Wang from next door? Typically, she would look after Meng Wan's grandmother whenever needed. Seeing her brought a sense of relief. Meng Wan parked beside her, rolled down the window, and greeted warmly, Aunt Wang, where are you headed? As she spoke, Meng Wan remembered the local delicacies she had brought from the city and leaned over to retrieve some to offer to Aunt Wang. Hearing the commotion, Aunt Wang slowly turned her head, her gaze vacant, staring intently at Meng Wan for a moment before a strange smile crept across her lips. That it's you. Wan. A chill ran down Meng Wan's spine at the sight. Nevertheless, she smiled while handing over the treats and hurriedly bid farewell, returning to her car. Just before leaving, she cast a glance at the picture frame Aunt Wang held, and to her horror, It was a photograph of Widow Li. Meng Wan pressed the accelerator as she sped towards her grandmother's home. The goosebumps on her arms refusing to fade, a furtive glance in the rearview mirror revealed Aunt Wang still standing there. Clutching the frame, her eyes fixed on Meng Wan, slowly fading into the mist. All of this was exceedingly strange. Meng Wan dared not dwell on it, and soon reached her grandmother's house. Indeed, her grandmother sat in the yard, clad in the thick winter coat Meng Wan had bought the previous year, eagerly watching for her arrival. "Grandma." Hearing Meng Wan's voice, Granny Meng hesitated in disbelief before rising to approach her. "Wan, you've returned." With a heart full of affection, Meng Wan assisted her grandmother towards the house. Having been preoccupied with work during the New Year celebrations, she had not spent the holiday with her grandmother. And the thought of her grandmother sitting alone in the cold yard, waiting in solitude, made her heart ache. But at least now, she could take her grandmother to live with her in the city. Granny Meng retrieved a cherished oil paper bag filled with snacks. "Wan, have some." Meng Wan looked down to find her favorite childhood treats wrapped within. Honey cakes and sugar-coated snacks that in her youth. Their family had been impoverished, and it was only during the new year that her grandmother would buy some delicacies from Widow Li to celebrate. It was the promise of these treats that had once made Meng Wan look forward to the new year. Remembering this brought a smile to her lips as she took a piece of honey cake, savoring its familiar sweetness. However, as she bit into it, she found it tasted different from what she remembered. "Grandma, didn't you buy these from Widow Li?" Granny Meng, leaning on her cane, sat down with a sigh, her wrinkled face resembling aged bark. Widow Li hanged herself on the first day of the new year. A sudden shock coursed through Meng Wan. She recalled Aunt Wang's peculiar behavior on her way back. And oh wonder, she had been holding Widow Li's picture frame. It resembled a memorial portrait of the deceased. Widow Li had been a stunning woman in her 30s or 40s. Reflecting on her interactions with her, Meng Wan remembered how impeccably she dressed, her graceful demeanor. Despite being childless and widowed, she had never complained. Always wearing a cheerful smile, renowned for her delightful confections, and never once had a quarrel with anyone. Widow Li had epitomized the image of beauty in Meng Wan's eyes. Why had she suddenly taken her own life? Overwhelmed by sorrow, Meng Wan murmured, "Why did this happen?" Granny Meng shook her head. "Who knows? When people lose hope, they choose to hang themselves." Suddenly recalling something, Granny Meng took 2 plates of snacks and urged Meng Wan to carry 2 as well, leading them to the large stone at the village entrance to pay respects to their guardian spirit. Meng Wan remembered this tradition from her childhood. Due to her frail health, she had frequently fallen ill. And at the age of 8, her condition had worsened, nearly claiming her life. It was said that if one prayed to the large stone at the entrance as a guardian spirit, their life would improve. Oddly enough, ever since she had prayed to the spirit at 8, her health had steadily improved, and she had not fallen ill again. Every year during festivals, her grandmother would bring offerings to thank the spirit for its protection. Holding the 2 plates of snacks, Meng Wan followed her grandmother's lead to express gratitude. As she lifted her head, she caught sight of a white banner hanging at Aunt Wang's front door, adorned with white couplets. Unable to contain herself, she asked Grandma, "Why are there white couplets at Aunt Wang's? Did Uncle Wang pass away?" Meng Wan knew that Aunt Wang was capable, but her husband had been bedridden for some time, and the villagers often said he would not live much longer. However, Granny Meng promptly scolded her, "Don't talk nonsense." Then, as if worried about being overheard, she hurriedly pulled Meng Wan back into the yard, whispering, "The deceased is Aunt Wang." Meng Wan's heart sank at the shocking revelation, disbelief etched on her face. "How is that possible? I just saw Aunt Wang on my way back." Chapter 50, The Strange Affairs of the Desolate Village, Part 2, as the conversation progressed. Meng Wan felt increasingly uneasy, a sense of dread washing over her. Granny Meng touched Meng Wan's forehead, observing her with concern. "Wan, you aren't saying such things because you're ill, are you? Aunt Wang passed away the night after Widow Li's death. How could you have seen her?" Meng Wan stared at her grandmother, noting the seriousness of her expression, which left no room for jest. A cold sweat trickled down her back. Aunt Wang had died on the second night of the new year. Did that mean what she had seen on the road was a ghost? Meng Wan's lips trembled as she was about to speak to her grandmother when a rough male voice called from outside the courtyard. "Granny Meng, are you home?" Granny Meng responded, and shortly thereafter, a man entered the yard. Meng Wan turned to see it was the village chief, Su Ming. Noticing Meng Wan, the village chief offered a polite nod and smile. Wan Wan, you're back. Then he pulled Granny Ming aside, speaking in hushed tones. The village chief's secretive demeanor suggested he wished to keep Ming Wan out of the loop. Out of courtesy, she refrained from eavesdropping. But she did catch a few words about Widow Li's coffin, and the village chief's tone was earnest, as if asking Granny Ming for assistance. Once the village chief departed, Ming Wan pressed her grandmother. What did the village chief say just now? Granny Ming approached and gently placed her hand on Ming Wan's, saying, Wan Wan, let's not rush that, let's stay for one more night and head to the city tomorrow. Ming Wan looked into her grandmother's eyes, noting her resolute demeanor, which left no room for negotiation. Considering that her grandmother might wish to bid farewell to the villagers, she agreed to stay for the night and set off the next morning. As night fell and the lights were extinguished, Ming Wan had just settled into bed when she heard the door creak open. Startled, she opened her eyes wide. Could it be a thief? Thoughts raced through her mind as she quietly donned her coat and tiptoed to investigate. To her relief, there was no intruder. Instead, she saw the familiar figure of her grandmother, fully dressed and seemingly cautious not to wake Ming Wan, stepping carefully outside. What could her grandmother be doing at this hour? Could it be related to the village chief's visit earlier? Driven by curiosity, Ming Wan quickly dressed and stealthily followed her grandmother at a distance. Granny Ming did not walk far before meeting with a man. It was the village chief, Su Ming. Did you bring the items? Su Ming inquired. Ming Wan watched as her grandmother produced a piece of bright red cloth from her pocket. Su Ming nodded, urgency in his tone that we mustn't delay. Let's go quickly. Ming Wan trailed quietly behind, concealing herself behind a large tree, as she witnessed her grandmother and the village chief stop before a coffin at the village entrance, a grave marked by a mound of earth. The coffin lid was abruptly opened, and Ming Wan, standing at a distance, could not discern if anyone was inside until the village chief leapt into the coffin and emerged, cradling the figure of Widow Li. Draped in a resplendent red garment, Ming Wan stifled her gasp, barely managing to suppress her voice. What on earth were they intending to do? Widow Li was laid upon the ground, appearing as a serene bride in slumber. Having perished in the biting cold of the first day of the Lunar New Year, her body still intact and uncorrupted. From afar, Ming Wan felt an inexplicable eeriness wash over her. Granny Ming squatted down and began to remove Widow Li's skirt. In a short while, a small infant, swathed in the vibrant red cloth, was cradled in Granny Ming's embrace. Could it be that Widow Li had been pregnant at the time of her death? Ming Wan gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her eyes. She was aware that her grandmother had spent a lifetime as a midwife, yet she never anticipated witnessing her deliver a child from a corpse. Before long, village chief Su Ming neatly arranged Widow Li's attire and carried her back into the coffin that the very moment he placed her inside. Widow Li suddenly opened her eyes and fixed an intense gaze upon Su Ming, who, startled, stumbled backward in terror, scrambling away from the coffin. Once his fright subsided, he rubbed his eyes and glanced back, only to find Widow Li peacefully closed-eyed once more. He reassured himself that it must have been a mere illusion. Granny Ming inquired, "Is this child an offspring of the underworld? Are you planning to raise it?" The village chief took the child, deeming it ill-omened. "There's no way I'll raise this. Let us just dig a hole and bury it," Su Ming declared, and without hesitation, he began to excavate a small pit, wrapping the infant in the crimson cloth before tossing it into the grave and covering it with soil in mere moments. Granny Ming could only shake her head, lamenting the cruelty of it all. Hiding behind a tree, Ming Wan witnessed the entire spectacle. Once Granny Ming and the village chief departed, she steeled herself and approached the small grave, her legs trembling with trepidation. Despite her fear of the nearby coffin, she began to unearth the soil with her bare hands and retrieve the small infant. Strangely enough, as she held the child, it awakened, not crying but gazing up at her with bright, expressive eyes, its tiny mouth curving into a smile that moment. Ming Wan resolved to take the child home. Even if she could not raise it, she would find a suitable family for it. After all, she was all too familiar with the feeling of being abandoned. She had been cast aside as a child, only to be rescued and raised by her grandmother. Ming Wan returned to the courtyard, naming the infant Yu Sheng, which meant born under the moonlight tonight. Afraid of her grandmother discovering the truth, she placed Yu Sheng in a cart, planning to temporarily hide the child for the night and take it to the city the following day in search of a loving home. Having made her preparations, Ming Wan quietly pushed open the door, ready to feign sleep. However, At the moment she turned to close the door, an ancient voice called out from behind her. Wan Wan, why are you out so late? Startled, Ming Wan spun around to find her grandmother in her nightgown, a thick coat draped over her shoulders, gazing at her with curiosity. Grandma, I had a stomach ache, so I went to the restroom. Ming Wan replied that in the countryside, the restrooms were typically outdoors, and she believed this excuse would quell any suspicion from her grandmother. That's nonsense. Granny Ming's expression grew more serious as her cane struck the ground with a dull thud. I heard you open the door and leave that I went to the restroom to find you, but didn't see you at all, that I've been sitting here waiting for you to return. Ming Wan stood frozen. Disbelief etched across her face as she stared at her grandmother, who appeared utterly earnest, seemingly devoid of any jest. But how could this be? Just moments ago, she distinctly heard the door open and saw her grandmother step outside, following her out of curiosity. Why then, did Granny Ming assert that she had remained indoors all along? Grandma, are you saying you've been at home the entire time and haven't gone out? Ming Wan asked, her voice tinged with panic as she grasped Granny Ming's arm. With a grave demeanor, Granny Ming pulled Ming Wan into the inner room, where a surveillance monitor displayed footage. Ming Wan knew that prior to her trip to the city, she had purchased the camera out of concern for her grandmother living alone in the countryside. Look at the footage, Granny Ming urged, pointing at the screen. Ming Wan hastily replayed the recent recording. Indeed, the previously tranquil scene suddenly revealed Ming Wan, sneaking out of her room. After her figure vanished, Granny Ming emerged from the inner room. She searched the courtyard but found no one and remained seated outside in her coat, waiting. Throughout the entire sequence, Granny Ming had not left the camera's view. While Ming Wan had been absent for a significant duration, as she processed this, Ming Wan's face turned ashen, her lips quivering. Grandma, then who was the person I followed outside? Finally, Ming Wan recounted the entire ordeal to her grandmother, detailing how she had witnessed Granny Ming delivering the deceased Widow Li's child, the village chief retrieving Widow Li from the coffin, and ultimately burying the infant. Upon hearing this, Granny Ming sprang to her feet, exclaiming in alarm, "This is terrible. What you saw was not human. That child from the underworld must be discarded." Her cane struck the ground with urgency. Ming Wan refused, insisting, Grandma, that child might be innocent, conceived while Aunt Li was still alive. But she failed to notice the growing pallor on Granny Ming's face. Wan Wan, you do not understand. It must be that Widow Li has transformed into a vengeful spirit. Seeking retribution, she wants the entire village to accompany her in death. Granny Ming recounted how, on the day of Widow Li's death, she had hanged herself at the village entrance, clad in red, that a local legend warned that those who hung themselves in red garments sought not rebirth, but revenge. Determined to haunt the living, Ming Wan inquired about the circumstances surrounding Widow Li's demise, and Granny Ming's gaze grew distant as she began to narrate. Widow Li had been a fair-skinned and beautiful woman, renowned for her exceptional pastry-making skills. 10 years prior, she had married in the village, living harmoniously with her husband until calamity struck one fateful day when he tragically fell from his bicycle and lost his life. The villagers lamented Widow Li's beauty, mourning that her husband had died so young, leaving her childless and alone. Though urged by others to remarry, she gracefully declined their offers, choosing solitude instead. Rumors circulated that she had an affair with village chief Su Ming, as her neighbor had seen him sneaking into her yard late at night, only to emerge well after midnight. The village's women, fierce and protective, confronted Widow Li, branding her a shameless woman for seducing another's husband. Afterward, she fell into despair, shutting her pastry shop and ultimately ending her life in red at the village's entrance. As Ming Wan cradled Yu Sheng, her heart ached for Widow Li, who had always appeared gentle and unassuming in her memories. How could such a woman ever entice another as spouse? It was clear to Ming Wan that it was Su Ming's lustful pursuit that led to Widow Li's downfall. Had he acted with restraint, perhaps her fate would have been different. With this realization, Ming Wan held on to the small Yu Sheng more tightly, her sympathy deepening. The infant gazed up at her with bright eyes, sweetly nibbling on its fingers. Concerned that Yu Sheng might be hungry, Ming Wan retrieved her grandmother's senior milk powder, preparing a bottle to feed the child. Yet, Yu Sheng, nestled in the red cloth, tilted its head and spat out the milk. After several attempts to feed Yu Sheng, Ming Wan grew increasingly anxious. Granny Ming's gaze remained fixed on the child, apprehensive that this offspring of the underworld was not a typical child of the living. Wan Wan, We must dispose of it quickly to avoid bringing calamity upon ourselves. Hearing her grandmother's earnest admonitions, Mengwan gazed thoughtfully at the child in her arms. Not only was Yu Sheng an illegitimate child, but Mengwan was also an unmarried young woman, utterly devoid of any experience in child-rearing, that if she were to conceal the truth and entrust the child to another family, what if it brought misfortune upon them? That would indeed be a grave sin. After much contemplation, Mengwan resolved to seek out the village head early the next morning. Given that the late widow Li had had an affair with him, he might very well be the child's father and should assume responsibility. That night, Yu Sheng was remarkably well-behaved, not once crying or fussing. Mengwan lay down, and before long, she slipped into a deep slumber. In her dreams, she transformed into Widow Li, busily preparing pastries at home when suddenly, she heard a commotion outside. Startled, Widow Li grabbed a flashlight to illuminate the darkness, but before she could discern who approached, she was abruptly seized from behind. Overcome with fear, sheer panic engulfed her as she struggled with all her might, but she was no match for the man's strength. The commotion she made was but a whisper against his force as he dragged her into the house. In the midst of her violation, she caught sight of the man's face. None other than Su Ming, the village head, that as he departed, he wore an expression of insatiable desire, whispering in her ear, "I've been longing for you, my dear. Will you be satisfied? Wait for me. I shall return tomorrow night." From that moment on, she dreaded the arrival of nightfall. She attempted to lock her doors to keep Su Ming at bay, but he retaliated by vandalizing her home and humiliating her. She feigned indifference, yet by day, he wielded his authority to coerce and entice her, declaring that if she did not comply, her future would be bleak. With tears streaming down her face, she capitulated to her dismay. The very next day, the village head's wife arrived with a group, wreaking havoc and inflicting violence. That day, she was left battered and bruised, while the village head remained conspicuously absent. Initially, Mengwan believed that this ordeal would pass as the village head's wife calmed down. However, peace was a fleeting illusion, for soon her nightmares returned. Each night, the village head would bring different men to torment and degrade her. In her dreams, Mengwan was ensnared by terror, screaming and calling out, experiencing Widow Li's despair as if it were her own. The scenes shifted rapidly, and she found herself clad in crimson, hanging lifeless at the village's entrance. Feeling her vitality being slowly sapped away, the suffocating despair lodged in her throat like cotton. "Help!" Awoken in a cold sweat, Mengwan remained shaken. The light was still on, and she sat up abruptly to find Yu Sheng quietly watching her. As dawn broke with the first light of day, Mengwan had just finished preparing herself to seek out the village head when a horrifying scream pierced the air. The village head. He is dead. Upon arriving at the scene, Mengwan beheld the gruesome sight of Su Ming. His eyes had been gouged out, leaving two gaping blood-filled sockets on his face, and both his arms and legs were broken. Even his trousers were stained with blood, nearly dried. Villagers murmured that many of his body parts were missing. Such a death was indicative of brutal murder. Su Ming's wife wept, exclaiming, "It's a curse. This is retribution. That murderous fiend, Widow Li, has come to claim her due. None of you shall escape." As she spoke, a terrifying light flickered in her eyes, her laughter and tears intertwining in a way that was utterly eerie. Elderly Meng, accompanied by Mengwan, who cradled Yu Sheng, approached Widow Li's grave. During the day, Mengwan felt less fearful. She personally tidied up Widow Li's coffin, while elderly Meng burned paper offerings, bowing 3 times with Yu Sheng at the grave. Mengwan murmured softly, "Aunt Li, I will take good care of Yu Sheng. You may rest in peace." Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, Mengwan noticed the thin veil of mist in the sky gradually dissipating, revealing the rising sun. That day, Mengwan, along with her grandmother and Yu Sheng, drove to the city. Initially, her intention was to find a family willing to adopt Yu Sheng. She had even identified suitable candidates. However, just as she was about to deliver the child, Yu Sheng began to wail uncontrollably. Throughout these days, Yu Sheng had never cried, only smiling at Mengwan. Unable to drive under such circumstances, Mengwan attempted to soothe him. And after half an hour, he finally calmed down, allowing her to resume her journey. This time, he remained silent. Later, Mengwan learned that Yu Sheng's tears were not out of reluctance to part ways with her, but rather a warning. A severe car accident had occurred on the necessary route just half an hour earlier. Yusheng's cries were a means to protect Meng Wan from disaster. Thus, Meng Wan resolved to keep Yusheng. She would raise him herself. 3 years swiftly passed. Yusheng was an amiable and perceptive child, growing up healthy. Though he could not speak, his bright, expressive eyes seemed to convey an entire world of emotion. During these 3 years, ever since adopting Yusheng, Meng Wan felt as though fortune had smiled upon her. Her career flourished, and her financial luck was unexpectedly good. Once, she had mocked herself as a magnet for misfortune. Yet recently, she had won various lottery prizes. Meng Wan attributed this streak of good fortune to Yusheng, loving him all the more for it. Having left the village for 3 years, elderly Meng felt a profound longing for her neighbors and suggested that they take advantage of the National Day holiday to visit the village. As their vehicle approached the village entrance, a familiar fog enveloped them, just as it had 3 years prior. The deeper they ventured into the village, the denser the fog became, surrounding them like a white wall that obscured their vision. Meng Wan reduced the speed of the car to a crawl, wary of any sudden appearances. Yusheng sat obediently in the passenger seat, attentively gazing ahead, when he suddenly spoke, "Mama." Meng Wan, believing Yusheng was calling for her, turned her head in delight. "Sweetheart, were you just calling Mama?" Distracted, she failed to notice the ominous figure rapidly approaching the windshield until a loud crash reverberated through the air as a shadow collided with the front of the car. Panic-stricken, Meng Wan slammed the brakes and rushed out. Fearing she had struck a pedestrian, as she opened the door, the thick fog obscured her vision, leaving her searching for any sign of the person or object she had hit. But finding nothing, the fog grew denser, and a sense of foreboding gripped her heart, far stronger than it had been 3 years earlier. "Nuan, there are ghosts," elderly Meng, who had remained silent in the back seat, suddenly spoke, her eyelids twitching. Not just one, pausing. Her expression turned grave as her gaze shifted to Yusheng, filled with boundless affection that a gentle voice echoed. "There are no living souls left in this village. We must leave." Hearing this, Meng Wan's scalp prickled. That voice unmistakably belonged to Widow Li. Yet it emanated from her grandmother. Slowly, she turned her head to see elderly Meng's demeanor mirroring that of Widow Li. Her eyes fixed on the thick fog, as if confronting an age-old enemy. That you, Aunt Li? But the car. It won't start. Meng Wan frantically pressed the accelerator, but to no avail. The vehicle seemed cursed. Utterly unresponsive, suddenly, elderly Meng closed her eyes. Moments later, the accelerator worked. Meng Wan swiftly turned the car around, eager to escape the village. Just as she repositioned the vehicle, she glanced up, and from the depths of the fog emerged 3 silhouettes. Then 5 and soon 10. Meng Wan froze. The figures multiplied, emerging from the white mist. Among them were the village head, the men of the village, and his wife, Wang Ani. They were the spirits of the deceased. Stunned by the sight before her, Meng Wan exclaimed, "Aunt Li, what is happening?" In that moment, she realized that the spirit inhabiting her grandmother was not the true horror. It was the growing throng of vengeful ghosts, each harboring immense resentment and malice. Intent on ensuring their demise, that a chill wind swept through, and she heard Widow Li's haunting voice. "They are the ones I have wronged, seeking revenge." Meng Wan dared not look back. Envisioning Widow Li as a vengeful spirit, in an instant, she comprehended Widow Li's motives for aiding her. Because of Yusheng. Unbeknownst to her, Yusheng had knelt in the passenger seat, gazing earnestly at the eerie figures in the back. His expression serious, yet unafraid. "Mama." Yusheng called out once more, and it was then that Meng Wan realized that when Yusheng had first shouted for his mother, Widow Li had already arrived. As the specters of the deceased drew ever closer, a phrase echoed behind Meng Wan, one that would haunt her for a lifetime. "Wan, I entrust Yusheng to you, that I will hold them back and pave a way for you." No sooner had the words left his lips than Meng Wan saw a crimson shadow swiftly dart past her, entangling with the apparitions that a vengeful spirit clad in red. A cold sweat broke out on Meng Wan's back. Her palms were clammy as she fixated on the terrifying scene before her. Her legs felt weak, yet she strained to press the accelerator, relieved when the vehicle finally roared to life. Peering into the rearview mirror, she glimpsed the red spirit seemingly torn into shreds, the resentful spirits dissipating along with the white mist. Even after many years, whenever Meng Wan dreamed of that scene, a chill of terror would awaken her in a cold sweat. Years slipped by, and Mengwan laid her late grandmother to rest, organized an elaborate 18th birthday celebration for Yu Sheng, and once he embarked on his university journey, she began to contemplate her retirement plans. For Yu Sheng's sake, Mengwan had never married or borne children, fearing that others might disdain his existence, and always remembering her promise to widow Li to care for him well. Fortunately, Yu Sheng proved to be a source of pride. Though born under an ominous sign, he was no different from ordinary children. That summer, Yu Sheng brought his girlfriend home for a visit, and under the summer sun, Mengwan observed the girl in the red dress, her smile radiant as a flower, yet noticed that the girl consistently hid behind Yu Sheng. Looking down, she realized the girl cast no shadow. Chapter 53. The Strange Tales of Yuhe Village, Part 1. As evening descended, Yuhe Village buzzed with excitement. The village's oldest bachelor, Guan Laosan, who had just crossed 40, was finally marrying a wife, and a grand feast was being held. However, on the second day of the wedding, the bride was found hanging lifelessly at the entrance, her body swaying lightly in the air, her tongue protruding, her complexion a ghastly shade of purple, eyes wide open in death. The village shaman gasped in horror, declaring, "The bride, clad in red and hanging, is with child. She is a dual-bodied spirit. Her eyes refuse to close, signifying death without rest. If she is not buried properly, calamity shall ensue." Shortly thereafter, the shaman was discovered lifeless in the thicket point 2 days prior. My friend Song Zhizhou and I had ventured up the mountain to gather inspiration. Song Zhizhou mentioned a nearby village called Yuhe, steeped in 1,000 years of history and adorned with picturesque landscapes that as the sky darkened, she suggested we stay the night. The villagers of Yuhe were warm-hearted upon hearing of our need for lodging. The village chief, an elderly man in his 60s, chuckled as he stroked his beard, welcoming us to stay. "Tomorrow evening, Guan Laosan will greet his bride. A grand banquet shall be held, a splendid occasion indeed. You two young ladies must join the festivities." The village chief stood tall and straight, brimming with vitality. If not for his graying beard, one would hardly suspect he was an old man. Villagers spoke of Guan Laosan's good fortune. For the bride was young, beautiful, and literate. Truly, a blessing from 8 generations past. Following the villagers, Song Zhizhou and I were led to a small courtyard for our lodging. The man guiding us appeared to be in his 40s. Slender yet robust, with sun-kissed skin that spoke of years spent laboring under the sun. "Thank you, uncle, for showing us the way. We appreciate it," I said. Upon hearing my gratitude, he shyly scratched his head and smiled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Not a bother, not a bother. It's on my way." Uncle Wang, as he introduced himself, lived on the west side of the village, making a living selling sheep that he had no children. Years ago, his wife had died in childbirth, their child lost as well. Since then, Aunt Wang often appeared dazed, wandering aimlessly at home, humming lullabies to a few tattered rags. Before he departed, Uncle Wang earnestly reminded us to attend the banquet for Guan Laosan's wedding. No sooner had he left than a figure suddenly emerged from the nearby bushes, stumbling toward me. The person was caked in mud, as if they had just crawled from a mire that I was caught off guard. Unable to evade, and was knocked to the ground, my left hand pressing against a sharp stone. The stone sliced through my palm, blood trickling down through my fingers. Seeing my injury, the figure paused momentarily. "Wei Wei, are you all right?" Song Zhizhou exclaimed, reaching out to help me up, while the figure dashed away, seemingly deranged. "That don't chase after them," I said, stopping Song Zhizhou, revealing my hand, which bore the mark of the sharp stone. Turning my palm upward, I discovered a crumpled piece of paper nestled in my hand. That I unfolded it, and the note read, "Danger, leave this place swiftly." The writing appeared fresh, the ink still glistening. The fragmented message left us momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, Song Zhizhou pulled out a pink band-aid adorned with a rabbit design and affixed it to my left hand, dismissively saying, "It's just the ramblings of a madman. You don't actually believe it, do you?" Song Zhizhou's skepticism was not unfounded. This was the second encounter with the madman. Upon entering the village, he had previously chased us away, his hair wild and unkempt like dry grass, occasionally plucking fleas from his hair and munching on them with delight. His tattered clothes were soiled with dirt and unknown animal droppings, and his stench could be detected from meters away. He stood atop a boulder, brandishing his arms and demanding our departure, before being subdued by the arriving villagers. They informed us that he was indeed mad. Having been so since childhood, with a deceased mother and an absent father, raised on the charity of others, the kind-hearted village chief had even built him a small dwelling. But he was too lost in his madness to return home, sleeping on the riverbank regardless of the weather, sometimes lying in the mud. Over time, people grew weary of his presence. The village chief is quite benevolent. I remarked at the time that I gazed at the note in my palm, the elegant handwriting revealing a certain skill, indicating that it had been penned by someone with practice. The villagers of Yuha led a traditionally simple life. Rising with the sun and resting at dusk, men toiled in the fields, while women handled household chores and raised children. Any young person who had read a few books had likely ventured out to seek work. During our journey, I had only noticed a weed-ridden schoolhouse that I was curious about the origin of the note. The following evening, Uncle Wang kindly returned to guide us once more to By then. Guan Laosan's home was bustling with guests. An overwhelming crowd celebrating the joyous occasion. We were invited to join in the festivities. Song Zhizhou and I found ourselves at the end of the line, slowly making our way forward. I casually surveyed the surroundings. My gaze inadvertently met that of the madman, who stood not far away. His vacant eyes locked onto mine, and suddenly he raised his arm, waving frantically in my direction. Upon seeing this, Song Zhizhou instinctively shielded me, while the villagers around us remained oblivious to the madman's presence, engrossed in the celebrations. Sensing something unsettling, I held back Song Zhizhou, whispering, "Wait a moment," that I approached the madman, and with each step, a stronger wave of foul air hit my face. I noticed that he clutched a crumpled piece of paper in his outstretched hand, that as I drew near, I took the opportunity to examine him closely. Despite his filthy appearance, his features were strikingly handsome. With clear, bright eyes that seemed hollowed, he extended his bony fingers, the paper resting quietly in his palm, that I reached out and took the note, softly asking, "You're not truly mad, are you?" The madman said nothing, his pupils frozen and vacant. "What message do you wish to convey with this note?" Chapter 54. The Strange Tales of Yuha Village, Part 2. I gazed intently into the madman's eyes, trying to discern something within them. Yet he remained blank and unresponsive. That I, in the distance, Song Zhizhou began urging me to take my seat. Reluctantly, I turned away for the moment. Joining Song Zhizhou, I opened the note. "Do not speak to the bride. Do not look upon her face." Once again, these bizarre and disconnected words left me bewildered. Song Zhizhou opened her mouth, seemingly about to say something. "That you've noticed something as well, haven't you?" I interjected. "You can't possibly dismiss the origins of such fluidly written characters. Why would a madman prevent us from entering the village? What significance lies behind this strange note? Don't you wish to uncover the truth behind the note?" Song Zhizhou suddenly asked. "What?" I was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard. Song Zhizhou regarded me with a knowing look, her eyes hinting at an unspoken understanding. She took my hand and led me toward the entrance. As I followed, I sensed something was different about her. Guan Laosan stood alongside his bride to welcome guests. That I recalled the contents of the note, hastily passing by the bride without raising my gaze or engaging in conversation. As I walked past her, I faintly heard the sound of weeping. Before I could react, Guan Laosan struck the bride forcefully across the face, crying, "On such a joyous day, what is there to weep about? How unfortunate!" she exclaimed. And in a fit of rage, she struck the bride once more from the other side. "That you've cried away all your good fortune." The bride fell to the ground, and instinctively, I reached out to assist her, only to be halted by Song Zhizhou. "Do you not forget the warning on the note?" she whispered softly. Hadn't she always scoffed at the note? Why was she now advising against violating its contents? Yet she was right. The consequences of disregarding the note remained unknown, and it was best not to act rashly. That we found a discreet corner to sit in. Guan Laosan, being orphaned, was represented by the village chief to kneel on behalf of the newlyweds. The wedding was modest. After the couple bowed 3 times, the ceremony was considered complete. Villagers exchanged toasts and drank heartily. Caught up in the ambience, I raised my cup, eager to down it in one go. As the fiery liquor coursed down my throat and settled in my stomach, I smacked my lips, about to indulge in another drink when, out of nowhere, a powerful force knocked me sideways, shattering my cup into pieces. Song Zhizhou hurriedly came forward to help me. The force of the impact was so strong that my vision blurred, and I could faintly discern that the one who had collided with me was a madman. The normally kind village chief's face darkened, instructing Uncle Wong to expel the madman. The wound from the previous day's encounter with the lunatic had reopened, blood seeping through the bandage. Song Jijio's expression soured as she retrieved her pink rabbit-patterned band-aid to dress my injury. At the break of dawn, before the sun had risen, a piercing scream echoed throughout the village, sending chickens fluttering and birds scattering from the trees. That I sat up, noticing that my friend Song Jijio was also roused from slumber. That sound seems to be coming from Guan Laosan's home. We quickly donned our clothes and rushed towards Guan Laosan's house at the village entrance. Upon our arrival, we found a sparse gathering of people outside. Villagers looking up in terror, their trembling fingers pointing at something. Following their gaze, I beheld the bride, who had just married Guan Laosan the night before, hanging lifelessly in her red attire from the beam of the house. Her body swayed gently, tongue protruding, face a ghastly shade of purple, eyes wide open in death. The village chief was summoned, along with the local shaman, Widow Ge. Renowned for her spiritual prowess, Widow Ge had addressed numerous ailments, from children's fevers to matters of the water spirit, earning the villagers' respect. Upon her arrival, she was visibly shaken. The bride, in her red dress and with child, is a dual spirit, her eyes wide open, refusing to close. Signifies she died unwillingly. If she is not buried properly, calamity will befall us all. With child, I seized upon this revelation, unable to contain myself. But the bride was married only yesterday. How could she be pregnant? I grasped Widow G's arm urgently. Ignoring my question, she continued, "The bride has just died. Her body has not yet begun to decay. However, if not handled properly, it will bring disaster upon the entire village." "Where is Guan Laosan?" Someone in the crowd inquired, and it dawned on the villagers that he was missing. Widow Ge chanted incantations hastily, suddenly alarmed. "Oh no! The bride's spirit harbors resentment. Guan Laosan is in danger." The village chief promptly ordered 6 strong men to assist Widow Ge, while the rest of us searched for Guan Laosan. Widow Ge procured red cinnabar and yellow paper, and for precaution, brought black dog blood. Calculating the auspicious time, she selected 2 robust men to carry the bride's body down. Strangely, the body that had previously felt weightless suddenly became heavy. The 2 men, drenched in sweat, struggled to lift it, causing a palpable tension among the onlookers. The village chief, stroking his beard, appeared deep in thought. "Girl, when were you born?" Widow Ge suddenly inquired. Instinctively, I was about to respond, but my friend Song Jijio swiftly interjected with a string of numbers, claiming it was my birth date. Having known each other since childhood, I trusted her unusual deception that I nodded in agreement that a girl born in the Een year, Een month, and Een day. "You are Een maiden," Widow Ge exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Quick, you must carry the bride. You are the most suitable for this task." Before I could comprehend, my body was propelled forward by Widow Ge that I glanced at Song Jijio, who nodded reassuringly. Standing before the bride's body, a gentle breeze swept by that I recalled the rules and dared not look up at her. Oddly, the body that the 2 men could not lift was effortlessly cradled in my arms. It felt remarkably light. Following Widow Ge's instructions, I placed the body on my back that in an instant, a chilling sensation enveloped me, as if I had fallen into an ice cavern, the cold wrapping around me, causing me to shiver involuntarily. "Do not be afraid, child. The sun is yet to rise, and the yang energy is still dormant. You must carry her until the sun is high, at which point she can be placed in her coffin, to be buried at noon when the yang energy is strongest." "Why must I carry her?" I questioned, puzzled that if a spirit's feet touch the ground within the first 7 days, it gains the ability to walk among the living. Widow Ge explained, sending a shiver down my spine. Just then, something caught my peripheral vision. Looking down, I noticed the bride's outstretched arm that my gaze fixated on her left hand, which bore 2 pink rabbit-patterned band-aids. Slowly, I extended my own left hand to reveal that at the exact same spot, I too had 2 pink rabbit-patterned band-aids. Chapter 55. The Strange Tales of Yuha Village, Part 3. I held my breath, scanning my surroundings. The village chief appeared anxious, while Widow Ge was engrossed in her rituals, oblivious to my movements. Carefully, I opened the bride's left hand, revealing a familiar black mole at the base of her thumb. I touched my own mole, which mirrored hers in identical placement, in that moment, It felt as though the blood in my veins had frozen at the crown of my head, rendering me motionless. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead as I stood rigid, unable to move. Why did Song Jijio deceive Widow Go into believing I was a Yin maiden? According to Widow Go, only a Yin maiden could carry a corpse. Yet, I was not a Yin maiden. Why was I able to lift the body? The positioning of the band-aids and moles was identical. What was the truth behind this? As time slipped away, the coffin soon arrived. And those searching for Guan Laosan began to return. Village chief, we searched the village thoroughly and found Guan Laosan's body in the river. They presented his corpse, skin pale and swollen, pupils dilated, mouth filled with water, and mucus oozing blood. Could it be that the bride is transformed into a vengeful spirit and killed Guan Laosan? Some timid villagers began to panic that I warned him against his misdeeds, but he would not listen. What misdeeds? I quickly turned my gaze to the trembling villager who had spoken. Stop scaring yourself. The village chief chided sternly. Guan Laosan's death appears to be from drowning, Song Jijio remarked. Perhaps he was intoxicated yesterday and fell into the water. The village chief nodded in agreement. As noon approached, the sun reached its zenith. Widow Gu instructed me to place the corpse into the coffin, which I did, sealing it thereafter. She meticulously drew symbols with cinnabar on yellow paper and affixed them to the coffin. Admonishing, ensure you watch over the talismans until noon. We must bury her promptly. Widow Gu was already sweating profusely. At midday, the young villagers, following Widow G's orders, lifted the coffin for burial. After my assistance, it was no longer heavy. The villagers carried it with ease, for in total, according to Widow G's calculations, the coffin must be buried in the southeast of the back mountain to suppress any malevolent energy. Additionally, it was imperative to have prayers recited for 49 days to ensure the spirit's peaceful passage. Widow Gu insisted that I accompany the pallbearers to the back mountain. Song Jijio remained by my side. Curiously, as we entered the back mountain, the once clear sky darkened, clouds gathered ominously, obscuring the sun. This is bad. Widow Ge's expression turned grave. Hurry. We must speed up and bury her before it's too late. As the sun vanished, the coffin inevitably grew heavier. Widow Gu seemed to have anticipated this, raising her hand to signal for young villagers to assist in carrying it. Yet, even with 8 individuals lifting the coffin, the task proved to be quite strenuous. The sky gradually darkened, and in an instant a tempest arose, with ominous clouds completely obscuring the sun, causing the trees on the mountainside to rustle violently. The group struggled against the wind, making slow progress. The talismans at the coffin's opening fluttered in the gusts, precariously hanging on. Creaking sounds echoed, reminiscent of something sharp scraping against the wooden boards. The noise emanated from within the coffin. Panic seized the hearts of those present. Initially, Widow Gu managed to maintain order with her stern commands, but as the storm raged and darkness enveloped the sky, one villager stumbled, tumbling down the slope. The talismans were swept away one by one, that the coffin boards emitted a piercing, scratching sound, akin to the long nails of a female ghost clawing at the wood. The coffin began to shake violently. The villagers could no longer hold their ground, and the coffin toppled over. The ghostly woman is near. There is no need to fear, even if she intends to harm. The female corpse will first strike those with the heaviest energy. Widow Gu shouted that I in the dark. My eyes widened. Widow Gu was using me as bait. Despite her fervent reassurances, the others fled in the opposite direction without a backward glance. I seemed to hear a cold snort from Song Jijio. The coffin boards threatened to collapse. Emitting a shrill sound, Song Jijio pushed me onto the coffin lid with a sudden force. I looked at Song Jijio, bewildered. Before I realized it, I was fully lying on the coffin lid, a bone-chilling cold seeping through the wood and enveloping me. I shivered violently. As I lay there, the commotion from within the coffin gradually subsided, replaced by a peculiar sensation coursing through my limbs. When I opened my eyes again, I was surrounded by total darkness. Song Jijio? I called tentatively, but no one responded. Did I raise my hand, producing a creaking sound, like sharp claws scraping against the wood, resonating deep within me. This sound was the same as the one I had heard from outside the coffin. What was happening? I stretched my arms, but found myself unable to move. I seemed to be trapped in a confined space, too small to even turn over. In that moment of realization, I struck the coffin walls in a frenzy, hoping to attract attention from those outside. A cacophony of terrified voices erupted, along with the familiar phrase, "The ghostly woman is near. There is no need to fear. Even if she intends to harm, the female corpse will first strike those with the heaviest energy." It was Widow Ge's voice that I froze in place. Were we not carrying a female corpse? How had I become entangled in this? I heard a tumult of footsteps and frantic shouts as they scattered like startled birds. Another dizzying whirlwind enveloped me. When I opened my eyes once more, Song Jizho's face loomed large before me that I bolted upright, the sunlight now bright and high in the sky. I asked the girl, just overly frightened. Having fainted, came the village chief's voice that I glanced around at the familiar surroundings and scrambled out of the house. In the center of the courtyard lay a coffin I recognized that I looked around in confusion, as if awakening from a vivid dream. "Girl, you are the only one who can help us now," the village chief suddenly stated. "Pardon?" I replied. "Girl, do you know about the village guardian?" I shook my head. About to say I didn't know when Song Jizho interjected. "The legend states that every village has a guardian who bears the karmic fate of the entire village alone, that if the villagers accumulate virtue, the guardian remains like an ordinary person. However, if evil deeds are committed, the guardian bears the consequences, becoming dazed and deranged. Typically, the guardians are from a single lineage. If the village is steeped in sin, the guardian's family will be destroyed." Song Jizho continued. "You can't be suggesting that the madman is the guardian of Yuha village?" I exclaimed, astonished. Song Jizho and I had grown up together. When had she come to understand such things? I recalled what the villagers had said earlier. The madman had been insane since childhood, his mother had died young, and his father was missing, just as Song Jizho had said. A family destroyed. So the madman bore the village's sins. As for the village chief being kind, he provides for him and maintains his home, Song Jizho added. That is because the madman has no descendants to bear the karma. If he were to die, the village's karma would naturally fall upon the villagers. "Isn't that right, chief?" Song Jizho smiled lightly. She seemed to be changing more and more. The village chief cleared his throat. "This story is lengthy. The river flows through the village, and the villagers rely on the mountains and waters for their livelihood. Though their lives are not abundant, they are stable. Until one day, a villager surnamed Yang suddenly became wealthy for reasons unknown. Initially, he helped others prosper, but gradually, he became increasingly violent. One of his greatest vices was abducting women, regardless of their age or marital status, taking them by force. Some women, with fiery tempers, could not endure such humiliation and chose to end their own lives. Numerous lives were lost, and from that point on, the guardian bore the consequences, descending into madness for generations. That I was taken aback, realizing that behind the seemingly simple folk of Yuha village lay such a dark history. "Why are you telling us this?" I asked, unsure of the village chief's sudden revelations. His expression turned troubled, a conflicted look crossing his face. "You are the woman. Having carried the corpse, you have already been tainted by the ghostly energy. Only you can lure out the ghost." Widow Gu chimed in. "What do you mean by luring out the ghost? Did you not bury her?" I asked, perplexed. "Buried? Girl, what nonsense are you speaking? The corpse has vanished." The village chief replied. "What do you mean, the corpse has vanished?" I rushed to look at the coffin lid, and indeed, it was gone without a trace, the coffin empty. But just moments ago, I suddenly turned to Song Jizho, who flashed me a smile. "Why is the corpse gone?" I swallowed hard, struggling to ask. Widow Gu's expression darkened. "Perhaps we underestimated her." Ultimately, I agreed. Widow Gu immediately began to set up a formation, biting her fingertip to draw a complex symbol I could not comprehend. Then pricking my index finger to let my blood, the needle's eye. Once everything was prepared, Widow Gu instructed all the living to return indoors, forbidding anyone from emerging regardless of the sounds they might hear. I sat in the center of the needle's eye, while Widow Gu concealed herself among the nearby bushes. 18 noon, with the sun shining bright. Could the female corpse truly be summoned? Just as I pondered this, a chilling wind suddenly swept through, rustling the surrounding bushes as if something lurked nearby. Though it was midday, I felt an eerie chill creeping over me, as if something were crawling up my calf. The icy touch causing my hairs to stand on end. That moment, a wave of bone-chilling cold washed over my back, reminiscent of an icy cellar in the dead of winter, making me shiver uncontrollably. I dared not look back, casting a trembling glance downward, that I saw a hand tightly gripping my calf, the skin as pale as wallpaper, veins and tendons starkly visible. Someone breathed down the back of my neck, sending goosebumps racing down my spine. Unable to withstand the terror any longer, I shouted, "Widow Gu!" No one answered. "Widow Gu!" I called out again, yet still received no reply. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of a mass of black hair coiling around my neck, damp and clingy as if it had just emerged from water. The ghostly woman was on my back. Forgetting everything else, I bolted towards Widow Gu's hiding spot, screaming as I ran. But when I reached her side, I was struck dumb with disbelief. Widow Gu lay on her back, her limbs contorted in an impossible manner. Fingers clutching talismans bent at unnatural angles, nearly touching her wrists, blood streaming from her orifices, her eyes wide open in terror. Widow Gu was dead. No. Get up. Didn't Tiu say you were a renowned shaman? You can't die so quickly, I cried in desperation, jumping up and rushing towards the house. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. It's me, Xin Wei, I shouted, but no one answered. That IT then struck me that Widow Gu had specifically instructed the villagers not to emerge for any sounds or sights. The hair around my neck tightened in circles, the cold water trickling down my collarbone, an icy chill spreading through my entire being. Song Zhijiu, open the door. If I die here, I'll hate you for life. I cried out, panic causing me to jump in place, shouting for Song Zhijiu. The hair around my neck constricted further, and I began to feel breathless. Song Zhijiu. The hair constricted around my neck, rendering me breathless. With exhalations far exceeding inhalations, gradually, a dizzying sensation enveloped me, my chest feeling as if it were about to explode. Before me, the door remained immovable, and my vision began to blur. Was I truly destined to perish here? Just as I was on the brink of losing consciousness, the door was forcefully kicked open, and Song Zhijiu appeared as if she were a celestial being descending from the heavens, with her hands forming intricate seals. Faint currents of electricity coursed through her fingers that I rubbed my eyes, doubting my perception, as the electric current shot from her fingertips towards the female specter lurking behind me. Accompanied by a shrill, discordant wail, the ghost swiftly fled the scene. Song Zhijiu caught my limp body, her expression tinged with guilt as she spoke. I had intended to emerge sooner, but was hindered by the villagers. It took me quite some time to break free. Her hair was disheveled, and her clothing wrinkled. What incantation did you recite just now? How did electric currents manifest at your fingertips? I inquired. That was the 9-character true word, capable of dispelling all malevolence. The electric currents are a result of utilizing thunderstruck wood, she explained, retrieving a seemingly ordinary piece of wood from her bosom. Thunderstruck wood refers to trees that have been struck by lightning, which ghosts and evil spirits fear. Intrigued, I reached out to touch it, only for Song Zhijiu to swiftly retract the wood. How stingy, I muttered. Young girl, I am relieved to see you unharmed. Had anything happened to you, I would have been at a loss. That I in that moment. The village chief emerged, perhaps having witnessed Song Zhijiu drive away the specter, prompting the villagers to trickle out. That I scoffed, remaining silent. It wasn't the Widow Gu who instructed us to proceed with caution, fearing we might harm the innocent. Where is Widow Gu? Upon hearing the chief's inquiry about Widow Gu, my expression grew grave. She has passed away. What? Widow Gu is dead. The villagers were momentarily stunned. Widow Gu was a renowned shaman in Yue village. Whenever a child had a fever or strange occurrences transpired, she could always provide an accurate diagnosis. How could she have died? Chapter 57. The Strange Tales of Yue Village, Part 5, with Widow G's death and the female specter's body yet to be buried. Unrest began to ripple through the community. Ultimately, it was the village chief who stepped in to restore calm, hoping that Song Zhijiu would succeed Widow Gu and oversee the specter's burial. To my astonishment, Song Zhijiu acquiesced, citing that I was in shock and needed rest. She led me away from the scene, drawing several talismans for the villagers. Attach these talismans to your door, and the specter shall not trespass. On our way back, I quietly asked, I have known you for 18 years. When did you secretly learn these skills? You never inquired, Song Zhijiu replied nonchalantly. Why did you refer to me as a Yin woman to them? You have never meddled in others' affairs. Why did you agree to oversee the specter's burial? How did the specter become pregnant? How did she escape from her coffin? How did the madman manage to break free? What role did Guan Laosen play in this? Why did Widow Gu die? What part did you play in all of this, and what is the truth behind it? I straightened my expression, gazing intently at Song Jijio, and earnestly articulated, I wasn't dreaming, just now was I. After you placed me atop the coffin, the corpse vanished. What did you do? And don't forget, it was you who said that Yuha village had picturesque scenery and wanted to stay here for a night. What was your true intention in luring me into the village? And what is your connection to the madman? Observing my serious demeanor, Song Jijio suddenly chuckled lightly that if you have questions, why not investigate for yourself? Xin Wei, the truth behind it all can only be uncovered by you. Carrying corpses, lifting coffins, the disappearance of the body, and the death of Widow Go all seemed shrouded in an unshakable cloud of suspicion. I pondered the connections between these events, wandering aimlessly through the village. Since Widow G's death, the villagers rarely ventured outside. The once bustling market was now eerily silent. Woo woo woo, a sound of weeping reached my ears. Filled with sorrowful lamentations that I in an instant, my hair stood on end, and I gripped Song Jijio's talisman tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on my palms that I initially intended to turn and leave, but then reconsidered. Perhaps this was the closest I could get to uncovering the truth. The truth. What could it be? Xin Wei, you must seek the truth for yourself. You cannot always hide. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, I followed the sound cautiously. Woo woo woo. The cries grew louder, and before I knew it, I found myself at the doorstep of a house. Just then, Uncle Wang emerged from within, and as I was about to call out, Wang, my mouth was suddenly covered by a hand. That was Song Jijio. She did not remove her hand until Uncle Wang had walked away. Why are you so unsuspecting of others? Song Jijio chided gently, a hint of complexity in her tone as she tapped my forehead. You told me to seek the truth for myself. Why are you here? I retorted with a playful grimace. You truly do not recognize goodwill. Had I not worried you might act foolishly again, I would not have bothered to come. Song Jijio pulled me inside. Woo woo woo. Accompanying the cries was the clanking of iron chains that I glanced at Song Jijio, who appeared unfazed, her expression unchanged. Stealthily, I pushed the door open and made my way to the innermost room. The scene before me left me utterly astonished that a woman was bound by chains to the wall. Her head hung low as she sobbed softly. Hastily, I removed my coat and draped it over her shoulders. Remembering Uncle Wang's words, I whispered, You must be Aunt Wang, the unfortunate soul he spoke of. As my words fell, the woman lifted her head to look at me, and I was struck dumb. The woman before me was small and youthful, appearing quite young. She is not Aunt Wang, Song Jijio interjected. Though the girl's face was grimy, her youthful features were unmistakable. Uncle Wang was already in his 40s. How could this young woman possibly be Aunt Wang? Who then was she? My mind raced with questions. I attempted to communicate with her, but she either giggled foolishly or sobbed, as if her mind had already unraveled. Xin Wei, what are you deceiving yourself about? Song Jijio's calm voice echoed from behind me. You must have realized by now. Why is Guan Laosan's bride already pregnant? What right does a nearly 40-year-old bachelor have to marry a young, literate beauty? Song Jijio had inexplicably developed an interest in jade, frequently venturing into the mountains, claiming she was hoping to stumble upon natural jade stones. After coming up empty-handed, she sought out a jade appraisal streamer, spending thousands on a jade bracelet, stating she would travel to Yunnan to find jade in due time. I was perplexed by her obsession, but during her jade-seeking escapades, I too remained busy, searching for the madman's whereabouts and the ghost trail, occasionally snapping photos of the picturesque landscape, until one day I stealthily infiltrated the village's ancestral hall. In the dead of night, I stealthily departed my small courtyard, making my way toward the ancestral hall. Typically, family trees and significant historical events are preserved within such halls. Under the cover of darkness, I incapacitated the village guard stationed at the ancestral hall with a meal laced with sleeping pills, ensuring they would not awaken until morning. That I crept into the hall, where I discovered a hidden world. There, I encountered the missing madman and the female corpse. That my mind was flooded with questions that I cautiously stepped forward. The madman was bound with hemp rope, seemingly unconscious, while the ghostly woman was shackled with chains emanating dark energy. Her head bowed lowed. That moment, a peculiar thought struck me. Upon entering the village, I had been overly cautious, adhering strictly to the rules inscribed on the note, never doubting their authenticity. Perhaps it was my excessive belief that had ensnared me. Why not act contrary to the rules? I recalled the note. The first rule was to leave the village promptly, which I had already violated. The second rule read, do not speak to the bride. Do not look upon her face. Steeling myself, I approached the lifeless specter, mustering the courage to sweep her hair aside. I was left in shock, my mouth agape that I stared wide-eyed at the ghostly bride, who bore an uncanny resemblance to me. Terrified, I collapsed to the ground, my gaze drifting downward to her left hand, where a pink bunny-patterned bandage was affixed. Trembling, I raised my own left hand, glancing back and forth between the ghostly bride and myself. We were identical. It wasn't that she resembled me. Rather, I was the ghostly bride, and the ghostly bride was me. As the realization dawned upon me, the ghostly bride suddenly opened her eyes wide, and our gazes locked. The chains, charged with dark energy, began to rattle ominously, and I understood that she sought to break free. Yet no matter how she struggled, the chains remained steadfastly bound to her. Have you recalled everything? A voice echoed in my ears, that of Song Zhizhou. Chapter 58. The Strange Tales of Yue Village, Part 6. Then I turned my head to look at her, realizing that she had also arrived at the ancestral hall. The soul-locked chain. How could they possess such a thing? The perplexed voice of Song Zhizhou reached my ears. She then began to chant an incantation, causing the chain to snap with a resounding crack. The ghostly bride in a red wedding gown suddenly plunged into my body. From that moment on, as my soul began to coalesce, my memories gradually became clearer. I am Shen Wei, a university student, and I have a close friend, Song Zhizhou, with whom I have played since childhood, as well as a childhood sweetheart, Jiang Haomo. Near the end of our undergraduate studies, I became engaged to Jiang Haomo. While hiking, we unfortunately lost our way and were taken in by a resident of Yue Village, the infamous Guan Laosan. Initially, I naively thought I could stay just one night before leaving, for which I even paid Guan Laosan a considerable sum as gratitude. However, that very night, the villagers of Yue kidnapped Jiang Haomo, and Guan Laosan forcefully demanded that I marry him that time. I was already pregnant, planning to hold our wedding upon returning from the mountain. Jiang Haomo repeatedly attempted to escape to protect me, only to be beaten severely by the villagers, his body a tapestry of old and new wounds. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, when I next encountered Jiang Haomo, he had become mentally deranged that on the day of the wedding, I could not hold back my tears as Guan Laosan slapped me repeatedly. That night, he forced me into consummation, and despite my desperate resistance, he, in a fit of rage, strangled me to death to conceal his crime. He staged my death as a suicide that I died wrongfully, my spirit filled with resentment, yearning for vengeance against all the villagers of Yue. Yet, they had employed some unknown means to extract a fragment of Jiang Haomo's soul, rendering him foolish and compelling him to bear the burdens of the village's guardianship. If I were to kill all the villagers, Jiang Haomo would not survive either. Thus, feeling trapped, my spirit remained ensnared in an endless cycle within Yue Village, experiencing the same horrors over and over again until today. When my soul returned to its rightful place, breaking the cycle, that I rummaged around and finally found a cloth book beneath the ancestral tablets in the hall that I blew off the dust and tucked it into my pocket. It contained meticulous records of all the cases of abducted women, which explained the severity of Yue Village's karmic repercussions. That it was your idea to come to this mountain. Song Zhizhou, you knew everything, I said, looking at her. She nodded, tacitly acknowledging my assertion. Jiang Haomo had exquisite calligraphy. Even after his soul was taken and he became foolish, he still remembered to warn me against entering the village. Danger! Leave this place quickly, was his warning upon our initial arrival, that do not speak to the bride, do not look at her face. He feared I would recall these terrifying experiences, reliving them endlessly, had it not been for Song Zhizhou secretly learning magic behind my back and accompanying me. This would have merely been another futile cycle. My tears blurred my vision. Guan Laosan, well-versed in water, could not have drowned. It was evident that Jiang Haomo had lured him for my revenge, but he had slept by the river for years. How could he not know how to kill Guan Laosan? The ghostly bride's corpse was stolen by him. As for Widow Gu, Song Zhizhou had deceived her into believing I was a ghostly bride, and she was met with retribution for her misdeeds. Where is Jiang Haomo's soul? They had managed to shift the blame for their sins entirely onto him, forcing him to bear the karmic consequences. I overturned the candlestick, flames roaring in the ancestral hall, that I tossed the sleeping guard aside. Any talk of Yang Yuanwei or innocent villagers was clearly fabricated to absolve themselves of guilt. Guan Lao-san, a nearly 40-year-old bachelor, how could he possibly be fortunate enough to marry a young, beautiful, and literate bride if not through abduction? And why were Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang in such a dazed state? Clearly, she was just like me, a victim of abduction. The raging fire consumed the ancestral hall, yet the villagers did not come to extinguish it. Evidently, Song Zhizhou's talisman served this purpose. After my soul returned, I could walk in the sunlight as a living being or transform into a vengeful spirit. However, Zhang Haoma's situation was far worse. He had been forcibly stripped of his soul through dark sorcery and was compelled to bear the village's burdens. Song Zhizhou told me that even if we found his soul, Zhang Haoma would not last long. Song Zhizhou spoke with a hint of despair that I scoffed. Do not feign innocence. Why did you suddenly seek jade not long ago? Jade nourishes the soul best. Upon hearing my accusation, Song Zhizhou scratched her head in embarrassment. That I understand now. I suddenly shouted, startling her. Do you remember what I said when we first entered the village? I remarked that the village head stood tall and spirited, and if not for his gray beard, he hardly looked like an old man. Zhang Haoma's soul must be within him. This old wretch actually intends to extend his life using Zhang Haoma. I exclaimed, filled with excitement, that my suspicions were confirmed. After Widow Ji's death, the ritual for borrowing life had weakened significantly. Song Zhizhou produced a bowl filled with millet from somewhere, chanting incantations. With each incantation, a pit would appear in the flattened millet, which she would then refill with more millet. After numerous repetitions, she successfully summoned Zhang Haoma's soul back to his body. In that fleeting moment when his soul returned, the vacant gaze of the disheveled madman became clearer. Upon seeing me, Zhang Haoma rushed toward me. Taking 2 steps in one, he grasped my shoulders tightly, his tone urgent and breathless. Wei Wei, run, they're all deceivers. Run, Wei Wei. Zhang Haoma exerted all his strength to push me away in the opposite direction. Tears filled my eyes as he desperately repeated for me to flee. Yet, having just regained his soul and bearing the village's misfortunes, his body suddenly collapsed to the ground. Even so, he continued to crawl toward me with all his might. Wei Wei, quickly run. Zhang Haoma's once handsome face was now grimy, and he reeked of filth. I knelt beside him and embraced him. It's all right now. Everything will be fine. Taking advantage of the moment, Song Zhizhou hastily placed a jade bracelet on Zhang Haoma's wrist, muttering as she did so, do not waste such fine jade. Liu Ling is so stingy. If I take a piece of her jade, I wonder how many ghosts I will have to catch for her. Liu Ling? Wasn't she the somewhat famous treasure appraiser? With Zhang Haoma's lifeline severed, the village head suddenly appeared aged and frail, his back hunched. The villagers, upon seeing this, surrounded us, brandishing sticks and iron rods, intent on keeping us within the village. Leading them was Uncle Wang, his eyes filled with malice and greed. Little girl, you must have seen your Aunt Wang, right? I bought her when she was just 14. Now, she's gone mad and is of no use. Why not become my little wife instead? He scrutinized me with insatiable greed and calculation, devoid of the simple demeanor he had shown upon my arrival. Zhang Haoma trembled with rage, and I held him down to comfort him. Then, I raised my phone high, the recording function active. I have not only witnessed your criminal acts, but others have too, including the village head. None of you will escape. From my pocket, I retrieved the cloth book that contained records of various transactions. Uncle Wang's expression darkened as he lunged forward to seize it from me. It's futile. Uncle Wang, I have photographed every page. During these days, I took the opportunity to document quite a bit. Even if you steal my phone or tear the cloth book, it will do you no good. I have backups. As my final word fell, the sound of urgent police sirens echoed behind us. Chapter 59, The Disappearing Infants, Part 1. In search of my missing sister and to uncover the truth behind the condition of viscous blood syndrome, I, along with Ji Lingtong and Shen Liang, embarked on a journey to Miaojiang. Little did we know, upon passing through a village named Wakezhai, we would encounter a bizarre occurrence. Infants mysteriously vanished during the late hours of the night. We arrived at Wakezhai in the evening. In search of a place to stay, we approached the local village committee under the guise of housing inspectors. The village head warmly welcomed us, personally escorting us to the guest house. However, midway, We heard that someone had accidentally fallen into an old well. Upon hearing this, the village head turned anxious, rushing toward the village entrance, leaving us 3 in his wake. The one who fell was a woman named Gue Xiang, whose husband had died just a few months prior. It was unexpected that she would follow him so soon. As I reflected on the deep bond between Gue Xiang and her husband, I inadvertently overheard nearby villagers whispering. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. That vixen has received her retribution. Indeed, Gue Xiang is dead. Now Han Fong can rest in peace. The village head was inspecting the body when he suddenly turned pale upon hearing their gossip. The person is dead, and you still speak such nonsense? Be careful lest the wind carries your tongues away. The village head cast a sidelong glance, silencing any murmurs among the crowd. Yet I detected a fleeting panic etched across his face. Yao, I doubt this woman committed suicide, Ji Ling Tong whispered, echoing my own thoughts. Indeed, a typical drowning victim would not have their tongue protruding like that. Shen Liang unabashedly highlighted the crucial issue. The onlookers erupted in a clamor, pressing the village head for the truth behind Gue Xiang's demise. The village head, fearing a panic among the villagers, had initially intended to withhold the details. However, now that Shen Liang had pierced the veil of secrecy, he had no choice but to reveal the truth that it is true. Gue Xiang did not drown, but rather she was strangled by a rope or something similar. Since the municipal authorities have caught wind of this, we must rely on them to apprehend the murderer. The village head's words hung in the air. The 3 of us stood dumbfounded. What was happening? In the blink of an eye, we had been transformed into local authorities. The village head's flattery was clearly an attempt to deflect the pressure off himself. Yet, even if we were indeed housing inspectors, we were still under the jurisdiction of the Land Bureau. How could we be entangled in a murder investigation? The Land Bureau and the Public Security Bureau are all departments. After all, as the saying goes, we are brother units, so what does it matter? Besides, the nearest police station to Wuka village is dozens of kilometers away. By the time they traversed the mountains, the murderer would have long fled. The village head spun a tangled web of reasoning, inadvertently ensnaring us in his logic. You must agree to calm the villagers. And once dawn breaks, I will send someone to report to the police. Wuka village is already in disarray. We cannot afford another blunder. The village head implored us in hushed tones, clearly devoid of any better alternatives. Reluctantly, we acquiesced, steeling ourselves to inspect the body. The old, deep well. Gue Xiang's lifeless form lay still. The clear marks of a rope were etched around her neck, a harrowing testament to her strangulation. Yet, how had the murderer executed this act? Although Gue Xiang had been killed in the evening, the well was frequented by numerous villagers collecting water. Did the murderer truly dare to strike in plain sight? Under the village head's guidance, we inquired with villagers who had seen Gue Xiang. They unanimously affirmed that no suspicious individuals had been spotted near the well. This left us with but one possibility. The murderer must have hidden in the well, waiting for an opportunity to strike at Gue Xiang before vanishing back into the depths. Upon hearing our theory, the village head shook his head, his expression rife with disappointment. That is highly improbable. If someone killed Gue Xiang and then hid in the well, how would they escape? This well is quite old. Not only is it deep, but the walls are slick with moss, offering no foothold. Furthermore, when we sent someone down to retrieve Gue Xiang's body, there were no irregularities detected in the well that if someone were submerged and using reeds or something similar to breathe, they would surely have been noticed. After the village head's remarks, I found myself at a loss. Unexpectedly, Ji Ling Tong's eyes sparkled with realization. Unless there is a secret passage within the well. Before she could elaborate, an unkempt old man pushed his way through the crowd, causing everyone to step aside. Make way, please. He approached with an impassive expression that I glanced at him and shivered involuntarily. His skin was a deep shade of black, his sparse gray beard unevenly spread across his chin, and his nose was covered in a multitude of red spots. His dull, lifeless eyes resembled those of a corpse, devoid of any vitality. This is the mortician of Wuka village. Death commands respect. Let us take her to the mortuary. The mortician dispassionately stated, ignoring us as he licked his cracked lips and placed Gue Xiang's body into a burlap sack. He slung the body over his back and turned to leave. Shen Liang, watching the mortician's retreating figure, voiced his confusion that this old man unwell. Why is he wearing cotton gloves on such a hot day? The mortician, with keen ears, suddenly turned to glance at us. and I felt an icy chill wash over me. My goodness, that's terrifying. Shun Liang murmured beside me, glancing nervously at the mortician. The village head hastily urged the mortician, "Stop dawdling. Hurry and take her to the mortuary. Gui Xiang's family will arrive this afternoon to claim the body." The mortician, remaining silent, turned away and walked off alone. My word, that nearly frightened me to death. That mortician is utterly chilling. Shun Liang expressed his lingering fear. Yet I found the old man rather peculiar. Let us not dwell on unnecessary worries. To ascertain whether there is a secret passage in the well, we must investigate it ourselves, Ji Ling Tong reminded us. It dawned on us that our priority was to determine how the murderer had killed Gui Xiang. Descending into the well was imperative. Chapter 60. The Missing Infant, Part 2, according to the village head. This ancient well is estimated to be over 100 years old, dating back to the Qing dynasty. The well's mouth is circular, about 3 feet in diameter, and its depth exceeds 10 fathoms. The walls are constructed of blue stone, and due to the passage of time, moss has proliferated over the stone surfaces. Above the well, 2 cross-shaped logs support a wooden pulley with a half-curved wooden rod serving as the winding mechanism. A well rope is coiled around the pulley, descending into the depths, while the other end is connected to a wooden bucket. Forcefully shaking the pulley, the rope winds around, and soon enough, a bucket of water is raised. Ji Ling Tong, Shun Liang, and I carefully descended the well using the rope, wary of the slippery moss that could cause a misstep. Concerned that the rope might not bear the weight of 3 people, I retrieved a flying tiger claw and added a second rope for reinforcement. Though we tightly gripped the ropes, our feet navigating the slimy moss, slowly feeling our way down. After a considerable time of searching the walls of the well, we found nothing resembling the secret passage Ji Ling Tong had mentioned. Shun Liang, feeling disheartened, muttered, "Damn it, this well is nothing but bricks and moss. Where's the mechanism?" Ji Ling Tong pondered for a moment, but remained steadfast in her belief. "Impossible. We must look further down. Perhaps it's submerged." I found this hard to believe, yet seeing Ji Ling Tong's unwavering confidence, I relented and let Shun Liang delve into the water. Yao. "Are you serious? I have no idea how deep this water is. If I go in and can't get out, you'll be left a widow." "Stop with the excuses. If you're too frightened, I'll go myself," I retorted, preparing to leap into the water. "Forget it, I'll go down," Shun Liang declared, diving into the water. Before long, his head broke the surface. "There's no mechanism here. All I see is what looks like a half-submerged rope at the bottom." "A rope? That could be the mechanism. Dive down and give it a tug." "Damn it, do you know how cold this water is? It's not like you're the one submerged," Shun Liang grumbled, but ultimately submerged himself. Moments later, a rumbling sound reverberated from just above my head, and a 1-meter-wide opening appeared in the well wall. That I quickly beckoned Ji Ling Tong and Shun Liang, only to find the opening shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to see anything. "This opening looks ominous. Should we really go inside?" Ji Ling Tong and I exchanged glances, each of us nodding in agreement. Having finally found the entrance to the secret passage, we must explore it. We might uncover something valuable. Encouraged by my words, Shun Liang ceased his hesitation and began preparing tools for our venture into the well's hidden passage. A flashlight, rubber rods, a shovel, and several electric batons. Once everything was ready, the 3 of us carefully descended into the well and crawled into the dark passage. That I switched on my flashlight, bending low as I led the way. The passage was lengthy, stretching into the abyss. Likely due to its proximity to the ancient well, it was dark and damp, with some areas coated in a thin layer of moss. That I hadn't walked far when I stumbled upon a series of disordered footprints on the moist, soft ground. These prints were clearly not made by a single person. Some were the size of adult footprints, while others resembled small children's feet. Shun Liang leaned in for a closer look, unable to suppress his sarcasm. "Which adult brought their child here for a stroll?" "Shun Liang, can you ever be serious? It's pitch black here. Who would come for a leisurely walk?" "I suspect these are the footprints left by the murderer who killed Gui Xiang. As for the mix of sizes, I haven't figured that out yet." I was exasperated. Shun Liang's irreverent attitude was becoming increasingly intolerable. Ji Ling Tong examined the footprints closely, her expression shifting to one of sudden realization. "From what I can deduce, those child-sized footprints may not even belong to a human." "Why not?" Shun Liang and I asked in unison, But Ji-Ling Tong remained silent, shining her flashlight ahead, despite the chaotic nature of the footprints. It was evident they extended all the way to the entrance of the dark passage. This corroborated my suspicion that these prints were indeed left by the murderer. Yet, it seemed implausible for the murderer to have brought a child along while committing the act against Gui Xiong. It simply didn't add up. Witnesses had reported that Gui Xiong fell into the well in the blink of an eye. How had the murderer managed to execute that? After drawing water from the well. The well rope is usually coiled around the wooden winch, and the wooden bucket, attached to the rope, is placed by the well's edge that we descend into the well following the rope. Without it, it would be nearly impossible to reach the bottom and discover the entrance to the secret passage. Given this, how could the murderer have climbed from the passage to the well's opening without the aid of the rope? The walls of the well are exceptionally smooth due to the moss, leaving no footholds for anyone attempting to climb up. Furthermore, the walls are constructed of bluestone, with minuscule gaps between the stones that an ordinary person could not grasp, let alone ascend. This passage is unfathomably deep. Should the murderer still be inside, our hasty actions could lead us into peril, Ji-Ling Tong remarked, her words holding merit. As we were unfamiliar with the terrain of Wukou Village, the risk of falling into a trap was palpable. Thus, the three of us collectively decided to withdraw from the passage for the time being and reassess our plans at dawn. Upon emerging from the well, the village chief incessantly inquired about our findings. For safety reasons, I refrained from disclosing the existence of the secret passage, as there was no need to burden him with every detail. The well is too dark to discern anything. Let us wait until morning, I suggested. The village chief, upon hearing this, ceased his inquiries and instructed others to escort us back to the guest house, where we would wait for daylight to devise our next steps. Exhausted from our endeavors to unravel the murder case, we quickly washed up and retired to our beds that I drifted into a hazy slumber, only to be abruptly awakened in the dead of night by a haunting wail emanating from outside. Upon awakening, I found the night ablaze with torches, the entirety of Wukou Village surrounded in a fiery glow that I donned my coat and rushed out of the guest house, only to find the village committee bustling with people, all brandishing shovels and sickles, their faces etched with fury. Shun Liang and Ji-Ling Tong were also roused, inquiring about the commotion. Unable to provide an answer, I sought out a villager to glean the cause. "Oh, you wouldn't believe it. The night-stalking woman has returned to steal infants." Upon hearing the term night-stalking woman, I couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. I had not anticipated that Wukou Village would still believe in such antiquated superstitions. The so-called night-stalking woman is, in fact, a bird known as the owl, a type of owl with a fierce appearance. Due to its elusive nature, it has been ascribed the name of a spectral woman who roams at night. The term night-stalking is quite literal. Like owls, these birds are blind during the day and only emerge at night to hunt insects in flight. The woman aspect derives from an ancient legend that speaks of the owl donning a skin to transform into a woman, luring unsuspecting humans to steal their children for nourishment in secluded places. That the tale morphed through generations. Many became convinced of the night-stalking woman's existence to prevent their infants from being abducted. Parents would cover their children while nursing, ensuring that the owl would not catch sight of them. Furthermore, it was said that even an infant's clothing should not be left in the sun, for if the owl's feathers fell upon it, the child would cry at night or fall ill. When night fell, the owl would be drawn by the cries and swoop in to snatch the child away. I recounted this childhood legend to Ji-Ling Tong and Shun Liang, who, of course, were skeptical. Yet, upon arriving at the home of the missing infant, we found ourselves at a loss to explain the child's disappearance. The scene bore no trace of a struggle. The door to the room where the infant had been was still tightly locked, as if it had never been opened. The floor was immaculate, devoid of fingerprints or footprints, as though nothing had ever transpired. This strange occurrence filled us with doubt and fear, leading us to ponder if the night-stalking woman truly existed. The parents of the missing infant were utterly devastated, engulfed in endless sorrow and despair, scouring for clues in hopes of recovering their child. Yet each effort seemed to vanish without a trace. Initially, I believed that the events of the night were an isolated incident. But it soon became apparent that over the past few months, a dozen infants had inexplicably vanished from Wukou Village. The villagers initially suspected human traffickers and trekked to the nearest police station to report the disappearances. However, after days of investigation, the police found no evidence of trafficking. and reluctantly, they returned empty-handed. The loss of infants left the entire village in a state of unease, with families feeling compelled to keep vigilant watch. Yet, despite their efforts, the tragedies continued. Whenever a newborn arrived, families faced a grim choice. Either leave the village with their child or watch the calamity unfold. There are no such supernatural occurrences. I suspect someone is orchestrating this behind the scenes. Ji Ling Tong asserted, refusing to be swayed by superstition. She began searching for clues in the room from which the infant had vanished. And indeed, she soon discovered peculiar small footprints by the window. I opened the window, and in the distance loomed a range of mountains. The village chief informed us that this mountain was called Fairy Mountain. Located to the north of Wukou Village, it was said to be the transformed abode of a fairy who descended to Earth millennia ago. Towering trees reached the clouds, some too large for a single person to encircle. The mountain, perpetually shrouded in greenery, was adorned with countless exotic flowers and plants, scattered like stars across the landscape, from a distance. Fairy Mountain resembled a slumbering fairy draped in gossamer, exuding grace and silence. Rarely did large animals inhabit the mountain. The villagers would occasionally encounter rabbits or roe deer while foraging for herbs. However, at some point, a troop of monkeys inexplicably settled on Fairy Mountain, initially posing no issue, but over the years, they evolved into a significant nuisance for Wukou Village. These monkeys began raiding the village for fruits, wreaking havoc on crops. Some even ventured onto rooftops, causing chaos, and others brazenly entered kitchens to pilfer food, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The villagers suffered greatly, unable to find peace. Most of the monkeys ventured into the village at night, fearful of being seen during the day. Just a few nights prior, this mischievous troop had returned, stealing food and damaging property, nearly igniting a villager's home. Could it be that the ones stealing infants are indeed the monkeys from Fairy Mountain? They are small and agile, easily circumventing the villagers' windows, I boldly proposed, to which Ji Ling Tong nodded in agreement. Indeed, the footprints we discovered may very well belong to the monkeys. However, if they are responsible, there must be someone inciting them. When we relayed our hypothesis to the village chief, his expression reflected disbelief. Yet, the desperate parents of the missing children, eager to find their offspring, chose to believe in our theory. They banded together to pressure the village chief, insisting on investigating Fairy Mountain. The village chief, unable to refuse, organized a group armed with hunting rifles and shotguns, and as dawn approached, they stealthily made their way into Fairy Mountain. The group transitioned from the village entrance to the base of the mountain, cautiously navigating the terrain. As daylight broke, a scout ahead suddenly reported hearing the calls of monkeys not far off. Everyone quickly concealed themselves while Shen Liang and I stealthily crept closer. We lay flat on the ground, peering through the foliage, and soon spotted the troop of monkeys frolicking in a cornfield, wreaking havoc on the crops. Amidst the chaos, one monkey was cradling a swaddled infant atop a large stone not far away. I instructed Shen Liang to remain hidden in the underbrush while I stealthily returned to Ji Ling Tong's side. You were right. The monkeys are in the cornfield, and one is holding the child. What should we do? I inquired. Ji Ling Tong's eyes sparkled with determination as she slowly replied, We need to find a way to catch one of the monkeys. I have a plan. A man beside the village chief interrupted us brusquely. What good will it do to catch one monkey among so many? We should just rush in and snatch the child. Ernyo, why the haste? I understand your concern for the child, but what if something goes awry? Who will bear the responsibility? The village chief quickly interjected, revealing himself to be the child's father. Upon hearing this, Ernyo gripped his hoe tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury, that if those beasts lay a finger on my child, I will see to it that none of them remain. Before he could finish, the anguished cries of the infant echoed from the cornfield. Panic-stricken, Ernyo leaped to his feet, hoe in hand, charging into the cornfield. Quick, we must save the child, Shen Liang silently exclaimed, rising to give chase. The others, seeing Ernyo dash out, assumed the chieftain had issued a command and hastily followed suit into the fray. The villagers, their eyes alight with urgency, brandished sticks and shovels, shouting as they entered the fields in pursuit of the troop of monkeys. The monkeys, startled, took flight, but their agility in climbing allowed them to swiftly ascend the trees and retreat into the forest for cover. However, this clever group of monkeys quickly realized that the villagers could not catch up to them, nor pose any real threat. Thus, it was not long before they emerged boldly from the mountains, some even presenting their backs to us, making faces in a deliberate act of provocation that we charged forward with our makeshift weapons. But the monkeys had lost their fear. The Jiling Tong, wise beyond his years, discerned the situation immediately. These creatures are nearly cunning. They figured out our tactics. Shun Liang, unwilling to concede, brandished his hunting rifle. How about I fire a few shots to scare them off? No. The rifle should only be used in dire circumstances. What if we accidentally harm a child? I quickly intervened, and he, understanding the gravity of the situation, lowered his weapon. That moment, we spotted an old monkey perched atop a large rock at the foot of the mountain, letting out a series of howls before thumping its chest. Soon after, all the monkeys retreated to the base of the mountain. Shun Liang, looking foolish, burst into a gleeful laugh. It seems the monkeys are still afraid of us. Even the old fellow is backing down. The village chief, glancing from afar, suddenly wore a grave expression. No, that old monkey is the king. Its command to the troop was not to retreat, but to attack. Both Shun Liang and I were taken aback as we watched the monkeys gradually gather stones from the ground at the mountain's foot. The old monkey pointed in our direction and let out a low growl, at which point all the monkeys simultaneously hurled their stones at us. "Quick, take cover, protect your heads," Jiling Tong shouted, as stones rained down like meteors, accompanied by cries of despair. Several villagers were struck on the head, blood gushing forth. "Shun Liang, aren't you supposed to be a sharpshooter? Fight back. Hurry, we're going to be crushed by these stones," I yelled, my hand shielding my head, forgetting any semblance of dignity. All right, witness the might of Shun. He had barely swung his rifle before a stone struck him, causing him to yelp in pain. Damn it. These creatures are ruthless. I can't take it anymore. With no time to aim, he squeezed the trigger, producing a loud bang that startled the nearby monkeys into a frantic retreat, halting the barrage of stones. Seeing this, the other villagers with rifles followed suit, firing their weapons, creating a cloud of smoke in the cornfield. The gunfire relentless that a few monkeys, slower in their escape, fell one after another. "Stop firing. The children are still with them. We must not harm the kids." The village chief urgently called for a ceasefire, and the gunfire finally subsided. I cautiously raised my head from the grass and noticed the monkeys had vanished. Shun Liang stood up, cursing under his breath, a large bump on his head indicating he had indeed taken a hit. We gathered everyone together to assess the situation. Although the monkeys on Xian'anvi Mountain had retreated, the children remained in their clutches. For their safety, we could no longer confront them head-on. We had to resort to cunning. Jiling Tong then shared his thoughts, leaving the crowd perplexed. Yet, at this juncture, we had no better options but to take a risk. That Jiling Tong whispered to the village chief, who nodded and dispatched a young man back to the village. Curious about Jiling Tong's plan, I pressed him for details, but he merely replied, "You'll understand when the time comes." Before long, the young man returned from the village, carrying a slender-necked gourd that exuded a rich fragrance. Shun Liang, ever the glutton, could not resist the aroma. He snatched the gourd, leaned in to inhale deeply, and exclaimed, "Honey, Jiling Tong truly thinks ahead. After all our toil, he sent someone to fetch honey as a reward." As Shun Liang attempted to reach inside the gourd, I couldn't help but chuckle. "Shun Liang, you're such a fool. Why not just pour it out instead of trying to scoop it with your hand?" Realizing his folly, he scratched his head and said, "Damn it. I was so focused on eating that I didn't think of that." Just as he was about to invert the gourd, Jiling Tong stopped him. "All you think about is eating. Can you not put your mind to work? The honey isn't tea for you to eat. It's to lure the monkeys." Upon hearing "lure the monkeys," I finally grasped the plan. "I see now. You intend to capture the monkeys alive." Shun Liang, puzzled, remarked, "Don't fool me. Monkeys prefer bananas. Don't think I didn't graduate from university. Then it seems you need to study a few more years. Monkeys primarily enjoy fruits, but they also eat leaves, seeds, and some even prefer nuts. They are not strictly herbivorous. At times, they indulge in insects like spiders and ants, and even eggs or small animals. Baboons, for instance, have been known to steal the young of chimpanzees or other animals to eat. Goodness, those baboons are utterly deranged," Shun Liang exclaimed, astonished that I continued to explain. Monkeys are generally omnivorous. They will sample anything that pleases their palate. The honey in this gourd, a specialty of Wuka village, has been stored for months after harvesting, now radiating a distinct and lasting fragrance that I believe the monkeys, with their keen sense of smell, will be drawn to it before long. Enough with the lessons. Quickly bury the gourd. If we delay, the monkeys will catch on. Ji Ling Tong crouched down, quietly observing the movements of the monkey troop across the way. Shun Liang and I wasted no time. Stealthily creeping into the cornfield to dig a hole the size of a fist, placing the open gourd inside. Shun Liang packed the surrounding dirt tightly and ensured the area was secure. All preparations completed, waiting for the monkeys to take the bait, we hid among the grass, remaining utterly still. After a lengthy wait, a few monkeys, drawn by the enticing aroma, cautiously ventured into the cornfield, having been startled by the earlier gunfire. These monkeys were particularly wary, pausing frequently to survey their surroundings until they felt secure enough to approach the gourd. One larger monkey, bolder than the rest, bravely sniffed the gourd, crouched down to peer inside, and then squealed with excitement. Elated, the monkey reached inside the gourd, which had been carefully chosen for this purpose, just barely allowing its paw to fit in, but should it attempt to grasp the honey, it would find its paw stuck. Monkeys possess a certain human-like greed. Once they have a taste of something they desire, they are loath to let go. Thus, the monkey's paw remained trapped as it struggled beside the gourd. Ji Ling Tong let out a low growl, quickly rising. Excellent, that monkey has fallen for the trap. Let us catch it. Shun Liang led the charge, leaping from the grass with a shout. Hey monkey, where do you think you're going? The startled monkeys screeched and fled, scrambling up the trees in a panic. The trapped monkey, however, was paralyzed with fear, its cries piercing the air, yet its grip on the gourd remained steadfast as we surged forward, overpowering it with our numbers. But just as we were about to knock it unconscious, the monkey emitted a cry reminiscent of an infant's wail. Stop, something's not right. I quickly halted Shun Liang, flipping the monkey over and gently pinching its tail, only to discover it was hollow. This isn't a monkey at all. Quick, bring me scissors. Ji Ling Tong retrieved a pair from his backpack and handed them to me, while the others watched in trepidation as I prepared to cut. With one swift motion, I severed the monkey's tail, revealing it was stuffed with cotton, the skin showing signs of hand stitching, an obvious fake. Following the seams of the monkey's skin, I sliced it open, revealing the smooth skin of an infant beneath. Chapter 62, The Vanished Baby, Part 4. Who could be so inhumane? If I catch them, I shall see to it they lose an arm. Shun Liang seethed, gritting his teeth, while the villagers struggled to comprehend the shocking reality before them. I sent this the grandson of old Zhao from the east end of the village, just last month. They celebrated his 100th day, and since the child went missing, the entire family has been on the brink of collapse. The village chief trembled as he scooped up the child, tears streaming down his face. Thank goodness the child is unharmed. Surviving great peril surely brings great fortune. As Ernyo witnessed the safe return of the lost infant from the Zhao family, despair engulfed him, for his own flesh and blood remained ensnared within the clutches of the monkey troop. With tears streaming down his face, he cried out, Village chief, the Zhao family's child has been rescued. My son is alive as well. The village chief hurriedly approached Ernyo, offering words of comfort and assuring him that he would exert every effort to rescue the child from the monkeys. Yet, the troop had already fled deep into the forest, making it impossible to even ascertain their whereabouts. That I recalled the method Ji Ling Tong had employed earlier to capture the monkeys with a gourd, surmising that he must have devised a plan. Although we cannot pinpoint the exact location of the monkey troop, a solitary monkey will inevitably lead us to them. However, now that the troop has dispersed, capturing even one will be exceedingly challenging, Ji Ling Tong lamented. Suddenly, Shun Liang smacked his forehead. You merely wish to capture a monkey alive? Why didn't you say so earlier, during our skirmish with the troop? I remember a monkey in the cornfield that was knocked unconscious by a hoe. Upon hearing this, Ji Ling Tong's face lit up with joy. Where is it? Quickly, take me there. If we can capture a monkey alive, we can strike a decisive blow against the entire troop. Although uncertain of Ji Ling Tong's exact strategy, Shun Liang led everyone back to the cornfield. Fortunately, the monkey still lay there, unconscious. Ji Ling Tong gestured to the young man who had returned from the village, and he unwrapped a small plastic box from his burden. There used to be a theater troupe in Wuka village, which disbanded a few years ago, leaving behind many props. This plastic box contains the face paint used by the actors. I am unsure of its purpose, the young man explained. The village chief was perplexed as to why Jing Ling Tong had sent him to fetch paint, but I had already guessed his intentions. It seems you plan to use this monkey to stage a grand spectacle, creating chaos within the entire troop. Jing Ling Tong cast a sidelong glance at me. Smiling without a word, he extracted a brush from the plastic box and began to apply various colors to the monkey's bare face with meticulous precision. Initially, he painted the monkey quite handsomely, resembling a young performer ready to take the stage. However, in an instant he smeared red, white, and black across the monkey's face, adding broad eyeshadow. Do you even know how to paint? The more I look at it, the more terrifying it becomes, Shun Liang muttered. Ignoring his complaints, Jing Ling Tong continued to lavishly adorn the monkey with makeup. Before long, a fierce visage reminiscent of Zhong Kuei appeared before us. Strikingly lifelike. Zhong Kuei, a figure from Chinese folklore known for exorcising demons, is often depicted with a fearsome countenance that could terrify even the most timid spirits. Jing Ling Tong's transformation of the monkey bore a striking resemblance, likely making it unrecognizable even to its own mother. Leader, you can't be thinking of using this monkey to frighten the troop, can you? Will that even work? The village chief expressed skepticism, and the other villagers shared his doubts. During the Qing dynasty, a general with the surname Luo once used such a method to disperse a troop of monkeys. Though I heard this tale as a child, I believe it holds some merit. Jing Ling Tong candidly shared, leaving the others astonished. Well, there are no other alternatives. We might as well give it a try. With the village chief's endorsement, the villagers ceased their doubts and unanimously agreed to Jing Ling Tong's plan. To utilize the monkey in locating the troop, we first needed to rouse it from its slumber. Yet for some reason, it remained in a deep sleep. Could it be that the villagers struck it too hard, rendering it a mere vegetable? Shun Liang ventured forth to check the monkey's breath, prodding its lips, but it remained unresponsive. No worries, it's merely unconscious. Waking it up will be a simple matter. Jing Ling Tong retrieved a pouch from his robe, producing a silver needle, which he gently pierced into the monkey's head. In moments, the monkey slowly opened its eyes. Upon seeing the crowd surrounding it, the monkey sprang up with a squeaky shriek. Quick, scatter. Don't let it harm anyone. The village chief called, urging everyone to retreat. The monkey, displaying a modicum of intelligence, glanced back in panic as it fled, wary of being pursued. On the path leading to Fairy Mountain, we had already stationed individuals to discreetly observe the flower-faced monkey. If we all moved together, our presence would be too conspicuous, potentially alarming the monkeys. Thus, we had to minimize our numbers and advance quietly into the heart of Fairy Mountain. Monkeys are social creatures, naturally inclined to return to their troop. After regrouping with our scouts, we followed the trail of the flower-faced monkey, gradually approaching the monkey's gathering area. It was a secluded spot enveloped by lush foliage. Surrounded by towering trees, their thick trunks resembling a natural playground made expressly for the monkeys. Here, the monkeys lounged and groomed one another, resembling a human community. Some monkeys leisurely perched on branches, scratching their ears and curiously surveying their surroundings, while others frolicked on the limbs, reveling in their play. In the very center of the gathering area flowed a clear stream, its waters cascading over stones, producing a melodious sound. A few monkeys adeptly leaped to the stream's edge, cupping the cool water in their hands to drink. Wait a minute, where's the flower-faced monkey? Shun Liang muttered quietly. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from within the troop. Following the sound, we beheld the flower-faced monkey, eyes wide with terror, being pursued by several of its companions, baring their teeth. The flower-faced monkey darted into the troop, causing immediate pandemonium. Upon seeing the grotesque visage, the other monkeys scattered in fear. Young monkeys scurried into their mother's arms, shrieking and trembling uncontrollably. The flower-faced monkey, bewildered by its sudden return, wondered what had transpired to incite such panic. In a frenzy, it attempted to chase after its fleeing companions, yet the faster it pursued, the more frantically they fled. The troop was plunged into chaos, dust swirling in the air until a profound, resonant roar quelled the tumult. Look, the old monkey has emerged, Jing Ling Tong whispered, pointing to a cave at the rear of the gathering area. The old monkey appeared venerable, its back slightly hunched, yet every movement exuded an undeniable authority. It slowly emerged from the cave, beckoning the flower-faced monkey to approach. each gesture reflecting the sagacity and majesty befitting a leader. Trembling, the flower-faced monkey stepped forward, kneeling before the elder, chattering in a whimpering complaint. The old monkey lightly touched the paint on the flower-faced monkey's face, displaying a look of disdain before unexpectedly making a shocking move. Seizing a stone from the ground, the elder swung it with ferocity, striking the monkey on its tail and head. A chilling wail resonated throughout the gathering area, terror gripping the other monkeys as the elder showed no sign of mercy. Relentlessly pummeling the flower-faced monkey. The sight left us aghast. We had not anticipated such cruelty from the elder, ruthlessly ending the life of its own kind before the eyes of the troop. Goodness, this old monkey is truly merciless. Not even its own kind is spared. Before Xinliang could finish, a scene even more horrifying unfolded. After slaying the flower-faced monkey, the elder commanded 2 older monkeys to skin it before the astonished gaze of all. Faced with such brutality, I could no longer contain myself and retched violently that you've witnessed corpses along the way. How can you still be so squeamish? Xinliang, surprisingly possessing a shred of conscience, silently offered me a tissue. This is entirely different. It's a matter of degrees. I wiped away the drool from my lips, noticing Jing Ling Tong's grave expression. If I am not mistaken, the elder intends to use the monkey's skin to conceal the infant. Nyo's child is still in its clutches. If it is sewn into the monkey's skin and merges back into the troop, finding it will be nearly impossible. Chapter 63. The Disappearing Infant, Part 5 as anticipated. After the flower-faced monkey was skinned, the elder emerged from the cave, cradling Nyo's child. The infant lay peacefully in the elder's embrace, seemingly drugged, not uttering a single cry. With the baby on the verge of being wrapped in monkey skin, we could no longer afford to wait. We hastily drew our rifles and shotguns. Leave the elder to me. I guarantee a single shot will suffice. Xinliang aimed his gun at the elder, took a deep breath and swiftly pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the elder collapsed, prompting others to open fire, the cacophony shaking the very earth. The troop, startled by the gunfire, scattered once more, monkeys fleeing in all directions. Do not indiscriminately kill the innocent. We must prioritize the rescue. Jing Ling Tong was the first to dash from the underbrush, followed closely by the others, rushing toward the gathering area of the monkeys. However, to our shock, the elder, though struck, had not perished. It rose and clutched the infant, attempting to flee. Jing Ling Tong quickly released the blow darts. Realizing the elder's intent, Jing Ling Tong swiftly retrieved a syringe from his robe and unleashed several flying needles. The elder, caught off guard, was struck in the arm, causing the infant to tumble from its grasp. Fire! Do not let the elder escape with the child. Ji Ling Tong bellowed, summoning everyone to open fire. Although the old monkey was injured, it moved with astonishing agility, evading the bullets that rained down like hail and diving into the cavern. The crowd reached the mouth of the cave. Apprehensive of potential traps within, they refrained from entering, turning their concern instead to the safety of the infant. That I cautiously cradled the baby, patting his back vigorously until he let out a wail. Allowing the weight in my heart to finally lift, the Ji Ling Tong approached swiftly, meticulously examining the child's body, and fortunately, aside from malnutrition, he appeared to be unharmed. Xinliang let out a long sigh of relief, nervously stroking the baby's soft hair. You scared me to death. Thankfully, the ground is soft and devoid of stones, that if anything had happened to the child, how could we explain it to his parents? Yiling Tong nodded, squatting down to inspect the bloodstains left on the ground. This blood must belong to that old monkey. Consider it lucky, it narrowly escaped this time. I turned to the dark mouth of the cave behind us, inquiring how we should proceed next. It seems that the other missing infants from Wuko village may also be with the monkey troop. With the old monkey having fled, capturing it again will likely prove exceedingly difficult. We must strategize carefully. Rash actions are not advisable. The village chief's words were quite reasonable. Given our insufficient manpower and the uncertain situation within the cave, we could only regroup and plan anew. As dawn broke, we returned to Wuko village. Upon entering the village, the villagers surrounded us. When Nyo Air's wife saw her child was safely returned, she immediately knelt, exclaiming, "This is unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable." We rushed to help her to her feet, and she clutched her child tightly, overwhelmed with emotion, rendered speechless. From now on, You must take great care of the child, never letting your guard down, the village chief reiterated, tears welling in Neo Air's wife's eyes. Other villagers, whose infants had gone missing, gathered around us, pleading for the return of their children. Dear fellow villagers, the leaders have stated on their way back that as long as the children remain unrescued, they will not leave Wuko village, so please rest assured and return home to await good news. Well, before we could utter a word, the village chief had already made grand promises on our behalf, leaving us in a position where we could not outright refuse the villagers' pleas. However, the village chief did not let us toil in vain throughout the night. The following morning, he treated us to a lavish feast at the guest house, where toasts were frequently exchanged. We are deeply grateful to the three leaders. It is fortunate you came to Wuko village. Not only have you eradicated the wicked monkey troop, but you have also rescued Neo Air's child. The village chief's face was flushed from drink, his words overflowing with praise. Yet I was acutely aware that the more flattering the words, the greater the burden upon my shoulders. Village chief, please do not heap such praises upon us. The monkey troop has scattered, and locating the other children will indeed be a formidable challenge. The village chief smiled mysteriously, casting a furtive glance at Ji Ling Tong. Tonight, I believe this young man possesses considerable skill. He must surely have a solution. Ji Ling Tong paused momentarily, then hastily shook his head. What I employed before was merely a trivial skill, that to find the other missing infants. We shall need your strategic acumen, village chief. The village chief was taken aback for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Do not flatter me. I am aware of my own limitations and will have to rely on you all. Before the village chief could finish speaking, the door was suddenly flung open, and a village committee member rushed in, breathless with urgency. Village chief, it's terrible. There has been another well incident. Upon hearing this, the village chief sobered up considerably. Panic etched across his features as he dashed outside, and we followed suit without hesitation. By midday, the old well in the village was surrounded by a throng of curious villagers, some engaging in heated discussions about the deceased. It must be the ghost of Han Fong seeking vengeance. Otherwise, how could two people die in the same place? Indeed, those who do evil will eventually face retribution. Han Fong was such a good lad. How could he have hanged himself without reason? Surely he bears resentment in death. Stop talking. The village chief is here. If he hears you, there will be trouble. The village chief, uninterested in the idle chatter of the villagers, anxiously pushed through the crowd, only to stagger back upon seeing the body. How is this possible? How could it be him? Following closely behind, I glanced over and saw a burly man lying on his back beside the well, his body waterlogged and pale, his eyes wide open, staring at the sky. In less than 3 days, 2 people had died in Wuko village, a grave situation indeed. The village chief could only hastily send someone over mountains to report to the police. Yet, Wuko village was located deep in the mountains, and even reaching the nearest police station would take a full day and night. We could not simply leave the body by the well unattended. After dispersing the onlookers, the village chief summoned a mortician to temporarily place the body in the mortuary. The mortician, draped in a burlap sack, stuffed the body into a bag and limped away. Back at the guest house, the village chief was particularly distressed, imploring us to think of a solution. Wuko village was beset by troubles. Not only were infants repeatedly vanishing, but now 2 lives had been lost, a predicament that would leave anyone at their wits' end. Earlier, at the old well, I carefully examined the body, and it met its end in the same manner as Gue Xiong. Both were strangled by a rope. I spoke calmly, causing the village chief to display a look of horror. Are you certain? Indeed, judging by the method, the murderer of both individuals must be the same person. Ji Ling Tong's remarks made the village chief's muscles twitch in agitation. Could it truly be that Han Fong has returned for revenge? Chapter 64. The Disappearing Infants, Part 6. When the village chief mentioned Han Fong, I couldn't help but recall the villagers' gossip, prompting me to inquire further. Seeing the gravity of the situation, the village chief no longer withheld information, recounting the events surrounding Han Fong as suicide 6 months prior. Han Fong and Gue Xiong had been a loving couple until Han Fong went to work away from the village, leading to years of separation and the emergence of rumors. According to village gossip, shortly after Han Fong began working, Gue Xiong inexplicably became involved with Wu Long Hai, who ran a small shop at the eastern end of the village. The news spread like wildfire and soon reached Han Feng's ears. He rushed home that very night, confronting the two of them in the living room. The commotion that night was immense. Both Han Feng and Wu Longhai were injured, and Gue Xiang spent the entire night weeping, the matter eventually escalating to the Ancestral Hall. With the Wu family at the helm of Wukou Village, the Ancestral Hall was a place of significant authority. And even the village chief sometimes found it difficult to interject, leading to an inevitable outcome. After a meeting at the Ancestral Hall, Gue Xiang and Wu Longhai both acknowledged their faults. And after being reprimanded by the clan leader, they insisted on severing ties and living their own lives. Han Feng, having been cuckolded, was understandably unwilling to let Wu Longhai off the hook, demanding punishment from the clan. However, he was outnumbered and unable to challenge the Wu family's authority. Once the matter settled, Han Feng grew increasingly resentful, ultimately succumbing to the weight of public scrutiny and hanging himself from the jujube tree in his courtyard. After Han Feng's suicide, I intended to send someone to report to the police. Though a life was lost, it still required professional forensic examination. However, the weather was unbearably hot, and the body could not be preserved. Additionally, Gue Xiang insisted on a burial. So we cremated him the following day. The village chief sighed deeply, filled with sorrow over Han Feng's demise. That was far too hasty. Even if Han Feng did take his own life, the police need to be involved in the investigation. How could they have cremated him? Shen Liang clenched his fists, unable to believe Han Feng had met such an untimely end without proper investigation. Alas, it wasn't just Gue Xiang who agreed. The Wu family also advocated for a swift cremation. After all, a person's death is a grave matter, and they believed in a quick burial. The village chief's eyes flickered, clearly concealing something. Although I sensed a discrepancy, I refrained from confronting him directly. Han Feng passed away over half a year ago. Any notion of his ghost seeking vengeance is utterly absurd, unless his relatives or friends were aware of the true cause of his death and sought to avenge him by attacking Gue Xiang and Wu Longhai. The village chief shook his head vehemently, declaring it impossible. Han Feng was an orphan, raised by the kindness of others. He had no parents or relatives, and his reclusive nature meant he had no friends. That is indeed peculiar, if it were not Han Feng's loved ones seeking vengeance. Who could it be? Could there really be a ghost involved? Shen Liang muttered under his breath, causing the village chief's face to blanch. Do not speak such nonsense, regardless of who the murderer is. They must have struck through the old well at the village entrance. Jiling Tong met my gaze, nodding slowly. It seems we must descend into that old well in Wukou Village once more, with preparations complete. The three of us descended into the well again, donning headlamps as we entered the dark passage that we crouched and traversed for hundreds of meters, the narrow passage gradually widening, revealing its true nature. Emerging from the confines of the narrow tunnel, we found ourselves astonished by the sight before us. This was no mere passage. It was an underground village. In the center lay a corridor over 2 meters wide, with massive wooden posts every few steps, each over a meter tall. Supporting the ceiling, and on either side of the corridor were numerous openings, creating an intricate network. I once read a historical book about tunnel warfare, and the descriptions matched this place perfectly, Shen Liang remarked, gently caressing the sides of the passage in awe. Indeed, this tunnel was used during the resistance against the Japanese invaders. I, along with Jiling Tong, have an intimate understanding of that historical period. After 14 arduous years of struggle and the sacrifice of countless martyrs, we have finally ushered in this era of peace and prosperity. Back then, as the Japanese invaders encroached upon our land, the resistance grew increasingly challenging, with various regions employing unexpected tactics to vanquish the enemy, among which tunnel warfare became the most renowned in this day and age. Tunnels have become quite scarce. Most have collapsed due to the soil's composition, with only a few remaining intact as relics of the anti-Japanese war, now revered by future generations. By a twist of fate, we found ourselves in an old well, experiencing firsthand the intricate labyrinth of tunnels, which could be deemed a stroke of luck. Although we marveled at the extraordinary craftsmanship of the tunnels, we did not lose sight of our purpose. Following the chaotic footprints further ahead, do you remember the monkeys from Xian Envy Mountain? If I'm not mistaken, those child-sized footprints on the ground must be theirs. Jiling Tong paused, crouching down to measure the length with her fingers. Is that so? If what you say is true, Then those monkeys not only stole the infants from Wu Kejai, but might also have caused the demise of Gui Xiang and Wu Longhai. Shun Liang exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Yet I found Ji Lingtong's deduction quite plausible. Monkeys are naturally adept at climbing. Sheer cliffs pose no challenge for them. Although the well's walls are slippery, it should not be an obstacle for them. However, it is worth noting that monkeys typically do not harm others without cause, unless there is someone orchestrating their actions. Ji Lingtong nodded vigorously, revealing her bold hypothesis that in fact, it is not difficult to strangle with a rope, but if someone incited the monkeys to ascend the well's walls, tying a noose beforehand and commanding the monkeys to ensnare their victims unawares, they could easily pull them into the well. Ji Lingtong's revelation. Shun Liang involuntarily shuddered that if that is indeed the case, then the victims would have been utterly defenseless. It's terrifying. The three of us traversed the tunnels for over an hour, our energy waning significantly that we nibbled on some rations, took a brief respite, and continued our descent into the depths of the tunnels that in the dim, winding passages. We could hardly discern our direction and proceeded along the main thoroughfare until we reached a fork, where 3 tunnels lay before us. What now? This complicates matters. Shun Liang scratched his head and turned to Ji Lingtong, and me that Ji Lingtong remained silent, sniffing the air, and advanced a short distance with her headlamp. Under the dim light, a pool of blood appeared at the fork ahead, accompanied by drag marks extending from the left tunnel to the farthest right. That Ji Lingtong dipped her finger into the blood, brought it to her nose, and her expression grew grave. Though this blood has not coagulated, it has likely been here for some time. It seems this person is in dire straits. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry and follow the blood trail. Perhaps we can save someone. Shun Liang's impulsive nature resurfaced, completely disregarding the potential dangers. Hold on. What if this is a trap? We must be cautious. We do not know what dangers lie ahead, I cautioned. Shun Liang loaded his bird gun and took the lead, assuring us, don't worry, you two stay behind me. I will scout ahead and we shall support one another. Seeing this, Ji Lingtong unfastened her hunting rifle and closely followed me. We entered the right tunnel in succession, which was laden with mud and moss, with patches of dried aquatic plants in some areas. Following the blood trail, we eventually reached the tunnel's end. Descending from the exit, we were once again taken aback by the sight before us. To our astonishment, below was a cavern roughly the size of a basketball court. The 3 of us cautiously stepped into the cave, and immediately a chill enveloped us, imparting an eerie sensation. The cavern was adorned with stalactites and stalagmites of varying sizes and shapes. That as we pressed on, a towering stalactite suddenly appeared before us. That I looked up at the immense formation and was taken aback to discover a series of palm-sized steps extending from the base to the summit. Look over there, I exclaimed, my breath quickening. This looks oddly familiar, Shun Liang murmured, yet Ji Lingtong's face turned ashen. This object resembles the vessels used by the Ji family to collect blood. That we cautiously moved to the rear of the stalactite, only to be met with a horrifying sight. The back was densely populated with desiccated corpses. That I instantly recognized 2 of the bodies, Gui Xiang and Wu Longhai, though they had long since perished. Their blood, contrary to expectation, had not coagulated and was instead being drained by some protruding spike from the stalactite, flowing down the smooth surface. Damn it! Who would have thought we stumbled upon the lair of a monster? Shun Liang muttered under his breath, his grip on the gun trembling uncontrollably. This is no place for lingering. We must retreat. Ji Lingtong managed to articulate, signaling us to flee. Without a moment's delay, we turned and dashed back the way we came, nearing the exit we had just vacated. However, to our dismay, a shadow suddenly emerged, blocking our path. That I brandished my flashlight, revealing the owner of the shadow to be a monkey, the very same that Shun Liang had shot at CNNV Mountain. The old monkey, its abdomen wrapped in bandages and bleeding profusely, glared at us with a malevolent gaze. Damn it! You dare to come back and seek death? Shun Liang raised his gun, but the old monkey merely cast a cold glance in our direction before swiftly pressing down on a stone slab at the exit. With a thunderous crash, a stone door descended from above, appearing to weigh several tons, raising a cloud of dust as it sealed our exit. With the exit blocked, Shun Liang erupted in a torrent of curses. I'll be damned. This old monkey means to do us in. Save your breath. It seems the old monkey is more familiar with this tunnel than we are, since we invaded its lair last time. It has harbored a grudge and is intent on our destruction. I surveyed our surroundings, finding no other exits. A sense of unease creeping in at this point. We have no retreat if the Ji family's monster truly resides in this cavern. We are in deep trouble that Ji Ling Tong readied her gun, vigilantly observing the old monkey's every move. Unexpectedly, the old monkey remained still, while a seemingly inconspicuous little pond nearby began to bubble. With an otherworldly shriek, a dark figure leapt from the water. Oh my! What in the world is that? Shen Liang barely got a glimpse of the newcomer before almost losing his grip on his gun. Stay calm. Maintain your composure. Ji Ling Tong lifted her gun, aiming at the creature that had emerged from the water. This creature bore little resemblance to the Ji family's ancestors we had encountered before. It looked more like a monkey, yet possessed arms as robust as a human's. The creature was diminutive, no taller than 30 to 40 centimeters, covered in glossy black fur, with a bald back devoid of any features. Could this be the legendary water ghost? Shen Liang's voice trembled as I recalled the folklore surrounding water ghosts. According to legend, a water ghost is a creature known as a water monkey, resembling a monkey but possessing aquatic traits. Before us stood a creature with a round head, a face akin to a monkey's and small, malicious eyes. Indeed, it matched the descriptions from the tales perfectly. The water monkey's mouth dripped with blood, as if it had recently feasted on a deceased child. Baring its teeth and emitting a low, dog-like growl, the Ji Ling Tong. Quickly use your blow dart. The accuracy of the bird gun is quite lacking. Shen Liang urged, nudging Ji Ling Tong, but received a swift refusal. No. Without absolute certainty, I cannot use the blow dart, that if I miss, it will be exceedingly difficult to eliminate it afterward. Back to back, as the water monkey lunged at us. I shouted a warning to the others.